Brothers, I want to ask if UCLA has a parking lot. I'm thinking of shipping my Lamborghini over there to drive, but I don't know if it's easy to find parking. Dude, what are you pretending for? Send me 5000 on V so I can see your real strength. The tragic cockroach transfers 5000 yuan. That I think UCLA should have a parking lot. I've heard seniors at our school say that UCLA has plenty of parking spaces. Chen Jingyun stared at the messages in the incoming freshman group chat, feeling a pang of regret that he hadn't snapped back just now. Otherwise, those 5000 yuan would already be his. Indeed, Chen Jingyun was a prospective international student about to travel across the ocean to study abroad. Yet unlike the stereotypical image of wealthy overseas students, his family background could only be described as ordinary. Both of his parents were programmers. Together, their annual income barely reached 500,000 yuan. Even in Shanghai, that kind of salary could afford a fairly comfortable life, yet the Chen family still lived frugally and tightened every last belt. The reason was simple: Chen Jingyun was destined to go abroad. His parents, having been thoroughly convinced by someone, were obsessed with sending him overseas. Even though his scores in the high school entrance exam were excellent, good enough to be admitted to one of the top 3 high schools in Shanghai, they still insisted that he enroll in a school specialized in sending students abroad. The tuition alone was 170,000 yuan per year. Fortunately, Chen Jingyun lived up to their expectations. In the end, he scored 1450 on the SAT, 114 on the TOEFL, and earned a GPA of 4.3. His AP course results were also impressive, and he finally gained admission to the actuarial science major at UCLA. However, the moment he joined the campus group chat created by senior students to welcome freshmen, he felt as if he had been struck on the head. What kind of world was this? Talking about shipping a Lamborghini across the ocean, casually wiring 5,000 yuan as pocket money. At this instant, the unevenness of life seemed to take on concrete form before his eyes. All of you are so rich. If I didn't have a system, I really would be jealous, Chen Jingyun murmured, the corner of his lips curling. The moment he received UCLA's offer, a system had bound itself to him. System, show me my stats. Host Chen Jingyun. Physical 6. 9. Mental 7. 5. Appearance 9. 5. System, baseline average human score is 6. Maximum is 10. Level LV 1790-1000. Daily reward 1000 US dollars. The system did not seem particularly powerful. Aside from granting him 1,000 US dollars every day, it only provided 1 experience point for every $10 he spent. Once the system leveled up, the daily cash reward would increase accordingly. He could choose to withdraw the daily cash reward either to his domestic bank card or to a foreign bank account. Perhaps to ensure he could live comfortably abroad, the system even equipped him with a green card and the highest tier bank card from JP Chase. A green card was not the same as citizenship, it was merely a residence permit. He accepted it without much fuss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Jingyun's phone vibrated violently. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun had been his classmate in high school and was also one of his closest brothers. Back in high school, Chen Jingyun's weekly allowance on his cafeteria card was 300 yuan. At an ordinary school, 300 yuan a week would have been more than enough for a comfortable life with drinks and snacks bought frequently. Yet at their international school, 300 yuan was barely sufficient for a week. Zhang Jun often treated him to meals, and whenever they played basketball, he would always buy an extra bottle of water for Chen. Chen answered the call. Hello, President Zhang, how do you have time to call me today? Don't call me President Zhang, that makes me sound old. Call me young Master Zhang. Zhang Jun replied smugly. Get lost. Just tell me what's up, Chen said helplessly. Did you see the message about the class gathering in the group chat? Zhang Jun asked. There were only about half a month left before most of them went abroad. Some schools that started earlier would have students flying out in just a few days. The class monitor was planning a class reunion, a final gathering before everyone departed. Thinking back on his high school years, Chen recalled that those 3 years had hardly been easy. The burden on his family meant he did not dare slack off. If he failed to get into a good university, the over 1 million yuan spent on his high school education would have gone to waste. Yet those years had also been undeniably joyful. He had made many friends and even used his spare time to learn quite a few skills. Chen nodded lightly. Yeah, I saw it. What about it? Are you going? Of course I'm going. It's our last class gathering before we go overseas. Who knows when we'll all be able to meet again in the future, Chen replied. All right, then I'll go too. But seriously, you and I can still meet up often. I'll buy a car and drive over to visit you all the time. So what you mean is you'll drive from New York across the entire United States to Los Angeles. If some gangsters rob your sports car on the way, you'd better keep it tight, hold on your own backside, Chen replied dryly. Haha, I'm just kidding. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Let's hit the esports hotel at night and play Valorant, Zhang laughed. We played Crossfire in primary school, Honor of Kings in junior high, Genshin Impact in high school, and now we're starting university with Valorant. My whole life is set. After hanging up, Chen turned to check his upcoming travel plans. In the past, Chen would only ever search for economy class tickets, and only the cheapest ones at that. Even if it meant taking a red-eye flight or making 2 transfers, he had to choose the lowest fare. He would also make sure to use student discounts. But now he directly selected first-class tickets. Staring at the first-class fare on China Eastern Airlines, Chen couldn't help gasping. How much? 70,000 yuan. If he hadn't already had the system for some time, Chen wouldn't even have had enough money to purchase a first class, including taxes. That's 10,000 US dollars. Gone just like that. TSK. Chen sighed. So this is how the rich live. A single plane ticket costs an entire year of someone else's income. I still have to buy it. It's the perfect way to gain experience and level up the system. I'm not indulging myself. I'm just trying to upgrade the system. Gritting his teeth, Chen tapped on pay. Your card ending in 6155 has spent 85166 yuan on August 19th. Account balance 192599. 77 yuan. At the same time, the system interface popped up before his eyes, displaying a small line of text. Host has spent 11870 US dollars and gained 1187 experience points. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level LV2 977 2000. Daily cash reward increased to 200 US dollars. Please continue to spend diligently to raise the system level as soon as possible. 2,000 US dollars a day. That's 60,000 a month, over 400,000 yuan. Wow, I've struck it rich. Chen exclaimed. He was genuinely thrilled, never having imagined he would achieve financial freedom in such a way. With 2,000 US dollars a day, he could live comfortably anywhere in the world. By the way, system, you leveled up, but didn't give me any bonus. Isn't there some kind of level up gift pack? The next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Reward LV2 upgrade gift pack. Open now. Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Mercedes-Benz S63 e-Performance. The car has been parked in the underground garage of the host's residential complex, and the keys are placed in the drawer of the host. Chen Jingyun hurriedly pulled open the drawer of his desk and immediately saw two Mercedes-Benz car keys resting quietly atop a stack of exam papers and study materials that looked somewhat worn and battered. The silver-gray key fob had a refined texture, its matte finish cool against his palm, while the AMG emblem on the back spoke eloquently of its noble pedigree. This was a performance monster priced at more than 3 million, its formidable 802 horsepower, allowing it to breach 100 kilometers per hour with ease in under 3 seconds. The reason Chen Jingyun was so familiar with all this was because the S63 had always been the car of his dreams. He had never imagined that the system would fulfill that dream in such an offhand, effortless manner. If the level 2 reward is already this insane, won't level 3 send me soaring? Chen Jingyun muttered, then grabbed the car keys and dashed out of the house in his eagerness. At the moment, he was the only one at home. His parents left early and returned late every day in order to support his overseas studies. Right now, it would be difficult to explain suddenly handing money to his parents. He decided that once he arrived in America and settled down, he would transfer money to them every month, and it would be easier to find a plausible excuse by then. He hurried out and took the elevator down. Inside the elevator, impatience gnawed at him. He wished he could fly straight to the car that very instant. Reaching the underground garage, he followed the system's guidance until he finally stood before his car. It was a Mercedes-Benz S63 AMG. The body was painted in an elegant pearl white, while the grille and wheels had been darkened, giving it a strikingly cool presence. The flowing lines of the body exemplified true elegance and automotive beauty. It was the perfect union of performance and aesthetics. Chen Jingyun pressed the electronic button on the key, and with a faint vibration running through the fob, the entire car seemed to come alive as it lit up at once. The 4 hidden door handles sprang out from the doors, each encircled by a ring of soft white light. The headlights ignited, casting a cascade of beams on the wall ahead that resembled a rain of shooting stars. It's really this ceremonial. Chen Jingyun muttered, then walked to the driver's side, opened the door, and slid into the seat. The soft, generously padded seat cradled his body in comfort as the in-car displays lit up one after another. Running his hand across the Nappa leather, Chen Jingyun murmured, "This texture, worthy indeed of a 3 million yuan car. There's not the slightest hint of cheap plastic in this interior." And what Mercedes excelled at most was its ambient lighting. When Chen Jingyun switched on the ambient lights, he felt as though he were piloting a spaceship through the cosmos. The environmental ambient lighting ran seamlessly from front to rear, without the slightest hint of the cheap aftermarket look. Instead, the concealed light strips revealed only light, without exposing the fixtures themselves. Chen Jingyun sat in the car for quite a while before reluctantly climbing out. It's too late today. If my parents come home and don't see me, they might worry. I'll wait until tomorrow to test drive it, he decided. The next morning, when Chen Jingyun woke up, his parents had already left for work. On the dining table, they had left breakfast and a small heart-shaped note with the food carefully covered. On the note was written, "Eat your breakfast after you get up. Mom has to work overtime tonight and won't be home for dinner, so remember to take care of yourself." It was signed, "Love, Mom." Chen Jingyun slipped the note into his pocket. His parents had never put heavy pressure on him. When he first entered senior high, they only mentioned that the tuition was 30,000 yuan. If he had not discovered it later on his own, he would never have realized that he had cost his family so much money. "Once I go abroad and settle down, I'll start sending money to Mom and Dad," he resolved. "For the first 2 months, I'll transfer 5,000 each month to give them time to adjust. Otherwise, if I suddenly send tens of thousands, they'll probably find it hard to accept." After quickly polishing off the steamed buns and tofu putting on the table, he was about 80% full. Just as he finished breakfast, a call from Zhang Jun came through. "Hello, young Master Zhang, up so early?" Chen Jingyun joked. Back in school, Zhang Jun would sleep through classes in broad daylight, only waking for lunch and dinner, then turning lively the moment he returned to the dorm. "Aren't we having a get-together today? I have to get up early." "Where are you now?" I'll come pick you up, Zhang Jun said over the phone. Bro, have you even checked what time it is? We're eating at noon. It's only 9 now, and you already want to come get me. Chen Jingyun replied helplessly. Hey, 9 o'clock is about right. By the time I arrive it'll be 10, then we head to the restaurant, and it'll be nearly 11. Wander around a bit, and it'll be 12. Hurry up and get ready, I'll come pick you up soon, Zhang Jun declared. Not giving Chen Jingyun any chance to refuse, Zhang Jun added, and dress sharp. Lin Jiayao will be there at lunch today. With that he hung up with a decisive click. What does Lin Jiayao going to have to do with me? Chen Jingyun muttered, though the image of her face surfaced unbidden in his mind. Lin Jiayao had also been his classmate in high school. A wealthy heiress destined to study abroad, her family background was exceptionally privileged. According to Zhang Jun, her family ranked within the top 100 in all of Huhai. Coupled with her height of 1.68 meters, fair skin, delicate features, and a figure that, while not voluptuous, possessed every curve should she looked pure and adorable in her school uniform. Lin Jiayao was in every sense a true, by Fu Mei, a fair rich beauty. Yet unlike the plots of many novels, it was not Chen Jingyun chasing after her. Throughout all 3 years of high school, it had been Lin Jiayao pursuing him. From the very first day of senior high, Lin Jiayao had embarked on her path of pursuit. However, during those 3 years, Chen Jingyun had walked on thin ice, far too cautious to even consider romance. Each time he firmly declined her advances and explained his reasons. In high school, he had no desire for love, only for study. Zhang Jun laughed at him for not knowing what was good for him, saying that marrying a top-tier by Fu Mei was far more useful than any academic degree. Chen Jingyun's counterargument was that a rich beauty's money belonged to the rich beauty, whereas his degree belonged to himself. If one day she dumped him, what then? Would he go beg under the bridge? Now, however, graduation was behind him, university secured, and the system in hand. At last he could allow himself to give some thought to matters of the heart. Casting aside the strange thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Jingyun returned to his bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Years ago, his parents had bought a place in Huhai, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 3-bathroom apartment. Although the real estate market was currently sluggish, this apartment could still sell for nearly 10 million yuan. It was this solid asset that gave his parents the confidence to send him abroad for further study. Chen Jingyun took out a pair of black jogger sweatpants and changed into them, then pulled on a plain white t-shirt. The simple combination, enhanced by his almost painting-like 9.5 rated looks, was flawless. Appearance truly was the most important fashion accessory. There was no arguing with that. He glanced at his shoe cabinet, only a few pairs, mostly basketball sneakers. There was just one pair of casual shoes, a blue silk clock collaboration of the Air Force One that his mother had given him for his 17th birthday. That pair was expensive, priced around 3,000 yuan. In the past, he had hardly borne to wear them, only putting them on for the occasional outing. Sliding his feet into the shoes, he looked at himself in the mirror. The system really doesn't understand aesthetics, he quipped. Where exactly did it deduct that 0.5? Zhang Jun quickly arrived at the base of Chen Jingyun's apartment. What are you doing? I've been waiting for you for 20 minutes. Hurry up and come down. Chen Jingyun chuckled, sitting in his Mercedes S63, flashing the headlights twice at the Porsche 718 in front. Look behind you. Zhang Jun turned around, seeing only a white Mercedes and no one else. No, there's just one car behind me. Where are you? I'm in the car, Chen Jingyun replied, casually amused. Huh, that white Mercedes? Zhang Jun asked in surprise while getting out of his own car and approaching the Mercedes. There he saw Chen Jingyun sitting in the driver's seat, rolling down the window with a smile. This is your car? Zhang Jun asked in astonishment. As a car enthusiast, he recognized this Mercedes as an S-Class at first glance. After all, the dimensions of the S-Class are unmatched by the C-Class and E-Class. Chen Jingyun nodded, a grin on his face. Zhang Jun quickly hopped into the passenger seat, noticing the AMG emblem at the threshold, which shocked him even more. Wait, didn't you say you were broke? How are you driving an S63? Zhang Jun exclaimed, realizing this S63 could buy 2.5 of his fully loaded 718. It wasn't that Zhang Jun couldn't afford a better car, but at that time his vision was limited, only daring to ask his father for a 718. Chen Jingyun chuckled. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying it all out. You're a rich second generation. A little family fortune, ha. After the initial shock, Zhang Jun quickly began to admire the S63, mumbling as he took in the interior. While the interior of this Mercedes is just superb, nothing compared to the Porsche. Sitting here, the emotional value is through the roof. I wondered why you were indifferent to pursuing rich women. Turns out you're rich yourself. Zhang Jun reacted. So what does it mean that I've treated you to meals for 3 years? That counts as our ironclad friendship. Enough about that, Jun. Go, we're going to the esports hotel today, it's on me. Chen Jingyun pretended to be extravagant, making Zhang Jun laugh. After chatting for a while, Zhang Jun returned to his own car. Chen Jingyun followed closely behind in his car. The two cars drove towards the Guojin Center, one in front and the other behind. Upon arriving at the Guojin Center and parking, the two first went to Nayuki to buy 2 cups of milk tea. Let's go up, someone in the group said they've already arrived. Zhang Jun said while slurping his milk tea. Why is everyone here so early? I thought we would be the first ones here. I know, right? Chen Jingyun replied. They were a group of students heading abroad, most of whom had considerable family wealth. For these students, having tens of thousands in savings was quite normal, and some even had over $1 million in their bank accounts before even entering college. As a result, the class leader decided to choose a high-end restaurant serving Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine named Yongfu Zuanxian. It wasn't very famous, but the class leader said the food was excellent. And she was treating, so there was no need for splitting the bill. The two arrived at the restaurant, reported the class leader's name, and were led by the waiter to the A188 private room. Inside the private room, several classmates had already arrived, gathered together playing Honor of Kings. When they saw Chen Jingyun and Zhang Zhun enter, they waved in greeting. The class for studying abroad is quite different from the college entrance exam class. The latter typically has 4 to 5 dozen students per class, while the former usually is only about 10. At most there are about 20 people. It's not unusual for a class to have fewer than 10. A private room can comfortably accommodate all the students in Chen Jingyun's class. Due to the small class size and the fact that these rich second-generation students received a good education, they are generally more mature than their peers, so there are rarely any arguments or fights in class. As a result, the atmosphere in the class is quite pleasant, with almost everyone being familiar with each other. Chen Jingyun glanced around the private room, noticing the carpet on the floor was made of some plush material that felt extremely comfortable underfoot. The private room was large, nearly 100 square meters. Upon entering, there was a spacious sofa area with the emerald green sofa exuding quality. The ceiling light fixtures had a unique design, and further back was the dining area, which required a few steps up to reach. In the private room, Chen Jingyun thought to himself, "Wow, this is really nice. Being wealthy is truly wonderful." The two found a spot on the sofa to sit down, casually glancing at the screens of others' phones and discovering they were engaged in a 3-on-3 battle in Honor of Kings. Chen Jingyun did not join in, but took out his phone to scroll through Douyin, waiting for other classmates to arrive. Soon many classmates arrived, one after another, with class leader Lu Xiaoyu also making her entrance, calling the waiter to bring out the dishes. "Why hasn't Lin Jiayao arrived yet? Is she afraid to see you?" Zhang Zhun leaned over to whisper in Chen Jingyun's ear, his tone teasing. "Shut up. Come on, don't be shy. We've graduated now. Have you really not considered Lin Jiayao? She has looks a good family background and likes you so much. Are you not even moved by such a girl?" Zhang Zhun lowered his voice as much as possible. The fact that Lin Jiayao liked Chen Jingyun was not a secret in class or even in school, but it was wise to be cautious when discussing others' private matters. If you don't consider it soon, you might miss your chance. Before Chen Jingyun could respond, the private room door was opened again by the waiter. Lin Jiayao walked in gracefully. Today Lin Jiayao looked beautiful. Having shed her school uniform and the androgynous casual wear commonly worn in high school, she was dressed in a fitted white long dress that reached just below her calves, revealing her delicate ankles, and her footwear was a pair of elegant white high heels instead of the usual sneakers. A slender necklace adorned with small sky blue diamonds hung around her neck, complementing her exquisite collarbone. Since she wore a strapless long dress, she also had a short women's blazer draped over her shoulders. Today she didn't resemble the perfect first love impression people had of her, but instead looked like a city female CEO returning to solve her first love's troubles. Seeing Lin Jiayao enter, the classmates sitting beside Chen Jingyun made way, and Zhang Zhun even stood up, planning to change his seat. There was no way around it. The fact that Lin Jiayao liked Chen Jingyun was well known in class. Some classmates even privately bet on when Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao would get together. Some bet on a month, others on half a semester, but what surprised everyone was that in 3 whole years they had never ended up together. Chen Jingyun shot a murderous look at Zhang Zhun. Wasn't this guy just leaving him here alone? Lin Jiayao walked over to Chen Jingyun, not disappointing anyone, and naturally sat down next to him. A faint scent of perfume wafted in with the breeze created as Lin Jiayao sat down. It wasn't the overpowering smell of cheap perfume, but a gentle floral fragrance, refreshing and soft. Lin Jiayao's soft voice rang in Chen Jingyun's ear. "Why didn't you reply to my messages?" The girl's words sounded like a question, yet also like a playful tease. Chen Jingyun couldn't discern the difference. He didn't lean away, as that would embarrass the girl, but there was a hint of awkwardness in his words as he explained, "I've been busy playing tiles with Zhang Zhun these days, haven't seen much of your messages." "Okay." Lin Jiayao nodded, not saying more. At that moment, the class monitor Lu Xiaoyu walked in from outside. "All right, classmates, the waiter has served the dishes. Let's go sit at the dining table." Zhang Zhun immediately sprang up from the sofa, the first to respond to the class monitor's call. "Sure thing, class monitor. Just a sycophant," Chen Jingyun silently complained. Everyone moved to the dining table at the back, each finding their own seat. To be precise, they were still a bunch of kids not fully immersed in the drinking culture, and there were no clear distinctions of main and guest seats. They just sat together based on who had a better relationship. Naturally, Chen Jingyun sat next to Zhang Zhun, and Lin Jiayao took a seat beside him without hesitation. She never indulged in secret crushes. It was always straightforward. "If you clearly say you dislike me, then I won't bring it upon myself, but if you don't say you dislike me, then I will continue to try." This was Lin Jiayao's current thought. In fact, she had also received an offer from UCLA. In the center of the large round table, there were even some fake potted plants and indoor landscapes looking quite exquisite. Chen Jingyun had seen vases on dining tables before, but it was his first time seeing a table with grass and small fake trees. Dishes were continuously brought in by the waiters. Tang Zhua 18 cuts Huadiao Xylongxia dry, fried yellow fish, flaming Buddha jumps over the wall, dompa beef short ribs, sauce steamed belt fish, yellow fish lion's head. Each dish was a feast for the eyes and palate, making one's mouth water just by looking. The class monitor didn't order wine, but instead asked for 2 jugs of mango juice and 2 jugs of watermelon juice, and with no toasts or opening remarks, everyone began to eat as the dishes arrived. The so-called tang zhua 18 cuts was actually a type of red crab cut into pieces with the crab roe so rich that it seemed about to spill out, extremely tempting. Chen Jingyun took a piece and put it in his mouth. The crab roe was salty, fragrant, fresh, and sweet, incredibly rich, dancing on his taste buds. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but brighten his eyes. The class monitor really found an excellent restaurant. The food was exceptionally delicious. Not only was the taste good, but the environment was also pleasant. Chen Jingyun really wanted to bring his parents here to try it someday. As he tasted other dishes, Lin Jiayao occasionally glanced at him, but every time she looked over, Chen Jingyun was engrossed in his food. It was really delicious. Seeing that Chen Jingyun had no intention of speaking to her, Lin Jiayao couldn't help but open her mouth. Can you pass me the mango juice? I can't reach it. Oh sure. Although the glass bottle containing the mango juice was right on the table's turntable and Lin Jiayao could just turn it to reach it, Chen Jingyun still passed it to her and poured the juice for her. Thank you. No problem. Seeing that Chen Jingyun had nothing more to say, Lin Jiayao had to take the initiative. Are you going? Chen Jingyun nodded. Yes, there might not be many chances to meet in the future. Lin Jiayao smiled lightly. That's a pity. By the way, which school are you going to? Lin Jiayao, UCLA. Chen Jingyun gently nodded, his eyes on the dining table as his chopsticks searched for the next target. UCLA, huh? A great university, but it's a bit. What? You're also going to UCLA? Chen Jingyun's voice slightly raised as he turned his head to look at Lin Jiayao. Then he felt it was somewhat inappropriate and quickly lowered his voice, pointing at himself in confusion. Because of me? Lin Jiayao nodded, looking directly at Chen Jingyun. Yes, because of you. Really, because of me? Chen Jingyun asked in disbelief. Lin Jiayao nodded seriously. Really, because of you? Although the classmates were already used to the back and forth between Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao, they still couldn't help but cast their gazes over when they saw the two interacting again, pricking up their ears. There's gossip to hear. Let's listen as much as we can. Chen Jingyun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. But Lin Jiayao burst into laughter, her serious expression instantly lightened. All right, I was just teasing you. I like movies and am majoring in film. Is there a better film program in the whole of America than UCLA? You don't need to feel pressured. Ooh, I didn't apply to UCLA because of you. Chen Jingyun also laughed, though it was a bit unnatural. That's good. I mean, that's great. After saying that, Chen Jingyun continued eating. Seeing that there was no more gossip to hear, the classmates turned their attention back. This class gathering was very relaxed and enjoyable, although there was indeed some comparison about who got into their ideal university, the cars their parents bought them, the living expenses their parents promised, and the luxury goods they just bought. However, the atmosphere was light, there was comparison, but no belittling. The meal quickly came to an end with Chen Jingyun. If you don't eat vigorously, your mindset is off. After the meal, the classmates gradually dispersed in pairs. Some would agree to go to the next event together, while others went home. Chen Jingyun also stood up with Zhang Zhun, thanked class monitor Lu Xiaoyu, and planned to head downstairs. They had spent an hour eating, and it was almost time to check into the esports hotel. They planned to go directly to play games. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Lin Jiayao calling from behind. Hey Chen Jingyun, wait for me. Chen Jingyun turned around, looking at her in confusion. Where are you going now? Lin Jiayao asked. Chen Jingyun replied truthfully, looking for a place to play games. Lin Jiayao walked up to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to play games too, can I join you? This left Chen Jingyun momentarily speechless. After all, they were going to an esports hotel. It didn't seem appropriate for a girl to tag along. Without waiting for Chen Jingyun to respond, Zhang Zhun directly interjected, of course, what's wrong with that? Let me tell you, Lao Chen drove here today, you can ride with him, his car is super cool. Chen Jingyun looked at Zhang Zhun with a sharp gaze. He was genuinely at a loss. This guy was so eager to matchmake him with Lin Jiayao that he was practically shoehorning it. After acquiring the system, Chen Jingyun had stopped rejecting matters of the heart, and he even harbored a slight affection. After all, having pursued him for so long, how could he feel nothing? But they were supposed to be ranking up today. Bringing a girl along, how could they rank up? Lin Jiayao thanked Zhang Zhun, then looked at Chen Jingyun, her big sparkling eyes seemingly pleading, blocking any words of refusal from Chen Jingyun. Is that okay? Okay. The three descended into the basement together while Zhang Zhun went to open his car. Lin Jiayao climbed into Chen Jingyun's vehicle. Lin Jiayao asked, is this your car? Chen Jingyun nodded. What do you think? It's a handsome car. Lin Jiayao was not as excited as Zhang Zhun. Perhaps she wasn't familiar with AMG, or maybe 3 million didn't mean much to this young lady. Thank you, Chen Jingyun smiled. With just the two of them in the car, he dared to ask, Zhang Zhun and I are going to an esports hotel, not an internet cafe. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Jiayao raised an eyebrow and snorted lightly, indicating her certainty. Oh, esports hotel, sister. Sounds really nice, say it again. Chen Jingyun. Fine, since she insisted on going, he had no choice. After all, the esports hotel also had Chen Jingyun first booked a relatively upscale esports hotel online. Now that he had money, he chose one with a better environment. He selected a well-rated esports hotel named AI Dota, where a 4-person room cost over 900 yuan a night, and soon he completed the booking. Let's go, if you find it boring later, it'll take you home, Chen Jingyun said, sending the address to Zhang Zhun before shifting gears and heading towards the esports hotel next to the Hu Hai Sports Arena. The room Chen Jingyun booked was the most expensive type in the hotel, with excellent equipment featuring a 4080 graphics card and a 360Hz screen, which was more than sufficient for gaming. The two remained silent throughout the ride, not because they didn't want to talk, but because Chen Jingyun had just obtained his driver's license, and driving consumed most of his focus. He couldn't even spare much attention to chat with Lin Jiayao, let alone navigate. Before he got his car, he longed for it. However, after passing the driving test and actually getting behind the wheel, he realized that driving was quite tiring. Yet that thrill of driving still captivated him. He drove and arrived at the esports hotel. The esports hotel had a decent environment with many anime figurines displayed in the showcase outside, and a large screen was playing a replay of the match between EDG and T1. It's not bad, this esports hotel is pretty good, Zhang Jun remarked, looking around. Why come to an esports hotel when you have a ROG setup at home? Chen Jingyun replied helplessly. The setup at the esports hotel couldn't compare to Zhang Jun's own computer configuration, which boasted a 600Hz high refresh rate and the latest 5090, every esports enthusiast's dream machine. How can you replicate the atmosphere of an esports hotel at home? The three approached the front desk to check in. The receptionist's gaze flickered with a hint of oddness, but she quickly handed over 2 room keys. Entering the room, they pushed open the door and inserted a room card to power it on. The room was quite simple, far from luxurious. To the right of the entrance was the bathroom, and to the left were 2 side-by-side sinks. After passing through this area and taking 2 more steps forward, they entered the gaming area of the esports hotel. On the left were 4 computers arranged side by side. To the right were 2 bunk beds, and there was even a mahjong table. The room was nearly 60 square meters, spacious enough. He dropped his bag, took out his charger to charge his phone, and immediately booted up the computer. Time to get to work. Today was destined to be a great day for ranking up. Look for a game you're interested in. If not, you can play some 4,399 games or watch some live streams. Aren't you guys playing Valorant? I want to play too, Lin Jiayao said. Huh, are you sure? He genuinely didn't want to carry a girl in Valorant, whether it was Lin Jiayao or any other girl, since generally speaking girls weren't very strong players. Of course there were skilled female players, but Chen Jingyun subconsciously thought that Lin Jiayao wasn't one of them. I can play, Lin Jiayao stated. Alright, then let's go log in. The 3 of them logged into their accounts. Chen Jingyun originally had nothing on his account. The only skin he had was a gift from Zhang Jun. However, after getting the system, as long as he encountered a skin he liked, he would buy it, and now he had a considerable collection. We must reach the Radiant today, Chen Jingyun told Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, full of confidence, replied, I've been watching Kankan's POV all day yesterday, and I feel very aware now. Looking at Lin Jiayao, Chen Jingyun said apologetically, our ranks probably don't match right. What rank are you? Lin Jiayao nodded. Indeed, it's not a match. She opened the ranking interface and saw a large yellow icon in the center. Not a bright gold, but a flashy yellow with a cool. Chen Jingyun focused his gaze. What the heck? Isn't that Radiant? Lin Jiayao is Radiant. Radiant is the highest rank in the game Valorant. Reaching Radiant at the age of 17 or 18 could even allow one to try out for a training program to see if they could go pro. Many skilled streamers do not even possess this rank. Seeing the astonished expressions on Chen Jingyun and Zhang Jun's faces, Lin Jiayao felt quite pleased and casually said, It's okay, I have a lower ranked account and we can play together. Chen Jingyun. He initially thought he would be held back by the girl, but now it felt like he would be carried by her. However, having a Radiant player leading a team in a daytime diamond match should be quite easy, right? After Lin Jiayao switched to her lower ranked account, the 3 entered the ranked matches. As soon as they entered the match, Lin Jiayao quickly locked in Jet, while the other teammates swiftly chose their heroes. Only Chen Jingyun had yet to select. Lin Jiayao looked at Chen Jingyun and said, You should pick a healer. This map favors healers. Chen Jingyun fell silent again. In games between boys and girls, boys usually played handsome high-damage heroes like Jet, while girls played healers to support the boys. But how come here it was the girl playing Jet and the boy playing the healer? He thought this in his heart, yet still chose the healer. The healer was one of his best heroes with simple skills, and it was easy to rack up assists. Most importantly, the model of this healer looked quite good. Entering the game, it was a pistol round. Lin Jiayao immediately pressed the right mouse button to get a gun. The hero voiced, I need this. Give me a gun, healer. Lin Jiayao's voice reached Chen Jingyun's ears. Chen Jingyun fell silent for the 3rd time, but still sent Lin Jiayao an 800 yuan justice weapon. After all, she was a Radiant sister, he could endure it. After giving her the gun, Lin Jiayao set up her equipment, and as soon as the countdown ended, she immediately began her Rush B plan. As the first entry fragger, she activated her skills and charged into the bomb site. Immediately, various kill notifications floated in the upper right corner. Grandpa Nyo from the Flip Garden used justice to headshot Aspas. Grandpa Nyo from the Flip Garden used justice to headshot my responsibility to lie down. Grandpa Nyo from the Flip Garden used justice to kill a Kamazam. Chen Jingyun and Zhang Jun were still stuck outside the B site due to smoke, while inside Lin Jiayao had already cleared it out violently. Chen Jingyun chose to be a little ornament, waving a flag outside the bomb site, shouting, Good gun, good gun. Lin Jiayao, healer, heal me. Him coming. Chen Jingyun's grievances vanished as he hurried over to heal Lin Jiayao. This truly is the empowering sister. So violent. It's a pity I didn't get to see Lin Jiao's perspective, otherwise I could have appreciated what true precision is. Just in the first round, Lin Jiao racked up a pentakill, making the bystanders realize this was an easy game, led by a pro. Chen Jingyun spent the whole game following Lin Jiao, acting as a mobile fountain providing support and healing, and they won the game effortlessly. After finishing a match, Chen Jingyun took off his headset, looking at Lin Jiao with surprise. I didn't know you were this strong. How come I've never seen you post about your gaming on social media? Lin Jiao met Chen Jingyun's gaze, but her eyes seemed unfocused, lost in thought. Would you pay attention to my Chen Jingyun was baffled by Lin Jiao's train of thought. Why had she become so straightforward after graduation? But he still replied, of course. Boys tend to pay extra attention to the girls they like even if they aren't together. I saw you post about gaming, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Just familiarize yourself with the map and skills and aim at the enemy's head to shoot. Lin Jiao's nonchalant statement left both Chen Jingyun and Zhang Zhan in disbelief. Chen Jingyun was somewhat okay, having played casually before college, but Zhang Zhan was always gaming whenever he had free time. In high school, they shared a dorm, and with the international school allowing computers and Wi-Fi, Zhang Zhan was playing even during school hours. His gaming time had long surpassed 1,500 hours, yet he was still just a lowly diamond rank. Is this what talent is? The two realized for the first time that sometimes gaming truly requires innate ability. They weren't overly shocked, but quickly moved on to the next match. They had to seize the moment and cling to the pro for a significant rank boost. This time Lin Jiao chose not to play the hero Jiefeng, but instead selected KO. KO provides valuable information, has flash abilities, and can offer much support to teammates. A skilled KO can even render the enemies unable to shoot. Pick a duelist, and he'll help you with the flash, Lin Jiao said to Chen Jingyun. In the previous match, she just wanted him to know she was skilled and wouldn't drag him down. This time she aimed to make Chen Jingyun enjoy the game even more. Alright. Chen Jingyun nodded and selected Reina. In the following match, as long as Chen Jingyun pulled the flash, he often saw the enemies outside being blinded, transformed into big shiny heads covering their eyes and unable to see him. He just needed to focus on shooting. Lin Jiao would praise him every time, saying good shot. Chen Jingyun would respond, great flash, everything outside is blinded. For a moment Chen Jingyun felt that the diamond rank didn't suit him. However, he soon realized it was Lin Jiao's extraordinary support that made it all so easy. Good support items are like excellent assists in a game, providing aid to the team that goes beyond simple 1 + 1 = 2. After nearly 5 hours of continuous gaming, they finally felt a bit tired and took off their headsets. That was Chen Jingyun watched the rank up animation. A little green bean appeared on the screen, and he finally reached the extraordinary rank. Zhang Zhan had gotten there a match before him. His rank was already slightly higher than Chen Jingyun's. Awesome, we won all afternoon. See, bringing Jiao here was the right choice, right? Zhang Zhan chuckled, nudging Chen Jingyun with his shoulder as he came over to take credit. Chen Jingyun nodded, and then looked at Lin Jiao. It's getting late, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go for dinner? Sure. Lin Jiao nodded, him fine with anything. The three washed their faces, tidied up their slightly disheveled clothes from gaming. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden task. Should the host treat the high-level player who helped you rank up and the good friends who played with you to a feast. Task: treat Lin Jiao and Zhang Zhan to a meal with a total expenditure of over 5,000 yuan. Reward: Richard Mill RM056 Jinto limited edition, globally limited to 3 pieces with a public price of 17183000 yuan. Chen Jingyun stopped in his tracks, carefully counting the numbers on the system panel. Units: tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, brother, father, grandfather. 10 million level. A 17 million yuan watch. Just by treating the two of them to a meal over 5,000, he could obtain a watch worth 17 million. And that's the public price. Limited edition watches usually have even higher market prices. What's the difference from getting? Zhang Zhan turned around only to find that Chen Jingyun had disappeared. He looked back and saw him still in a daze, calling out, come on, why are you still standing there? I'm starving. Chen Jingyun snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up, saying, I suddenly remembered something and got lost in thought. He didn't delve deeper into that topic and instead mentioned dinner. Today I'm treating you both to a feast, so don't fight over it. Zhang Zhan naturally wouldn't fight over it. He had originally planned to have a meal treated by Chen Jingyun. During their 3 years in high school, he had never had a meal treated by Chen Jingyun. There was no other way. Back then Chen Jingyun truly didn't have enough money to treat. Let's go, I can't wait. They went to the parking lot and got into the car. Lin Jiao naturally sat in Chen Jingyun's car. Chen Jingyun had no idea where a restaurant could cost 5,000 yuan, but in today's society, so many things are transparent. A quick search online yields results. Looking at the list of high-end restaurants in Huhai, the first one was Huanggongzi, followed by Taemin. He called both restaurants. Huanggongzi was fully booked until next month, but luckily Taemin had availability today. After making the reservation, Chen Jingyun sent a message to Zhang Zhan and then drove Lin Jiao towards Taemin, which was not far from Jing'an Temple. Lin Jiao chatted with Chen Jingyun, asking, what are we eating? Don't worry, it will definitely be a feast. Chen Jingyun smiled, feeling that the distance between him and Lin Jiao had narrowed significantly after gaming all afternoon. For gaming enthusiasts, playing games is undoubtedly the best way to strengthen relationships. I don't need a feast at McDonald's. Lin Jiao absent-mindedly played with her platinum ring, speaking softly. Huh, what did you say? Chen Jingyun didn't hear clearly. Nothing. It was already heavy traffic in Huhai around 5 o'clock. Even a Mercedes S63 or a Bugatti Veyron would be stuck in traffic. There was no way to fly through. They went at a stop-and-go pace, taking over half an hour to cover 6 kilometers. Upon arriving at the location and parking the car, Zhang Jun took a while to arrive. Standing at the entrance of Tianmin, Zhang Jun asked, "Aren't you treating us to Tianmin?" "It's not that it's insufficient, it's just that it's too much and it's unnecessary." Zhang Jun replied. Although he had already seen Chen Jingyun driving a 3 million yuan car, subconsciously, he still regarded Chen Jingyun as the high school student who earned 300 yuan a week. He was still thinking of saving a little for Chen Jingyun. "It's necessary. All right, let's go. I've already reserved a spot." Chen Jingyun wanted to say that he had treated him to so many meals that he couldn't fully express his gratitude for this one, but he couldn't bring himself to say such sentimental words, so he urged him to hurry inside. As soon as they entered, 2 welcoming ladies dressed in Tianmin's customized uniforms greeted them, appearing very neat and clean. "Welcome to Tianmin." The welcoming lady did not ask if they had a reservation at the door, but instead led the 3 of them inside, where they sat on a long redwood sofa and were served 3 glasses of sparkling water decorated with mint leaves. Once the 3 were settled, the welcoming lady asked, "Could you please provide your phone number, sir? I will check your reservation for." Chen Jingyun provided his last name and reservation details, and after checking, she led the 3 to their seats. The ambience of Tianmin was clearly much higher in quality compared to the place they visited at noon, with luxurious decor dominated by a black color scheme, creating a rich atmosphere. The intertwining lights gave a hazy, yet just right brightness. The waiter guided the 3 to a semi-enclosed open dining area, and then presented the menu, which was a sturdy piece of paper that could be unfolded with a decent texture. Such restaurants typically offered set meals rather than a la carte options, with the cheapest set meal costing 2,188 yuan, plus a 15% service charge. The waiter introduced, "This is our 50th menu at Tianmin. The appetizer consists of New Zealand king salmon and Spanish bluefin tuna, and the main course features Lumina Highland lamb with ingredients air freight from their place of origin to Huhai, ensuring freshness." Listening to the waiter's introduction, Chen Jingyun was also looking at the menu, which was bilingual with small English text at the front and bold Chinese characters at the back. He could understand it all. One dish was quite amusing, named Bao in Chinese and Bao in English, a complete blend of. Chen Jingyun ordered 3 sets of the 3,188 yuan meal, which along with the 15% service charge totaled over 10,000 yuan, completing the system task with ease. Although it was his first time dining at such a high-end restaurant, Chen Jingyun felt no sense of awkwardness. With a bulging wallet, he naturally felt confident. "Since we drove, we won't be drinking alcohol. Do you have any soft drinks?" Chen Jingyun asked. "Yes, sir," the waiter replied, bringing over 3 beverage menus for the 3 of them. Although the set meal included plum tea, Chen Jingyun preferred juice. He was thrilled to find that they had mango pomelo sago and had to order it. Once the 3 had ordered their drinks, the waiter left. "You really went all out today," Zhang Jun remarked. "Don't worry, I've brought plum." Chen Jingyun joked. "After we finish eating, we'll continue to fight. I feel like I can reach mythical status today." Lin Jiayao opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything discouraging. With 2 people dragging her down, she felt increasingly strained, especially when playing with props. She had to duel with the last 3 to ensure victory. And after reaching the extraordinary rank, the higher the level, the stronger the opponents. Although Zhang Jun and Chen Jingyun had decent shooting skills, their awareness was completely insufficient, and she could no longer guarantee that she could help the 2 continue ranking up. She was merely an enabler, not a professional. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the waiter also brought out several exquisite appetizers: a puff, a small plate of honeydew, a bowl of oxtail soup adorned with caviar, 2 macarons, and a dish of salmon roe. All were arranged on delicate small plates lined up neatly on the table. Chen Jingyun found this arrangement quite novel, took out his phone, and snapped a photo as a keepsake. Zhang Jun and Lin Jiayao, however, were already accustomed to it. Tianmin was indeed impressive, but they had been to various private kitchens and even private clubs that were not open to the public, accompanying their parents on many occasions. They had also been to Tianmin several times, but not with the 50th menu. "Let's take a group photo, we can post it on Moments," Chen Jingyun suggested. Sure, Zhang Jun readily agreed. He was someone who loved posting on Moments, but he did it not for others to see, but rather to show it to Lu Xiaoyu. After each post, he would check if Lu Xiaoyu liked it. Unlike Lin Jiao's well-known affection for Chen Jingyun, Zhang Jun's feelings for Lu Xiaoyu were only known to Chen. Lin Jiao, who was already sitting beside Chen Jingyun, leaned closer when she heard they were taking a group photo, and their arms brushed against each other, feeling each other's warmth. Zhang Jun moved behind the seats, leaning against the backrest like an outsider. Chen Jingyun switched to selfie mode, raised his hand in a classic peace sign, and exclaimed, "Yay." Lin Jiao tilted her head slightly, appearing as if she rested her head on the boy's shoulder in the frame, a sweet smile gracing her face, and perhaps just being a little closer brought her a sense of satisfaction. She also extended her peace sign. "Yay." With a click, the moment was captured. Chen Jingyun glanced at the photo, feeling quite pleased. All 3 in the picture wore smiles, radiating joy. "Send me the photo, I'll edit it before you post it on Moments." "Do such a beautiful girl, like you really need to edit photos?" Chen Jingyun asked, puzzled. Lin Jiao's looks were undoubtedly outstanding. If judged by the system's scoring standard, she would easily score a 9. Perhaps even a 9. 1. He had always thought that only girls who weren't that pretty or those in the cosplay circle liked. He never expected that such a beautiful girl like Lin Jiayao would also use photo editing software. Lin Jiayao did not respond to Chen Jingyun's question, but instead asked, "Do you really think I'm beautiful? I have eyes and a normal aesthetic." Chen Jingyun nodded. "Anyone with normal perception would find you beautiful." Lin Jiayao was quite pleased with Chen Jingyun's compliment, her eyes slightly squinted with a smile. "Then why?" Zhang Zhun observed the two and unconsciously lowered his head. "I shouldn't be here, I should be under the table." "I don't dislike you," Chen Jingyun instinctively retorted. Lin Jiayao immediately pressed, "So you do like me then?" Chen Jingyun's personality was inherently reserved and introverted, making it nearly impossible for him to openly say he liked someone. However, he truly had feelings for Lin Jiayao. This time Lin Jiayao did not interrupt, but patiently waited for Chen Jingyun's answer, her eyes filled with anticipation. Although Chen Jingyun was reserved when it came to feelings, he had reached a point where not expressing a clear answer would make him less than a. Facing the girl's gaze, Chen Jingyun chose to follow his heart. "I do like you." In the past, he had been afraid to confront this, because as a child from an ordinary family attending a prestigious school, he not only had to constantly strive to get into a good university, but also ensure that the hundreds of thousands spent did not go to waste. Surrounded by various wealthy second-generation youths, he felt a sense of inferiority as a child from a regular. Classmates carried Hermes bags, wore Louis Vuitton, and their outfits cost several months' wages for an ordinary person, sometimes even a year's salary. In such an environment, Chen Jingyun naturally dared not have overly extravagant expectations about feelings. But now things were different. He had achieved competitive grades and was accepted into UCLA, and he also had a system. Thus both issues became non-issues. Did he need to feel inferior? With $2,000 of pocket money a day, did he need to feel inferior? Moreover, this cash reward would only increase. At that moment, he dared to confront his own heart. He would no longer. At this moment, he felt as if some shackles had been severed, and he had become more confident. "I like you." Chen Jingyun repeated it once more, this time articulating each word more clearly and with greater conviction. Hearing the answer that satisfied her, Lin Jiayao broke into a happy smile. "I knew it. A girl as good as me, there's no way you wouldn't like me." Lin Jiayao adjusted her hair, tucking loose strands behind her ear. Zhang Zhun wished he could immediately turn into a stone or a chair right then. Why should he, a living person, endure? "What about me while you two are being all lovey-dovey?" Before the two could delve deeper, the waiter began serving the first New Zealand king salmon paired with wasabi and pine nuts, perfectly aligned with Michelin and Black Pearl standards. Large plates, small portions. In plates larger than dinner plates, there was only a portion the size of a baby's fist. Looking at the dish brought to him, Chen Jingyun thought that although the portion was small, it was undeniably tempting, with a perfect blend of color, aroma, and taste. The salmon's tender hue signified its richness. He picked up his chopsticks. "Let's eat." After all, this was huaxiao. Even in a Michelin restaurant, chopsticks were a must. On a single-person table, knives, forks, chopsticks, and spoons were all available. Having received satisfying words, Lin Jiayao was not in a hurry to push further. After 3 years, she was not concerned about this moment. Although the three of them had the same set meal, the choices for appetizers and main dishes were not the same. For instance, Zhang Zhun's appetizer was a small steak. In front of Chen Jingyun, the large plate held the main dish with neatly arranged knives, forks, chopsticks, and spoons on either side. Extending his gaze, he saw 3 cups of different heights. His ordered mango sago, the complimentary plum tea, and a cup of water for rinsing. After tasting a dish, one would even rinse their mouth to cleanse the taste of the previous dish, awakening the palate for the next culinary delight. When Chen Jingyun's bao was brought out, he once again discovered the allure of wealth. The bao was indeed a bun, but unlike ordinary buns, this one had no seal on top, and the filling was spilling out as if it were a volcano about to erupt. It wasn't minced meat, but rather enticing pieces of grilled beef topped with plenty of smoked caviar. They were all buns, but this one could fetch an exorbitant price of 888. The meal lasted over 2 hours, with 40 minutes spent eating. The rest was waiting for dishes to be served. There was an interval between each dish as the waiter not only removed the plates, but also changed the entire set of utensils. Even the utensils for fish were different from those for steak. This 15% service charge required the restaurant to do everything possible to make diners feel the expense was worth it. After finishing the meal, Chen Jingyun glanced at the bill, which totaled 11267. 7 yuan. It truly stung a bit. However, he still paid without hesitation. This amount was less than his daily cash reward. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Reward: Richard Mill RM056 Jean Tote Limited Edition has been stored in the host's car armrest. Just after settling the bill, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chen Jingyun's mind. Ignoring the system's prompt, although the watch was valued at 17 million, he wasn't planning to sell it. It was just a watch after all, so he didn't show excessive excitement. If it were 17 million in cash, he might have jumped up in excitement, dancing to release his emotions. He tucked the receipt into his pocket and asked the waiter for 2 parking tickets, and the 3 of them left the restaurant. Zhang Zhun rubbed his belly. Although each dish was small, the number of dishes was substantial. Nearly 10 dishes combined were enough to fill a guy completely. Let's go back to continue the battle. He didn't want to think about anything else now, he just wanted to rank up. After all, having empowering teammates was rare, and he didn't have any empowering friends around. If he sought a game partner, it felt like he would lose the fun of the game. Games are best enjoyed with friends. The three of them got in the car. With Lin Jiayao in the car, Chen Jingyun didn't rush to check what the $17 million watch looked like. Instead, he steadily drove towards the esports hotel. What time do you plan to play until? It's a bit inappropriate for a girl to stay with the two of us. Although Chen Jingyun was facing his heart, he still felt it wasn't quite right to have Lin Jiayao stay with them. Around midnight, Lin Jiayao replied. Alright, I'll take you back then. Chen Jingyun spoke, while driving, finally feeling somewhat familiar with enough energy to chat with Lin Jiayao, yet most of his focus remained on driving. Okay, Lin Jiayao agreed. When she attended a classmate reunion, she hadn't driven herself, but was taken by the family chauffeur. Now that Chen Jingyun was driving her, there was naturally no need to call the chauffeur. Returning to the gaming hotel, the three continued their journey of three-man squads. They were still winning at first, but the pressure was palpable, and towards the end, they even started losing matches. However, Zhang Jun and Chen Jingyun had already reached the second tier of the extraordinary level, and today's goal had... As the red defeat appeared on the screen, Chen Jingyun helplessly pushed away the keyboard, took off his headphones, and slumped onto the sofa behind him. I've played for 7 or 8 hours, I'm exhausted. Chen Jingyun's eyes were glazed over. Gaming for too long can be tiring, leaving his mind blank, similar to the fatigue from prolonged studying. Thus, gaming is akin to studying. In the same, oh, I'm so tired. Zhang Jun also got up from the gaming chair, rushed over, and collapsed onto the sofa. Feeling that this position was not enough, he tilted his head and laid down on the sofa, resting his head on Chen Jingyun's thigh. Lin Jiayao watched the two, feeling an urge to scold them. I'm the one who's the most tired, alright. Having to play games with two fools is exhausting for me, yet I'm the one who hasn't complained, and you two are already slumped on the sofa. If you want me to take you both gaming again, that's not happening. However, she also felt like lying on Chen Jingyun's lap. After a moment of daze, Chen Jingyun finally rested, checked the time on his phone, and saw it was already past midnight. Chen Jingyun picked up the car keys from the coffee table. Let's go, we'll drive you home. Okay. Lin Jiayao replied, feeling that it was inappropriate for her to stay here. You two are leaving? Zhang Jun was stunned. Was he going to be left here? Chen Jingyun explained. Wait for me here, I'll first drop Lin Jiayao home, and then come back. Alright, drive slowly. Okay. The two went downstairs to the parking lot, and the traffic in Huhai at dawn was... As soon as the ambient lights in the car turned on at night, the interior transformed into something akin to an alien spaceship, filled with a dreamy atmosphere. Setting the car's ambient light to the classic purple-pink of Mercedes-Benz seemed to make the atmosphere between the two subtly more intimate. Where to? Chen Jingyun asked, opening the navigation. Lin Jiayao replied with 2 words, Tiangong. Tiangong is the most prestigious luxury villa area in Huhai, unmatched by any other. Compared to Tiangong, the Thompson Riviera is merely a younger brother. After all, the most expensive unit at Thompson is priced at 120 million, while the cheapest in Tiangong starts at 400 million. Chen Jingyun had never known where Lin Jiayao lived, and she had never mentioned it. Hearing the name Tiangong now made him involuntarily click his tongue in surprise. She truly is a rich young lady. He needed to upgrade his system quickly, otherwise at his current system level he still wouldn't be worthy of Lin Jiayao. However, he knew that with the system he would eventually be worthy of the girl before him. Chen Jingyun set the navigation, and soon the car was on the Inner Ring Expressway heading towards Hanqiao Road. When are you heading to Los Angeles? Let's go together then, Lin Jiayao said. Sure. Chen Jingyun readily agreed. Going alone to an unfamiliar place in America was always better with a companion. I've already booked the flight, I'll send you the details later, and we can go together. Alright. There was not much traffic at night, it took only 15 minutes to cover 11 kilometers. The Mercedes S63 showcased its performance for the first time to Chen Jingyun. Lin Jiayao tightly gripped the car's overhead handle several times, her back pressed firmly against the leather seat, an unusual thrill spreading through her body. Upon arriving at Tiangong, Chen Jingyun couldn't drive in. Lin Jiayao unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, but didn't get out immediately, saying, "Thank you for driving me back, I'll be on my way now." Chen Jingyun smiled. See you at the airport then. Okay. Lin Jiayao nodded, yet she still didn't get out of the car. Chen Jingyun looked at her, still smiling internally, urging Lin Jiayao to get out, yet reluctant to let her leave. He wanted her to get out because it was August and Hai's weather was quite stuffy. With the door open, the cool air from inside the car. The reason he didn't want Lin Jiayao to get out was that he liked her and wanted to spend a little more time with her. The two gazed at it. Suddenly Lin Jiayao leaned in her cherry-like lips, pecking Chen Jingyun's face before she quickly pulled away. The sensation was fleeting. By the time Chen Jingyun came back to his senses, the car door had already closed, and there was no trace of the girl in the passenger seat, only a faint hint of her perfume lingering inside the car. This? Chen Jingyun touched his face, looking at his hand in front of him, which had a faint red mark, the girl's lipstick. After taking a deep look at the entrance of Tiangong, he believed he would eventually live there, and so would his parents. Driving back to the gaming hotel, he had already informed his parents that he would not be coming home today. Upon reaching the parking lot of the hotel, Chen Jingyun did not go upstairs, but first took out the watch from the armrest. The system had gone all out. This watch not only came with its original box, but also included certification and an invoice. He carefully took the watch out of the box and began to admire it. Richard Mille. This is a watch with a crystal case and strap. Through the surface, one can see the intricate mechanical structure inside operating very steadily with a ring of blue gemstones surrounding the dial as decoration. Is this really a 17 million watch? TSK, TSK, TSK. As Chen Jingyun marveled, he found himself increasingly fond of the watch on his wrist. Perhaps the 17 million price was too extraordinary, or maybe the design of this Richard Mille was just that cool. After playing with it for a while and taking a photo, Chen Jingyun finally took it off and placed it back in the armrest. Returning to the room, Zhang Zhun was still lying on the sofa playing with Jin Chan Chan. Upon seeing Chen Jingyun enter, he pointed to the he tea on the coffee table. That's yours. Thanks. Moi. Zhang Zhun jumped up from the sofa, examining Chen Jingyun's face closely. Chen Jingyun was inserting the straw, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, and frowned, asking, "What are you doing? What mark is that on your face?" Zhang Zhun leaned in closer. "What mark?" Chen Jingyun felt a bit guilty, wondering why there were still marks even after he wiped his face. "Something's off, extremely off. You definitely have lipstick on your face. Come clean. Did you kiss someone?" Zhang Zhun looked at Chen Jingyun with a curious expression, his back pain forgotten, and his mind cleared. At that moment, the urge to gossip overwhelmed everything. Chen Jingyun pushed him away, saying, get away, what kiss, what are you talking about?" The more you deny it, the more excited Zhang Zhun became. "Not bad, Lao Chen, you're really making quick progress. You used to avoid being alone with Lin Jiayao, and now you're directly taking her home. And you even. Anyway, you're doing great, Lao Chen." Chen Jingyun pushed him away, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you still playing, or should I go to sleep now?" In the following days, Chen Jingyun stayed at home, and his parents took 2 days off to spend as much time with their son as possible. Chen Jingyun also gave his parents a heads up, asking them to provide him with a month's living expenses up front, assuring them that he would find a job and earn his own money. His words even brought tears to his father's eyes. Chen Jingyun had always been a sensible child, rarely causing his parents worry, yet the love they gave him was never lacking. As the only child, he enjoyed a lavish life with plentiful food and entertainment. Soon his parents became busy. Aside from lounging at home, Chen Jingyun also visited the LV store located in the Guajin Center to refresh his wardrobe. He donned the Louis Vuitton clothes his classmates often talked about, feeling quite comfortable and looking good. The system also welcomed an upgrade, reaching LV3. The upgrade reward for LV3 was quite impressive, a 24-hour spending card. As long as he made purchases within 24 hours, the system would provide a cashback of 5 to 10 times, but the spending locations were restricted to Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, which he could only use after arriving in Los Angeles. Correspondingly, the system's daily cash reward had also increased to $4,000. Now Chen Jingyun was truly a member of the upper middle class, earning millions annually. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day to go to America had arrived. His parents escorted him to the airport. Although Chen Jingyun was a worry-free child, they couldn't help but remind him repeatedly, especially to stay away from drugs, avoid gangs, keep safe, and not go out at night. Chen Jingyun felt no impatience. He simply listened, seriously nodding and remembering every point his parents made. The accounting major is very practical. It's easy to find a job both domestically and abroad, and the salary is high. You must study hard, his father Chen Guochang advised. Chen Jingyun nodded, saying, "Dad, I won't let you down." He glanced at the time. There was still plenty of it. He arrived quite early, having set aside 4 hours to experience the first-class lounge of Eastern Airlines. He had flown before, but always waited in the metal chairs outside the boarding gate, never having entered a first-class lounge. This time he wanted to see what the difference was. "Go ahead, good luck, and remember to tell Mom and Dad when the plane takes off." "Okay, Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves. Come here, let's hug. It will be 4 to 5 months until we meet again." The three of them embraced at the airport entrance, leaving behind a group photo. After bidding farewell to his parents, Chen Jingyun wheeled his suitcase into the airport. His suitcase was filled with Louis Vuitton shoes and clothes. He had bought a lot of this brand since it was the one his classmates mentioned the most. Following the signs, he arrived at the check-in counter. Other counters had queues, but the first-class counter was empty, adorned with a red carpet, giving it a sense of ceremony. He rolled his suitcase up, feeling some resistance as it slid over the red carpet. He took out his ID and passport and handed them to the young lady in the red vest at the counter. "Flying to Los Angeles," Chen Jingyun stated. "All right, sir," the lady replied, taking his ID and passport to check him in. "Would you like a window seat or a middle seat?" "This first-class flight only has 2 passengers. He'll take the middle seat," Chen Jingyun replied, recalling Lin Jiao's specific advice to choose the middle seat for a better experience. "All right, do you need to check any luggage?" "Yes," Chen Jingyun said, placing his suitcase on the conveyor belt next to the check-in. Soon the check-in was completed. "Your seat is 2D. Here is your boarding pass. The first-class lounge is in the satellite building. You need to take the shuttle train to get there." "Thank you." Chen Jingyun expressed his gratitude, taking back his passport and ID along with a first-class board. He examined the boarding pass carefully. It was similar to a regular boarding pass except for the seat number. Usually he sat in rows 10 to 20 with seat numbers starting with T or L. This time the seat number was F2D. F stands for first class. With his bag on his back and no longer dragging a suitcase, Chen Jingyun felt much lighter as he headed towards the security checkpoint. Also had a special queue entrance for first-class passengers with very few people, as a plane typically had hundreds of seats, but only a few in first class, while smaller and medium-sized planes often lacked first class altogether. After passing through security, Chen Jingyun walked towards the first-class lounge of Eastern Airlines. There weren't many domestic airlines with first class, with Air China and Xiamen Airlines being among them, followed by Eastern Airlines. Among the three airlines with proper first-class seating, Eastern Airlines offered the best. Having visited the airport many times and flown numerous flights, he had never experienced such a quick check-in and security. This was a privilege reserved for the wealthy. Of course, he had never felt this relaxed either. Checking his phone, he saw a WeChat message from Lin Jiayao. "Where are you?" Chen Jingyun replied, "I've just cleared security." Lin Jiayao responded immediately, "I just arrived at the airport. Wait for me in the lounge, though I'll be there shortly." Chen Jingyun replied, "I'll wait for you at the security entrance. I'll take a stroll around the airport for a bit." The airport was not just for catching flights. The Huanghai airport had various boutiques, and Chen Jingyun planned to buy a new phone and laptop. His current phone was a second-hand iPhone 11 he bought in his first year of high school, and it was long overdue for an upgrade. Although Chen Jingyun had a fondness for domestic smartphones, when it came to studying abroad, an Apple phone was undoubtedly more convenient. After a short wait, Lin Jiayao arrived. In the past, she would rush to the airport right before boarding, but this time Chen Jingyun wanted to come early, so she did too. Today's Lin Jiayao had returned to her previous style, wearing black flared pants paired with a lightweight white hoodie. There was nothing remarkable about her outfit, as she simply grabbed a couple of items from her wardrobe. However, paired with her beauty, it looked simple yet stunning. Since their last visit to the esports hotel, the two had not seen each other again, but their WeChat conversations had never ceased, and they had even started following a trending Douyin account. "Why did you come so early?" Lin Jiayao, carrying an LV tote, walked up to him. Chen Jingyun tucked his phone back into his pocket, saying, "There's nothing to do at home, so I thought I might as well come early and take a stroll." "Sure, I'll accompany you. Let's go to Apple first. I need to get a new phone," Chen Jingyun said. "All right." Shanghai Pudong Airport is quite large, and some boarding gates even require taking a small train to reach. It has virtually every type of shop functioning as a massive shopping center. You can find electronics from Apple, Huawei, and Xiaomi, as well as luxury brands like LV and Gucci, and even high-tech products like DJI. At the Apple store, Chen Jingyun didn't spend much time choosing. He quickly bought a white iPhone 16 Pro Max, naturally opting for the largest storage of 1 terabyte. Since he was already there, he decided to get a few more accessories. He also bought a pair of Apple over-ear headphones and a pair of why not get a laptop as well? "You'll need it when you go to school," Lin Jiayao suggested. "Oh sure." Chen Jingyun nodded as he had some money on him. His previous laptop was an expensive Dell, which despite being a bit laggy was still sufficient for attending classes. However, it was a bit heavy, making it cumbersome to carry around during classes. He then bought a MacBook Pro 16 before heading. Upon seeing the receipt, it totaled over 49,000. The laptop was particularly pricey, costing more than 30,000. "Where should we go now?" Chen Jingyun asked, having finished his shopping. "Shall we head to the lounge?" "Sure." Lin Jiayao replied, not particularly interested in shopping in the airport and planning to stay at the lounge. With bags in hand, the two needed to take a small train to reach the satellite building. The so-called small train was actually an airport tram with no seats, only room to stand. Chen Jingyun joked, "Let's ride this small train all the way to Los Angeles." Huh. The small train wasn't fast, but the distance between terminals at Shanghai Pudong Airport wasn't far, and they quickly arrived at the satellite building. The two headed to the lounge. It was Chen Jingyun's first time in such a lounge. He had often seen the entrance during previous airport visits, watching as people in suits with small suitcases came and went, looking very successful. Upon entering, there was a reception area and a front desk. The wall behind the front desk was made of solid wood, displaying the name of the Eastern Airlines in large letters along with their logo. After handing the boarding pass to the receptionist, she verified it and returned it with both hands, slightly bowing as she said, "Wish you a pleasant journey." "Thank you." Stepping into the lounge, it was indeed very different from the outside. There were no metal chairs, only spacious, soft single sofas. A large sofa area was accompanied by a dining area where a buffet was set up, and beside it was a beverage station with various drinks, including red wine and champagne. However, it was somewhat different from Chen Jingyun's expectations. He had seen online reviews of airline lounges, with some first-class lounges offering food comparable to Michelin. It seemed that Eastern Airlines didn't quite meet those standards, and he certainly wanted to experience better lounges in the future. "Are you hungry?" Lin Jiayao asked. "There's not much good food in the Eastern Airlines lounge except for their noodles, which aren't that tasty. I spent over $10,000 on this ticket just to eat a bowl of noodles. But having something to eat is still great. After all, there was nothing to eat while waiting for flights before, and food was expensive. I'll eat later. I want to unbox my phone and laptop first." Chen Jingyun thoroughly enjoyed the unboxing experience. He first unboxed his new phone connected to Wi-Fi and set it aside to transfer data from his old phone before proceeding to unbox the laptop and headphones. Lin Jiayao sat beside him, quietly watching with genuine excitement on her face. Does he enjoy unboxing, or does he just like Apple? Lin Jiayao found it hard to comprehend how a guy who could afford a Mercedes would be so happy about a new phone. She had heard that Chen Jingyun's family wasn't well off, but she didn't mind at all. Her family was wealthy, and no matter his background, it didn't matter to her. Lin Jiayao slightly adjusted her coat, watching the boy focused on his tasks, his wristwatch occasionally glimmering in her light. She recognized that watch. She had seen a friend wear it and had boasted to many people that it was a Richard Mille. She wanted an auction for 25 million. There were only 3 in the world, one with him, one owned by the national sweetheart, Wang Xiaogong, and the whereabouts of the third one were unknown. Such a watch is difficult to counterfeit. Few people know about it, and the mechanical structure is so precise that it's hard to reproduce convincingly. Lin Jiayao grew more puzzled, but didn't ask. She wasn't ready to explore it now, as she believed that one day Chen Jingyun would reveal everything to her. After finishing the unboxing, the data transfer for his phone was quickly completed. He inserted the SIM card, and now he could start using the old phone. No wonder you girls love unboxing so much. Chen Jingyun looked at Lin Jiayao beside him, saying, "Unboxing is so much fun. Shall we go eat now?" Let's. Chen Jingyun placed the laptop into his backpack. This laptop was much lighter than his previous one, making it significantly easier to carry. The two arrived at the dining area and told the chef at the window that they wanted 2 bowls of noodles. There weren't many people in the dining area, but each had a bowl of noodles. The noodles were freshly made, and through the glass they could see the chefs busily working with steam rising directly into the exhaust hood. After receiving their number, they found a table to sit down. Zhang Zhen should have taken off by now. He's going to school in New York, but he said he would first transfer in Singapore. Chen Jingyun casually remarked, as he and Lin Jiayao's main topic was their classmates. Lin Jiayao pouted. He's not transferring in Singapore. He's going to find Lu Xiaoyu there. Huh? What? Chen Jingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Zhen had told him he would transfer in Singapore, but he hadn't mentioned that he was going there to find Lu Xiaoyu, and Chen didn't inquire further. Yes, Lin Jiayao nodded, echoing Chen Jingyun's tone. Xiaoyu told me that Zhang Zhen is going to Singapore to visit her. Chen Jingyun's face showed concern. Lu Xiaoyu was the class monitor, cheerful and lively with shoulder-length hair, a sunny and cute appearance. He couldn't really let him enjoy the good stuff, could he? The two chatted for a while, and their noodles were already ready with the number card flashing a red light. The two went to retrieve their noodles. 2 bowls of seemingly ordinary noodles were placed at the counter alongside the top. Chen Jingyun scooped 3 spoonfuls of toppings, spreading a layer of minced meat over the noodles, then added some cilantro and chopped green onions. Returning to their seats, Chen Jingyun took a bite. It was a classic spicy meat noodle dish familiar to anyone living in Huhai, but this bowl was cooked quite well, neither too soft nor too hard, exceptionally chewy. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Delicious. Lin Jiayao said, "It's the only thing that tastes good here." After finishing their noodles, Chen Jingyun played with his new phone, while the Eastern Airlines first-class lounge didn't offer many great entertainment options. "How about we play a game? There's still over an hour until boarding." Lin Jiayao replied. "Sure, what do you play?" "Jin Chan Chan." "I do," Chen Jingyun responded, puzzled. It was hard to imagine a girl not only playing tiles, but also Jin Chan Chan. In that case, they decided to play Jin Chan Chan for a while. After playing 3 rounds and having some snacks, it was time to board. The ground staff in the lounge came to remind them they could board, then led them to a passage where a minibus was waiting. They boarded the minibus, which seemed specially designed for first class, as it had only 6 seats, each occupying the space of 7 or 8 seats on a regular minibus. With 6 seats, it perfectly matched the 6 first-class passengers. Chen Jingyun casually snapped a photo, as there were only him and Lin Jiayao in the vehicle. "If there are no upgrades at the back, it will just be the 2 of us in first class today." Lin Jiayao said the fewer people, the better the service they would enjoy. Then she seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "By the way, did you choose the middle seat?" Chen Jingyun nodded yes. "Is there something special about the middle seat? Isn't the window seat usually a better experience?" Lin Jiayao lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing with a hint of pink, her words somewhat hesitant. "You'll find out soon." The minibus drove through the airport and soon arrived in front of a Boeing B-777. This was the world's largest twin-engine wide-body passenger aircraft, towering like a behemoth. Standing beneath it, one could hardly compare to its wheel. Taking out his phone, Chen Jingyun snapped a photo of the airplane, then they walked towards the boarding staircase. At this moment, the business class and economy class passengers had not yet arrived, making Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao the first to board the plane, avoiding the crowd on the staircase, which could be considered a privilege. Chen Jingyun handed his boarding pass to a flight attendant who was welcoming them. The flight attendant glanced at it, and then handed it back, saying, "Good evening, Mr. Chen, welcome aboard." Another flight attendant welcomed Lin Jiayao. "Good evening, Miss Lin, welcome aboard." Chen Jingyun instinctively moved to the right where the economy class seats were, but in the next moment he realized he had bought a first-class ticket. His foot, which had not yet stepped forward, paused for a moment. Then he followed Lin Jiayao, heading towards the left side, where the business class and first-class areas were. Passing through the business class area, he reached the first-class section. There were only 6 seats in the first-class area, 2 on each side against the cabin wall, arranged front and back, and 2 more in the middle, 1 on each side. 1 first-class seat occupied the space of 9 economy class seats. It was quite luxurious. "Mr. Chen, your seat is 2D, right here." The flight attendant gestured toward his seat with her hands angled downwards, her voice quite commanding. "Would you like to put your bag up top?" Chen Jingyun nodded, taking out his charger and headphones from his bag before handing it to the attendant. After placing his bag, Chen Jingyun sat down. His first impression of the first-class seat on Eastern Airlines was that it was wide and spacious. This seat was so spacious that even Lin Jiayao could sit beside him, and the legroom in front was incredibly generous, allowing him to stretch his legs completely to barely reach the opposite seat. To the right were various security and charging ports, along with several storage compartments. The flight attendant who had just greeted Chen Jingyun squatted down and said again, "Good evening, Mr. Chen. Thank you for choosing Eastern Airlines. My surname is Zhou. You can call me Xiao Zhou." Xiao Zhou looked to be about 7 to 10 years older than Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun simply nodded in response. Xiao Zhou then began to explain how to use the various buttons on the seat, the entertainment screen, in front, the position of the small table, and so on. The small table was quite large, suitable for 2 people to eat face-to-face without any problem, and the footrest in front could accommodate another person sitting across from them. "Mr. Chen, we have champagne soda juice and sparkling water available on this flight. Would you like something to drink?" "Champagne," Chen Jingyun replied. "All right," Xiao Zhou said, swaying as she walked to the back work area, and quickly returned holding a bottle of champagne in her left hand and a champagne glass in her right. After pouring champagne for Chen Jingyun, she left. Lin Jiao had also finished her service. She was already accustomed to such treatment. Taking a sip of champagne, he found it sweet and alcoholic, the bubbles bursting on his tongue, quite delightful, almost like drinking soda. "Aren't you going to drink champagne?" Chen Jingyun asked. Lin Jiao shook her head. "I don't like it." "All right, I think it's cool." Chen Jingyun continued to drink on his own, and soon finished a glass of champagne. In the background, there was a lot of noise as the business class and economy class passengers were boarding. On a large aircraft like the Boeing 777, they usually open the middle boarding door. The left side is for first class and business class, while the right side is entirely economy class. Economy class passengers couldn't even see what first class looked like. There was noise around him, but not a single person could disturb the first class passengers. "Sir, would you like another glass of champagne?" The flight attendant noticed Chen Jingyun's glass was empty and approached him. Chen Jingyun shook his head. "Do you have cola, the iced kind? Would you like Coca-Cola or Pepsi?" "They'll have Coca-Cola." "All right, sir." The service in first class is excellent, equipped with 2 flight attendants, yet there are only Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiao as passengers, providing unknown service with impeccable quality. Soon flight attendant Xiao Zhou brought over the Coca-Cola, not in a small paper cup like in economy class, but in a transparent glass filled with ice, heavy in hand. The airport broadcast began, and as Eastern Airlines' distinctive safety video played, a child exclaimed, and the plane started to taxi. They were officially on their way to America, and it was impossible to claim that there was no nervousness inside. It was a world filled with unfamiliar faces, buildings, and cultures. His heart was filled with longing for university life, along with a slight fear of the unknown ahead. His ears felt swollen, and after swallowing they returned to normal until the ringing stopped. The captain announced that the plane was starting to taxi, and the restroom was opened. The flight attendant brought 2 little cards which were for the in-flight Wi-Fi. "I really like flying at night. The outside is pitch black while the cabin is softly lit, creating a wonderful atmosphere." Chen Jingyun connected to the Wi-Fi while chatting with Lin Jiao beside him. "I also enjoy flying at night. Often after a meal and a nap we arrive at our destination." Lin Jiao replied, "What time do we land?" She said, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "That's a good time. It feels like we won't have to adjust our sleep schedule much." Chen Jingyun said although there was Wi-Fi, he tried to play games, but couldn't. However, he could watch videos, which was still nice. But watching videos was more comfortable. Lying down as sitting up made it hard to relax. So he chatted with Lin Jiao, asking, "Are you planning to stay in America right after graduation?" Lin Jiao shook her head as she hadn't thought about it much, but didn't want to stay in America, saying, "I don't know. The film major seems fun. It should be easier than our actuarial science." "I've seen seniors complaining in the group that actuarial science is particularly difficult to learn," Chen Jingyun remarked. "With your good grades you'll definitely do well," she reassured him. "Thank you for your kind words." They fell into silence as Chen Jingyun adjusted his seat to lie down. Seeing Chen Jingyun lying down, flight attendant Xiao Zhou brought over a blanket and pillow to make him more comfortable. Now he could watch Douyin as if he were in his own bed. The plane flew steadily. Since they had eaten in the lounge, neither of them was hungry and decided to wait until they woke up. Chen Jingyun called the flight attendant. "Excuse me, could you help me make the bed? I plan to rest now." "Sure, sir." The flight attendant brought a bag containing pajamas. Seeing Chen Jingyun preparing for bed, Lin Jiao asked the attendant for help, as well whispering a few words to her. The attendant nodded frequently, indicating her understanding. In first class there were 2 passengers and 2 restrooms. The restroom was fully stocked with amenities, toothbrushes, razors, facial cleansers, etc., comparable to those in hotels. Looking at himself in the mirror, it was Chen Jingyun's first time brushing his teeth on a plane. He had seen classmates post about sitting in first class on social media before, but at that time, he was inexperienced. Seeing a plane where one could lie down for the first time, he thought it was a private jet. After freshening up and putting on the cotton pajamas he had deliberately selected one size larger, he felt comfortable, and when he came out, Lin Jiao was already waiting for him at the door after finishing her wash. Even without makeup, she was still beautiful, with her hair in a high ponytail and wearing simple black pajamas, exuding a relaxed vibe. However, as he walked past the in-flight bar stocked with various snacks and soft drinks, and saw his seat Chen Jingyun was taking, he asked the flight attendant to help make the bed, and she indeed assisted him. But shouldn't it be 2 small beds, one for him and one for Lin Jiao? How did it turn into one large bed? In Eastern Airlines first class, the 2 seats had been laid flat and connected, covered with a white sheet with 4 pillows placed on either side, resembling a large bed in a hotel. Moreover, the flight attendant had even placed 2 bouquets of roses. He wouldn't have to share a bed with Lin Jiao, would he? He had never shared a bed with a girl before. He wanted to call Xiao Zhou over to clarify, but Lin Jiayao spoke up. This is Eastern Airlines' signature sky bed. The middle seat is designed this way. Huh, it's just for sleeping, Lin Jiayao said, suddenly realizing the ambiguity in her words, adding the partition for this seat is quite low. You don't want to do anything right. What could I want to do? But Chen Jingyun was an 18-year-old young man, and having played basketball for a long time, his vitality was at its peak. Just the thought of a beautiful girl lying beside him made it hard for him to suppress his excitement. He sat on the edge of the bed contemplating what to do. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayao had already lain down on her side of the bed. She propped her head up with one hand and asked, "Aren't you tired? What are you doing sitting there?" Just sitting for a while," Chen Jingyun replied, actually waiting for his excitement to die down. "Aren't you afraid of me, a girl? Why would you, a grown man, be afraid of me? I'm afraid I can't control myself and might take advantage of you." But now that the conversation had reached this point, Chen Jingyun simply laid down on the bed, diving under the covers. The blanket was quite thick and the surface was soft. It felt different from the seats, as if a new mattress had been laid. He lay straight on the bed, even able to clearly feel his heartbeat quickening, thumping loudly. Damn it, why is the blanket still a double-sized one? What he didn't know was that this double seat was designed for couples and married couples traveling together. Of course, if strangers sat in this position, the middle partition could be raised. However, Lin Jiayao had specifically instructed the flight attendant to make it a double bed and even requested a double blanket. "Are you feeling nervous?" Lin Jiayao asked. "Isn't it normal to be nervous for the first time?" Chen Jingyun stubbornly shook his head. "Not really." He casually picked up a bottle of Rising Sun special blend from the bedside and took a sip. What he didn't notice was that Lin Jiayao's voice trembled slightly. It was also her first time sharing a bed with a boy. She had spent all afternoon contemplating whether to do this, hesitating, but in the end she impulsively had the flight attendant prepare a double bed. Although she knew they couldn't really do anything on the plane, she was very curious to hear the breathing of the boy she liked beside her. An awkward silence fell between them. After some time, Lin Jiayao's voice broke the quiet, asking, "Are you asleep yet?" Chen Jingyun lay flat, completely still. "Are you asleep?" Lin Jiayao asked again. Chen Jingyun shook his head and replied, "No." He remained properly lying in his position, not daring to cross the line, even a little. No matter how comfortable the bed on the plane was, it could not compare to the comfort of his bed at home, making it hard to sleep. The roar of the airplane engines made it even more difficult for him to fall asleep. "I can't sleep either. Let's chat for." In the dimly lit cabin, only a few indicator lights were on, and there was no one in the first-class area. The flight attendants were in their rest area behind. Lin Jiayao turned on her side, facing Chen Jingyun. "All right, what should we talk about?" Chen Jingyun also turned onto it. Lin Jiayao thought for a moment, not really knowing what to talk about. "Let's talk about why you always avoided me before, and why you're not avoiding me now." "I avoided you before because I didn't get into university. Now I'm not avoiding you because I've been accepted into university," Chen Jingyun said. As for the change in mindset brought about by the system, he naturally could not share that with anyone. "Did you like me back then?" Lin Jiayao asked. Chen Jingyun didn't know how to answer. If he said he liked her, it was just that. During high school, they didn't interact much. Although everyone in class knew Lin Jiayao liked him, she was quite restrained and didn't cling to him. It was impossible to say he didn't like her. But it was just a vague liking buried deep in his heart. "I like you, Chen Jingyun. So are you willing to be with me now?" Lin Jiayao's eyes were full of expectation. Even though the dim light made it hard for Chen Jingyun to see her expression, he could hear the anticipation in her tone. Is confessing at 10,000 meters high a new way to express romance? Chen Jingyun silently complained in his heart, but said, "How about we give it a try?" Lin Jiayao smiled, her lips curving up. "Okay, let's try." Although he couldn't see her expression, Chen Jingyun could see. Lin Jiayao leaned closer to him, the breeze from her breath gently blowing on Chen Jingyun's neck, feeling slightly ticklish. "So now we are together, right?" "Yes." "Great. Let's sleep. I'm really a bit sleepy." "All right." The next morning, as soon as Chen Jingyun opened his eyes, he found a mass of fluffy black hair in front of him, which belonged to Lin Jiayao. At that moment, Lin Jiayao's little head was resting against Chen Jingyun's chest, her whole body curled up in his embrace. "How strange, you clearly had a seatbelt. How did you sleep over here?" Chen Jingyun felt a bit puzzled, but the feeling of waking up to find someone beside him was indeed a bit startling. After he got up and washed up, his stomach started to growl. So he sat in seat 1A and called for the flight attendant to order food. A 12-hour flight had 3 meals, 2 main meals, and 1 midnight snack, and this was still his first meal. The flight attendant presented the menu, which had 2 sets, Chinese and Western, and one could mix and match. The main dishes in the Chinese set were abalone and shark fin soup and braised sea cucumber, while the Western set featured sirloin steak and a pan-fried fish. First-class meals are indeed better. Chen Jingyun ordered the Chinese set, mainly wanting to eat abalone and sea. Although the meals on the plane were all pre-prepared and heated in the air, the food in first class was naturally different from that in economy class. Presented on exquisite plates, the presentation was comparable to Michelin quality. "Mr. Chen, would you like some red wine with your meal?" the flight attendant Xiao Zhou asked. Chen Jingyun nodded, "Sure." Then he began to eat, alternating between abalone, sea cucumber, and red wine, thoroughly satisfied with his first meal in first class. After the meal, there was also an ice cream dessert to conclude, adding to the sense of ceremony. After finishing the meal, Lin Jiayao had not yet woken up. It was quite normal to have insomnia on the plane, so Chen Jingyun didn't wake her up. He looked at the time. There were still over 4 hours until they landed. Changing out of his pajamas, Chen Jingyun boredly scrolled through videos. The internet speed wasn't fast enough for gaming, and being able to watch videos was already the limit. The plane flew rapidly through the air, and on the screen in front the flight path map showed the airplane icon getting closer to the destination until it completely aligned with the endpoint. Chen Jingyun returned to his seat. After Lin Jiao woke up, the flight attendants had already made the bed back into a seat. Sitting in his seat, he could overlook the entire Los Angeles through the airplane window. Because Los Angeles often experiences minor earthquakes, there are rarely tall buildings. Aside from a few high-rises in the city center, most buildings are relatively low, with 20 stories considered quite tall. Due to the low construction, Los Angeles covers a large area, and the entire city sprawls out like a giant pancake. The plane slowly landed at Los Angeles International Airport, the wheels hitting the ground with a thud, then beginning to taxi down the runway, reducing speed, and finally stopping in front of the terminal. Have we arrived? Chen Jingyun stretched, tucking his phone into his pocket. The flight attendant came over to help take down the bag that was placed above. Los Angeles International Airport is one of the busiest airports in the world. Looking back, he could see planes lined up for takeoff, while on the other side planes were simultaneously landing. Amid the flight attendants' farewells, Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiao disembarked. This air isn't sweet at all. After retrieving their checked luggage, Chen Jingyun asked, "Now we need to go through customs, and then take a taxi directly to the school, right?" "Yes, let's just order an Uber," Lin Jiao replied. Uber is the foreign equivalent of Didi. All right. The two approached the customs area, and were met with a sea of people. "Wow, how long will we have to wait?" Chen Jingyun couldn't help but ask, as there must have been thousands of people queuing for customs. Lin Jiao tugged at him. "Come this way." "Huh. This is the fast track for first class." "Oh, okay." Luckily, there was a fast track. The two took out their passports and tickets, and smoothly passed through customs. This also signified that the two had officially entered the United States, marking the beginning of their study abroad journey. Lin Jiao had traveled abroad much more than Chen Jingyun, and effortlessly called an Uber. The two of them got into a ride-hailing car heading towards UCLA, and along the way Chen Jingyun eagerly observed the differences in road signs and license plates, as well as the driver's skin color constantly reminded Chen Jingyun that he was in a foreign place. The ride-hailing car even played music with the black driver, swaying to the rhythm, mumbling, "Come wealth, come, come well." This song seems quite popular abroad too, Chen Jingyun remarked, noting that even his parents could hum a few lines, suggesting it was among the most mainstream rap music. But the way of being mainstream is different. Lin Jiao shook her head, and then brought up the dormitory issue. "What type of dormitory did you choose?" "A double apartment," Chen Jingyun replied. "Me too." UCLA offers a wide variety of dormitory types, and even many students from the school are unaware of how many there are, but when selecting a dormitory, UCLA provided a questionnaire. After completing the questionnaire, the school would assign roommates based on preferences indicated, such as cleanliness, hobbies, and punk. Saying that Los Angeles is a huge county is no exaggeration. It's all small buildings. "I thought I had returned to my hometown in northeast China," Chen Jingyun said. "It can't be compared to Huai." Despite saying this, Chen Jingyun's eyes remained fixed on the window, curiously observing Los Angeles. After about an hour of driving, they finally arrived at UCLA. Looking at the buildings before him, Chen Jingyun finally felt something was different. UCLA is renowned as the most beautiful university in America and the best public school, resembling a large park with excellent greenery, and its elegant architectural style attracts many outstanding students. Studying here should be quite nice. After parting ways with Lin Jiao, they were from different majors and colleges, so the registration locations were naturally different. "They'll contact you later. I didn't bring my bedding and need to buy some," Chen Jingyun said. "There seems to be an IKEA fairly close to the school. Oh, we can check it out." "No, let's go to Rodeo Drive," Chen Jingyun insisted, as he remembered he still had a cashback card he hadn't used. "All right, see you in a bit." After parting ways, Chen Jingyun searched several places before finally finding the counter for his registration, where an upperclassman with darker skin and a white female senior sat. Following the upperclassman's instructions, he checked in and received his temporary student ID and dormitory key. "There's a meeting at the Physics and Astronomy building tomorrow at 6 p.m. Make sure to arrive early and don't be late," the white female senior said while registering. "By the way, could you give me your WeChat? There are some important notices about the school that I need to send to you." "You have WeChat?" Chen Jingyun asked, slightly surprised, as most Americans use Instagram and WhatsApp, which are similar to Douyin and WeChat in China. Most international students still use WeChat, but why did this white female senior want to use it? "Yep, there are many Chinese students in our major, so I specifically registered for WeChat. It's much more convenient than WhatsApp." The white female senior introduced herself. "By the way, my name is Alice Hale." The upperclassman beside her looked curiously at his classmate, wondering why he hadn't known that she had this app. With so many Chinese freshmen around these days, why had she only added this one person's contact? Chen Jingyun added Alice's WeChat, then went to find his dormitory. In this unfamiliar campus, he was clueless and had to ask several people before locating his dorm building. Passing through the main entrance, Chen Jingyun was quite curious about his dormitory, although he was likely to move out in the future. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor, he arrived in front of 612 and unlocked the dormitory door with the key. Upon opening the door, the first sight was not a bed, but a small living room. This is UCLA's double apartment, which is somewhat different from those in China. A 3-bedroom unit has 3 rooms, each accommodating 2 people. However, besides his roommate, there were 4 others who could also be considered roommates, just not living in the same room. Chen Jingyun dragged his suitcase and noticing that 3 roommates had already arrived. He found his dormitory 6121. Upon opening the door, there were 2 small wooden beds on each side, 2 desks in the middle, and 2 cabinets against the wall on the right. The layout was quite simple, but it was spacious enough. But on the bed to the right, there was a cute girl in a skirt. She was wearing white stockings, looking like a little loli. Chen Jingyun stepped back, rubbing his eyes. This was indeed 6121. Had he accidentally walked into the girl's dormitory? As he stepped out, a voice came from inside. Is anyone there? It was clearly a man's voice. I didn't go wrong. So why is he wearing a skirt? Chen Jingyun found it hard to accept. He had filled out a dormitory preference form. He valued punctuality, cleanliness, and attentiveness. How did it end up with a roommate who liked to dress as a girl and wore makeup? But to be fair, he was quite good-looking. After the makeup, his appearance could easily score 88. 8 points. Chen Jingyun walked back and raised his hand awkwardly and said, "Hi, I'm Chen Jingyun from Huhai." The boy got off the bed looking to be under 1.7 meters tall, short, and dressed in light blue Lolita fashion. If he didn't speak, one might actually mistake him for a girl. "Hello, I'm Wang Chenghan. You're really handsome." Chen Jingyun. Seeing Chen Jingyun's expression, Wang Chenghan hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I'm not gay. Oh, I like girls." Chen Jingyun then relaxed, smiling. "Good brother, I didn't mean anything like that either. I like girls who look like boys." Chen Jingyun. You really made the right choice coming abroad. Back in China, most people wouldn't be able to accept such a boy. However, even though he didn't understand, he chose to respect it. At least he was clean, and the room was quite tidy. Chen Jingyun comforted himself. If his roommate was someone who didn't shower and tossed his socks around, he definitely wouldn't be able to accept that. He dragged his suitcase in and began to unpack his things into the wardrobe, placing his computer on the desk as well. "Let me," Wang Chenghan said, coming over to help Chen Jingyun organize the wardrobe, and even brought over his own hangers for him to use. "Are you a fan of LV? Why is everything LV?" Chen Jingyun replied, "I just prefer this brand." Chen Jingyun fell silent for the 3rd time. Garlic bird, garlic bird. Neither is easy. As long as Wang Chenghan's little quirks do not disturb his life, he won't mind too much. Chen Jingyun went to check on the other dorms, 6122 and 6123, only to find that he was the last to arrive. The others had already gathered. Only the 2 from 6122 had not returned yet, while the 2 from 6123 were playing games. Specifically, they were playing cards. Chen Jingyun did not want to disturb them. He would get to know them later when he had time. He also took a look at the bathroom and kitchen, which were quite nice with a wet and dry separation. The kitchen had no open flames, only an induction cooker and a microwave, so making some simple food was still possible. After inspecting the dormitory, Chen Jingyun called Lin Jiayao. The call connected quickly. "Hello, are you all set?" Chen Jingyun asked. "I'm all set, coming down now." Lin Jiayao. "Then let's head to Rodeo Drive. I've called for a car." "Okay." The 2 met quickly at the school gate and got into a ride-sharing car heading towards Rodeo Drive. UCLA is in a great location right next to Bel Air, with police patrolling 24 hours, making it relatively safe. It is close to Hollywood and Beverly Hills, both within half an hour's drive. "It seems we need to buy quite a lot of things," Chen Jingyun said. "Toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, bath towels, mattress, bed sheets, blankets, and so much more." Upon calculating, Chen Jingyun suspected that the cashback card provided by the system was meant to encourage him to buy these items. He quietly opened the system interface in his mind. "Activate cashback card." Ding, the 24-hour cashback card has been successfully activated, and the timer starts now. All expenses made by the host within the next 24 hours will be eligible for cashback. Note: cashback card purchases do not yield experience points and cannot upgrade the system. With the cashback card activated, Chen Jingyun felt a renewed sense of confidence. After all, he currently had just over $30,000 in total, and spending freely on Rodeo Drive would be somewhat challenging. Rodeo Drive is the largest pedestrian street in Los Angeles and the 2nd largest shopping paradise in the United States, second only to Fifth Avenue in New York. Here, all kinds of luxury goods are available, from luxury cars to prestigious watches. One could even buy yachts and mansions if desired. Upon arriving at Rodeo Drive, the architecture in Beverly Hills was noticeably more exquisite than outside, with many European-style buildings of 2 to 3 stories lining the streets, perfect for taking pictures. Chen Jingyun reached out tentatively, lightly touching Lin Jiao's hand. Heaven knows he had lived 18 years without ever holding a girl's hand. While there were many who pursued him, he found middle school too small to be interested, and in high school, he did not dare to date. It was only now that he had his first girlfriend. Lin Jiayao turned to hold Chen Jingyun's hand and smiled sweetly at him. Chen Jingyun looked straight ahead, taking a step forward, changing the topic. "Which store should we check out first?" "Hermes Boutique." "Huh. Hermes sells everything. We can buy everything in one go there," Lin Jiayao said. "Oh, I see. Luxury goods are just like a general store, having everything." The 2 arrived at Hermes, which occupied a large 3-story building, showing Hermes' status in the luxury market. As soon as they walked in, a salesperson approached to greet them. "Welcome to Hermes. I am Linda. How may I assist you?" A young female salesperson greeted them warmly in English. Luxury goods salespeople do tend to look down on others, but with her keen eye, she could immediately tell that the 2 were quite affluent and definitely capable of spending. They examined jewelry instead of clothing. For instance, necklaces, watches, rings. Clothes, no matter how expensive, are not particularly costly compared to watches and necklaces, which can even fetch prices over 100 million. Do you sell bedding at Hermes? Chen Jingyun asked like a 1.2-meter mattress along with matching blankets and pillows. Linda was slightly surprised. This was the first time she had seen someone come to Hermes not to buy bags or clothes, but directly asking for bedding. Not that Hermes doesn't have customers buying bedding, but it's usually only during coordinated purchases. Of course we have them, sir. Hermes can meet all your needs in life, including bedding. Linda gestured for them to follow. Sir, madam, this way, please. The bedding is on the second floor. They followed. Chen Jingyun examined the store's decor. The entire shop had a consistent design language with dark wooden floors and dark wooden wall panels reflecting an old money aura, while the ubiquitous Hermes orange added a vibrant touch. The first floor had mostly bags and clothing along with various pieces of jewelry displayed on counters, while the second floor had bedding and many miscellaneous items. Chen Jingyun's eyes swept across the store and spotted a globe labeled with a price of $87,000. To ordinary people, an $80,000 globe seems outrageous, but for the wealthy, it is a nice decorative piece. The price isn't a drawback, but rather an advantage. This is our Hermes bedding. You can take a look. We also have a 1.2-meter mattress made specifically for families with small children. When they go to school, they need a mattress like this. Linda led them forward, speaking elegantly as she introduced the array of luxury goods. Hermes can help them find the feeling of home. Chen Jingyun looked at Lin Jiayao, curiously asking, "Can Hermes help you find the feeling of home?" Lin Jiayao replied lightly, "My home doesn't need Hermes." "All right then." Chen Jingyun looked at the 1.2-meter mattress, internally cursing $17,000. A mattress could actually sell for the price of a small car. "Can I sit down and try it?" Chen Jingyun asked, eager to experience what made this 17th-sandler mattress nearly 100,000 RMB so special. "Of course, sir." Chen Jingyun sat down on the mattress, his weight imprinting on it. It was indeed very soft and provided good support. It felt comfortable, but no matter how he looked at it, it wasn't worth $17,000. "Money still holds value, and please help me pay for this first and create a membership card," Chen Jingyun said, pulling out his bank card. He really couldn't afford to select everything before making a payment. He might not have enough money left. The thought of swiping his bank card to its limit in front of a girlfriend he had been with for less than 24 hours was simply terrible. "Certainly, sir." Linda naturally wouldn't interfere with the customer's spending habits. A customer with spending power is her god, and she would do her best to meet any request. She took Chen Jingyun's bank card, her eyes lighting up. Lin Jiayao did not notice, but Linda recognized this card. This was the JP Morgan Chase Black Card, the highest tier savings card from JP Morgan Chase, and one of the most prestigious. Those who possess this savings card rank among the wealthiest globally. Her respect and enthusiasm naturally increased by several degrees as the card felt heavy in her hand. This isn't an exaggeration. The card is genuinely heavy as it is made from materials that contain real gold. As the transaction was completed, the system's voice rang out. Host spent $17,000, triggering 10 times cashback, receiving $170,000. The next moment, Chen Jingyun received a text message. It was a notification of the funds being deposited. With a staggering sum of $170 in hand, Chen Jingyun felt a little lightheaded. The millions spent on watches had never given him such a sensation, but the string of numbers from the bank provided a strong visual impact. He glanced at Lin Jiayao beside him, asking, "Is your dorm bed also 1.2 meters? Some dorm beds vary in size, with the smallest even having a mattress width of only 90 centimeters. Lin Jiayao nodded. Chen Jingyun turned to the sales assistant, saying, "I want choose the bedding myself, though I prefer solid colors. Either pure black or pure gray will do. Please pack 2 sets for me." Seeing that the items they were buying were a bit much, Linda called over 2 interns for assistance, fearing she might neglect them. Before long, 2 sets of bedding were packed, all compatible with the 1.2-meter bed, and along with the mattress for Lin Jiayao, it totaled an astonishing $119,000. Yes, the 2 sets of comforters were quite expensive, costing even more than the mattress, with one set priced at $270,000. Chen Jingyun took out his bank card again. "You don't need to buy for me. You pay for yours, and he'll pay for mine." "I have money," Lin Jiayao replied lightly. Chen Jingyun shook his head. "It's our first day together. How could I let you spend money? Let me take care of it." In fact, he wanted to swipe more for cashback. Linda took the bank card again, swiped it skillfully, and then asked Chen Jingyun. The system's voice rang out again. Host spent $119,000, triggering a 7-fold cashback, rewarding $833,000. Chen Jingyun suppressed his excitement. Rodeo Drive was simply his lucky ground. Unfortunately, purchases made during the cashback card activation period could not earn experience points, preventing him from leveling up the system and maximizing benefits. With $9,000 at his disposal, Chen Jingyun finally had the confidence to shop freely, packing up the remaining daily necessities. To Chen Jingyun's surprise, Hermes not only sold bath towels, toothbrushes, and cups, but also shower gel and shampoo, even clothing hangers. He bought quite a few as he couldn't keep using Wang Chenghan's hangers. Lin Jiayao was right. Hermes was indeed a general store selling everything. Chen Jingyun also bought 2 pairs of shoes and several pieces of clothing. "Please deliver all these items to UCLA. We can't carry so much ourselves." Chen Jingyun told Linda, writing down his dorm number on a piece of paper. "It would be best if you could also make the bed when you—" "Sure, Mr. Chen." Linda readily agreed, still planning to upgrade Chen Jingyun to the highest VC level using her authority. Although Chen Jingyun hadn't reached the spending threshold, it was evident he was a customer with purchasing power. The senior sales staff had the authority to upgrade VIP levels as long as they confirmed a new customer's spending capability. For instance, if you consistently buy small bags worth over 100 from LV spending 300, in total the sales staff might assume your spending power is at that level. However, if you walk in and say you want to buy a mink coat for 300, they would realize your spending power exceeds that level and upgrade your customer status. Mr. Chen, it is an honor to serve you today. If you wish to buy Hermes again in the future, feel free to call me, and I'll come to serve you so you don't have to make a special trip again. Linda said. All right, Chen Jingyun nodded. Was this the legendary home service? He felt he was experiencing it now. After leaving Hermes with Lin Jiayao, Chen Jingyun's bank card balance had surpassed $2 million. Having already bound the system, his luck in this aspect was undeniable. With no 5-fold cashbacks, it was all 9-fold and 10-fold, with the lowest being 7-fold. Where should we go now? Chen Jingyun asked. This was his first time on Rodeo Drive, and aside from a few major luxury brands he recognized, he was not familiar with these luxury brands at all and had no idea where to go next. After finishing up with daily essentials, Lin Jiayao shifted her purchasing focus to fashion. Are you interested in streetwear? Like chrome hearts? Chen Jingyun asked. Lin Jiayao nodded yes. Not bad, Chen Jingyun replied, though he felt a bit reluctant inside. Streetwear? How much value does streetwear hold? He might as well continue buying luxury goods to maximize his cashback. Right now he recognized nothing but cashback. However, since Lin Jiayao wanted to browse around, he had no objections. After all, they had 24 hours, so there was plenty. The two entered a boutique that sold the hottest streetwear in America, but since it was located on Rodeo Drive, the prices were high, with nearly every item costing over $200. The sales staff in this store were clearly not as professional as those in Hermes. They did not warmly welcome the two upon their entrance, merely stating they could look around and to let them know if they found anything of interest. Chen Jingyun didn't mind and began to look at the clothes with Lin Jiayao. Feeling the quality of Chrome Hearts denim, it was quite nice, but Chen Jingyun wasn't fond of such flashy clothing. He preferred simpler outfits. What Chen Jingyun didn't expect was that they also sold sneakers here. These are the Galaxy Jumps. This pair used to be incredibly expensive, costing over 1,000 yuan. Chen Jingyun looked at the casually displayed AJ Galaxy Jumps. He wasn't interested in streetwear, but he was particularly keen on sneakers. He called over a sales assistant asking, "Do you have these shoes in size 43? He was familiar with domestic sizing, but not with international sizing, but the sales staff understood. He just needed to express his request according to his own habits. Yes, we do, sir, replied the black sales assistant. The assistant, dressed in flashy streetwear of various colors, made his skin appear even darker. Chen Jingyun nodded. Please bring me a size 43 to try on. Okay, this pair is not a replica, it's the original version. I really like these shoes, but unfortunately my salary can't afford them. The black sales assistant subtly reminded Chen Jingyun that this pair of shoes was quite pricey. Chen Jingyun waved his hand and said bluntly, I can afford it. Soon the black sales assistant brought over a size 43 pair. Chen Jingyun tried them on. The comfort level was just average considering they were shoes released a decade ago, and the technology had long since fallen behind. However, their aesthetic appeal was indeed high. The galaxy design on the shoe was incredibly cool, captivating Chen Jingyun. He wasn't very particular about clothing, but had a particular fondness for sneakers. Without asking the price, Chen Jingyun took out his bank card and said swipe it. Chen Jingyun naturally could not buy just one pair. He stood before the wall of shoes, calling out one pair after another, many of which he had only seen on Douyin before. In total, Chen Jingyun ordered more than 30 pairs of sneakers, and after swiping his card, he spent over $70,000. With a tenfold cashback, his account was credited with more than $700,000 again. Once he finished swiping his card, Chen Jingyun suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no place in the dormitory to store these sneakers. Can these shoes be kept in the store for now? Of course, sir, it's a small matter. We will take good care of your shoes, said the black salesperson, eager to accommodate the large order. Thank you, Chen Jingyun said. After buying the shoes, Chen Jingyun suddenly noticed that someone seemed to be missing from his side. Hey, where's Lin Jiayao? He hurriedly went to look for her, and finally found Lin Jiayao in another section of the store. Lin Jiayao was trying on clothes, wearing pink Christian Dior jeans paired with a pink t-shirt complemented by a diamond bracelet on her wrist. Seeing Chen Jingyun approach, Lin Jiayao twirled in front of him and asked, how does it look? Is it pretty? Although Chen Jingyun was not fond of such clothing, Lin Jiayao surprisingly looked quite good in it. It looks pretty good. He took out his bank card and handed it to the female salesperson accompanying Lin Jiayao. How many pieces did she just pick? Wrap them all up. Lin Jiayao looked at Chen Jingyun and said earnestly, I really have money you don't need to spend on me. I'm not trying to spend money on you, I just want to get some cash back. This was not something Chen Jingyun could say, so he took her hand and said somewhat firmly, save your money for later, today it's on me. Don't argue with me, consider it compensation for you, alright? Lin Jiayao's eyes twinkled as she obediently nodded okay. Chen Jingyun swiped his card, and upon seeing the receipt was shocked to find he had spent $130,000. He examined the receipt closely and then looked at the jeans Lin Jiayao was wearing. This pair of jeans cost a staggering $13,600. He had heard of the fame of Christian Dior and knew it was expensive, but he never expected it to be this costly. It was almost on par with LV and Hermes pants. However, it also successfully brought him a cashback of $130,000. His bank account was getting fatter. As he and Lin Jiao exited the trendy boutique, he carried the clothes she had bought which fit into 2 bags. This street really sells everything. That store seems to sell cars, Chen Jingyun joked. As long as you have money, you can almost buy anything on this street. Wait, selling cars. The system's cashback card seemed to say that as long as you spend on Rodeo Drive, you could get cashback. Does that mean it also includes buying cars? Chen Jingyun quickly communicated with the system in his mind, and soon received a positive answer. Yes. Chen Jingyun's heart soared. What Hermes, what trendy brands, in the end, they were just small change compared to the swift acquisition of $1 million sports car. There's a car dealership over there, shall we go take a look? Chen Jingyun suggested. Are you going to buy a car? Lin Jiao asked. Although many international students buy cars in the U.S., they usually do so after being here for a while. Chen Jingyun had just arrived, yet he wanted to buy a car, which puzzled her. Do you have a U.S. driver's license? It turned out Chen Jingyun actually did. The system had provided him with an American green card and a driver's license. The age for obtaining a driver's license varies by state in the U.S., but in California one can apply for a learner's permit at 16 and obtain a full license at 18. The system had naturally taken care of that for him. Let's just take a look. It doesn't hurt to look, Chen Jingyun said. Alright, they entered the second-hand car dealership, which clearly specialized in luxury used cars. Chen Jingyun did not see any Toyota or Ford brands. It seemed the entry-level cars were all Mercedes and BMW. Only S-Class Mercedes and 7 Series BMW were available. There wasn't a single family car, all were luxury vehicles. Even the Mercedes and BMW had to be parked outside as they could not enter the showroom, which was almost entirely filled with sports cars and various Rolls-Royces. At first glance, Chen Jingyun spotted a bright red Ferrari among the sports cars. Among Ferrari, Lamborghini, and McLaren, Chen Jingyun's favorite was the Ferrari. Its body curves are comparatively gentle, exuding an elegant vibe, unlike the ostentatiousness of Lamborghini. It was already nearing 7 o'clock, and the sales staff were preparing to close for the day. Seeing someone enter, they quickly came up. Without waiting for the salesperson to speak, Chen Jingyun pointed at the Ferrari. What model is this Ferrari? This is the Ferrari LaFerrari, the ultimate version of Ferrari, specially designed for the 70th anniversary of Ferrari, with only 499 units produced worldwide. Chen Jingyun nodded silently. The LaFerrari, one of the 3 legendary cars mentioned online, he never expected to see it casually in a dealership in Beverly Hills. Can you give me an introduction? Of course, sir. Would you like to sit inside and try it out? The salesperson asked. Chen Jingyun looked at the do not touch sign on the glass and asked, is that allowed? Seeing Chen Jingyun looking at the sign, the salesperson went up, took the sign down, crumpled it, and put it in his suit pocket, then gestured invitingly with a smile, of course. Thank you. Chen Jingyun sat inside. At his height of 183 meters, it was a bit cramped, but he still managed. The white salesperson glanced at Lin Jiao standing beside him. Ma'am, the passenger seat is yours. Lin Jiao smiled, and then sat in the passenger seat. The interior is made of carbon fiber, featuring an integrated cockpit and Alcantara premium leather seats. They're very comfortable, aren't they? The salesperson asked with a smile. Chen Jingyun nodded. It really is quite nice. What about the engine? The engine is in the rear. The V12 engine provides it with 900 horsepower, which is wild, just like its owner. An elegant gentleman with a wild and fierce heart, the white salesperson said. Chen Jingyun laughed. So do you think I am its owner? Of course, sir. You are an elegant gentleman. Chen Jingyun smiled again. Didn't they say that racial discrimination was severe abroad? He had been out for most of the day, but had not encountered any discrimination. Instead, nearly everyone greeted him with a smile. Since he got off the plane until now, no one dared to say anything discriminatory to him. Having money is great. Okay, I think this will be my first car in America. How much is this car? Chen Jingyun asked, knowing that the price of the LaFerrari was exorbitantly high, and he was genuinely worried that the $4 million plus US dollars he had on him would not be enough. The 3-year luxury car insurance and registration fee are complimentary with us. The final price is $4,100,000 US dollars after it hits the ground, the salesperson said, showing no concern about the price. Chen Jingyun let out a sigh of relief and took out his bank card. Let's sign the contract and swipe the card. $4,100,000 US dollars was just enough. Money really doesn't last long. I initially thought that with my $4 million plus US dollars I could buy any sports car I wanted, but I didn't expect one car would drain my card completely. Fortunately, there's cashback. After signing the contract, Chen Jingyun left his name and fingerprint on the paper. Thankfully, even the highest level bank card had no spending limit and the payment was completed swiftly. $4,100,000 US dollars purchased outright was enough to stir up waves in Lin Jiao's heart, even as a rich second generation. This was nearly 30 million RMB. Even if her parents had to pay this amount to buy a car, they would need to think it over for Yet here was Chen Jingyun paying without even a blink. Moreover, this bank card seemed limitless, starting from 17,000 US dollars to now $4,100,000 US dollars. Clearly, this was still far from the card's limit. Host spent $4,100,000 US dollars, triggering tenfold cashback, a return of 41 million US dollars. Ding, host spending too high cashback card has been closed in advance. Chen Jingyun. He hurriedly communicated with the system in his mind. Why was the cashback card closed early? How many hours has it been? The system's voice slowly transmitted, though it was mechanical. Chen Jingyun could sense some helplessness in it. Didn't expect you to spend so much. Chen Jingyun. System, you're a bit stingy. Well, he now had over 40 million US dollars in hand, enough to spend for a while. As for buying a house or a yacht, he believed opportunities would surely arise in the future. The car dealership quickly helped him print a temporary license plate. The white salesperson said, the license plate will arrive in about half a month. If you're not satisfied with it, you can also customize one online that you like. Chen Jingyun nodded, got into the car, and realized that he had spent less than 20 minutes in the dealership before being able to drive away, or it was truly a matter of buying a car, like buying vegetables. He didn't even take a test drive. The Ferrari was actually easy to drive. Aside from the unique way to open the door and start the engine, everything else was quite similar to other cars. Vroom. Chen Jingyun started the car, and the roar, wild as a beast, instantly triggered his adrenaline, as if embarking on an exhilarating adventure. Lin Jiayao sat in the passenger seat, still pondering what exactly Chen Jingyun's identity was. Eventually, she simply shook her head and chose not to think about it anymore. During school, Chen Jingyun was always the center of attention due to his striking looks, but he had never heard anyone say that his family was wealthy. In fact, there were rumors that his family was quite ordinary, even struggling. But now, just after graduating, Chen Jingyun had already moved from a Mercedes-AMG to a LaFerrari, leaving her puzzled. However, Lin Jiayao maintained a good attitude. Regardless of Chen Jingyun's family background, whether he was rich or poor, or how much money he had, it was none of her concern. All she needed to know was that Chen Jingyun was her boyfriend. She wouldn't dig deeper. That was the way of interpersonal relations. Accompanied by the roar of the sports car, the classic red LaFerrari cruised along Rodeo Drive. Even on Rodeo Drive, where luxury cars were everywhere, the LaFerrari's head-turning rate was off the charts. Chen Jingyun noticed more than one burly man stop staring at him. Wow, Dad, that car is so cool. Can you buy me one when I grow up? Of course, my child. The white, burly man lifted his 6-year-old baby, whose bald head glimmered red under the sunset, but his beard was thick, nearly engulfing his entire neck. He resembled a gangster boss from a movie. His eyes were filled with envy. Even the majority of people shopping on Rodeo Drive lacked the spending power to acquire a LaFerrari. Those who could afford a Ferrari definitely had the means to buy an LV, but those who could buy an LV might not necessarily afford. So what do you think? Cool car, right? Hey, do you see that person in front? Are they looking at me? Chen Jingyun asked with a smile, his expression full of excitement, like a child who had just received a new toy, eager to show off to those around him. Very cool, Lin Jiayao chuckled and nodded. You must be the fastest to buy a car among our freshman class. You just arrived in Los Angeles this afternoon and are already driving a Ferrari tonight. Hee, that's my speed. Chen Jingyun patted the steering wheel and said. He set the navigation and drove the car back. Fortunately, there was a parking lot under the dormitory, and even the tragic cockroaches in the freshman group could really have their Lamborghinis delivered. Chen Jingyun drove to Lin Jiayao's dormitory, saying, You go up first, or I won't come in. Lin Jiayao nodded. Bye. See you tomorrow. After parking the car under the dormitory, the parking lot had a few sports cars, but more were ordinary family cars. The Ferrari was truly the only one. Returning to dorm 612, Chen Jingyun opened the door to find many empty Hermes bags piled on the balcony, all things he had bought previously, while the items he purchased had already been arranged by Hermes staff. Stepping into his room, the originally bare bed was now neatly made, the all-black blankets and pillows, without a single wrinkle, resembling a luxurious hotel. At the end of the blanket was a light yellow outline of the Hermes logo, and similarly, there was a Hermes logo at one. Oh, the young Master Chen is back. Wang Chenghan sat up from the bed, finally having changed into a different outfit, no longer dressed in that female Lolita costume. However, her face looked quite delicate, and her hair was tied back with a headband. Yes, her hair was all real. What young Master Chen? Chen Jingyun asked in confusion. It was the first time he had been referred to as a young master. Although it was a teasing term, he surprisingly didn't mind it. With a whole room of Hermes, if you're not a young master, who is? Wang Chenghan said. The people from the other two rooms just came by and said that tonight we should all go out for a meal together as a bonding dinner for our dormitory. Are you coming? Chen Jingyun nodded. Of course he would go. Even though he was likely going to move out later, he still needed to maintain good relationships in the dormitory. We just created a WeChat group, I'll add you in. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone in dormitory 612 finally gathered. On the contrary, another person named Lin Ke stood at about 173 centimeters, slightly taller than Wang Chenghan, yet appeared to weigh around 250 pounds. With fair skin and a plump figure, he was not unattractive. Rather, he had a comical charm reminiscent of an anime character. The two individuals from 6123 were both sporty youths. When Chen Jingyun returned in the afternoon, he didn't see them because they had gone to play basketball together. One was named Han Jian, and the other was Wang Tianlin. With all six gathered, they introduced themselves to each other. I had Indian food in the cafeteria for lunch today, and it was truly terrible. The curry was incredibly spicy. Lin Ke set his face quite plump and fair, likely making any girl who saw him envious of his skin. Well, you didn't hold back. You ate my portion too. I was starving if I didn't eat, Shui Nan retorted. Lin Ke said, rubbing his belly, showing no concern about his plumpness. Let's hurry. There's a Haidaleo next to the school. I went there last night to try it out. It's the authentic Haidaleo. The six descended the stairs, opting to walk rather than take a taxi towards the school gate. UCLA's campus is vast and many students ride bicycles or skateboards from their dorms to the classrooms, making their walk feel quite lengthy. Upon exiting the campus, the area was still brightly lit and bustling with people, many of whom were UCLA students. The vicinity was entirely catered to the school. The seniors said it's okay to hang out around campus, but it's best not to venture too far at night. Although this is Los Angeles, the suburbs can be quite unsafe. Chuan added, patting Wang Qinghan on the shoulder. Especially you, it's best not to go out alone in women's clothing. The foreigners seemed to like that style. Wang Qinghan had a dark expression. Although he enjoyed dressing as a girl, he remained a boy at heart, and such teasing naturally left him a bit helpless. The group arrived at Heideleo, which was quite crowded, filled not just with Chinese patrons, but also a fair number of foreigners. The decor was identical to that of Heideleo in China, showing no difference. The familiar ambience instantly transported them back to their homeland. Since there are 6 of us, let's get a private room, Chen Jingyun suggested. Sure, the others agreed. Though Heideleo was busy, there were empty private rooms, and the staff led the 6-to-1. The familiar iPad menu was present. A very few hot pot restaurants in China used iPads for ordering, making this almost a hallmark of Heideleo. Chen Jingyun happened to be seated next to the iPad and naturally picked it up first, ordering his favorite tomato broth before asking the others, "What broth would you like?" Wang Qinghan raised his hand. "I want the spicy one, the beef oil broth. Then I'll have the pig stomach chicken broth." "Let's also add a Thai-style hot and sour soup," Wang Tianlin suggested. Lin Ku always liked to pat his belly, which was a habitual gesture. He patted his large belly again and said, "I'm fine with anything. I can eat it all." After finalizing the broth selections, Chen Jingyun ordered 2 full servings of beef and 2 full servings of lamb. 6 young men could certainly finish it. He then ordered his favorite shrimp paste and Huai Yam, passing the iPad to the next person. The others were not shy, either, quickly finalizing their orders. Beef tripe, octopus, duck tongues, and feet, pig brain, various meats, and aside from the Huai Yam ordered by Chen Jingyun, there was only a mushroom platter for vegetables. Who eats vegetables at a hot pot? It feels like this Heideleo will be our late-night canteen for the next 4 years, but I wonder if there are student discounts here in the U.S. Lin Ku said, a true food lover who really enjoyed Heideleo. By the way, should we have some drinks? You have to be 21 to buy alcohol in California. They probably won't sell it to us. Chuan replied, having researched a lot of information before coming to the U.S. What if we just don't mention we're under 21? How would they know? Lin Ku said, with us looking so big and tall, we certainly don't look like we're under 21. If you put it that way, then give it a try and order some. Chuan said. Okay. Lin Ku picked up the iPad. Although there was no alcohol, there were specialty cocktails. The restaurant's alcohol ban was not very strict, but bars were much stricter. At the entrance, they even check IDs, and if you're under 21, you might not be allowed to enter. However, there are often workarounds for such policies. Using back doors is not uncommon. Soon plates of food were being brought to the table. It really has no difference from Heideleo in China. The only difference might be that the Heideleo abroad has these specialty drinks, which I haven't seen back home. Chen Jingyun remarked. There are indeed some in China, you just didn't find them, Lin Ku replied. While waiting for the broth to boil and bubble up, Lin Ku took the initiative to stand up and serve the food. He added half a plate of beef to each of the 4 broths, and soon 2 plates of beef were gone in no time. By the way, where are you all from? I'm from Xi'an, Lin Ku asked while serving the food. He was quite good at lively conversation and ensured the atmosphere didn't go cold. Chuan replied, I'm from Shenzhen. Wang Qinghan raised his hand again, as he often did before speaking, like a student eager to answer a question in class. I'm also from Shenzhen. Han Jian and I are both from Taiwan. We've known each other since elementary school, he said, referring to their childhood friendship. Everyone turned to Chen Jingyun. He was busy replying to Lin Jiao's WeChat and hadn't heard their discussion. Feeling their gazes, he finally looked up. What's up? Lin Ku repeated the question. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Huhai, Chen Jingyun replied. But my hometown is in the northeast. I settled in Huhai. So you're from Huhai? No wonder you're decked out in LV and bought a bunch of Hermes today, Lin Ku teased. The pile of Hermes bags on the balcony was something everyone noticed. It was easy to tell who made the purchases. Chen Jingyun didn't mean to show off. It was just the system's requirement. If you're all calling me Huhai, then this meal, Chen Jingyun said with a smile, showing no concern for Lin Ku's teasing. Lin Ku's eyes lit up. Having just finished serving the meat, he raised his sour plum soup and called to everyone. Wow, let's thank Huhai. Come on, let's raise our glasses to Huhai. The taste of Hai Di Lao is almost indistinguishable from that in the country, yet the price is vastly different. When it was time to settle the bill, Chen Jingyun glanced at the receipt and was shocked to find he had spent over $900, which converts to over 7,000 RMB. Even when converted to RMB, the cost in Shanghai is still far from as high as it is abroad. Everyone returned to the dormitory after eating well past midnight. After the meal, the 6 people in dorm 612 had a preliminary acquaintance. Through this interaction, Chen Jingyun felt that his new roommates were quite easy to get along with. Even Wang Qinghan, who liked to dress in women's clothing, had a cheerful personality and was not shy. This eased Chen Jingyun's mind a bit. He still wanted to maintain good relations in the dorm. Back in 6121, there was only one bathroom, and everyone took turns showering. Tomorrow was the first day of school, but there were no classes, so they were not in a hurry. Instead, they sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted for a while. After showering, Chen Jingyun lay on his bed. With an Hermes mattress and bedding, the combination was indeed very comfortable. Although it did not match its extremely high price, the comfort level was certainly higher than that of ordinary bedding. After lying there for a while, Chen Jingyun looked at the table that only had a laptop and finally realized what was missing from his desk. He was missing a desktop computer. Without a desktop computer, how could he play games? Chen Jingyun was too lazy to go out to buy one. It was easier to simply opening Amazon, which is like Taobao abroad. He searched for a pre-assembled ROG gaming computer equipped with a 5090 graphics card and the best memory available. The price, however, was quite beautiful, $15,000. Then Chen Jingyun bought a fully customized Ting keyboard, a 27-inch, 400Hz higher refresh rate monitor, the latest GPW mouse, professional grade, in-ear gaming headphones, along with a Swordsmith Zero mouse pad. Everything was top of the line. Even professional players might not have equipment as good as his. In total, he spent $22,000. Although there was no cashback, he could now gain experience, and the system added 2,000 experience points. To level up to LV4 requires 10,000 experience points. It will be soon. Chen Jingyun thought to himself. He did not buy unnecessary items just to level up the system. With $40 million in hand, he felt less urgency about upgrading the system. He didn't want to become a slave to the system, spending just for the sake of spending, but rather to spend money to buy happiness. For instance, buying a top-tier computer now. On his first night in America, he did not sleep soundly. The bed felt a bit small, and he was always afraid of falling off, finding comfort only when his back was against the wall. However, the Hermes bedding was very comfortable. The blanket was soft and warm, not too heavy yet not so light that it felt like nothing was covering him. He slept until after 10 o'clock before opening his eyes, lazily scrolling through his phone until he could no longer hold in his urge to urinate and got out of bed. Wearing his Balenciaga slippers, he went to the bathroom. After freshening up and taking care of business, he came out to find Wang Chenghan making breakfast in the kitchen. Next to him was a 4-slot toaster baking bread, while a round pan on the induction cooker was frying eggs. Wang Chenghan waved his hand. Want breakfast? Chen Jingyun pointed to himself. Is there a portion for me? Of course. You treated me to Hai Di Lao yesterday, so today I'll treat you to breakfast. How about that? Wang Chenghan said, skillfully flipping the eggs. Thank you. Do you often cook for yourself? Chen Jingyun asked. Not really, I just learned to cook this summer. I heard from the seniors at our school that the food here is really terrible and expensive, so I learned to cook for myself, Wang Chenghan explained. Alright then. By the way, do you prefer soft-boiled eggs or fully cooked ones? Soft-boiled eggs, Chen Jingyun. Okay. After a while, Wang Chenghan finished making breakfast, a classic Western breakfast consisting of 2 slices of toasted bread, lettuce, fried eggs, fried bacon, salad dressing, and a glass of milk. Surprisingly, he was able to enjoy a breakfast made by his roommate, and it seemed that his liking for women's clothing had become a less difficult point to accept. Speaking of which, Chen Jingyun was very curious to see Wang Chenghan in a maid outfit making breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Chen Jingyun took the initiative to wash the dishes and pots. By noon, the computer he ordered the night before arrived. People from the computer store came in to help assemble the main unit and chose a suitable spot to place it. Not long after, all the other computer parts were delivered as well. The shipping location was in Los Angeles, so it arrived quickly with many items delivered directly by the store instead of from a warehouse. Of course, the shipping fees were not cheap, with one delivery fee reaching as high as $14. Once everything was assembled and the internet cable plugged in, Chen Jingyun powered on the computer. This was a 5090 graphics card. It was even being sold for nearly $100,000 back home. Expensive things certainly have their advantages. Not only could he play low-end games, but even high-quality AAA titles ran smoothly with maxed-out graphics. After starting up the computer, Chen Jingyun first changed the wallpaper to one featuring a cool jump shot from a basketball player named Owen, then began downloading various games and WeChat. Unable to play the domestic server of Valorant abroad due to high latency, even with a VPN, he could only play on the US server. Luckily, Zhang Jun was studying in New York, so they could play together on the US server. Once the games were downloaded, Chen Jingyun registered a Riot account for the foreign server, logged into Valorant, and the first thing he did was clear out all the skins currently on sale. He also bought $200 worth of RP to upgrade his skins. Then he immediately started a game. Playing with top-tier equipment felt distinctly different. Chen Jingyun even felt that his skills had greatly improved, far better than his old laptop that could only run at 60 frames. When the 2 people from the adjacent 6122 finally woke up, the 3 of them quickly formed a trio team, not even going out for lunch, but ordering takeout instead. After playing for over 3 hours, Chen Jingyun released the mouse and keyboard, took out the slightly cold Big Mac burger, and said, "He'll play again later, I need to eat." "Damn, you already got to eat. I'm starving, why hasn't this damn takeout arrived yet?" Lin Ku complained in the headset. "What did you order?" "My McDonald's has already arrived." Chen Jingyun's voice reached Lin Ku's ears through the headset. "I ordered Korean fried chicken, it's been almost an hour, and it still hasn't come." They played in the dormitory until after 5 o'clock before the 3 finally left the computer. They had to reach level 20 to play ranked matches, so the 3 of them played in the matchmaking mode, easily dominating the game, with Chen Jingyun killing 30 to 40 opponents in almost every match. Reluctantly getting up from the chair, his bottom hurt from the wooden seat. "I should get an ergonomic chair, I didn't think of." He got up to change into a fresh outfit, and his Balenciaga slides matched well enough that he didn't bother changing shoes heading out with the others in the same footwear. As professionals, they all headed to the astronomy building. It's unclear why the actuarial classrooms are in the astronomy building, but it is closer to the dorm, which Chen Jingyun appreciated as it saved him a few steps. Following the crowd, which included people of all colors, black, white, and yellow. Though the number of black individuals was the least, perhaps there was only one or two among a dozen or so, while the yellow-skinned individuals were surprisingly numerous. The vast majority were of Chinese descent, as UCLA is quite mainstream among Chinese students studying abroad. Almost everyone carried a bag walking towards the academic building, making Chen Jingyun momentarily doubt the differences between high school and university. Upon arriving at the classroom on the third floor, several classmates were already present. The classroom was large, unlike the wooden desks from high school in China. This classroom featured orange plastic desks on one side, which were quite spacious and had a curved design that fit the body at the seating area. The 6 of them sat down in a corner waiting for the academic advisor to arrive, who was basically the counselor helping students with. Soon a casually dressed white woman in her 30s entered wearing white sneakers. She was the advisor for Chen Jingyun. "Hello everyone," she said with a smile as she stood on the podium. "Please take your seats. I will try not to waste your time, and we'll quickly wrap up the topic." As the students heard the advisor's words, the noise gradually diminished until the classroom fell silent. "My name is James. You can call me Annie or Ms. James, but I prefer you to just call me Annie." Ms. James began her presentation, projecting her computer screen onto the display and opening a pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation. "This is my contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to call me or reach out via WhatsApp." Chen Jingyun silently noted down the phone number on his phone, recalling a saying online, "I don't get priority for scholarships. The advisor is my servant." He wondered if that statement was true. Then Ms. James introduced the official website for students where they could complete tasks such as selecting elective courses, requesting leave, and checking schedules. However, there was one interesting aspect of the schedule. Some classes were marked with recording, meaning they were recorded. Ms. James quickly continued, "Classes marked with recording have classroom records. If you can't get up for the 8 a.m. class, you don't have to attend. You can find time to watch the recorded lecture later." Chen Jingyun's eyes lit up. This system was indeed great. He had just glanced at his schedule, and many of his classes were at 8 in the morning. That's perfect. No need to attend the early class. After discussing the schedule, Ms. James began to introduce, "It's best for each student to join 1 or 2 clubs. Our school's clubs are quite good. You can find like-minded friends there, which is a great way to improve your social skills." Ms. James said, then added, "If you have many interests, try not to join too many clubs, as that will take up your study time. Also, club registration is next Saturday and Sunday, so don't miss it. It carries credits." Ms. James spoke concisely without any unnecessary words, and soon the freshman orientation concluded. "Okay, that's all. Bye-bye, I have to leave now." Unplugging the connection to the computer, Ms. James hurriedly ran off with her laptop. Chen Jingyun and Wang Qinghan exchanged glances, surprised by how quickly it ended. "Is it over already?" Chen Jingyun said. "I feel like I just sat down. Is the teacher in a hurry to go on a date?" Wang Qinghan also found it a bit unbelievable and glanced around. The other classes hadn't finished yet. "Forget her, let's go back to the dorm to play games." "I need to wait a bit. You guys head back first," Chen Jingyun said as he had just received a message from Lin Jiayao. He had been so focused on gaming all afternoon that he had forgotten about his girlfriend. "Lin Jiayao, don't go back to the dorm right after the orientation. Let's go for a walk." "Okay," Chen Jingyun quickly replied. "Has your orientation finished?" "We've already finished class." The teacher slipped away. "Not yet, we're still discussing the club registration," Lin Jiayao replied, and sent a cat face emoji. "What club do you plan to join?" Chen Jingyun thought for a moment, and said, "Basketball, or esports." I'm not really interested in anything else. After replying, he slung his bag over his shoulder and followed his classmates outside. "What are you doing instead of going back to the dorm?" Wang Qinghan casually asked. "Going for a walk with my girlfriend," Chen Jingyun replied. "Huh, you have a girlfriend?" Wang Qinghan asked in surprise, sizing up Chen Jingyun. "It's normal for someone as handsome and wealthy as you to have a girlfriend, but wow, your speed of getting a girlfriend is too fast." Wang Qinghan assumed that Chen Jingyun must have found his girlfriend after arriving at UCLA, as it was rare to have high school classmates in the same university. "What are you thinking?" "My girlfriend is my high school classmate, and she also got into our school," Chen Jingyun explained. "Oh, I see. That's impressive." Chen Jingyun followed the signs to the art college, found a seat, and waited for Lin Jiayao to come down. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he saw Lin Jiayao walking out of the building. "Sorry, our academic advisor spoke too slowly." Chen Jingyun shook his head. "No worries, have you eaten dinner yet?" Lin Jiayao shook her head. "Not yet, let's go out to eat." "Sure," Chen Jingyun nodded. Having been here for 2 days, he hadn't eaten at the cafeteria, but Chen Jingyun wasn't in a rush. He figured there would be plenty of time to eat there later. It was better to go out and eat something while classes hadn't started yet, and when there was less to do. "I won't have to attend the 8 a.m. class anymore. Many classes have recordings," Chen Jingyun said. "I can just watch the recording." "Unfortunately, I don't have any," Lin Jiayao said with a forced smile, appearing exasperated. In present-day Los Angeles, the sky hung low and dim. Campus lights cast a soft glow across the grounds. Students streamed out of school beneath the amber halos of street lamps. "Then you're in trouble. You'll have to endure early morning 8 o'clock classes every day." Unfortunately, I don't have a single 8 o'clock class, Lin Jiayao replied once more, this time with a far more genuine smile. Chen Jingyun slid into his newly purchased Ferrari LaFerrari and drove Lin Jiayao off campus. Along the way, countless students pulled out their phones to snap photos, not of him, but of the car. More precisely of the car itself. What shall we eat? Chen Jingyun asked. I'll treat you to Japanese cuisine, Lin Jiayao said. Last night, I secured a reservation at Hayato Online. Ah, what restaurant is that? A Michelin-starred Japanese restaurant, she replied. It only holds 1 star, but it's exceptional. I've dined there before. Let's go then. Please set the navigation on my phone, I don't know where it is. He handed her his phone. Once the route was plotted, they set off. This effortless rhythm of life was exactly what Chen Jingyun had long desired. No pressure classes concluded, then a drive in his sports car with his girlfriend to a Michelin-recognized restaurant. Unpretentious, uncomplicated, utterly serene. They arrived at an arts industrial district. Hayato nestled quietly within its unassuming brick facade. A young woman in a kimono opened the door and bowed respectfully, guiding them inside. The interior embraced classic Japanese aesthetics, pale-toned wood mingled with an amber-hued fireplace, evoking warmth and quiet elegance. There were no separate dining halls or private rooms. Only a single ring of seats encircling the chef's open kitchen, allowing guests to observe each precise movement of preparation and receive their dishes moments after plating directly before them. They took seats near the edge. The restaurant held just 5 places, and the other 3 guests 2 bore Asian features. Yet Chen Jingyun made no overture. He simply scrolled idly through his phone, awaiting the chef's arrival. Soon the chef appeared, a compact Japanese man, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, resembling a stout dwarf from a manga panel. Welcome to my restaurant. Japanese cuisine encompasses many traditions, but in my view, kaiseki represents its very soul. Once you've experienced my kaiseki, all other Japanese fare will seem superfluous. As a Michelin 1-star chef, he carried both confidence and conviction. Yet even a Michelin-starred chef serves wealth, and his bold declaration sprang not only from self-assurance or the fiery pride of a rising culinary prodigy, but also from a deliberate artistry to kindle anticipation, to make this meal feel singular, unforgettable. Kaiseki at its essence seeks to reveal the ingredient's innate brilliance, to let diners taste its purest expression, to inhale the untamed fragrance of nature itself. This I master, and today I hope to offer you an experience you'll carry long after the last bite. Having finished his introduction, the chef turned to his assistant and began preparing ingredients. Before Chen Jingyun's eyes lay exquisite sashimi, vibrant orange uni, glistening and irresistible. Try it later. Tell me if it delights you. If so, we'll return often. Let this become our second midnight kitchen. Chen Jingyun smiled. Agreed. If distance doesn't deter you, then why buy a car, he countered. Lin Jiayao paused, then ventured cautiously to show off. A burst of laughter escaped Chen Jingyun. He sprayed sparkling water from his mouth and hastily dabbed his lips with a napkin. Hearing such blunt slang from this heiress, his first such encounter, left him momentarily stunned. He'd always assumed young women of her upbringing never uttered crude words. What's wrong? Nothing. Just hearing show off from your lips feels like a delicious contradiction, he replied. Though his primary motive for purchasing the LaFerrari was maximizing cashback rewards, a sliver of personal vanity had no need to deny it. Even emperors like Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang harbored vanity. How much more so in— Careful, don't choke, Lin Jiayao murmured, taking the napkin from his hand and gently wiping the corner of his mouth, then dabbing droplets from his shirt. She reached toward the table, but a server swiftly stepped in, polishing the surface with practiced grace. After all, 15% service fee demanded flawless execution. Soon the first course arrived, smoked bonito delicately garnished with slender scallion segments presented on a generously sized plate, an aesthetic of refined austerity few could afford. Chen Jingyun tasted it. Decent, yet utterly devoid of the awe one might expect from a $1,000 meal. How is it? Lin Jiayao asked, eyes alight with hopeful anticipation. Like a child sharing her favorite toy, she craved validation from someone whose taste she trusted. Very good, he nodded lightly. Japanese cuisine pairs best with sake, doesn't it? Shame we're too young to drink legally. She leaned close, whispering beside his ear, but we can order it for delivery to our dorm. There are upperclassmen who specialize in procuring alcohol on campus. Once the first course concluded, the second followed swiftly. Midway, a server in kimono offered a small cup of purified water for cleansing the palate. During lulls in preparation, the chef engaged Chen Jingyun in conversation. Are you from China? He asked. Chen Jingyun nodded. Though he enjoyed Japanese food, he felt no affection for Japan and offered no warm smile. Ah, what a beautiful country. My master and I once traveled there together. Its cities are magnificent, both grand. The chef added. Do you speak Chinese? Chen Jingyun asked. The chef shook his head. May I teach you a phrase? Chen Jingyun grinned, mischief glinting in his eyes. The chef nodded eagerly. Please, by all means. Repeat after me. Chen Jingyun said, pulling out his phone and opening the camera app. Is recording acceptable? Of course. Say wa sure shabi. Wa sure sha. The chef attempted syllable by careful syllable. Chen Jingyun burst into laughter. Lin Jiayao joined him, delighted. Who would have guessed this usually earnest, sunlit young man possessed such a mischievous streak? Now say it again, fluidly. Wa sure shabi. Wa sure shabi. His grin widened, radiant and unrestrained. What does it mean? The chef asked. It means my cooking is superb, Chen Jingyun declared. You may say it to your guests anytime you wish. Ah, I see. So that's its meaning. The chef nodded, half comprehending, as he shaped a piece of sushi, layering fresh luminous uni atop it with meticulous care, and murmured softly, "Wusher shabi. Wusher shabi." Remember to say this phrase often to Chinese patrons who visit here. Trust me, they'll all greet you with warm smiles. Before stepping out of the restaurant, Chen Jingyun solemnly reminded him once more. Surely it wouldn't be long before other Chinese students discovered the menu he'd left behind. He buckled his seatbelt after climbing into the car. You're terrible. From now on, we're never coming back to this restaurant, Lin Jiao laughed. Just wait until he realizes what you meant. He might chase you down with that enormous sashimi knife of his. Haha. Now that you mention it, I think I'd better apply for a firearm license right away. Otherwise I won't feel safe. Ordinary international students couldn't obtain a firearm license, but he held a green card granted by his system, making the application possible. Driving back toward UCLA, it was already past 10 o'clock at night when he dropped Lin Jiao off beneath her dormitory building. She stepped out of the car and waved at him. Bye-bye. You head home now. I've got an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. With that, Lin Jiao turned to walk toward the dormitory entrance. Wait a moment, Chen Jingyun called out. Lin Jiao turned back. Huh. You forgot your phone, he said, handing her the device resting on the center console. And there's something else. You've forgotten one more thing. Don't you feel something's missing? She took the phone and asked, puzzled, what's missing? Chen Jingyun tapped his own cheek and leaned in slightly. What do you think? Ugh, how annoying. Lin Jiao gave him a light kiss on the cheek, then dashed away in a flurry. At our age, still so shy. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Jingyun's lips. He possessed a certain spiritual fastidiousness. He couldn't even accept the idea of his girlfriend having had prior romantic experience. He drove back to his dormitory and entered room 612. Oh, back already. Wang Qinghan, freshly showered, lay sprawled on his bed, wearing a short skirt. No makeup, no wig, legs crossed casually. Truth be told, Wang Qinghan's legs were slimmer and far paler than those of many girls. I brought some sashimi. Want some? Chen Jingyun placed the bag on the desk. The head chef, grateful for having learned a phrase of Chinese from him, had gifted him a full platter of sashimi and several hand-rolled sushi. Wang Qinghan flipped off the bed in one fluid motion. Yes, I'll eat. Thanks, brother. Who? Then he asked, got an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. Will you go? Will I go? Honestly, Chen Jingyun had no intention of attending. After all, lecture recordings were available. Who would willingly rise for an early class? Yet skipping the very first session felt disrespectful to the professor. What if the professor held a grudge and refused to grant him graduation? Should he donate $5 million to the university? Well, perhaps later. Earning money wasn't easy after all. Go anyway. It's your first university class. Don't you want to experience UCLA's academic atmosphere firsthand? Wang Qinghan urged. Fine. I'll set an alarm. I'll skip breakfast tomorrow, Chen Jingyun said, pulling a towel from his cabinet, and no problem. I'll bake some bagels tomorrow morning and make you one. We'll eat them on the way. True, brother. Chen Jingyun gave him a thumbs up. After showering, he realized he was still using his roommate's hairdryer, so he ordered a Dyson one online. Emerging from the bathroom, he invited Cui Nan and Lin Ku from room 6122, and the three formed their usual ranked match squad, launching yet another climb up the ladder. They played until 3 a.m. When Chen Jingyun finally asked, we've got an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. Aren't any of you sleeping? An 8 a.m. But recordings exist. We're not going. Not going at all. Lin Ku declared. Wait, I'll order takeout. I'm getting hungry. Then Cui Nan's voice chimed in. I'm hungry too. What are you ordering? Give me one too. Pizza. I'll take one whole pie, you take another, and I'll add a bowl of pasta. Perfect. At the mere mention of food, Lin Ku lit up, completely recovered from his earlier days in game. You guys keep playing. I'm logging off. Tomorrow I'm attending that 8 a.m. class. With that, Chen Jingyun signed out. He lay down and drifted off almost instantly. Apple's alarm blared like a heavy mallet, pounding relentlessly against Chen Jingyun's skull. Groggily, he opened his eyes and silenced it with a swipe. Damn it, time to get up. He stumbled into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Only then did clarity. After finishing his morning routine, he stepped outside to find Wang Qinghan already holding 2-pack breakfast toasted bagels, sliced open and layered with beef patties and a drizzle of salad dressing. Let's go. We'll eat slowly on the way. We'll definitely make it before class starts, Wang Qinghan said. I don't know how I'd survive without you. Chen Jingyun burst out, genuinely impressed. Having a clean, culinary-inclined roommate truly elevated daily life. Then why don't you dump your girlfriend and date me instead? I'm no less handsome than she is. Wang Qinghan feigned bashfulness. Get lost. The occupants of the other 2 rooms remained asleep, planning to watch the lecture recording instead. Walking along the path, backpack slung over one shoulder, Chen Jingyun watched wave after wave of energetic college students stride past, vibrant, radiant, brimming with youthful vigor. Seeing you all work so hard. No wonder I'll never lack talented people to hire someday, he mused, inwardly glancing briefly at his phone as he walked. Lin Jiao had risen early and sent him multiple messages. 7:01 a.m. Good morning. Up yet? 7:14 a.m. Are you watching the recording or actually attending class today? 7:25 a.m. UCLA's cafeteria isn't bad. The ambience is lovely. I bought a bowl of wonton soup. shrimp-filled. She'd even attached a photo. Less than 3 minutes later she added, tastes about like the instant version sold in Chinese supermarkets. Not bad at all. Chen Jingyun savored the warmth of her eagerness to share. So this is what being in love feels like. He tapped the bagel in his hand. My roommate made this. It's delicious. Once I learn how, I'll make one for you. Wang Qinghan noticed the boy beside him grinning uncontrollably, utterly absorbed in his phone, and nudged him. Hey, what's so funny? Watch where you're walking. Huh? Chen Jingyun snapped back to reality, just in time to see a step less than a meter ahead. Had he kept staring at his screen, he'd surely have tripped. Who are you chatting with so intensely? My girlfriend, of course. Who else? Chen Jingyun replied, naturally slipping his phone back into his pocket. He certainly didn't want to trip on his very first day of class. Oh, girlfriend, huh? Big deal. Wang Qinghan teased, then boldly declared, just wait. I'm finding myself a girlfriend too. I'll find a white girlfriend. Actually, that might work. You could find someone who accepts your particular interests. They chatted all the way to the School of Economics and Finance. Actuarial science was a major housed within that school, which occupied its own dedicated academic building. Entering the classroom, they found it fairly full, a large introductory course attended by 2 sections simultaneously. The hall itself was spacious. Chen Jingyun and Wang Qinghan chose seats near the back by the window and waited for the professor to arrive. Chen Jingyun yawned, I'll take a nap first, and don't wake me when the professor arrives. Having said that, Chen Jingyun lowered his head and fell into a deep sleep as if he had lost power. Wang Qinghan looked speechless. If you want to sleep, why not do it in your dormitory? You've already come to class, and yet you still want to sleep. Is that right? However, what Wang Qinghan didn't understand was that as long as I was present, the class was in session. Even though I didn't listen, I was still in class. This made Chen Jingyun feel more justified in his slumber. A class lasts 90 minutes, and Chen Jingyun slept from start to finish. He didn't notice when the teacher came in to teach, he just felt that this nap was truly delightful. It's no wonder so many people enjoy sleeping in class. The class bell sounded quite pleasant, much better than Apple's alarm clock. Chen Jingyun slowly woke up. Here's your textbook. I brought it back for you, Wang Qinghan said. Okay, is there class next period? No, let's go back to the dorm. Let's go back to the dorm so I can sleep a bit more. I'm so tired, Chen Jingyun said. He had only gone to bed around 3 in the morning and had to wake up so early. Although he had made up for some sleep in class, it was still insufficient. Back in the dormitory, the others in the 2 other rooms hadn't woken up yet. Chen Jingyun tossed his bag on the sofa, leaped, and collapsed onto the bed. Vaguely, he heard the sound of pages turning. Opening his eyes, he saw Wang Qinghan sitting at the desk reading the recently distributed textbook Financial Computing. What are you doing? Chen Jingyun asked. Just flipping through the textbook. The professor speaks too fast, and I can't keep up, Wang Qinghan replied without looking up. Wait, are you studying this seriously? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but ask. His own decline was indeed troubling, but he found it even harder to accept his roommate's diligence. How can it be like this? Wang Qinghan shrugged. You're a rich second generation. You can inherit your family's company without studying. I'm not, so I have to study hard. Chen Jingyun wanted to say that he wasn't a rich second generation, just an ordinary person. Without the system, he would have to study seriously in class and review after class like Wang Qinghan. But for him who had a system, it seemed unnecessary to work so hard. Enjoying life was the most important thing. Alright, you study, good luck. You'll definitely become a big shot in the actuarial industry in the future. With that, Chen Jingyun turned over and fell asleep. In his dreams, he imagined himself starting many companies, including a clothing company and a multimedia company. He even acquired the Los Angeles Lakers and made it onto the global Forbes list, being featured on the cover of Time magazine. When he woke up, a smile was still on his lips. He turned over and glanced at his phone, only to find it was already past noon. Wang Qinghan was still reading, but now he was looking at a book titled Macroeconomics. Are you still studying? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but ask. That's too much effort. Yeah, I'm just previewing. If not, the professor speaks too quickly, and it's really hard to understand. Wang Qinghan replied. Alright then. Chen Jingyun nodded. Have you eaten? I'm planning to go to the cafeteria. No, let's go. Chen Jingyun washed his face, freshened up, and stepped out with Wang Qinghan in his slippers. The other 2 dorm room occupants still showed no signs of life. He didn't know how late they stayed up playing yesterday. While at Heideleo, he learned a bit about the 4 of them. Their families were quite wealthy. Even if they just coasted through college for these few years, it didn't matter. Most families sending their kids to study abroad are either rich or very rich, with some coming from middle-class backgrounds and a few from ordinary families. The 2 arrived at the bottom of the dormitory. UCLA has several cafeterias, and they went to the nearest Koval cafeteria, which wasn't too crowded, and most food counters didn't require waiting in line. That area is for Italian food. The cheese macaroni is super delicious, and the tiramisu is also quite good, Wang Qinghan said. I'll go take a look. Chen Jingyun placed his bag on a chair, claimed a table, and then went to get the dishes he wanted to eat. The cafeteria resembled a buffet with a rich selection of food. Chen Jingyun first grabbed a beef taco, which didn't seem very large, then took 2 portions of cheesy pasta, followed by a meat platter, and finally a bottle of iced cola before returning to the table with his tray. This meal cost him $30. He admitted that he had taken a bit too much, but it wasn't that he could eat it all, the portions were simply too small. A plate of pasta was only a single layer of noodles at the bottom. Soon Wang Qinghan returned with a portion of curry rice, showcasing a spicy Indian-style curry that looked unappetizing. I feel like it would take a whole semester to try all the dishes in the cafeteria, Wang Qinghan said with a laugh. Chen Jingyun handed him a cup of cola and casually asked, do we have class this afternoon? Yes, macroeconomics. It seems to be a small class, just our class, so be careful not to fall asleep and get caught. Please, I'm not sleepy now, how could I possibly fall asleep? Chen Jingyun replied, asserting that he wasn't like Zhang Zhun, who slept as soon as class started, he just stayed up too late yesterday. After chatting for a while, suddenly a hand landed on Chen Jingyun's shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he saw a familiar white face. He just couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Hi Junior, it's great to see you again, Alice Hale said with a smile. Chen Jingyun thought for a moment before recognizing who the white girl in front of him was. She was the senior who helped him with his enrollment, and they had exchanged WeChat, but hadn't really kept in touch. Hello, Chen Jingyun smiled. Are you here for lunch too? Alice Hale nodded. Just call me Alice. Calling me senior feels a bit distant. Alright, Alice, Chen Jingyun smiled. I must say this white senior was quite attractive, easily scoring a 9 out of 10. Her naturally golden hair was very smooth, and her delicate features resembled those of an angel, especially her shaped figure, which was incredibly appealing. Wang Qinghan watched from the side, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Just casually coming out for a meal, and this damn Chen Jingyun was already being flirted with. And it was a white girl. Although UCLA is very international with people of all races. However, he had learned from the seniors before the semester began that there were cliques at the school, where people of the same race tended to socialize together. White people have their own circle, black people have their own circle, and Asians have theirs as well. Before going abroad, he thought learning a foreign language would be easy, but he realized after arriving that it was actually quite difficult. But this was only the first day of class, and Chen Jingyun had already struck up a connection with a white classmate. Alice Hale is a typical Caucasian girl looking very mature. Beneath her golden hair are gem-like blue eyes and a high nose bridge perfectly complemented by her fair skin, making her a stunning beauty with at least a 90 out of 100. You new students haven't joined any clubs yet, have you? How about considering our board game club? Are you interested in an interview? Alice asked. Board game club? It doesn't sound very fun at all. Chen Jingyun shook his head. Let's talk about it later, Alice. I prefer basketball or video games, but I'm not interested in board games. Alice wasn't disappointed, she was merely asking. Alright, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me on WeChat. Bye, see you next. Bye. After Alice left, Wang Qinghan looked at Chen Jingyun. Who was that? A senior. I got her contact during the orientation, and she's quite enthusiastic, Chen Jingyun explained. Huh, why did a big black guy welcome me during orientation instead of a white senior like you? Wang Qinghan felt. Chen Jingyun shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. After experiencing the cafeteria food, Chen Jingyun realized he preferred Hayato's Japanese cuisine. Upon returning to the dorm, Cui Nan and Lin Ku were sitting in the living room with a self-heating hot pot on the coffee table. Wang Qinghan greeted. Have you two just woken up? Yeah, woke up hungry, Lin Ku replied. By the way, Nan and I are planning to go to a bar tonight. Do you want to join it? A bar? Isn't it against the law to drink if you're not 21 in California? Wang Qinghan asked. That's what they say, but there's a back door. I know a senior who said he'd take us in through the back without checking IDs, Lin Ku explained. Wang Qinghan looked at Chen Jingyun, silently asking for his opinion. Sure, let's go check it out, Chen Jingyun said, feeling a hint of anticipation. When Chen Jingyun was in China, he had gone to a bar once with Zhang Zhun. After turning 18, Zhang Zhun insisted on seeing what it was all about, dragging Chen Jingyun along. Before going, Chen Jingyun's impression of bars was wild, indulgent, and a gathering of desires. Once there, it was all about drinking and kissing. However, after arriving, Chen Jingyun and Zhang Zhun sat in a booth drinking alone, the loud music pounding in their ears making them feel out of place. If it weren't for the bartender noticing that Zhang Zhun ordered enough drinks to call over 3 girls who knew how to play drinking games, the two might have been bored all night. Especially when the DJ shouted Ma while a crowd below yelled Dongmei, which made Chen Jingyun chuckle. But since nightlife culture originated abroad, bars, there should be a bit more fun, right? After agreeing to go to the nightclub together later that night, Chen Jingyun returned to his room for a rest. Looking at Wang Qinghan, he reminded him, make sure you don't wear women's clothes to the nightclub. I'm really afraid someone might kidnap you. Me, a big man afraid of getting kidnapped. Wang Qinghan replied irritably. You haven't seen those big black guys who are over 6 feet tall. They could easily take you under their arm, and we wouldn't be able to save you. I'm telling you, when a black guy gets excited, they lose all reason and don't care about anything, Chen Jingyun teased Wang Qinghan. Wang Qinghan wasn't offended. Dressing as a woman was his hobby, and others didn't understand. Sitting at the table, Chen Jingyun opened his laptop, while Wang Qinghan flipped through a book. Chen Jingyun paused, and closed his laptop, picking up a book instead. Having a roommate like this really put pressure on him. Flipping through the macroeconomics textbook, he noticed that the specialized vocabulary was incomprehensible even to someone who hadn't studied it, let alone an overseas student. He pointed to the English text in the book and asked, do you understand all this? Yeah, I understand it. Don't you? Wang Qinghan nodded. I understand it too. Chen Jingyun could tell that Wang Qinghan was genuinely studying, not just pretending to put in effort. This made him feel uneasy. He could tolerate a roommate's pretense of effort, but seeing his roommate studying seriously filled him with an inexplicable sense of urgency. Even though he didn't need to care about his grades at the moment, he still felt this way. When it was time for class, all 6 people in the dorm headed to the classroom together. No one skipped the small class. The professor for this macroeconomics class was an elderly white man with sagging skin and sparse white hair. He spoke at a leisurely pace, his British accent making it difficult for some locals to understand. This professor is quite famous. United Health has hired him as a consultant. Wang Chenghan whispered, clearly having done his homework, even learning about the professors for each class. Is he that impressive? Chen Jingyun asked. He's not just impressive. United Health is the second largest insurance company in the world. If you can get into his graduate program, you might end up working directly for United Health after graduation, Wang Chenghan said, his eyes filled with aspiration. What Wang Chenghan said held no appeal for Chen Jingyun. Taking out his iPad, he planned to play a few rounds of Jin Chanchan to pass the time. As the saying goes, 1 game per class, 4 games back to the dorm. By the time Chen Jingyun finished his 3rd game, class was already over. Watching his opponent chase down a 3-star 5-cost unit, Chen Jingyun typed 2 words in the public chat, let it go. He then pressed his avatar to end the match. As Chen Jingyun packed up, he said to the person next to him, let's go back to the dorm. After a while, he finished packing his backpack, but still hadn't heard Wang Chenghan reply. He turned around and saw Lin Jiayao smiling brightly at him. Hey, what are you doing here? Chen Jingyun asked. I didn't have a class this period, so I checked your class schedule and came over, Lin Jiayao replied. Aren't you in class? Playing Jin Chanchan, right? Chen Jingyun scratched his head, awkwardly feeling like he was caught. Wait a minute, I was just playing a game during class. I didn't do anything wrong to her, so why should I feel awkward? Chen Jingyun scratched his head. Jin Chanchan has its own merit. It trains your thinking ability reflexes. Lin Jiayao couldn't help but laugh. Several roommates were hiding outside the door, peeking through the door frame, with 4 heads bobbing up and down, and one hiding on the other side looking through the window. I want to take a stroll in Hollywood, Lin Jiayao stated her intention. Come with me. All right, let's go then. Chen Jingyun had no objections. My girlfriend and I are going to stroll around Hollywood. You guys can head back first. Chen Jingyun said goodbye to his roommates, then took Lin Jiayao's hand and walked out. Besides attending classes, Chen Jingyun spoke primarily in Huaxiao language, as everyone around him was a fellow countryman. Did you prepare a travel guide? Where should we go? Chen Jingyun asked. We can navigate to Palm Tree Avenue first, then check out the Walk of Fame, and finally, we can take a picture at the Hollywood sign. Okay, sounds good, Lin Jiayao replied, tightly holding Chen Jingyun's hand. In the university campus, couples were a common sight, and even open-minded foreigners were unabashedly making out in public. Upon arriving at the parking lot, many people gathered around a LaFerrari with numerous phones out snapping pictures. The two exchanged glances. Chen Jingyun shrugged. I feel like I should buy a more low-profile car. This one is too flashy for campus. Lin Jiayao nodded in agreement. What do you think about the G-Class? Chen Jingyun pondered while stroking his chin. I still prefer your Mercedes S-Class. It's very comfortable to sit in. Sounds good, let's buy an S63 when we have time, Chen Jingyun said with a smile, pulling out the car key and pressing the button, causing the headlights to flicker. People around immediately turned in surprise, trying to spot the owner of the car while discreetly stepping back. Excuse me, could you please make way? Chen Jingyun approached politely. The onlookers stepped back a couple of paces, some even turned to leave, while others pulled out their phones intending to take more pictures. The attention didn't embarrass Chen Jingyun. He casually opened the front trunk, tossed his backpack inside, and then walked over to open the passenger door for Lin Jiayao. Princess, please get in the car, Chen Jingyun playfully gestured. Lin Jiayao smiled, placed her hand on Chen Jingyun's, and gently sat in the passenger seat. Chen Jingyun suspected that Lin Jiayao had attended some etiquette classes, as her demeanor always exuded an air of elegance that made others feel inferior. He then got into the car, started the engine, and with a roar drove away from the dormitory under the envious gazes of his class. After Chen Jingyun left, the classmates who remained exchanged hushed remarks. Is he a freshman this year? Driving? That's a Ferrari. I wonder if he'll ever have a chance in my lifetime. OMG, that guy is so handsome. I even suspect he's a Hollywood star. Some continued to discuss, while a girl had already posted the recently taken photos on the school forum. Chen Jingyun was completely unaware that he had been posted on the school forum. At that moment, he was leisurely driving the Ferrari with one hand on the steering wheel. What do you think, should we buy or rent a place near school? That way we won't have to stay in the dorms, which would be a bit more convenient. Chen Jingyun mentioned. He still had over 30 pairs of shoes stored in a boutique on Rodeo Drive, and there was simply no room for them in the school dorm. My family has several properties over by Bird Street, but it's too far from school, over 10 kilometers. Even driving isn't very convenient. My dad said those properties were left for me. Now that I'm in college, I can manage them freely. Whether I choose to live there or rent them out, the rental income is all mine. Chen Jingyun thought. No wonder she was a top-tier wealthy heiress from Huai. Bird Street was located in Beverly Hills, the prime area for luxury homes, where multi-million-dollar villas were abundant. Lin Jiayao's family surprisingly owned several properties here. They didn't even care about these properties, allowing Lin Jiayao to manage them as she pleased with the rent belonging to her. In RMB terms, this was an asset worth over 100 million. Chen Jingyun, who had been feeling smug about possessing $40 million, couldn't help but feel a sense of calm. He still had a long way to go to reach the level of these top-tier wealthy individuals. How about we check out the empty house over there later? The others are all rented out, Lin Jiayao suggested. Chen Jingyun suddenly felt like he was about to live off her. Never mind, I'm going out with my roommates later. By the way, do you want to join? My roommates said they wanted to check out a bar in Los Angeles. Lin Jiayao's expression changed, clearly turning from sunny to cloudy. You're going to a bar? Chen Jingyun nodded, not planning to hide it. Then I want to go too to keep an eye on you, Lin Jiao said firmly. Don't worry, I'm just going to experience a foreign bar, not to do anything else. Chen Jingyun replied. He had just begun to enjoy life and didn't want to unexpectedly get caught up in something troublesome. The car drove along the straight road, and Chen Jingyun suspected that the minds of Los Angeles residents only understood straight lines. The roads were perfectly straight, dividing Los Angeles into neat square or rectangular sections. The navigation's destination was Palm Tree Avenue, a very famous street that had appeared in many movies and music videos. Tall palm trees lined both sides of the straight avenue where many private cars were parked, and residential areas flanked the street, with some low-rise buildings and a few small villas. Without the filter of fantasy, there was no orange-pink dreamy sky, only a bright blue sky, tall palm trees, and lush green lawns. I must say Los Angeles had excellent greenery. Especially since Los Angeles often experienced minor earthquakes, there weren't many high-rise buildings, allowing for a well-preserved skyline from which one could see the sky at any time. The city had its bustling charm, and even the countryside had its starry skies. Without stopping, they continued driving to the end of Palm Tree Avenue, where the Hollywood sign was perfectly visible. The Hollywood sign was perfectly framed by the palm trees on either side, making it a perfect spot for tourists to take photos. Would you like me to take a picture of you? Chen Jingyun asked. Sure, Lin Jiao nodded. They parked by the roadside. This was the end of the street with hardly any traffic, and apart from the residents living there, very few cars passed by. So they walked directly on the paved road without worrying about cars suddenly appearing behind them. Those living here must be wealthy individuals who have surpassed the middle class. They can see the landmarks of Los Angeles from their homes. Teske. Chen Jingyun remarked. Bel Air, Hollywood Hills, and Beverly Hills were all very close, and they were all luxury home areas. Los Angeles had countless wealthy people, and the three hills couldn't accommodate them all. Standing in the middle of the road, they took a photo as tourists before returning to the car, planning to stroll along the Walk of Fame. The Walk of Fame is essentially just a street, but what sets it apart are the stars embedded in the sidewalk, totaling over 2,600, corresponding to the same number of Hollywood stars. Not only movie stars, but also many highly esteemed stage actors. After parking the car, the two of them planned to search for the stars of Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan hold significant status in the United States. Even if they are not household names, they are definitely well-known major stars, and the films they produced are highly praised in America, naturally leaving their names on the Walk of Fame. Chen Jingyun took out his phone and quickly found the location of Jackie Chan's star, as online guides were readily available. Jackie Chan's star is next to a coffee shop about 2 kilometers away from where we are now. Should we walk over or just drive? Let's walk over, Lin Jiao said. I just want to take a look, not specifically to find Jackie Chan. All right. The two of them held hands and walked along the Walk of Fame. The Walk of Fame symbolizes dreams, with countless dreamers coming here to envision their futures. However, the two felt no such sentiment, merely taking a casual stroll and snapping a few photos. It's no wonder Americans enjoy their freedom, Chen Jingyun said with a smile, slightly raising his chin to indicate Lin Jiao to look at a white man sitting on the ground with his legs spread, playing the piano with both hands. The man was quite thin, with almost no flesh on his body, looking as if he were a skeleton come to life, his bare torso resembling just a layer of skin stretched over bones. In front of the piano was a backpack with its zipper open, used to collect money. It's more accurate to say he was performing. People like this were not uncommon on the Walk of Fame. In fact, one could encounter 2 or 3 such individuals every few steps, some performing, while others were purely begging. There were both black and white performers, but it was quite rare to see any Asians. He plays quite well, Lin Jiao remarked, pulling out a $10 bill from her small bag and placing it in front of the man's backpack. Thank you, thank you. The white man playing the piano looked up to express his gratitude, yet his hands continued to dance over the keys. God bless you, kind girl. Chen Jingyun would not give him money, even though he wasn't short on cash. How could someone with such piano skills end up performing on the streets? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but ask. Playing the piano has always been an art for the wealthy. How rarely do children from poor families learn this instrument, as piano lessons are expensive both domestically and abroad. To master the piano requires a significant investment. I don't know, but people like this are quite common in America, especially in New York. Many in the financial industry who were once powerful bosses just a day ago may find themselves bankrupt and on the streets the next day, Lin Jiao explained. The two continued walking forward, with various commercial shops lining the Walk of Fame selling Hollywood memorabilia, along with cafes and fast food joints, making the entire street highly commercialized. Aside from being somewhat suitable for photos, there wasn't much to enjoy. Soon they found Jackie Chan's star in front of a coffee shop, and just a few steps later they spotted Bruce Lee's star. By the way, are there any other Chinese stars on the Walk of Fame? Chen Jingyun asked, genuinely unaware of this aspect, as his knowledge of movies and stars was quite limited. Lin Jiao shook her head, as well, equally uninformed. For ordinary people, stars seemed distant, but for Lin Jiao, there was no significant difference between stars and common folks, especially when she accompanied her parents to family gatherings where she often encountered many celebrities. Some were stars from the mainland, while others hailed from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Those celebrities always greeted her parents with friendly smiles, and then turned to her with the same warm expression. It's not that interesting, it's not as fun as Disneyland, Chen Jingyun remarked, pointing to a nearby cafe. Would you like some coffee, or perhaps an ice cream? Coffee, she replied. The two entered the cafe where posters of celebrities adorned the walls, and Chen Jingyun immediately spotted the central figure Scarlett Johansson. The rotund white owner stood up from his chair upon seeing customers, his golden beard resembling a movie gangster dressed in worn-out jeans and a work vest. He didn't look like a cafe owner, rather he resembled a tavern proprietor, and the walls should have displayed various coffee beans, but instead they looked like they should hang old-fashioned rifles. Welcome, what would you two like to drink? The bearded owner's voice reached their ears. A latte with more milk and less sugar, Chen Jingyun ordered. Lin Jiayao added, I'll have a latte as well with less sugar. Then Lin Jiayao tapped her phone on the POS machine, using Apple Pay for the payment of feature common abroad, but rarely. Okay, please wait a moment. The owner poured coffee beans into the machine, and soon the sound of the coffee machine filled the shop with the aroma of coffee wafting through the air. The cafe was nearly empty, so the two casually found a vacant spot to sit and wait for their coffee to be prepared. Chen Jingyun took out his phone and scrolled through Instagram. Although his account had been registered for a long time, he had never posted videos or chatted with anyone on Instagram. It merely served as a tool to pass the time. After scrolling for a while and feeling bored, he opened Douyin. The first video was a food clip showcasing mouth-watering pork knuckles that made Chen Jingyun's mouth water. The second video was another food clip featuring freshly made Peking duck with a knife slicing through the crispy skin, producing a tantalizing sound, served with pancakes and cucumbers, enticing Chen Jingyun visually and audibly. The third video was yet another food clip showing a meat sandwich made from a mix of fatty and lean meat drenched in gravy, looking incredibly delicious. Chen Jingyun frowned. If he hadn't come across these videos, he wouldn't have thought of wanting to eat these things. But upon seeing them, he suddenly craved Peking duck and meat sandwiches. He casually opened the comments section. At that moment, the comments had different IPs, with the majority surprisingly coming who voted for Global Douyin. IP from the UK. Meat sandwich. Not as good as my feed. IP from South Korea. I want to go back home. Oh, I never want to eat this cold and hard French baguette again. IP from France. Chen Jingyun chuckled, finally understanding why he kept encountering such videos. It turned out someone had voted for Global Douyin, specifically pushing this content to people with overseas IPs. After waiting for over 5 minutes, the coffee was finally ready. The bearded owner brought the drinks to the two and smiled before returning to the counter, lying back in a rocking chair to watch a TV drama. The two placed their coffees together, stood side by side, then held their phones to their chests to take a photo capturing only their feet and the 2 cups of coffee. Stepping out of the coffee shop, they continued their stroll down the starry avenue. As time passed, the sun gradually set and the lights on both sides of the street flickered on while more and more people filled the pedestrian street. Shall we go? It's getting late. Let's take a photo at the checkpoint halfway up the mountain, then head for dinner. Chen Jingyun said, my roommate asked us to meet at the bar at 10. The two first drove up the mountain, reaching a classic photo spot halfway up, with hillside villas lining the road and private cars parked along the side. Unlike the hustle and bustle of downtown Los Angeles, this place exuded a leisurely atmosphere. After taking photos, they casually found a small taco shop to settle their dinner. It was already past 9 and the sky had darkened. Chen Jingyun sent a WeChat message to Wang Chenghan asking if they had set off, quickly receiving a positive response. Lin Ku still sent him the location. Chen Jingyun looked at the nightclub named Exchange on the map, searching the distance, which was about 11 miles from where he was, not too far. Accompanied by the roar of sports cars under the night sky, the two sped towards Exchange. In Los Angeles, the sound of engines was never lacking, and TikTok was always filled with citizens criticizing the street racers disturbing the night. However, it was generally the LAPD that dealt with these young racers. After all, they weren't racing in Beverly Hills, but in the suburbs of Los Angeles. After driving for over 20 minutes, Chen Jingyun arrived at the Exchange bar. At that moment, many young people were already queuing up on the street waiting to enter. Upon hearing the roar of the sports car, many turned their gazes, and some girls even began to move closer to the roadside, showcasing their figures. However, Chen Jingyun was not a superficial person. He merely glanced a few times before averting his gaze. Lin Jiayao was pleased with Chen Jingyun's reaction, feeling a bit anxious as she watched the alluring girls outside throwing flirtatious looks. Unlike during high school, when many girls were aware of her family background, even if they had a crush on Chen Jingyun, they refrained from pursuing him due to her presence, indirectly cutting off many of Chen Jingyun's romantic prospects. But this situation was different. Chen Jingyun not only had good looks, but was also driving a sports car worth over $4 million, undoubtedly a top-tier target in the eyes of gold diggers. It's important to note that gold diggers have no bottom line and wouldn't care whether he had a girlfriend or not. Lin Jiayao felt a sense of crisis. They had just started dating, and she didn't want her newly acquired boyfriend to be snatched away by someone else. That annoying guy, why does he have to be so showy? Lin Jiayao turned her head in annoyance, refusing to look at Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun parked the car, but didn't get out. Instead, he contacted Wang Chenghan and the others in their dorm group. Chen Jingyun, everyone, where are you? Wang Chenghan, we have already arrived. Why was this bar really that popular? So many people are queuing up. The line goes from the entrance all the way to the end of the street, and around the corner, there's still a long line of people waiting. Lin Ku, Chen Jingyun, we are at the front entrance, where are you? Chen Jingyun looked around, but still couldn't find them. He was mainly looking for Lin Ku, as Lin Ku's chubby figure would definitely stand out in the crowd. Chen Jingyun, I'm also queuing at the front entrance here, I can't see you. Do you have any landmarks over there? Lin Ku, landmarks. I don't think there are any, just the front entrance. Oh, by the way, there's a red Ferrari parked across the street. Upon seeing the message, Chen Jingyun looked across the street, scanning for a couple of circles before finally spotting Lin Ku and the others standing behind a utility pole. The three of them had evidently dressed up for the occasion, with Lin Ku even wearing height-increasing shoes, making him appear more than 5 centimeters taller than usual. Chen Jingyun turned off the car and said to Lin Jiayao beside him, "Let's get out. My roommate is across the street." Lin Jiayao nodded, gently picking up her crossbody bag that was resting on the floor. The two of them got out of the car. To be honest, the posture of getting out of a sports car was not very graceful. After locking the car with a couple of beeps, Chen Jingyun walked towards the spot where Lin Ku and the others were. They saw the three of them with exaggerated expressions, with Wang Changhan being the most dramatic, his face a picture of astonishment, while Lin Ku and Cui Nen also looked extremely surprised. School just started and his roommate was already driving a Ferrari. Although Chen Jingyun brought many luxury items like Hermes to the dorm, aside from Wang Changhan's relatively ordinary family background, Lin Ku and Cui Nen could also afford Hermes. They just wouldn't go as far as Chen Jingyun, who even changed his mattress and bedding to Hermes. There was a gap, but it wasn't significant. However, the Ferrari in front of them made them realize what a huge gap truly meant, especially Cui Nan, who loved sports cars. After turning 18, he immediately got his driver's license, and when he received his university offer, his father gifted him a McLaren 540C. That was a car he had long dreamed of, costing over $3 million upon arrival. However, the Ferrari LaFerrari before him was a car he wouldn't even dare to dream of. That was a supercar worth over $4 million. If shipped back to the country, including various taxes, the final price could exceed $5 million. He could buy 10 of his McLaren 540C with that. It was precisely because he was familiar with this car that he understood the extent of the gap. Chen Jingyun took Lin Jiao's hand, crossed the road, and walked up to the three of them. "What kind of expression is that?" he asked, unable to resist inquiring at their ghostly looks. "Is that your car?" Wang Qinghan, who was closest to Chen Jingyun, asked bluntly. Chen Jingyun nodded, realizing why their faces looked like that. Chen Jingyun felt secretly pleased at their astonishment. At only 18, with a face still showing signs of youth, he wasn't particularly mature in mind and had a hint of vanity. At this moment, he felt completely elated by the surprise of the three. "Wow, Master Hu, I beg you, let me hug your thigh?" Wang Changhan shouted playfully, looking as if he wished to adopt him as a godfather. Lin Ku remained relatively composed. He only knew it was a Ferrari and didn't know the specific model. Compared to sports cars, he preferred the spaciousness of a Rolls-Royce. For him, driving a sports car felt too constricting. Of course, even if he knew the exact price of the Ferrari, it would only shock him briefly. He was more astonished by how quickly Chen Jingyun acted than by the car's price. "Brother Yun, this car of yours." Cui Nen instantly changed his form of address. He had intended to ask, "Could I borrow it for a spin?" but swallowed the words before they left his lips. They were merely roommates, living together for only a few days, and their relationship remained tentative, still lacking familiarity. If Chen Jingyun refused, he might feel pressured by roommate etiquette to say yes, thereby creating discomfort instead of goodwill. At the last moment, Cui Nen shifted course. "This car is absolutely stunning. Like it? I'll lend it to you for a couple of days," Chen Jingyun replied without hesitation. The Ferrari LaFerrari was his first car in Los Angeles, but nothing more than that. He knew he would acquire many more in time, so he held no particular attachment to it, not even to the LaFerrari itself. Cui Nen stood momentarily stunned, his estimation of Chen Jingyun rising sharply. Perhaps to him, a $4 million automobile meant little more than pocket change. "Thanks, Brother Yun," Cui Nen declared, unself-consciously addressing him as brother with genuine sincerity. Even father would have felt equally fitting. "By the way, this is my girlfriend Lin Jiao. We were high school classmates, and both from Shanghai." Chen Jingyun introduced the young woman beside him. She nestled gently against his chest, radiating quiet grace and gentle charm. Upon hearing her introduction, she offered the group a warm smile and a light wave, a gesture both courteous and impeccably poised, preserving just the right boundary. Cui Nen was the first to respond, blurting out, "Sister-in-law Yun." The title startled Chen Jingyun and sent Lin Jiao into an instant flush, her cheeks and earlobes blooming with vivid pink. Wang Qinghan and Lin Ku also greeted Lin Jiao politely, but refrained from using the same playful title. Lin Ku glanced at his watch. "Let's go. We'll take the back entrance." The group followed Lin Ku to the rear entrance, where he continued enthusiastically describing the bar along the way. "This venue, Exchange, is extraordinary, ranked second nationwide among nightclubs in the U.S. and top 10 globally. Entry is notoriously strict. Had it not been for my senior, an old friend from high school, and his uncle who manages this very club, we'd have had no chance of getting in. Otherwise, we'd be waiting until we turned 21. Lin Ku's tone carried a hint of pride. Not mere boasting, but the quiet satisfaction of being able to treat his friends. It used to be the Los Angeles Stock Exchange, a historic building, dancing to cutting-edge beats inside one of the city's oldest structures. That's got real character, doesn't it? "Hey Fatso, can your senior really get us in? What if we're turned away at the door? Then all this would have been for nothing." Lin Ku didn't mind the nickname at all. "Relax, I've known him since middle school. He's completely reliable." The three circled around to an alley on the building's far side. "No line here." A young man stood waiting beside the staircase, not conventionally handsome, yet strikingly well-proportioned his height, over 6 feet, lending him an easy, confident presence. Senior. Lin Ku waved. Fatso, you're early. The club's just warming up, the headlining DJs won't arrive until midnight. That's when the real night begins. His senior smiled warmly. These are your roommates. Let's go in. I've reserved a private booth for you. As he spoke, he handed each of them a red reflective wristband, their official entry pass. They entered through the back door, climbed the stairs, and pushed open the heavy fire door, only to be met with a blast of icy air and thunderous electronic music. The club spanned 4 levels. The ground floor housed booths and the main dance floor, while upper floors featured open-air balconies ringed with tiered seating. His senior had secured them a prime spot. On the first floor, a mid-sized booth accommodating roughly 10 people, modest in size, but exceptional in location. Junior, I've covered the 500 booth reservation fee for you. Enjoy yourselves. I'm off to meet some friends. With that, his senior departed, clearly a regular. Even the staff recognized him. With a casual wave, a Chinese-American sales associate hurried over immediately. Guests and staff were instantly distinguishable. The latter wore matching reflective uniforms, blazing like beacons in the dim, pulsing gloom. The Chinese-American sales associate approached swiftly, holding a glossy, reflective menu, legible even in the club's deep shadows. In polished English, she said courteously, "Hello. Please take your time reviewing the menu. The minimum spend for this booth is 1200, excluding the reservation fee." Chen Jingyun leaned in, browsing the menu alongside Lin Ku. To be fair, the club's interior design and ambient details were exceptional. Dazzling lights pulsed rhythmically, with the music exuding sleek, futuristic sophistication. Ambience crews in reflective gear danced energetically across elevated platforms, and the central floor electrifying the crowd. Many women wore daring outfits, miniskirts grazing mid-thigh, their elevated positions offering fleeting, playful glimpses of safety shorts below. "Oh, there's Armand de Brignac on the menu," Chen Jingyun remarked, scanning the list. Though priced accessibly, even the standard bottles added up quickly. 3 bottles of Armand de Brignac, plus 3 of Grey Goose, totaled 850. "What would you like?" Lin Ku nudged Chen Jingyun playfully with his soft elbow. "Let me see," Chen Jingyun replied, taking the menu, secretly hoping to find the legendary Shenlong set. He wondered whether American clubs even embraced such a tradition. Truth be told, he'd never heard of A.U.'s nightclub offering the Shenlong set. Yet the selection was impressively comprehensive: Armand de Brignac champagne, Grey Goose vodka, Hennessy cognac. Every major label well represented. A chime resonated in Chen Jingyun's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest." This was his second hidden quest. The first had rewarded him with a wristwatch valued at several $1,000,000, an exceptionally generous prize. This one surely promised no less. Chen Jingyun immediately reviewed the quest details. "Having just met your roommates, the future tycoon must lay the groundwork for lasting camaraderie. Quest: treat your roommates to a single round of drinks totaling over 10000. Reward ownership of Exchange Nightclub." Since the system has spoken, Chen Jingyun decided to treat once more. After all, these roommates are all wealthy individuals, and anyone with a sense of decorum would definitely look for an opportunity to reciprocate. The drink menu spans 2 pages, and the so-called dragon set consists of 6 different versions of Ace of Spades, namely the Gold Edition, Pink Gold Edition, Purple Gold Edition, Green Gold Edition, Platinum Edition, and Black Gold Edition. Among them, the Black Gold Edition of Ace of Spades is the rarest, with many nightclubs lacking it. The Dragon set initially gained popularity in Europe and America, spearheaded by the hip-hop mogul JYZ, who made Ace of Spades a sensation in nightclubs across the West. Thus, as one of the most popular nightclubs in the world, Exchange Nightclub naturally offers the Dragon set, though it is not referred to as such here. The price is also steep, totaling $12,500. Just one set is enough to complete the system. Chen Jingyun pointed to the Dragon set section, saying, "Get me 1 set of this, and also 1 set of Hennessy. You can choose the soft drinks." Chen Jingyun felt that just drinking champagne might be a bit too monotonous, so he added a set of liquor. The salesperson was momentarily taken aback, but quickly confirmed the order and went to fetch the POS machine after receiving Chen Jingyun's affirmative response. Lin Ku grabbed Chen Jingyun's arm and asked, "Are you really ordering the Dragon set?" Chen Jingyun nodded. "With just a few of us, is it really necessary to order the Dragon set?" Lin Ku said, fully aware that one should save where possible and spend where necessary. Spending so much on alcohol is not as worthwhile as enjoying a few Michelin meals. After all, the pocket money of a rich second generation is not limitless. "It's fine, this round is on me." Chen Jingyun patted his chubby hand, each finger resembling a little radish full of flesh. "That's unnecessary. I can afford over 10,000, but I just think it's not worth it, especially since there are no girls." "Oh, but you brought your girlfriend." Soon the salesperson returned with the POS machine, and Chen Jingyun took out his golden credit card to swipe. Including the service fee, the total was $16,000, perfectly completing the system's task. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Task reward exchange bar. Ding, the transfer of asset requires time. Please come to collect it in 12 hours. The system's voice echoed in Chen Jingyun's mind once more. The speed of the system is astonishing. Acquiring a nightclub ranked among the top 10 in the world only takes 12 hours. A bar is indeed a den of consumption. This statement is absolutely true. Just look at the people still queuing outside. Each person entering here must pay at least $20 for admission with additional fees for reservations and drinks, not to mention a minimum spending requirement. For such nightclubs, even Ace of Spades does not command a high market price. A newer vintage gold edition Ace of Spades costs less than $400. In nightclubs it can sell for over $1,000, and with nightclubs purchasing in bulk the prices are even lower than market rates, yielding substantial profits. Chen Jingyun's excitement was evident on his face as he unconsciously swayed to the music. This is his first asset. He never expected his first venture would be in a nightclub with questionable elements. Moreover, he gained 1250 experience points, bringing his total to 636010000. He is not far from leveling up to LV4. Perhaps just a few more visits to nightclubs. The salesperson didn't keep Chen Jingyun and the others waiting long. Soon many salespeople lined up with several female sales perched on the shoulders of their male counterparts, all holding dazzling light signs. Dressed in reflective clothing, the long line stood out prominently in the nightclub, capturing the attention of everyone in the booth area. The sales team swayed their light signs in rhythm with the music, ultimately placing the illuminated liquor cabinets on the booth's table. 6 bottles of Ace of Spades were housed in 6 sparkling liquor cabinets. After placing down the drinks, the salespeople did not leave. Instead, they danced around the booth, seemingly trying to attract the attention of everyone in the nightclub. The display was indeed impressive. Chen Jingyun lounged with his legs crossed, appearing calm. On his wrist was a watch worth $230,000, while his pocket held a car key valued at $430,000. His Hermes outfit alone exceeded $30,000. Out and about, he had nearly his entire fortune on him. Brother Yun, this is too impressive. Chui Nen exclaimed, unable to contain himself. How long did it take to dance that much? Chen Jingyun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. This was only his second visit to a bar. The last time he went, he had no sense of experience, feeling more like he was in prison. This time, however, since he was the one ordering drinks, and though the music was loud, it was not noisy, making him feel somewhat comfortable. Of course, the most important thing is that he now possesses a real asset, which put him in a great mood. Ignoring the dancing salespeople, Chen Jingyun uncrossed his legs, stood up, and beckoned to a waiter who specialized in opening bottles, pointing to the black gold edition of Ace of Spades. Please open this for me. Start with these 3 bottles, Chen Jingyun said. The waiter nodded respectfully. Certainly, sir. It's my pleasure to serve you. The waiter then picked up the chilled Ace of Spades, pressed down on the cap, and twisted the wire. With 3 crisp pops, the 3 bottles of Ace of Spades were opened. As the waiter followed the standard procedure for opening the drinks, there was no liquid spraying out. Instead, a plume of white smoke slowly rose, particularly noticeable under the spotlight. The waiter intended to help pour the drinks, but was preempted by Chui Nan, who took a bottle of Ace of Spades and poured the champagne into specially chilled champagne glasses. This bar really knows how to do it. Even the champagne glasses are pre-chilled. Soon the drinks were poured, and Chui Nan first handed a glass to Chen Jingyun, saying, Brother Yun, thanks. Chen Jingyun smiled at him, sensing that Chui Nan had become somewhat attentive since tonight. During the last time he treated him to hot pot, he had not offered to pour him any plum juice. For the second glass, Chui Nan handed it to Lin Jiayao, then to Lin Ku and Wang Chenghan, before finally pouring one for himself. Amidst the passionate music, one must shout loudly for others to hear, so Chui Nan exclaimed, thanks to Brother Yun for treating us to drinks. This time, since you're treating, I definitely won't compete with you, but next time you have to give me a chance. Although Chui Nan shouted loudly, Chen Jingyun and the others hardly heard him. They simply saw him raise his glass, prompting them to lift their own glasses in unison. The sound of glasses clinking in the air was quite pleasant. The salespeople's dance was not yet over. Another wave of salespeople approached, carrying Hennessy, followed by 6 bottles of Hennessy and various mixers, all placed on the booth's table, with various little liquor cabinets decorated with glowing strips nearly illuminating the entire booth. At the same time, they filled the table of the booth to the brim. There is no shortage of gold diggers abroad. As the sales staff lined up with different bottles of Ace of Spades, many girls who frequented nightclubs could no longer contain their inner desires. For them, aside from beauty and youth, it seemed they had no other capital for transactions. Soon a bold white girl shed her outer clothing, leaving only her lingerie, and swayed her hips over. Upon seeing the faces of Chen Jingyun and the others, she became even more excited. So young and with Asian features, it was obvious they were international students. Girls who often hung out in bars knew that these international students were not only naive and easy to deceive, but often spent extravagantly. Some fools didn't even realize they were being scammed without needing to sell their bodies. The alluring girl passed by the sales staff and entered the booth, casually picking up a wine glass and pouring herself a drink. She said in a flirtatious tone, Hi, I'm Elsa, can I join you for a drink? Chen Jingyun and the others exchanged glances, clearly sensing the vigilance in each other's eyes. Lin Jiayao involuntarily frowned and gently pinched Chen Jingyun's arm. Chen Jingyun patted her hand to reassure her. Chui Nan looked at Chen Jingyun, seeing his disinterest and Lin Jiayao's rejection, made a decision, taking a couple of steps forward to block the girl at the entrance of the booth. Sorry miss, please leave. Elsa was taken aback. She hadn't expected that with her looks, she would be directly blocked outside, not even given a chance to show herself. I mean, no harm. Elsa slightly tugged at her lingerie, which already had ample appeal. Now it seemed as if she would burst out of her constraints at any moment. Even Wang Chenghan and Lin Ke, known for their good tempers, showed signs of disgust. Everyone wasn't foolish and could see why the girl was there. Moreover, before coming to America, the seniors had shown them many such cases where international students were scammed by some girls, leaving their credit cards maxed out, unable even to afford a flight home. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Those targeted by gold diggers naturally wouldn't care about a plane ticket. At worst, they could just call home for more money. Sorry, please leave. Shui Nan's tone was even more assertive this time, making a gesture to show her out, ignoring her. At that moment, the sales staff who had been serving Chen Jingyun and the others also came over. Naturally, she couldn't let anyone disturb her big clients. The girl had no choice but to glare angrily at Shui Nan, huffing as she turned to leave, unbuttoning her outer clothing that had been tightly wrapped around her waist, fearing that other men in the dance floor would take advantage of her. After the girl left, Lin Ke couldn't help but give Shui Nan a thumbs up, standing on his toes to hook his arm around Shui Nan's shoulder, his heavy arms causing Shui Nan to lower his head. You old Shui, just chase that little X away. Well, we can't let such people ruin our fun. Shui Nan smiled awkwardly. Elsa's flirtation was merely a small interlude, and the group continued to drink. Although Ace of Spades is quite expensive and doesn't compare to brands like Krug, it is still considered a T1 level champagne worldwide. However, it tasted very sour and mediocre. Chen Jingyun even felt it was not as good as the champagne he had drunk on Eastern Airlines. Besides champagne, there was also Hennessy. The strong liquor was spicy and hard to drink, but paired with some mixers it tasted good. The waitstaff poured the carefully selected drinks into glasses filled with ice cubes, making it convenient for everyone to drink. Simply drinking wasn't very interesting, so the group asked the sales staff for dice and played liar's dice. To their surprise, they found that there were similar cups abroad, no different from those at home. It seemed that nightclubs abroad didn't like to play fixed music. Most of the music was techno, with few lyrics, very rhythmic and suitable for dancing. Even though everyone was playing games, their heads kept bobbing to the music. Lin Jiayao seemed to be just accompanying them, and at this moment, she wasn't participating in the liar's dice game, instead quietly sitting beside Chen Jingyun, resting her head on his shoulder while watching him play. If you feel bored, I can take you back, Chen Jingyun asked. Clearly Lin Jiayao wasn't suited for the nightclub, but she simply couldn't blend in here. Even under the stimulation of alcohol, she still felt out of place. Lin Jiayao shook her head. No, I want to stay with you. Seeing Lin Jiayao, who looked a bit drowsy even with the loud music, Chen Jingyun had no choice but to put down the dice and start chatting with her. How about we play a game? Chen Jingyun took out his phone. Sure. Let's go. Jin Chan Chan start. Doing homework in a bar is just for fun, but playing on your phone in a bar is a real thing. Many people come with friends, but cannot immerse themselves in the atmosphere, so they play on their phones. After playing a couple of rounds of Jin Chan Chan, the music in his ears kept distracting Chen Jingyun, making it hard for him to concentrate, and he ended up leaving the game hastily every time. Putting away his phone, how about we go dance in the dance floor? Lin Jiayao nodded okay. The two walked into the dance floor, surrounded by men and women dancing wildly to the DJ on stage, their feet off the ground, totally hyped up. Chen Jingyun was quickly swept up in the atmosphere, unable to help but jump to the rhythm of the music. He let his mind go blank, filled only with the beats. Come on, follow my rhythm, Chen Jingyun whispered. Lin Jiayao waved her hand, but still felt nothing. Or to say, with the education she received over 18 years, she simply couldn't perform such wild actions as dancing. After trying once, Lin Jiayao still couldn't get into the atmosphere, as she looked around at the dancing men and women, feeling it was just chaotic madness. Still not feeling it, Chen Jingyun shouted in Lin Jiayao's ear. Lin Jiayao shook her head. Then should we leave? Chen Jingyun said. Where to? Lin Jiayao asked. To get some late-night snacks. I only had 2 tacos earlier, and am still not full, Chen Jingyun said. In fact, he still wanted to continue playing, but staying here with Lin Jiayao was like torture. In any case, in 11 hours this bar would be renamed Chun U. Next time, when he comes back to play in his own bar, he would surely enjoy it more. Thinking this way, he wasn't in a hurry. So after returning to the booth and greeting Lin Ku and the others, he took Lin Jiayao out of the bar through the back door. In Jiazhou, the threshold for drunk driving is remarkably lenient, a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08 is considered driving under the influence, a level that in many other countries would be classified as outright intoxicated driving. That meant Chen Jingyun, who had sipped several glasses of champagne, could still legally drive. He was behind the wheel of a Ferrari. So long as he did not flagrantly exceed the speed limit, the police were unlikely to flag his car. Seated in the car, he had originally planned to find a late-night eatery, have a bite, and then return to campus. But now, watching Lin Jiayao beside him with cheeks flushed from champagne, he suddenly felt unwilling to let her go so easily. It's rather late, the school might be closed. Why don't we find a hotel for the night? Chen Jingyun blurted, though he of course knew the school would not actually be closed at night. Lin Jiayao frowned. The school would close at night. Chen Jingyun nodded without hesitation. He spoke off the cuff, inventing an excuse. That was because it hadn't officially started back then. Now that term has begun, the campus gates are locked at night. But, Lin Jiayao began to reply, but Chen Jingyun would not let her finish and quickly interrupted. No buts. Don't you want to spend a little more time with me? He leaned closer. Or do you fear I might do something improper to you? What about the trust between us? Chen Jingyun adopted an expression of wounded sincerity. He performed the part with such conviction that anyone watching would read only genuine feeling in his eyes, utterly devoid of any other intent. Lin Jiayao fell silent, and after a moment she nodded. Very well then. At last a smile curved Chen Jingyun's lips. He started the engine, set the navigation, and steered the Ferrari toward Baifili Mountain. Luoshanji, an international metropolis and a city buoyed by tourism, naturally boasted a multitude of luxury hotels. Bandao Hotel, Huirdifu Hotel, Lizi Kirdun Hotel among them. Too many to count on one hand. Chen Jingyun had money to spare. He would not shortchange himself. He drove straight for the Bandao Hotel perched in. It was now the dead of night. The streets of Baifili Mountain were largely deserted. The street lamps cast an amber glow that made the avenue seem muted and somber. The Ferrari eased into the circular drive of the Bandao Hotel and came to a steady halt before the lobby. At the center of the circle, a grand fountain sprayed water into the night, surrounded by a ring of meticulously trimmed shrubs. Before Chen Jingyun could open the door, two valets sprang forward, one on each side, gently lifting the car doors for them. Chen Jingyun stepped out cross to the other side and helped Lin Jiayao from the vehicle. One of the valets, as if noting that Chen had not handed over his keys, asked, "Sir, would you like me to park your car?" Chen Jingyun paused, then remembered reading that such luxury hotels offered valet parking. He handed over the keys and said thank you. He then took two $20 bills from his wallet and handed them to the valets. "Thank you, sir," they said respectfully, climbed into the car, and with practiced ease started it again and drove off toward the parking area. The other valet escorted the two of them toward the hotel lobby. They passed through automatic glass doors that slid open to either side. The floor was laid with dark-toned hardwood, the walls papered in cool hues, and the seating areas flanked by ivory wool sofas that looked sumptuously soft. Wool rugs in matching tones lay upon the wooden floor, and European-style wall sconces cast a warm light, altogether creating an atmosphere of venerable old-money opulence. "Sir, have you already reserved a room?" the valet asked. Chen Jingyun shook his head. "No. By the way, it's my first time at the Bandao Hotel. Could you help me set up a membership card?" "Very well, sir. You will need to visit the front desk in person," the valet replied, matter-of-factly demonstrating a competent. The valet led them to the front desk, bowed slightly, and then took his leave. To Chen Jingyun's surprise, the front desk attendant was a black young man, but his appearance was presentable. No tattoos on the exposed skin, no dental adornments, and his smile had an unexpectedly gentle warmth. "Welcome to the Baifili Mountain Bandao Hotel, sir. How may I assist you?" the attendant said with a smile, his white teeth forming a stark contrast against his dark skin. Chen Jingyun said nothing, instead scanning the price list on the wall, from sumptuous rooms at a little over $1,200 a night to the Bandao suite at $14,000 per night. A quick mental calculation told Chen Jingyun that his funds could afford the Bandao suite for roughly 10 years. He pointed at the Bandao suite. "I prefer a larger room. Is the Bandao suite available tonight?" "Of course, sir, it awaits you," the attendant replied. "Book it for one night first." Chen Jingyun produced his driver's license and handed it over. Lin Jiayao likewise took a passport from her small handbag. Chen Jingyun's eyes narrowed in mild curiosity. Why carry a passport out for a casual evening? Always prepared, perhaps. He produced a gleaming gold bank card, tapped it, and the charge, $15,000 plus tax, was deducted from his account. A system chime sounded announcing that he had gained 1543 experience points, bringing his current total to 7903 out of 1000. The reservation system's tone played, and a faint smile tugged at Chen Jingyun's mouth. He was not a man given to indulgence. He could have stayed in a $1,000 room without complaint. Booking the $14,000 Bandao suite was simply a means to level up his system. After payment, the attendant took the room key and led them to the elevators. "Sir, madam, please follow me." Traveling light, they stepped into the elevator and rode up to the 4th floor. "My apologies, sir. This hotel was constructed in the 1980s and is now over 40 years old. Although it has undergone several renovations, the elevators are still somewhat slow," the attendant explained. The elevator was hardly slow, but the attendant's words casually conveyed a little of the Bandao Hotel's history to this first-time visitor. Chen Jingyun nodded. He cared little for the hotel's age. Only whether the decor was sumptuous, the bed comfortably soft, the service attentive, and whether the stay would yield generous experience points. When they stepped out on the 4th floor, they found themselves upon a plush wool carpet. Their shoes made no sound as they walked. A few steps later, they arrived at the Bandao suite, priced at over $14,000 a night. The attendant swiped the key and opened the double doors for them. "Welcome to the Bandao suite," he said. The Bandao suite, also known as the Green Suite, was washed in a gentle pale green palette that informed the walls, the square cushions on the sofa, and the curtains. This room measured a full 3,000 square feet. This side was the living room, and beyond that corridor lay the dining room, capable of seating 10 at once, and offering a fine view over the rooftops of Baifili Shanzhuang. Though it was night now, so the view might be obscured. The young attendant continued his tour of the Bandao suite, fulfilling his duty. "By the way, you are both Huaxiao, right?" he asked. Chen Jingyun nodded. The attendant displayed even greater deference. When designing this suite, they borrowed Huaxia elements. In the publicity department's phrase, "This is a fusion of East and West," he said. He even uttered the phrase in Chinese. Chen Jingyun cast a glance around. A fusion of East and West. He could not see any Huaxia elements at all. The attendant pointed to the door frames and the picture frames on the walls. "These borders are all wrapped in ancient Huaxia woven textiles. They feel very pleasant to the touch." Chen Jingyun reached out to feel it, silently bemused. It was merely a neat band of coarser thread woven around the frames, wasn't it? This was called a fusion of East and West. Huaxia culture still carried some influence abroad, as the proverb goes, foreign monks can chant sutras. Some domestic goods use Western imports to raise their price, while overseas establishments adorn themselves with ancient Eastern crafts to enhance their cachet. The attendant led the two of them on a tour through the suite. The 3,000 square foot Bandao suite, about 270 square meters, contained only a single bedroom, but offered an abundance of functional areas. The walk-in closet and bathroom together exceeded 80 square meters. There was also a Western-style kitchen, a neatly arranged bar stocked with various spirits, a study fitted with a desktop Apple computer, and a small conference room. One could very well call this place home without difficulty. After the attendant finished, the butler came to greet them and outline the privileges of the Bandao suite. Aside from the complimentary Rolls-Royce Phantom transfers, there was nothing else of note. Once the two staff left, Chen Jingyun flung himself onto the sofa. Its plush cushions cradled his body as he buried himself among the throw pillows, feeling utterly secure. You seem very familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Chen Jingyun asked. Lin Jiao nodded. My father owns a small stake in the Bandao group. Whenever we travel, if there is a Bandao hotel nearby, we always stay there. Chen Jingyun's eyes widened. Bandao hotels were renowned luxury establishments worldwide with over a dozen branches and several subsidiary high-end brands. A small stake in such a conglomerate. Listening to Lin Jiao's nonchalant tone, Chen Jingyun suspected that such an asset would mean nothing to her family. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Zhun had once said that in the wealthy city of Huhai, where tycoons abound, the Lin family ranked within the top 100, by every measure. System, give me a hand. You make me look so weak in this relationship. Chen Jingyun grumbled inwardly, but he soon regained his calm. After all, with the system as his support, he could not care less about his girlfriend's family background. Hey, why do those servers seem not to know you at all? Chen Jingyun asked in puzzlement. When the young miss from a shareholder's family appears in person, shouldn't they comp her bill? They should at least show some deference, right? My father only has a very small share. It's not much, so don't get the wrong idea, Lin Jiao explained. Even if my father came, he would still have to pay. Very well. Chen Jingyun was indifferent. He didn't care about the $10,000+. If anything, he wanted to spend it. Otherwise, how would he gain experience points? He picked up the iPad on the coffee table to order a late-night meal. Past midnight was precisely the right time for a supper. A late-night feast meant the carbohydrates, comforting satisfaction. Besides a sirloin steak and an Australian cheese lobster, Chen Jingyun also ordered a plate of seafood fried rice. He then handed the iPad to Lin Jiao. See if there's anything you'd like to eat. Lin Jiao glanced at it. She was not hungry and ordered only 2 glasses of mango juice before returning the iPad. I'm not hungry. He'll just sample a little alongside you. All right. Chen Jingyun tapped to place the order. The late-night spread cost him over $800. Certainly not cheap. Before long, the butler rang the bell. Chen Jingyun rose to open the door and found the fair-skinned butler standing outside with a trolley. So your supper is ready. Chen Jingyun nodded and asked, Andalou, are you moonlighting as a waiter too? Not at all, Mr. Chen. I am only delivering the meal for you and Ms. Lin. The fair-skinned butler Andalou spoke with a tone that suggested it was an honor to serve them. Come in and simply set it on the dining table, Chen Jingyun said. After Andalou had neatly arranged the plates on the table and laid out place settings for 2, he bowed respectfully, and they moved into the dining room where a vast long table dominated the space. The attendant had not exaggerated. It could comfortably seat 10 people, and if one squeezed in, 16 or 17 might sit together. A bouquet of vivid flowers adorned the table and candles. Chen Jingyun took out his phone. Shall I play Jin Chan Chan? He'll game while we eat. Sure. Chen Jingyun played many games and enjoyed mobile titles as well. Jin Chan Chan, Wangzhi, even Yuanshan. He played them all. After all, playing a single game for long grew tedious. He rotated between titles, finishing one and moving to another. The Bandao Hotel's cuisine was excellent. The medium's even steak was tender with a faint blush of pink draped in black pepper sauce and served with cheesy mashed potatoes, a very Western preparation. The Australian lobster needed no further praise. Its meat was plump, springy, and unabashedly sweet. Even the most ordinary fried rice was studded with luxurious ingredients, such as lobster meat and abalone. After 2 rounds of Jin Chan Chan, their supper was finished. What time is your class tomorrow? Chen Jingyun asked. I have nothing in the morning, and my first class begins at 2 in the afternoon, Lin Jiao replied. I don't seem to have classes tomorrow morning either. Let's shower first, then play some games later, Chen Jingyun said. Lin Jiao nodded softly, took off her little white shoes to reveal immaculate white socks, spotless and pristine. Chen Jingyun could not help but stare. This was precisely the sort of thing that piqued his inclinations. Lin Jiao slipped off her socks and tossed them aside, then walked toward the bathroom. They'll lock the bathroom door, so don't even think about sneaking in. Chen Jingyun's lips curved into a deliberately wicked smile. He chuckled softly. Hey, you certainly reminded me. Lin Jiao laughed at Chen Jingyun's antics. Although he fancied himself villainous, his handsome features made him look like an affable, sunny young man. Watching Lin Jiao turn and enter the bathroom, Chen Jingyun of course would not barge in. He lay back on the sofa and continued scrolling through his phone. Wang Qinghan posted a video in the dorm group. The more they drank, the more raucous they grew. Lin Ko flailed his chubby arms on the dance floor, breathless sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Jingyun teased. So this is dancing as exercise, going to the bar to lose weight. He thought for a moment, then filmed a short clip himself. Even through a video, the tasteful lavish decor was apparent. After more than half an hour, steam flowed from beneath the bathroom door as Lin Jiayao stepped out. Her hair still damp, Lin Jiayao wore a white bathrobe and dabbed at her hair with a towel as she walked. All right, your turn. Go take your shower, Lin Jiayao said. Chen Jingyun nodded, put down his phone, and as he passed her, he caught a faint floral scent. Unable to help himself, Chen Jingyun leaned closer and asked, why do you always smell so nice? He inched nearer and took a small curious sniff. It's the body wash, Lin Jiayao answered, her cheeks flushing. Chen Jingyun adored that blush. It was simply charming. The bathroom was enormous. There was a bathtub large enough for two, and even the glass-enclosed shower measured at least 6 square meters, fit for a couple to bathe together. Chen Jingyun quickly washed and lathered up. He glanced at the bottle, and the Hermes logo stood out prominently. He had the same product at the dorm, an even larger bottle of the same kind that cost over $500. Lin Jiayao took more than half an hour in the shower. Chen Jingyun finished in 15 minutes. He slipped into a loose white robe and buttoned it. The fabric felt soft and pleasant against his skin, warm without. After they dried their hair, they went straight to bed. The mattress was 2.5 meters wide and 2.2 meters long, so vast that rolling around would never send anyone tumbling to the floor. They had once shared a bed on a plane, so now in the hotel there was no awkwardness. They pulled back the covers, climbed in, cozying up together to play games. I don't want to play Jin Chan Chan anymore. After a full day of it, my blood pressure's through the roof, Chen Jingyun said. He had played many games, but none stirred his emotions quite like that one. Victory felt exhilarating. A 12-win streak could lift his spirits for a whole day. But losing infuriated him. Missed draws disrupted win streaks, endless frustration. At times like those, he wanted to ask Jin Chan Chan whether all the money he had spent was wasted. Lin Jiayao asked, all right, then what shall we play? Her talent at games was bewildering. Beyond just mastering simple matches, she seemed to pick up almost any game and excel at once. Shall we play some battle royale? It's been a while, Chen Jingyun suggested. Sure, let's log in, she replied. They queued up, and surrounded by dazzling skins, Chen sank into thought. It was hard to imagine the surreal tableau, a heroic figure like Zhao Yun wielding a gun, a BMW roaring through the wasteland, Ultraman motifs splashed across everything. Is this even the same battle royale I used to know? Chen Jingyun muttered. He felt dazed. The controls were familiar, but the gaudy cosmetic skins truly opened the eyes of this returning. They played until the sky lightened, and then finally set their phones aside to sleep. They set an alarm for 1 in the afternoon, and soon fell asleep. Luxurious bedding is a crucial element of a high-end hotel. No matter how extravagant the decor, a poor bed will displease even the wealthiest guests. A luxury establishment like the Bandao Hotel needed no introduction. The bed was supremely comfortable, soft yet supportive, and it relaxed the whole body without feeling tiring. Chen Jingyun only rose when the alarm rang. Pushing at the figure curled against him, he found the texture oddly soft and paused. Wait, Lin Jiayao was facing him. Her small head lay against his chest, sleeping soundly. Chen Jingyun immediately realized what he had been pushing. He glanced again at Lin Jiayao. Her eyes were open wide and intent, fixed directly on him. Chen Jingyun offered an awkward smile. Sorry, huh? Lin Jiayao returned a disarming smile. It's okay. Really okay. You tell me. For a moment silence said Chen Jingyun. Lin Jiayao shouted and swung a tiny fist at him. Chen Jingyun could not lie there and take the hit. He scrambled off the bed, dashed into the bathroom, and locked the door behind him. A furious pounding followed against the door. Come out. Lin Jiayao cried. Listen, it wasn't on purpose. Chen Jingyun protested, feeling wrongly accused. It had truly been an accident. Lin Jiayao stopped hitting the door, but her tone remained sharp. You did it on purpose. You even pinched me. Chen Jingyun thought back. He had pinched, but not with intent. Only to check what he had been pushing. You know me, I'm not that kind of person. I just wanted to wake you, he said. Lin Jiayao understood he had not acted maliciously, but because it was her first time, she felt shy and embarrassed. Instinct made her cover that vulnerability with anger. She stammered, you must not do that next time. Seeing her calm down, Chen Jingyun opened the bathroom door and gently drew her into his arms. Don't worry, I won't do it again. You'll be more careful next time. You know I respect you, he promised. After soothing her fragile feelings, they brushed their teeth. Even the toothbrushes bore the ubiquitous Hermes mark. Let's go. We have classes this afternoon. We can grab a loaf of bread on the way, Lin Jiayao said. Oh, as a good student, she had no intention of skipping. Okay, Chen Jingyun agreed. They checked out, drove back, and in half an hour they arrived at UCLA. After parking, it was time for them to part ways. Lin Jiayao studied at the film school separate from Chen Jingyun's lecture halls. Chen tapped his cheek and said, before you go. Lin Jiayao understood and leaned forward to peck his cheek. Just as her lips neared his cheek, Chen Jingyun turned his head and their mouths met. Chen Jingyun felt a warm, moist pressure at his lips and a faint sweetness as well. Lin Jiayao widened her eyes and tried to pull away, but a hand pressed the back of her head, pinning her in place. She felt her body go rigid and her mind go blank. Lin Jiayao did not expect Chen Jingyun to be so bold. Of course, Chen Jingyun did not overstep his bounds. He only let go after 3 seconds. The two parted their lips. It was sweet. Lin Jiayao's face turned red, and just as she was about to speak, she didn't know what to say, making her face even redder. Finally, she stomped her foot and jogged away. Chen Jingyun pressed his lips together, suddenly thinking that he should be a bit more. Isn't this effect great? Lost in thought, he arrived at the economics department building on the 5th floor, entering the classroom where many students were already present. Since it was just the beginning of the semester, Chen Jingyun did not recognize anyone except for his dorm mates. Not even a single familiar face. Wang Xinghan and the others had already returned, and the three of them were slumped over their desks looking exhausted, clearly having partied too hard the night before and still not recovered. He sat next to Wang Xinghan, asking, "What time did you guys stay out last night to be this tired?" "We only got to school at 7 this morning. Damn it, we couldn't get a taxi." Wang Xinghan, rarely swearing, exclaimed. "Haha, it's fine as long as you had fun. It's not like we go out all the time, Chen Jingyun. I'm so sleepy." Wang Xinghan propped himself up, but despite his fatigue, he still had to pay attention in class since it was about to start. As for Cui Nan and Lin Ke, they had long since fallen asleep. Especially Lin Ke, who was even snoring. This class was on mathematical risk theory, an important and challenging course. The female professor appeared to be in her 40s, briefly introduced herself, and then began the first lesson with a decided. Chen Jingyun noticed that he had already attended 3 professional classes, and all of them were taught by white professors. In such a finance program, the presence of black professors was pitifully low. During class, Chen Jingyun couldn't focus on any theory. All he could think about was rushing to the exchange bar to check on it. Finally, enduring until class was over, Chen Jingyun dashed out of the classroom. He went downstairs, arrived at the parking lot, hopped in his car, and drove to the exchange. The daytime exchange was completely different from the nighttime. During the day, aside from passing pedestrians, there were hardly any other people, a stark contrast to the long lines from the previous night's party. At the front entrance, security personnel in suits were lined up in 2 rows, as if welcoming some distinguished guest. Each security guard wore a suit, most of them being burly black men, with muscular bodies hidden under the suits, not at all inferior to the bulky characters in movies. People always had a natural fear of bars. These security guards looked like gangsters standing there in sunglasses, making anyone timid tremble just by looking. Chen Jingyun parked his car directly in front of the entrance, and before he could move, a security guard came forward to open the car door. As Chen Jingyun stepped out, everyone around him bowed and greeted Mr. Chen. Their pronunciation was very standard. They didn't mispronounce it as Mr. Chen. Chen Jingyun felt a white woman in a black suit approached, exuding grace and beauty, although there were a few noticeable crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Elizabeth Jones, the deputy general manager of the exchange bar." At 5 in the morning, after just finishing clearing the bar, all the lights were on, and the entire bar felt as if it were in broad daylight. The music had been turned off, and the cleaning staff was sweeping up paper scraps, spilled drinks, and cigarette butts. In the office on the 5th floor of the exchange bar, Elizabeth Jones looked at the cash report in her hand, revealing a smile. 1,200,000 in revenue. Not bad. Suddenly her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from the general manager. "Elizabeth, come to my office right now. There's an urgent matter." "Okay, boss, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Jones walked into the adjacent office where the general manager was reclining in a large office chair, holding a lit cigarette between his fingers with smoke curling up into the air. "Boss, what's going on? What happened?" "Yesterday's revenue was $127,000. That's not bad," Jones said to herself. "No, this is no longer my concern," the general manager interrupted. "What do you mean?" Jones asked, puzzled. "The boss just called me saying he has sold this bar. The new owner, it is said, has quite the background and financial power. He even bought the entire building instead of just renting it like we did before." The general manager explained. "What?" Jones was astonished, never having expected the boss would sell the bar. The bar is a money pit and a treasure trove. For the boss, a bar with a stable clientele is a guaranteed profit. Especially since their nightclub was ranked first on the West Coast, customers would even drive hundreds of kilometers to party. Since it was established, there had never been a day of loss. Each year's revenue exceeded $300 million, while the cost was merely a quarter of that. The general manager sighed. "I also found it very sudden, but the matter has occurred. The boss has assigned me to work in Las Vegas, and as for you, it's up to you to decide. You should get to know the new boss. He should arrive after 3 this afternoon. Be prepared to welcome him. Well, handle the handover now." "Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Elizabeth Jones, the deputy general manager of the..." Although she had seen Chen Jingyun's face in photos and knew he was young, when Chen Jingyun truly stood before her, he was really too young. After nearly 20 years of striving in society, she found herself working for a boss who had just... "Hello, Elizabeth." Chen Jingyun smiled and extended his hand, very satisfied with the arrangements here. Wasn't this... The new boss seemed quite easy to get along with. Elizabeth thought, then invited Chen Jingyun to come inside. Having been there the night before, the daytime bar felt completely different from the night. There were no light shows, no energetic music. Although the lights were on, it had a lifeless atmosphere, lacking the fervor of the night. Walking up to the 5th floor, the 4th floor was the bar area for receiving customers, while the 5th floor was the office area. From the elevator area, the corridor walls were all lined with soundproofing material, and even the floor had a layer of soundproofing. "Mr. Chen, this is your office. Would you like to take a look inside?" Elizabeth opened the large door to the office, which was a pair of double-opening brass doors, each at least 30 centimeters thick and very heavy. Not even a Barrett bullet could penetrate. The entire office exuded grandeur, a vast room beyond dominated by a solid wood desk over 3 meters long facing a sofa area and a bookshelf behind the executive chair that astonishingly concealed a hidden door. Yilishabai Cheongsi stepped forward and opened the secret door to reveal a suite no less sumptuous than any hotel apartment, a shower room with a bathtub, a bedroom with a 2-meter bed, and a spacious walk-in closet. The office spanned more than 350 square meters. Chen Jingyun clicked his tongue in quiet amazement. The working environments of the wealthy were truly formidable. Sitting in the executive chair, its leather well cared for and molded to his form, he felt entirely comfortable. Through the left floor-to-ceiling window, the street below bustled, and a red Ferrari LaFerrari sat quietly at the curb, filling him with a sudden, unbidden sense of grandeur. He suddenly felt an urge to give orders. Chen Jingyun tapped the desk lightly with his finger and said in a tentative tone that Yilishabai should bring him last quarter's financial report to review. Within moments, the report appeared on his desk. Chen Jingyun admitted frankly that he could not make sense of it. A chime announced that the system had detected a mismatch between the host's abilities and assets and had granted proficiency in business administration and accounting. The system's boon had descended. In the next instant, his eyes went hollow as an orderly cascade of knowledge flowed into his mind, allowing him to absorb the principles of management and accounting with astonishing speed. More than mere facts, the knowledge imprinted itself as instinct engraved deep within his mind. In barely 3 seconds, he transformed from a newly matriculated student into a bona fide expert in management and accounting. If he were to switch majors to business administration or accounting, a mere fraction of effort on a paper would make professors view him differently and open the floodgates to scholarships. Re-examining the financials, everything snapped into clarity. The numbers were impressive. The quarter had yielded $60 million in profit, which took Chen Jingyun by surprise. A bar with such earning power. What a revelation. Yilishabai, he said, I have just acquired this bar and am not yet familiar with it. The former general manager resigned, and the position remains vacant, so act as interim general manager for now. Chen Jingyun spoke calmly without any young man's flippancy. His slightly immature features made the scene feel incongruous as he continued explaining that his classes would keep him away often and that she must manage well. He added that if this quarter's profit did not exceed the last, he might suspect that her abilities fell short of the previous. It proved that environment shapes a man. Even without formal system training, Chen Jingyun could easily utter such words. Coupled with his owner's status, his youth mattered little. His words carried authority. I understand, Mr. Chen, she replied. Chen then requested that she hire an assistant. Was he seeking a personal assistant or a work assistant, she asked. An executive assistant, Chen answered. Very well, she said. As for the bar, continue with its current course. I trust your ability and believe you can become the true general manager. For the moment, Chen Jingyun painted a tempting prospect, an early promise to motivate. His meaning was clear. Yilishabai Cheongsi would serve as interim general manager. Whether she would be confirmed depended on the next quarter's report. If satisfactory, she would assume the post. If not, she might remain deputy or even be dismissed. Having smoothly taken over the exchange bar and acquired 2 skills gratis, Chen Jingyun was in high spirits. He had no intention of serving as general manager himself. Full-scale operations required time he did not have and attention he did not wish to devote. Better to let the exchange bar continue its steady course and provide reliable income. Whether he would replace Yilishabai later was a decision he would defer. He did not know how the system had acquired the exchange bar, but the result was favorable. Every staff member had memorized his face and treated their boss with deference wherever he went. Before arriving, he had expected a struggle, perhaps a scene for him to flaunt and be humbled, but in hindsight, he had overestimated. After all, he owned 100% of the shares. Everyone else was an employee. Who would dare show insolence to a new owner? He lingered at the exchange bar a while longer, speaking with Yilishabai and the directors of human resources and sales to gain an initial familiarity. Everyone behaved with respectful restraint, even a touch of anxiety over whether the new boss might make sweeping cuts. New leaders and their 3 symbolic fires are a universal rumor. Chen Jingyun had no such intention, at least for now. Once acquainted, he did not plan to stay long at the exchange bar. The place was simply too dull by daylight. He drove back to UCLA. Entering the dorm, he found Wang Qinghan at his desk studying rather than catching up on sleep. Chen watched his silhouette bent over books and sighed, struck by the absurdity of emerging from an all-night gaming session to see classmates up for an early 8 o'clock lecture. Students at UCLA were unevenly distributed. Some wealthy heirs idled their way through, some privileged, yet diligent, and others like Wang Qinghan who strove to change their fate through study. The rich already glimpsed their futures while Wang continued to fight for his. Hearing the door, Wang turned and asked young Master Yun, where did you go? I went out for a walk, Chen replied, casually, naturally unwilling to divulge that he had just taken over the exchange nightclub. All right, Wang said. Their conversation ended, and Chen flopped onto the bed, suddenly finding the dormitory too small. How comfortable the Bandao Hotel had been. Not only were the beds vast, but a butler provided one-tin service delivering whatever one desired directly to the room. He mused whether to rent the Bandao Hotel for a year or save to buy a large villa in Beverly or Bel Air when Wang suddenly nudged him and exclaimed that he had blown up online. What am famous? Chen frowned. Wang handed over his phone, showing UCLA's campus forum, a looser confession wall where people insult, complain about the school, and seek attention. Indeed, some posts were outlandish enough to claim the earth was flat. The phone displayed a post capturing the moment Chen had slid into the Ferrari LaFerrari. He recalled it must have been taken yesterday, when he and Lin Jiao went to Hollywood. Many people had gathered and taken photos. The post already had over 700 likes, an impressive tally for a small comment sporting goddamn, that's a Ferrari LaFerrari. I swear it's the most expensive car at our school. Someone wrote, if only he were my boyfriend. Another replied, don't get your hopes up. I was there, and the handsome man in the photo already had a very beautiful woman as his girlfriend. To hell with that, one commenter shot back, who says having a girlfriend prevents you from finding another. He returned the phone to Wang Chenghan. Chen Jingyun felt somewhat helpless. He knew that even in America driving a sports car on a campus would be rather ostentatious. However, he couldn't just stop driving a sports car because it might attract attention, could he? Fortunately, there were quite a few students driving sports cars at the school, and many international students even owned their own sports cars, though most were only slightly above entry-level models like the Porsche 911 or McLaren. Cars priced over $1 million were relatively scarce. Brother Yun, if you want to become an internet celebrity, it should be quite easy given your handsome looks. Whether you choose to flaunt wealth or focus on your looks, you would be totally fine either way. Chen Jingyun couldn't be bothered to become an internet celebrity. He had accounts on Instagram and TikTok, but he only used them to share moments with friends. He didn't need to earn a living online, so how could he really become what people call an internet celebrity? However, he looked Wang Chenghan up and down, making her feel rather uneasy. Brother Yun, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that, it makes me feel insecure. Chen Jingyun chuckled. You actually have the potential to be an internet celebrity, and after all, your appearance aligns quite well with the values here. Damn, if you want to eat my breakfast in the future, you can't. After a bit of playful banter with Wang Chenghan, Chen Jingyun lay on his bed feeling a bit bored. He felt too lazy to play games or scroll through videos. Suddenly, he had the urge to play some basketball. Back in high school, Chen Jingyun's extracurricular activity was playing basketball. Every day after class at 5, he would go to the court and play until 6:30, then head to the cafeteria to grab a meal change and to clean clothes in the restroom and return to class for evening study. He had been in America for several days now, yet he hadn't even touched a basketball. Chen Jingyun approached the door of 6123 and knocked. He intended to invite the two of them to the court. Come in, Han Jian's voice answered from within. The name sounded resolute, yet the tone carried a slightly affected lilt. Chen Jingyun stepped inside. The three rooms shared identical layouts, and both occupants lay on their beds absorbed in their phones. Shall we go play basketball together? Chen Jingyun asked. The two exchanged a glance. Let's go. They rose immediately, not even bothering to change their clothes. Slipping on their sneakers was enough to step outside. Wait a moment, they'll change, Chen Jingyun said. Back in his room, he put on a basketball jersey, Lanwang team number 11. Yes, an Owen jersey. With his sneakers on, he joined the others. Are there many people who play basketball at our school? How competitive are the courts you usually go to? Chen Jingyun asked. There are a lot of players. After all, the Zhongxiong team is an NCAA powerhouse, so the school's basketball culture is very strong. Han Jian said, but there are so many courts that people are spread thinly across them. Chen Jingyun nodded, and the three headed toward the courts. Since graduating high school had gone at least 3 months without playing, Chen Jingyun was genuinely anxious about embarrassing himself. Basketball is merciless. Skip a week and your touch goes rusty. Though his fundamentals remained, there would inevitably be an adjustment period. At the courts, Chen Jingyun gazed across a vast expanse, nothing but full-size basketball courts, at least 16. This is a dream campus for basketball lovers, he could not help exclaiming. Yes, Han Jian agreed. You can always find people to play no matter when you come. If it's few, you play onion-on. If more, 3-on-3 or 4-on-4. With even more people, you can play full court. Han Jian concurred. Why don't the three of us form a team? Wang Tianlin suggested. Sounds good, Chen Jingyun replied without objection. The three first went to an empty half-court to warm up before seeking a game to join. A chime sounded. The host seemed to have realized the hazard of lazing in the dorm and appreciated how crucial proper exercise is to health. After 100 days away from the court, would he fear his skills had regressed? Objective: step onto the court and make a basket. Reward: basketball mastery. The system's voice rang in Chen Jingyun's mind again. With basketball mastery, he would gain 3 mastery skills in a single day. The system was unusually active today. Chen Jingyun felt delighted, as if life itself were unfolding as an endless series of pleasant surprises. He had already felt the potency of the business administration mastery and accounting mastery bestowed that afternoon. The system's notion of mastery differed from ordinary understanding. 1 mastery skill elevated him to mastery in business administration and accounting. Innumerable cases and theories etched indelibly into his mind, never to be forgotten. But business administration and accounting were intellectual proficiencies, whereas basketball mastery belonged to the athletic realm. He wondered whether after acquiring it, he could go head-to-head with NBA players. I haven't played in ages, let me get a feel for the ball, Chen Jingyun said. Okay, Han Jian replied, passing the basketball. The ball in his hands, that familiar sensation returned. In high school, Chen Jingyun had been among the top players in the entire school. Alas, the international school had no official team, so he could not compete in the national high school tournaments. He bent and dribbled, though his movements felt a touch rusty. The ball remained easily under his control. Arriving at the free throw line, he came to a sudden stop, planted his legs, and launched a jumper whose motion was graceful and expansive. His favorite star was Owen, and his style naturally bore traces of him, dribbling sleek and fluid. His jump shot maybe not always accurate, but undeniably stylish. Swish! The ball glided through the net with a bell-like sound. A chime announced congratulations to the host. Task completed. Reward: basketball mastery. In the next instant, waves of strength surged through his limbs and core. Chen Jingyun felt his bodily power swell markedly. Though his strength had increased, he felt no discomfort. Indeed, his control over his body had improved even more. A ball flew toward his face. Han Jian had grabbed the rebound and passed it back. One more. Instinctively, Chen Jingyun reached out and caught the ball single-handedly. Chen Jingyun was astonished. Han Jian was no mere poser. He played well, although that pass had not been hard. Catching a pass ball with one hand was no small feat. He now felt as if the ball were an extension of himself, responding to whatever he willed. Casually dribbling to the three-point line, he rose, and the shot again sank cleanly through the net. That accurate. Han Jian praised, passing the ball back. One more. Chen Jingyun lifted his elbow and snapped his wrist. The ball described a graceful arc, and with a pleasant swish went in again. Han Jian, incredulous, urged again. Chen Jingyun continued to receive the ball. He could feel the terrifying potency of the basketball mastery. It was not merely an improvement in technique that granted him skills comparable to NBA stars. His physical attributes had been elevated to a level on par with those giants as well. He felt he could now step into the NBA and play without issue. 29, 30, 31, 32. 50, 51, 50, 12, 53. Wang Tianlin counted in silence while Han Jian retrieved the ball and mechanically passed it into Chen Jingyun's hands. Han Jian passed the ball again. Again. Chen Jingyun shook his head. Not anymore. To him, with no defender contesting and no interference, shooting a three-pointer was as effortless as standing beneath the rim and placing the ball in the basket. His flawless shooting came from muscle memory, delivering threes that rivaled those of Ku Li. Brother Yin, how do you practice your threes? How are you so precise? Han Jian and Wang Tianlin leaned in, unable to help themselves. As fellow basketball players, they naturally desired such formidable skill. You want to learn, eh? They'll teach you. The mastery of basketball that Chen Jingyun possessed was not limited to elite physical attributes and technique. It encompassed tactics, training regimens, and every surrounding discipline. In short, aside from manufacturing basketballs, he was well-versed in everything related to the sport. Brother Yun, teach me. Though Chen Jingyun knew he could not elevate them to his own level in a single lesson, he was certain they would improve. He'll teach you next time. First, let's find a court and add another team. To truly improve, you need systematic training. When I get back, he'll design a training program for you, Chen Jingyun said, already eager to rattle UCLA with his basketball prowess. He longed for his legend to ripple across the UCLA courts. That said, one could not deny the athletic gifts of these Westerners. Some of the black players' talent was enviable. At that moment, a lean, long-limbed black player bearing something of Lance bearing was wreaking havoc on the court. He looked at least 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall. Though slender, his muscles hugged his frame tightly, providing true physical resistance rather than being paper-thin. The black player unfurled his body and rose with grace. A white defender leapt to contest, but the black player simply posterized him with a dunk, the impact sending the white player sprawling to the ground. Perhaps embarrassed, the white player sprang up and shoved the black player, snarling in anger, "Fuck you." The black player's eyes flashed with fury. He shoved back and shot a retort, "Disgusting white pig. Did my dunk feel good? If you can't stop me, call your mother to come and guard me. Of course she'll guard me in bed." People rushed in to pull them apart, but many could not help laughing at the black player's words. The white man, feeling even more humiliated, swung, as if to start a fight, only to be restrained by others. Chen Jingyun and his 2 companions watched the spectacle. This was the first time he had seen such blunt racial confrontation firsthand in America. He could not help but ask, "Does this happen on courts often?" Han Jin nodded. "It's a street court. Conflicts happen fairly often. Sometimes the game just boils over." That black player is Heirs Shimisi from the Zhongxiong team. He's strong. He blew us out the day before yesterday. Chen Jingyun watched the 2 players be separated in the game resume. Though they did not come to blows, their play had grown noticeable. Heirs Shimisi attacked with elbows up, and the white player even resorted to shoving. Despite such heavy contact, no one called fouls. They simply traded forceful moves. To Chen Jingyun, Heirs Shimisi did not seem overwhelmingly skilled. His athletic gifts, leaping ability, height, long arms, were evident, but his fundamentals were lacking. At best, he was a substitute on the Zhongxiong team. The 3 waited on the sidelines for the game to finish. Very soon, Heirs Shimisi easily closed it out. Even as a substitute on a street court, he was in an entirely different league. He danced in celebration and deliberately taunted the fallen white player. "Who's next? Come on up. I don't mind crushing your basketball dream," he crowed, arrogance writ plainly on his face. His pride was unmistakable. The skirmish had drawn a crowd. People gathered until nearly the whole half-court was ringed, and at least a fifth of them were women. Noticing the attention of the attractive girls, Heirs Shimisi grew even more ostentatious. On the Zhongxiong team, he was merely a reserve, unable to attract cheerleaders' notice. But on this street court, he fancied himself maker Qiaodian. Generally, players from the Zhongxiong team were forbidden from playing pickup for fear of injury, but Heirs Shimisi did not care. Unable to find his glory with the team, he would seek it here. Han Jian nudged Chen Jingyun. Brother Yin, shall we go? Chen Jingyun nodded and stepped onto the court, having already warmed up his hands now itched to play. Seeing someone step up, heirs tossed the ball their way. You guys start, but remember brothers, you only get one shot. Smith was high on emotion and addicted to trash talk. Yet trash talk is part of basketball. Even in the NBA, many stars fling words to rattle opponents' minds. Sometimes the barbs are petty. Are you here to fight for second place? And sometimes vicious. Your wife tastes like. Off the court, Chen Jingyun was usually reserved, but on the hardwood, passion and confidence were his hallmarks. Unfazed by Smith's taunts, he stood beyond the three-point line, pointed at Smith's left foot, and declared loudly, "He'll drive from the left, and then stop at the free throw line for a jumper." His voice carried across the half court. Heirs laughed. "You so skinny. You want to be Jordan," he scoffed, intent on teaching the Asian player a lesson. Smith shifted his defensive stance to guard Chen's left side drive. Chen crouched, gripped the ball, planted his hands, and stepped out with his right foot in a probing move to the right. Any seasoned player knows the more committed a defender is, the easier he is to misdirect and unbalance. As Chen faked right, Smith instinctively shifted his weight to the same side. The next moment, everything blurred for Smith. Chen had slipped from the center of his vision, with the first step, like a supercar launching, he gained half a body ahead of heirs. Smith turned to pursue, but simply could not match Chen's speed. This was a physique and quickness that could stand alongside. The harder Smith tried to recover, the less his legs obeyed. His mind reacted faster than his body, a weight shifted right, then he panicked to go left, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Chen arrived at the free throw line, checked his dribble, and stopped. Smith's teammate rushed into contest, but his presence was ineffectual. He could not even bother Chen. The pull-up jumper came with effortless grace, his body arched in the air like a dancer exquisitely composed. The ball spun through the sky, tracing a perfect arc. Swish. Through Smith's fallen vantage, the ball cut the net, and answered with a clean, satisfying sound. Wow, what a shot. Blast him. Break his ankles. A jump shot on the street court may not elicit much reaction from the crowd, but a crossover certainly will. To ignite the whole street court, there are only 3 ways: a dunk, a block, or a crossover. After completing his jump shot, Chen Jingyun walked over to Smith and extended his hand. Just as Smith was about to reach out to pull Chen Jingyun up, Chen Jingyun retracted his hand and brushed his hair instead. He wouldn't give a pleasant look to someone who trash-talked him. Smith's face darkened, but with his skin tone that could blend into the night, his expression was hardly noticeable. Nice shot, Yingo. Han Jian came up to high-five Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun extended his hand and smiled. He enjoyed being surrounded by people on the court. Playing basketball is much more fun with an audience. Listen to me, we must not give them a single point, Chen Jingyun said. Okay. The game resumed, and it was still Chen Jingyun's possession. After washing the ball, he noticed that Smith had stopped talking trash and was seriously starting to defend, so Chen Jingyun chose not to announce his next move. He remained in a triple threat position, using a feint before taking a lightning-fast first step to blow past Smith. This is the difference. No matter how hard Smith tried to defend, he couldn't stop that first step, which was as quick as a flash. This time Chen Jingyun didn't take a jump shot. Instead, after driving into the paint, he leapt into the air, his body forming a large letter C. His eyes were almost level with the rim, and then he forcefully slammed the basketball down into the hoop. He landed back on the ground immediately. A non-rim hanging dunk. One of Rose's signature moves. Wow. OMG. Does he have springs in his shoes? How can he jump so high? He just took one step to get past Carl Smith. You have to know that Carl is a player for the Grizzlies. Is he really stronger than you? Please take a good look with your eyes. He has completely overwhelmed Carl. This time the crowd erupted in even more intense cheers, and many excited spectators rushed onto the court, taking turns high-fiving Chen Jingyun. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, Chen Jingyun felt even more empowered, raising his hand and gesturing for the audience to cheer even louder. This basketball atmosphere is something any basketball lover would dream of. Who hasn't imagined dunking in front of a crowd, hitting a game-winning three-pointer, and then celebrating with teammates? Once the spectators settled down, the game continued. After washing the ball, Chen Jingyun quickly took a shot, sinking a three-pointer. In less than 2 minutes, he had completely overwhelmed Carl Smith with a mid-range jump shot, a driving dunk, and a three-point. Smith had completely given up on the idea of competing. From the second drive, he realized that he couldn't keep up with the steps of his Asian player. Although he didn't know how this person in front of him possessed such terrifying explosiveness, he knew he was no match. Seeing the person in front of him take the three-point shot with ease, he let go of his last shred of hope. He wouldn't think that this person was just lucky to make that shot. Although he wasn't a professional, yet as a former 4-star high school player, and now an NCAA player, he naturally recognized that the strength of the boy in front of him was far beyond what he could contend with. Perhaps there weren't many on the team who could outperform him. Soon Chen Jingyun had easily swept Carl Smith with a score of. Smith's team exited, and other teams continued to take the court. Chen Jingyun refrained from trash-talking, and to allow Han Jian and the others to feel involved, transformed into a top-notch point guard, continuously feeding them the ball, while occasionally going in for a on and on. Although the opposing team managed to score 2 or 3 points, no team could force them off the court. After playing for almost 2 hours, seeing that Han Jian and the others were utterly exhausted, the 3 of them finally took the initiative to exit the game. The 3 sat on the sidelines as spectators. Han Jian took a sip of water and said, Yungu, you're too strong. It feels like playing this level of street ball is like adults against kids, and it seems like you hardly exerted any effort. Chen Jingyun wiped his sweat, and although he wasn't taking it seriously, to say he didn't exert any effort at all would be unrealistic. It's all from years of practice, childhood skills. I played with Wang Tianlin since childhood, but I can't compare to you at all, Han Jian said. The three sat on the sidelines watching the fierce competition on the court, pointing and commenting. Chen Jingyun could tell that the two genuinely loved basketball and shared a common interest, which explained why they had been friends. Hey, can we take 10 minutes of your time? A gentle voice sounded near Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun looked over and saw an elderly white man squatting beside him. The old man had graying hair and was dressed in a well-fitted suit, but without a tie. He adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, and through them one could see the longing in his eyes. Chen Jingyun didn't know this person, but nodded. Oh, focus. He gave Han Jian and the others a glance, signaling them to wait a moment, then stood up and followed the old man to the streetlight. People were coming and going around them, but no one intentionally listened to their conversation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ben Holland. You may not have heard of me, but you must know the Grizzlies. I am the head coach, the old man said in a very gentle voice. Chen Jingyun did not expect that the old man in front of him was actually the head coach of the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are a powerhouse in the NCAA, having developed numerous NBA stars, such as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Russell Westbrook, Bill Walton, and others. And the person in front of him was actually the current head coach of the Grizzlies, which was astonishing for Chen Jingyun. Generally, professional players are not allowed to play street ball, and coaches naturally do not scout talent from street courts. The narrative of a head coach discovering a talent on the street and bringing him to play, ultimately entering the NBA and becoming a star, only exists in movies and novels. It is impossible in reality. Mr. Holland, is there something you need? Chen Jingyun was not overly shocked by Holland's identity, as it didn't concern him, and instead asked. Ben Holland boldly stated, I want to invite you to join the Grizzlies. I wonder if you would be willing. Although Chen Jingyun had absolute confidence in his current basketball skills, he truly did not expect that just after their first meeting the head coach of the Bears would extend such a straightforward invitation. It should be noted that countless high school students aspire to join the Bears, even though the UCLA Bears have been somewhat underwhelming in recent years and couldn't even make it to the top, for they are still a prestigious basketball program in the United States, a dream for many five-star high school recruits. At this moment, the head of the Bears was inviting him to join. Is it just because of that recent street game? Chen Jingyun, perhaps you think your opponent was too weak, that even Carl couldn't bring out your true abilities. Ben Holland understood Chen. Just as Jordan needed the bad boys to highlight his greatness, Chen Jingyun also needed sufficiently strong opponents to showcase himself. That recent street game was merely casual fun for him. But I can see your fundamentals and your physical talent. Your static talent isn't top tier. You should be about 185 meters tall in shoes, and your wingspan is around 195 meters. Ben Holland meticulously assessed Chen Jingyun, though over 30 years of basketball experience allowed him to gauge Chen Jingyun's height and wingspan with just his eyes. However, your dynamic talent is elite. Speed, jumping ability, coordination, everything is exceptionally perfect, especially your astonishing first step, which could definitely become a nightmare in the NCAA. So how about joining the Bears? I believe you can become a star in college, even a nationally recognized collegiate star, or perhaps an NBA superstar. Holland often encouraged the Bears players with his passionate speeches, and now he used that same fervor to invite the talented young man in front of him. You'll reap countless riches, beautiful models, luxury cars, mansions, and prestigious watches. If it weren't for the last line, Chen Jingyun would have found his words quite appealing. However, upon hearing that last line, Chen Jingyun suddenly felt his desire to join the Bears wane. Countless riches, beautiful models, luxury cars, mansions, and prestigious watches. Besides the models and mansions, he already had everything. If he wanted, he could have the models too. Coach Holland, it's not that I want to interrupt you, but if it's just about riches, luxury cars, and prestigious watches, those things don't hold any allure for me. Chen Jingyun smiled as he interrupted. What? Holland couldn't believe that anyone in this world would not like riches unless they already possessed an uncountable amount. Then, thinking about Chen Jingyun's complexion, Holland understood. This is a foreign student who isn't lacking in money. Holland said, joining the Bears can also earn you credits and scholarships. Chen Jingyun decisively replied, Amen. Holland exclaimed, Come on, isn't cash less appealing than academic credits? This Sunday at 3 p.m., they'll be waiting for you at the indoor gym of the Sports Academy. Holland said, add my contact information and let me know which college you're from, and they'll help you request a leave of absence. The two exchanged contact details, and Holland left. Saying it took 10 minutes really meant 10 minutes. Chen Jingyun returned to the court and found Han Jian and Wang Tianlin, who were still watching the game, and sat down beside them. You're back? Who was that old man just now? Is he a professor from our college? Han Jian asked. The head coach of the Bears, who asked if I wanted to join the team. Chen Jingyun said in a rather bland tone, as if this was just a minor matter for him. Oh, I thought something significant happened. Han Jian nodded, then suddenly realized, wait, you mean the head coach of the Bears invited you to join the team? No way, did you? Han Jian had no doubt about it, because just an hour ago Chen Jingyun had already showcased the ability to join the Bears, thoroughly dominating Carl Smith, who was already part of the team. Wang Tianlin also looked over curiously. Fortunately, Han Jian spoke in Chinese. If he had said it out loud in English, it would have certainly attracted a lot of attention. Chen Jingyun nodded. He said I could earn credits, so I decided to go. You went just for the credits? Chen Jingyun nodded. Credits are very important. Damn. After watching the game for a while longer, they all got up and returned to the dorm. After returning to the dorm, he took a shower, stepping out feeling refreshed. After playing a game, he not only didn't feel overly fatigued, but instead felt invigorated. Back in bed, Chen Jingyun scrolled through TikTok while chatting on the phone with Lin Jiayao. Suddenly a message popped up on his phone. Chen Jingyun instinctively thought it was a spam or scam message, but then he noticed it was actually from JP Chase. He opened it to find that it was an invitation letter. It wasn't for a gathering hosted by JP Chase, but a VIP invitation to a car show. Dear Mr. Chen, we are honored to invite you to attend the Los Angeles International Auto Show and enjoy the excitement provided by automotive engines together. For this auto show, we have invited brands such as Rolls-Royce, Koenigsegg, Lamborghini, Bugatti, Porsche to co-host. Chen Jingyun glanced at the invitation letter, and the auto show was scheduled for this weekend. As a holder of the highest-level Palladium card from JP Chase, although it was acquired with the help of the system, Chen Jingyun still enjoyed all the privileges of a Palladium card holder. VIP lounges at airports, fast-track entry and exit, global green medical channels, rapid global rescue, and other privileges were all available to him. Additionally, for major events like the auto show, as well as air shows, yacht shows, etc., he would also be invited to attend as a VIP. Of course, as a Palladium cardholder, Chen Jingyun also had access to a 24-hour service team ready to assist whenever the cardholder had a request. He had only used it once when he had just received the Palladium card. Chen Jingyun thought for a moment and decided to find time to visit the auto show this weekend. He originally planned to buy a more understated car, and where better to find a rich variety of cars than at a major international auto show. When Chen Jingyun said he wanted to buy a more understated car, he didn't mean he was looking for a cheap family car. Rather, he intended to buy a car with a more low-key appearance. For example, cars like Rolls-Royce and Bentley have very understated appearances. Lin Jiayao, seeing that Chen Jingyun had been silent, couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything?" I'm thinking whether to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Bentley Continental, or just get both. After all, this is America, a completely unfamiliar environment, and each international student is adapting in their own. In fact, many international students suffer from depression, unable to find someone to lean on in this strange environment, and after a while of commuting between classes and their apartments, it's easy to feel down. Of course, there are also many who are doing quite well and enjoying high reputations in university. Chen Jingyun is likely among them, with a few people in the dorm subtly looking up to him. The day passed quickly, and in the evening Annie James held a class meeting to elect a class representative to help convey information between the teachers and students. At night, back in the dormitory, Chen Jingyun collapsed on the sofa without any concern for his image, and the others were similarly exhausted, feeling utterly drained. I'm exhausted. Back in high school, I thought the schedule from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon was the limit, but I never expected university classes could last from 8 in the morning until 9:30 at night. It's already 10 o'clock. Damn, at least I don't have classes tomorrow morning. Lin Ke shouted, downing a couple of gulps of cola to recharge his energy. You guys are eating too slowly. My girlfriend and I attacked the food, eating both quickly and plenty, Shui Nen said, poking Lin Ke and Chen Jingyun. Lin Jiayao's talent is no joke. She is not only strong in wall breaking, but also formidable in Delta, using the AWM to dominate alongside Chen Jingyun even more ferociously than any professional escorts. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was Friday. Chen Jingyun had also begun to adapt to the rhythm of UCLA. Overall, it was still relatively relaxed, except for Wednesday, which was packed with classes. The other days had fewer classes, especially Tuesday and Thursday, where there was only one class each. Moreover, with recorded lectures available, he could even skip the early class, making this week's coursework feel lighter. After the last class, Lin Ke and Shui Nen returned to the dorm to change clothes. Yunge, let's go out, ready for exchange. Shui Nen said. Both changed into trendy outfits, with Shui Nen even adding shoulder pads to look more stylish. Chen Jingyun shook his head. I won't go this time. Let's talk about it next time. Alright, then I'm going out to eat with Lin. I won't be back in the dorm tonight. Okay. The two hurriedly left. Chen Jingyun returned to his room, sitting in his newly purchased gaming chair, feeling increasingly satisfied with the dorm. Seeing Wang Chenghan scrolling through Douyin, Chen Jingyun raised an eyebrow. What's up? Not planning to go out to the bar with them today? Wang Chenghan shook his head. No, once is enough for such places, and last time you treated if we split the bill this time. Chen Jingyun nodded, naturally avoiding any mocking remarks about not being able to afford it. If he hadn't had the system, he might have been like Wang Chenghan, watching the rich kids play freely, indulging in a world of luxury. Yin Xiao, do you think I could actually make money by shooting those transformation short videos? Wang Chenghan suddenly asked, clearly more eager for money after a week of interaction. His family couldn't provide him with more, so he had to think of ways to earn some money himself. Chen Jingyun reclined his gaming chair, resting his hands under his head, quite leisurely. Oh, transformation short videos. You mean dressing up as a girl? Wang Chenghan nodded, speaking softly. Yeah. I think you can give it a try. Becoming a million-follower influencer is a bit challenging, but gathering tens of thousands of followers for some extra cash should be pretty easy, right? Chen Jingyun speculated. Wang Qinghan had already made a decision. He just wanted some affirmation from Chen Jingyun to boost his confidence. Chen Jingyun naturally wouldn't dampen his roommate's enthusiasm and even encouraged him a few times. However, he didn't offer Wang Qinghan any advice since he also didn't know how to become a good internet celebrity. Wang Qinghan opened his computer search for editing tutorials on Bilibili and put on his headphones to start learning. Chen Jingyun, feeling bored, scrolled through videos while Lin Jiao hadn't finished class yet, so he chatted on WeChat. Ding! A notification sound rang out, and Chen Jingyun glanced at his phone to find it was a message from Zhang Zhen. Having been here for a week, he hadn't kept in touch with Zhang Zhen much, only knowing he had gone to Singapore, while Columbia University hadn't started classes yet. Zhang Zhen sent a picture showing a sea of people, and Chen Jingyun immediately recognized it as the entry point in Los Angeles. Zhang Zhen, damn. Are there really this many people coming to Los Angeles? How long will it take to get through? Zhang Zhen continued, I'll never fly British Airways again. There's no fast track for entry. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. Making Zhang Xiao wait 2 hours to get through customs was truly a challenge for him. However, he still asked, how did you end up in Los Angeles? Zhang Zhen replied, there haven't been any direct flights from Singapore to New York these days. I had no choice but to come to Los Angeles first. I originally intended to transfer in Dubai, but there were only economy class tickets available. Anyway, I'm in Los Angeles now, and you're here too. How about coming to pick me up? Chen Jingyun glanced at the Richard Mille watch on his wrist. It was still early. With a good friend arriving in Los Angeles, Chen Jingyun naturally agreed to pick him up. He was also eager to see what expression Zhang Zhen would have when he saw his Ferrari LaFerrari. Okay, I'm on my way now. Hurry up, or just pay someone to let you cut in line at the front. As Chen Jingyun spoke, he stood up and went downstairs. Good idea, but with so many people, I can't even squeeze my way forward. Chen Jingyun got in the car, set the navigation, and drove towards Los Angeles International Airport located in Santa Monica. On the way, he refueled, filling up 93 octane at 5 per gallon. 93 corresponds to the 98 octane in China. In just over 30 kilometers on the straight highway with many cars around, Chen Jingyun weaved through the traffic and arrived at the airport in just half an hour. He parked the car and sent Zhang Zhen a message. I'm outside Terminal 3. Have you cleared customs yet? Zhang Zhen quickly replied, damn, I cleared customs, but it cost me $200. $200 is nothing for Zhang Xiao, right? I'm not going into the airport, I'll wait for you outside gate 6. Chen Jingyun said. Okay. Chen Jingyun stood by the car, and soon he saw Zhang Zhen walking out with a small suitcase. Like Chen Jingyun, he thought it was better to buy what he needed in America rather than lugging around heavy bags, as he was not short on money, which made his journey much more comfortable. Welcome, Zhang Xiao, to your loyal Los Angeles. Chen Jingyun jokingly saluted and said. Zhang Zhen's gaze was not on Chen Jingyun, and he didn't pay attention to the joke, instead pointing at the Ferrari behind Chen Jingyun. LaFerrari. Yours? Damn. When Zhang Zhen saw Chen Jingyun driving a Mercedes-Benz AMG in the country, he felt no jealousy, hoping only that his father could afford one too. But now watching Chen Jingyun drive a Ferrari LaFerrari, Zhang Zhen admitted he was indeed envious. This car. Even if he knelt down and begged his father, bleeding from his forehead, it was impossible for his father to buy it for him. Zhang Zhen immediately swung a fist at Chen Jingyun, saying, you're such a dog. You ate my late-night snacks for 3 years, drank my drinks for 3 years, and now that you've gone abroad, you turn around and buy a LaFerrari. You really deserve to die. Chen Jingyun paid no mind, rubbing his arm where Zhang Zhen had hit him. Get hurt a little, but the smile on his face couldn't be. Back then my brother truly had no money, but now that I do, I won't treat you poorly, Chen Jingyun said with a smile. So as long as you come to Los Angeles, all expenses are on me. During high school, Zhang Zhen treated Chen Jingyun very well. Whenever Chen Jingyun had no money, he would treat him to meals and drinks, never asking for anything in return. Of course, at that time, Chen Jingyun could hardly afford to reciprocate. He only occasionally treated Zhang Zhen in return, but overall Zhang Zhen treated him much more than that. Now that Chen Jingyun was wealthy, he certainly wouldn't forget. Chen Jingyun never forgets his roots. That's more like it, Zhang Zhen said contentedly. I'm not jealous of you. I just want to see if I hold a place in your heart. Alright, I got it. Get in the car. You just landed. Did you book a hotel? No, I haven't. Then don't book it. They'll book it for you. How many nights will you stay? 1 or 2? Chen Jingyun asked, opening the Peninsula Hotel app. 2 nights. I'm going to New York on Sunday. Okay. Chen Jingyun directly booked a 2-night stay in a Peninsula suite priced at $1,560 per night. Since it was the weekend, the price was slightly higher than last time. Host spent 31200, gaining 3120 experience points. Current experience 109391000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Current level LV 493950000. Daily reward 50000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up. Level up reward property, spending card 1. Chen Jingyun paused, realizing that he had already spent 100 in less than a week since arriving in America. This doesn't even account for spending on the cashback card. If added, it would be an astronomical figure, something a typical family couldn't earn in a lifetime. Chen Jingyun looked at the changes brought by the system upgrade. First, he received 500 every day, which directly increased 5-fold, amounting to 25 million a year, equivalent to a bonus of 130 million renminbi. That is to say, he could now be considered a billionaire with an annual income exceeding 100 million. He had completely surpassed the middle class. Looking at the upgrade reward, a property spending card, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but marvel at the variety of rewards the system offered, always able to come up with something novel. Property spending card can be used to purchase any residential or apartment property. Chen Jingyun's expression was strange. What he wanted most now was to buy a villa of his own. However, if he spent the money he had on a villa, it wouldn't be enough for a top-tier one, and he was unwilling to settle for a lower quality. He always thought about going for the best. Now the system would cover the expenses. Remembering his last experience on Rodeo Drive, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, you won't set any spending limits again, will you?" The system quickly responded, "Property spending card has no spending limit but can only be used to purchase one property. Even a villa costing several $100 million can be purchased." Chen Jingyun pressed further in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, the system replied, "Yes." "Nice," Chen Jingyun thought, pumping his fist in excitement. In that case, he could completely buy the top luxury house on Bel Air Mountain. He had already found a mansion online, but the price of 177 million had daunted him. Now he could easily use the property spending card to purchase it. Zhang Jin noticed that Chen Jingyun was slow to start the car and couldn't help but urge, "What are you doing? Are we going or not?" The cars behind were flashing their lights at you. Chen Jingyun snapped out of his surprise, saying, "Brother Jin, you are truly my lucky star." Zhang Jun was puzzled, and Chen Jingyun wouldn't explain. Starting the engine, the melodious roar thrilled Zhang Jun. This was a Ferrari LaFerrari. Wow. Zhang Jun felt a sense of success akin to a pilgrimage. Every car enthusiast has their dream car. The moment they sit in their dream car is a feeling that ordinary people can't understand. So how does it sound? Is it pleasant? Chen Jingyun enjoyed the feeling of showing off in front of his good brother, even more than in front of Lin Jiayao. It's so amazing, this roar. Unfortunately, Zhang Jun lacked sophistication, relying on a single phrase to express his amazement. "My dad promised me that when I get to New York I can buy another car. I can't afford a Ferrari LaFerrari, but I feel like I could manage to get a 488. Zhang Jun said, giving up on the Porsche without hesitation. The car drove along the roads of the City of Angels, quickly entering Beverly Hills, stopping in front of the Peninsula Hotel. This elegant luxury hotel had already caught Chen Jingyun's interest. He even planned to visit often in the future. The doorman came to help open the car door, tossing the car keys to him, and he also handed over the luggage from the front trunk. "You invited me to stay at the Peninsula Hotel." Chen Jingyun smiled. "So, brother, I didn't treat you poorly, right?" Zhang Jun pounded his chest, saying, "Good brother being brothers is in the heart. Is it impossible to reach you by phone?" "It's all set." They smoothly checked in, and the front desk staff led them to the Peninsula suite. When the door opened, Zhang Jun was stunned. Zhang Jun wasn't surprised by the high price or luxury of the Peninsula suite. With his living expenses, he could afford it occasionally, but he could only stay a few times a month. But he didn't expect Chen Jingyun to be so generous, directly booking him 2 days in the Peninsula suite. The Chen Jingyun who used to rely on him for living expenses was truly gone. Zhang Jun realized that he should redefine his attitude towards Chen Jingyun. Waving for the butler to leave, Chen Jingyun was already familiar with the place, having just been there a few days ago. "You put your luggage away and tidy up. Later we'll go out for dinner together, and then he'll take you to have some fun at night." Chen Jingyun said, originally not planning to go to the exchange bar today, but intending to wait for Lin Jiayao to finish class and go out for a stroll. However, Zhang Jun's arrival changed his plans. He planned to take Zhang Jun to the exchange to experience the nightlife of Los Angeles. This time, Chen Jingyun did not bring Lin Jiayao, as she simply could not adapt to the atmosphere of the bar. It would only be a torment for her, so there was no need to take her along. The two did not eat at the hotel, but found a Korean barbecue restaurant on the streets of Beverly. Unlike ordinary barbecue places, this one used only A4 grade Wagyu beef, and even had A5 grade top-notch Wagyu. Of course, the prices were not ordinary either. While grilling the meat, the two chatted. "You've been in Singapore for so long, has there been any progress with the class monitor?" Chen Jingyun casually asked, knowing that Zhang Jun had feelings for Lu Xiaoyu, though he did not express them clearly. At the very least, many classmates were unaware. Zhang Jun shook his head. "What progress could there be? She has already started university, and we've only gone out twice." "Then why have you stayed in Singapore for so long?" "I don't know why they are so busy with university." Zhang Jun replied helplessly. "I really don't understand what is so great about studying journalism." Chen Jingyun was not familiar with journalism either, but the online reviews of it were extremely poor. However, he still comforted Zhang Jun, saying, "She is so busy with university, but can still find time to accompany you, which shows you are important to her." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun immediately felt it made sense. "She has feelings for me." After finishing dinner, the two took a walk on the streets of Beverly before returning to the Peninsula Hotel. "Hurry and change your clothes, it'll take you to experience the nightlife in Los Angeles in a bit," Chen Jingyun said. "Huh, do I really have to change?" Zhang Jun was confused. In the domestic nightlife, there were no dress codes. You could even wear slippers. "Just change, and you'll understand later. Dress a bit more stylishly, okay?" "Alright." Once Zhang Jun finished changing, Chen Jingyun texted the butler to arrange a car to take them to exchange. After all, it was better not to drive himself when he was going to drink with Zhang Jun. Nobody could control the alcohol content in their blood. Even a slight excess could lead to drunk driving. Moreover, for drivers under 22, California's regulations were extremely strict. After Zhang Zhan changed, the two arrived downstairs where a black Rolls-Royce was waiting at the entrance. The foreign Rolls-Royce Phantom was 6.02 meters long, extremely elongated with the elegant and dignified hood ornament showcasing its nobility. The doorman stood in front of the car, helping to open the door. Once the two sat inside and settled in their seats, the doorman closed the door. "Good evening, Mr. Chen." "Mr. Zhang, it is my honor to serve you both," said the driver in a black suit with a tie, even wearing gloves. Chen Jingyun nodded. As he sat inside the Rolls-Royce for the first time, he felt only one thing: comfort. The spacious seats were incomparable to a Ferrari, with ample legroom allowing him to stretch out his legs. The doors had various buttons to control the seat angle, as well as ventilation, heating, and seat massage. Behind the central armrest was a refrigerator. Chen Jingyun opened it to find not red wine, but a glass bottle of Afra high-oxygen water. This water sells for 20 a bottle, over 100 renminbi, and is quite common in Beverly Hills. Chen Jingyun took out a bottle of water and then handed another to Zhang Zhan, crossing his legs and savoring the night view of Los Angeles from within the Phantom. He suddenly recalled a joke he had seen online. What troubles could a young master sitting in a Rolls-Royce possibly have? If he wanted to go to the zoo, the butler would say, "Just open the window." Now, sitting in the Rolls-Royce and watching the pedestrians and other vehicles on the street, he felt an inexplicable sense. The Rolls-Royce drove extremely smoothly, and there was almost no noise inside, embodying two extremes compared to a Ferrari. One was supreme comfort, the other was extreme passion. Soon they arrived at exchange, where a long queue still formed along the roadside. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingyun felt countless people were coming to give him money. As they got out of the Rolls-Royce, the onlookers in line looked on with envy and jealousy. Another beautiful girl is going to suffer. This time, Chen Jingyun obviously would not go through the back door, leading Zhang Zhan directly to the VIP entrance next to the normal entrance. The VIP entrance had very little queue. One reason was that there were fewer VIPs, and another was that the inspection efficiency at this entrance was higher, allowing for quicker passage. The two walked to the VIP entrance. Two black security guards wearing sunglasses saw Chen Jingyun's face and immediately bowed to greet him. "Mr. Chen." The large man had a thigh thicker than both of Zhang Zhan's legs. Chen Jingyun slightly nodded without replying and walked in with Zhang Zhan, completely skipping any checks. Zhang Zhan followed closely, puzzled. "Dude, how much have you spent here that even the security guards at the entrance recognize you and treat you with such respect?" Chen Jingyun secretly laughed. He had only spent over 10,000, but that didn't mean the system had only spent that much. He had no idea what the market price of this nightclub was, but it could not be less than 500 million. "What do you think?" Chen Jingyun smiled, familiar cool air rushing towards him, and faintly, he could hear up. Today seemed to be even busier as it was Friday, and not only many office workers came to relax, but also many international students. As Chen Jingyun entered, the two black security guards at the entrance exchanged glances, and one took out a walkie-talkie to report to the higher-ups. Elizabeth Jones was quick. Before Chen Jingyun could even pull open the soundproof door, she had already rushed over. "Sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't know you were coming today." "Oh, I came down late," Elizabeth Jones said. "Elizabeth, don't be so nervous. I just brought my friend to have some fun." Chen Jingyun said with a smile, "Please arrange a VIP booth for me, and for drinks you can decide, then put it on my account." Even the boss had to pay out, otherwise it would be hard to settle the bill later. "Yes, boss. By the way, bring over a few girls who know how to play drinking games," Chen Jingyun instructed again. Even though he was the boss, he couldn't neglect the bar's profits, so Chen Jingyun did not sit in the best booth, but led Zhang Zhan to a medium-sized booth by the side, similar to the one he had with his roommates last time. However, despite being a medium-sized booth, it was still the most eye-catching spot in the bar. A blonde girl in a sparkling bikini twisted her slender waist, which was as wide as an A4 sheet, holding a glowing drink box, walking step by step towards the two, and finally arranged the drinks neatly on the table. Zhang Zhan stared in awe. After the drinks arrived, Elizabeth Jones called over 4 girls who knew how to play drinking games, 2 of whom were Chinese and 2 were Caucasian. These 4 were not salespeople from the nightclub, but regular girls who came to have fun, unaware of Chen Jingyun's identity. They came simply because they were asked by the sales staff. Upon seeing a table filled with various versions of Ace of Spades champagne and Hennessy, it was clear that the 2 seemingly young men before her were undoubtedly wealthy heirs. Chen Jingyun gestured to the sales staff to open all the bottles. In a bar, it didn't matter what names were exchanged. All that was required was to play games and drink. Of course, some people were still looking for the afterparty. However, Chen Jingyun had no intention of joining the afterparty with these regular bargoers. To Chen Jingyun's surprise, the group could even play rock, paper, scissors, just like the rules back in China. He suspected that it was a game brought over by international students. After several rounds of rock, paper, scissors, everyone had consumed some alcohol, and under the stimulation of the music and drinks, they unconsciously immersed themselves in the nightclub atmosphere. If one were to describe the atmosphere, it would be to let go of everything in life and not think about anything. No work, no study, no evaluations. Just the music and champagne before them. Not everyone in the nightclub was there to seek something. Many office workers were simply looking to relieve some stress. 10-15-10. 10-15-5. Chen Jingyun played rock, paper, scissors with a Caucasian girl beside him, and surprisingly, she was quite skilled, even more so than Chen Jingyun. After all, this was only Chen Jingyun's 3rd visit to a bar. Having had enough to drink, the group moved to the dance floor, waving their arms from time to time and rhythmically swaying their hips, without any fixed beat, dancing however they pleased. On the dance floor, Chen Jingyun also spotted Cui Nan and Lin Ke, who seemed entirely focused on finding something to consume. They hadn't had much to drink before heading to the dance floor to chat. Some say that Los Angeles nightclubs are a battleground. Even a man standing at 185 meters tall needs to wear height-boosting shoes here. In this regard, Cui Nan had an advantage standing over 190 meters tall, though he was a bit too slender. However, his looks were not bad, even somewhat handsome, and he had successfully approached a girl who was also Chinese. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was still searching for his own true love amongst the crowd. As he bounced around, Chen Jingyun glanced back at Lin Ke and found that he too had returned to the booth, having successfully approached a girl. This little fatty knows how to charm the ladies. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but think. Just as he intended to continue dancing, he suddenly saw Lin Ke and Cui Nan getting pushed around by a few people. Under the colorful lights, Chen Jingyun couldn't clearly see the skin colors of the others, but judging by their builds, they appeared to be of Asian descent. Chen Jingyun frowned. Was there a brawl happening in his bar? And it just so happened to involve his roommate. Chen Jingyun did not rush over recklessly. Instead, he sent a message to Elizabeth Jones. After all, with his worth in the billions, he could not afford to take risks and would wait for Jones, the deputy manager, to arrive with security. Cui Nan and Lin Ke were just 2 against 4. Although 2 girls were trying to help hold them back, it was clear they were at a disadvantage. The opposing group consisted of 4 individuals of average build, not particularly muscular, but certainly not weak enough to fall over with a gust of wind. At that moment, the 4 surrounded Lin Ke and Cui Nan, and although they had not yet started fighting, they were shoving Lin, whom they couldn't push him. A tall, skinny guy and a short, chubby one, both of whom were rich second-generation students at school, had never really been in a fight, and clearly lacked combat skills. "Baka, you damn fat pig." One of them pointed at Lin Ke, scolding him fiercely, waving his finger in front of Lin Ke's face. As a rich second-generation student, Lin Ke had never been insulted like this. Although he couldn't understand what was being said, he knew it wasn't anything pleasant. With his temper flaring, he threw a punch, without considering whether he could win. That punch was quite powerful, landing squarely on the Japanese man's nose, causing blood to gush out immediately. The several individuals instantly got into a scuffle, causing the 2 girls nearby to scream in fright and instinctively step back. At that moment, Elizabeth Jones arrived with 6 black security guards. Jones pointed at the individuals fighting in front and made a gesture. The 6 black security guards in suits removed their sunglasses and stowed them in their pockets, then pounced like beasts released from their cages. These guards were clearly not just for show, they were all trained professionals. Within 10 seconds, each of them had subdued a person, lifting them away like chickens. Chen Jingyun clicked his tongue. When Lin Ke and Cui Nan started fighting, he felt a bit anxious and wanted to help, but before he could leave the dance floor, Elizabeth Jones had already arrived with her team, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. Elizabeth sent a message stating that everything was under control and that he need not worry. Chen Jingyun replied, "2 of them are my friends." "Where are they now?" "Mr. Chen, I've taken them to the lounge on the 4th floor. I'm coming up now." Chen Jingyun put away his phone and noticed Zhang Zhan was dancing passionately, ignoring him as he made his way to the 4th floor, where Elizabeth was waiting at the elevator. "Elizabeth, your efficiency is truly impressive," Chen Jingyun said with a smile, encouraging her about the earlier incident, and then inquired, "What did those people fight about?" "The tall guy and the chubby one are my roommates." "Mr. Chen, it seems it was because that chubby guy stole someone else." Elizabeth replied, her expression neutral, clearly unperturbed by such incidents. Brawls often occur in nightclubs fueled by alcohol and hormones. However, this was Elizabeth's first time personally handling a fight. Generally, as the deputy manager, she wouldn't concern herself with such trivial matters. This time it was because Chen Jingyun sent her a message indicating the importance of the situation that she personally brought people to the booth area. Chen Jingyun widened his eyes, his mouth agape. Lin Ke. He stole someone else's partner. He truly did not expect Lin Ke to be so competitive as to take someone else's partner. This is too outrageous. Elizabeth Jones clearly noticed Chen Jingyun's surprise and explained, "Mr. Chen, that chubby guy may not seem very attractive to us, but he is quite popular among Japanese women." Chen Jingyun was even more astonished. "So he found a Sakura girl?" Elizabeth nodded yes. Chen Jingyun clicked his tongue in wonder. "Let's go, take me to see." However, regardless of the circumstances, my friend was assaulted, so the other side must face some consequences. "I've already informed our cooperating lawyer, and he will be here soon," Elizabeth said. "Well done." Elizabeth Jones opened the lounge door and gestured for him to enter. Chen Jingyun walked in slowly, his face serious, and the 6 black security guards saw him and simultaneously bowed. "Mr. Chen." Lin Ke and Cui Nan exclaimed, "Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen." Although the security guards were somewhat rough when bringing them in, they did not trouble the group of troublemakers after throwing them into the lounge. Of course, Lin Ke and the others dared not fight anymore and were now sitting obediently on the sofa. "Old Lin, what should we? If the police are called and I get sent back home, my dad will break my legs," Cui Nan said fearfully, but he did not blame Lin Ke for flirting with someone else's dance partner. Lin Ke didn't even know that this girl from Sakura had already made plans with someone else and came to flirt with him. He was Lin Ke remained calm. "It's fine, I will call my uncle in a bit. He is also in Los Angeles and should know a lawyer." Cui Nan nodded but still felt a bit restless. At that moment the lounge door was pushed open and a handsome young man walked in, one so striking that even Yuhua would be proud. 6 black security guards all bowed in respect. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Isn't that Chen Jingyun? Chen Jingyun looked at the shocked expressions of Lin Ku and Cui Nan and gently smiled, his gaze shifting to the 4 people sitting across from him, all of whom were Japanese. Upon seeing the security guard's reaction when Chen Jingyun entered, the 4 Japanese realized that he was someone important. They felt the scrutinizing gazes and all lowered their heads, nervously rubbing their hands. Chen Jingyun's expression turned serious. Who caused this trouble? One of the Japanese immediately stood up, pointing at Lin Ku and Cui Nan. It was them. This fat guy flirted with my girlfriend. She came to flirt with me first. Lin Ku stood up to refute, feeling deeply humiliated and emotionally charged. Chen Jingyun waved his hand. Throw them into the Pacific to feed the fish. He was just joking, he was a bar owner. However, in people's impressions, bars often had a bit of a gangster vibe, and the 4 Japanese took it seriously instantly, wearing sorrowful expressions. One even directly knelt on the ground. No, please don't. We know we were wrong, we're sorry. If it weren't for the unbearable pressure, Chen Jingyun generally wouldn't smile. Lin Ku and Cui Nan looked at each other in confusion, seeing the same bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. What exactly is my roommate's identity? On the first day, Chen Jingyun brought a pile of Hermes gifts back to the dormitory, and they were not surprised as they had some too, even clothes that were more luxurious than Hermes. As for Chen Jingyun treating them to hot pot, they didn't take it to heart. It was just a meal, and they could find a chance to treat him back. Later, when they went to a bar together, Chen Jingyun drove a Ferrari, which made Cui Nan realize that this roommate was definitely a top-tier rich second generation, at least much wealthier than his family. Thus Cui Nan took the initiative to adopt a humble attitude to enhance their relationship. But now as Chen Jingyun walked in confidently, the staff treated him with great respect, shrouding his identity in a layer of mystery. Both of them speculated in their hearts that Chen Jingyun might have some connection with the owner, or perhaps his family had shares in this bar, but they never thought that Chen Jingyun could be the owner of this bar. An 18-year-old student managing the largest bar in Los Angeles, who would dare to believe that? Chen Jingyun still lacked experience in dealing with such matters. After scaring the 4 Japanese, he suddenly didn't know what to do next. He looked at Elizabeth Jones and whispered in her ear, "You handle it. Should we call the police, or what? We need compensation. These international students are all afraid of calling the police. They are not like those rogue black people," Elizabeth Jones said. Chen Jingyun sat down on another sofa, watching Elizabeth take charge. "Due to your actions, our nightclub has suffered significant losses, and these losses should be compensated by you. Because of your actions, you broke 3 sets of glasses from Switzerland, each set costing $4,000, totaling $12,000. You $6,000 $2,000 each," Elizabeth said. Lin Ku and Cui Nan both came from decent families. $2,000 was nothing. They directly tapped their phones against the payment machine to pay one by one. However, the 4 Japanese clearly were not pleased, obviously not as financially robust as Cui Nan and Lin Ku. Although $2,000 wouldn't cost them their lives, it would certainly leave them scraping by for a month. "Ma'am, this seems a bit excessive." Elizabeth Jones' face darkened as she said sternly, "I think I need to have my lawyer speak to you at the police station." No, that's not necessary." The 4 Japanese quickly swiped their cards, frightened by her. "All right, now let's talk about what happened between you. You 4 initiated the violence. If I can mediate for you, we can do it here. If not, we can let the police mediate at the station." The 4 Japanese looked as if they had eaten something bitter. After all, it was them who went to trouble the other party's booth. They were clearly not in the right. One of the Japanese stood up and bowed deeply. "Private Marseille. We're sorry." Lin Ku looked at their comical expressions and waved his hand. "It's fine, let's leave it at that. After all, they were the ones who acted first, and if it really went to the police, it should count as mutual fighting, not just one side getting beaten." Chen Jingyun nodded. "You can leave now." The 4 Japanese felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly fled, likely too scared to go to a nightclub for a long time. Of course, these 4 might not even have the money to go to a nightclub in the next month or 2. After they left, Elizabeth also took the security guards out of the lounge. Lin Ku and Cui Nan immediately surrounded Chen Jingyun. Cui Nan bombarded him with a slew of questions, not giving Chen Jingyun a chance to respond. "Brother Yin, why are you here at exchange? Didn't you say you weren't coming? And what is going on? It seems everyone listens to you. What is your relationship with the boss here?" Chen Jingyun felt a headache from Cui Nan's rapid-fire questions. He transferred the money back to both of them through WeChat and said, "With all your questions, I don't even know which one to answer. I wasn't planning to come, but a high school classmate came to Los Angeles and I brought him to experience it. As for my relationship with the boss, you guys think, is there a possibility that I am the owner of this nightclub? Oh, come on, brother. Yeah, you just started college and you're already the owner of such a large nightclub." The 2 clearly did not believe him. Chen Jingyun smiled without responding. After a moment of silence, the 2 exchanged glances and both spoke up. "Wait, brother Yin, are you serious? No way, are you really? Alright, if you still want to keep playing, you can continue downstairs now. They'll have someone bring you another round of drinks," Chen Jingyun said. The 2 exchanged glances. With such an incident occurring, their mood to play and relax had been largely ruined, and they had no intention of continuing. "No, Yin, good, let's grab a late-night snack and then head back to school." Cui Nan shook his head and replied. Chen Jingyun nodded. "Okay, be safe. They'll head down first, my friend is still waiting for me." After speaking, Chen Jingyun returned to the dance floor downstairs. Not finding Zhang Jun, he went back to the booth and saw Zhang Jun playing with his phone. Chen Jingyun went up and snatched his phone, not bothering to check the messages, but simply locked the screen. What are you doing? You're out to have fun, yet you're on your phone. Zhang Jun was about to get angry, but when he looked up and saw it was Chen Jingyun, his anger vanished immediately. I was sending you a message asking where you went. Chen Jingyun shrugged. I went to the restroom, what else would I do? Come on, let's keep drinking. Come on, who's afraid of who? The two continued drinking until 2 in the morning when they were finally helped out of the bar stumbling. Chen Jingyun knew he might get drunk, so he had arranged for someone from the Peninsula Hotel to pick him up. Soon he found himself once again sitting in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. Adjusting the angle of the seat to lie comfortably back, the cool breeze from the seat made Chen Jingyun feel even. Looking up at the starry ceiling of the car, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but nod. The starry ceiling was indeed beautiful. The ride was smooth, and by the time they returned to the Peninsula Hotel, Zhang Jun had completely powered off his phone. It was the butler who helped carry him to bed. After taking a shower, Chen Jingyun lay down on the bed, and before long, he fell asleep. The next day, getting up from bed, he noticed neatly folded clothes on the footrest. These were the clothes Chen Jingyun had thrown into the laundry basket yesterday, which the butler had taken to wash. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's already 2 o'clock." He calculated that he had slept for 10 hours last night. Fortunately, the drinks were not fake. His head was a bit fuzzy, but he did. After brushing his teeth and freshening up, he pulled Zhang Jun up from the bed. "What are you doing? It's only this early, let me." Zhang Jun flipped over, covering his head with the blanket. "Oh, you want to sleep a bit more, huh?" Chen Jingyun said with mischief. "Alright then, I'll just send that video of you getting drunk yesterday to the class monitor." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun shot up from the bed and rushed down. "No, I'm getting up." He quickly dashed into the bathroom at lightning speed. Chen Jingyun smirked. "Gotcha." After Zhang Jun got dressed, the two headed to the dining hall for breakfast. It was a 7-course meal, and the price was extremely expensive. After finishing the dessert of cheesecake, Chen Jingyun wiped his mouth. "Let's go. There's a large auto show today, and we should check it out." "Sure." Zhang Jun nodded. He was also a car enthusiast and was very interested in attending the auto show. "Let's go." The two drove off in a Ferrari with the auto show located not in Beverly Hills, but in downtown Los Angeles. Chen Jingyun handed his phone to Zhang Jun. "Play some music for us to listen to." Zhang Jun replied, "What music? Just listening to the engine roar is enough." Though he said that he still searched for a rap playlist suitable for driving. In China, rap is considered a niche culture, but it is very popular abroad. While Los Angeles generally has low-rise buildings, it is not without high-rises. The financial district in downtown Los Angeles also has many tall buildings, though the tallest, the Wilshire Grand Center, is only 335 meters tall. Surprisingly, there were many people attending the auto show. Chen Jingyun walked slowly, stopping here and there, and finally managed to get to the venue, parking the car directly on the roadside. In foreign middle-class families, cars are categorized as daily cars and weekend cars, which literally translates to cars for daily use and cars for weekend use. One type is the car used for commuting, economical and practical. The other type is the car used occasionally, like various performance cars that may not be economical, but are definitely the owner's pride. The auto show is similarly divided into sections. One side is for everyday vehicles, while the other side is for luxury cars. Of course, there are also specialized fun zones with many interesting booths. Chen Jingyun did not intend to waste time in the everyday vehicle section and directly took Zhang Jun to the luxury car area. At the entrance, tickets were checked. Chen Jingyun opened the invitation letter and scanned the QR code, and the staff respectfully allowed them to enter. Upon entering, they found the McLaren display area featuring models such as the McLaren 720S, 765LT, and even a P1 just to showcase. However, to Chen Jingyun's surprise, the display area seemed solely for showcasing cars and had no car models. This McLaren is indeed handsome. The 720S is only a bit over $300,000, quite cost-effective. Zhang Jun said. Chen Jingyun smiled and replied, "For the same price, I'd choose the Lamborghini Huracan STO. No way, you're too tall. You're not suited for the Huracan." The two did not linger too long at McLaren and continued deeper into the area. The luxury car area also had Mercedes-Benz models, but there were no C or E classes nor common versions of the S class. All were AMG models. Chen Jingyun sat in a Mercedes-Benz GLS 63. The GLS 63 is so stylish. I used to think the G63 was cooler, but now I feel the GLS has more character. Isn't it too old-fashioned? Old-fashioned. The interior has been upgraded to a large screen. I find it quite modern, Chen Jingyun replied. I'm not into that. When I finish my driving test in New York, I plan to buy a shooting brake Panamera. Actually, I think the Panamera is even more old-fashioned than the GLS, especially the silver one. Oh, it looks like an old lady. Zhang Jun made a friendly gesture. Now that you mention it, I also feel that way. No, it's not an old lady. Oh, it's called elegance. Okay, elegance. The two experienced sitting in the Mercedes GLS 63 for a while before getting out of the car, intending to continue walking to see more vehicles. Chen Jingyun believed there were even better ones inside. Passing by booths of Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Ferrari, etc., Chen Jingyun felt somewhat dazzled. There were too many great cars and too many he wanted. Chen Jingyun even wondered if his future garage would be big enough. He didn't need to fit 100 cars, but at least 30 or 40 would be necessary. What's wrong? Didn't you like any of these? Zhang Jun asked. He knew Chen Jingyun was looking to buy a second car in America, but as they walked along, Chen Jingyun just shook his head. No, these cars are still too flashy. I plan to buy a more low-key second car, Chen Jingyun said. His second car couldn't be a sports car. Let's go check out Rolls-Royce. I think the Cullinan looks quite good. I recognize every character. But why do they make no sense when strung together? Zhang Zhun asked, bewildered. How on earth did these terms coalesce? At the very least, it's more understated than my LaFerrari, Chen Jingyun remarked. Fine. Well, perhaps. Nonsense. The two approached the Rolls-Royce exhibition booth where a female sales executive stepped forward to greet them. Hello, gentlemen. I'm the sales director for Rolls-Royce. Chen Jingyun nodded, curtly paying little heed to her introduction, and pointed toward his sapphire blue Cullinan. This vehicle is exceptional. May we sit inside for a first-hand experience? Of course, please follow me. Chen Jingyun took the driver's seat, while Zhang Zhun settled into the front passenger seat. The car's exterior paint shimmered in a deep sapphire hue echoed harmoniously within by an interior upholstered entirely in tonal blue leather. The seats were a near black indigo, profound, almost abyssal, while their central panels glowed with a vivid azure like a luminous sapphire radiating from the heart of darkness. All Rolls-Royces displayed at the auto show had been curated by the marque's official designers, whose aesthetic sensibility far surpassed that of the average observer and whose mastery of harmony was unparalleled. Sir, your discernment is extraordinary. This Cullinan differs fundamentally from all others. It is singular and incomparable. The sales director sat in the rear seat leaning forward between them. Chen Jingyun perked up. Oh, in what way? Other Cullinans are merely Cullinans, but this one bears the name Blue Shadow, a bespoke limited edition launched exclusively by Rolls-Royce. Only 62 units exist worldwide, and this number 62 is the final new Blue Shadow ever produced. No other remains in pristine, unregistered condition. A bespoke limited edition. Chen Jingyun admitted genuine surprise. He hadn't known Rolls-Royce offered such Indeed, sir. The Cullinan comes in standard and black badge variants. Yet the Blue Shadow surpasses even the black badge in exclusivity and refinement. The sales director spoke with quiet confidence. Please glance upward, at the Starlight headliner. Chen Jingyun, he hadn't noticed it upon entering, but now gazing upward he realized it differed markedly from the Starlight headliner in the Phantom he'd ridden just the day before. This headliner didn't merely simulate stars flickering softly. It animated shooting stars streaking across the firmament, embedded constellations of cerulean stars, and most astonishingly embroidered upon the roof, near the windows, a meticulously rendered lunar crater. Composed of 799 white stars and 384 blue stars, it dazzles with unprecedented brilliance, the sales director explained. You've surely noted its distinctive hue, the color of the Kármán line, the celestial boundary where Earth's atmosphere yields to outer space, now elegantly transposed onto this automobile. This vehicle, she continued, is akin to a gift from the cosmos itself. Every detail set apart from any other Rolls-Royce ever conceived. Her words effortlessly wove a tapestry of romance, so vivid that gazing upon the celestial canopy above one could almost drift into a dreamscape of infinite stars, as though this car were a key unlocking the vault of the universe. Indeed, great products sell not by specification alone, but by story. Chen Jingyun cared little for horsepower. All Rolls-Royces shared the same V12 engine. No matter how refined, it could never rival a Ferrari's raw velocity. Yet comfort and opulence were Rolls-Royce's sovereign domain, beyond question. The sole remaining consideration was price. This car stirs something profound in me, Chen Jingyun said. If the price aligns, nothing else could suit me more perfectly. 138,000 US dollars, the sales director replied with a poised smile, knowing her role here was largely ceremonial. At this tier of luxury, the clients will reign supreme. What mattered most was the buyer's own conviction. I love it. Let's sign the contract, Chen Jingyun declared, stepping out and heading toward the lounge area behind the vehicle. Certainly, sir. Please be seated. As she departed to prepare the documents, she instructed her team to serve Chen Jingyun and Zhang Zhun espresso, sparkling water, and an assortment of delicate pastries. Chen Jingyun lifted the sparkling water, taking a measured sip. Though circumstances were constrained, even this humble beverage bore elegant touches. A sprig of mint rested atop the surface, and a translucent lemon slice clung delicately to the inner rim of the glass. Young Master Chen, I truly must begin addressing you as young master now. A 138,000 automobile, and you don't so much as blink, Zhang Zhun exclaimed, increasingly unable to fathom his closest friend. 3 years of camaraderie had apparently revealed nothing of the man he thought he knew. And this car's color, so boldly conspicuous, anyone on the street would spot it instantly. Where exactly is the discretion in that? Chen Jingyun paused, admitting inwardly that yes, the hue was anything but discreet. He'd originally intended only a classic black or white Rolls-Royce. Yet he craved distinction, and the moment he learned this was a limited edition, one of only 62 globally, and the very last new unit ever made, his resolve crystallized beyond resistance. This automobile had to be his. It's quite understated, far more so than the LaFerrari, Chen Jingyun replied, utterly matter-of-fact. Pointless to argue. If you like it, borrow it when you visit Los Angeles after passing your driving test. Chen Jingyun added, or, if I tire of it first, I'll ship it to New York for you. Truly, really, brother Yun. Chen Jingyun countered. And what precisely should you call me? Zhang Zhen hesitated, then caught on. Godfather. No, father. Chen Jingyun smiled satisfied. This boy isn't foolish after all. Father, I love you. I love you so much. Neither automobile was remotely within his means, yet the title of father slipped from his lips with utter sincerity. The sales director returned swiftly. Chen Jingyun glanced cursorily over the contract, standard ironclad and free of pitfalls, flipped through its pages, signed his name decisively, and withdrew a gleaming gold credit card, handing it to her. She paused, startled. Upon seeing that card, she understood at last how extraordinary her fortune truly was. She recognized it instantly. Los Angeles teemed with billionaires capable of purchasing such a vehicle, but those privileged to hold that card numbered fewer than 1,000 worldwide. And before her now stood one of them. A soft chime resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 13800 experience points. Current total 13946750000. And congratulations, host. You have leveled up your system. Current rank level 58946710000. Daily reward unlocked 10000. Chen Jingyun was very excited. Within 24 hours he had leveled up twice consecutively. There was no time to mourn the loss of $50,000 a day. The next target was $100,000 a day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system. Reward Wilshire Building. Chen Jingyun naturally knew about the Wilshire Building, the tallest building in Los Angeles and the best structure on the west bank of the Mississippi River. While it might not stand out in skyscraper cities like New York and Chicago, it was undoubtedly a landmark in Los Angeles, which had very few tall buildings. From a side view, the building somewhat resembled the Avengers Tower from the Marvel movies. Chen Jingyun was in a good mood. He now realized that the daily rewards seemed to be just a small part of the system's overall rewards. Or rather, they were merely the base rewards, while the upgrade rewards and hidden tasks were the main sources of assets. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang. Chen Jingyun picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. We'll take this call. Chen Jingyun greeted Zhang Zhen and stood up to move aside. What's so mysterious that I can't hear? Zhang Zhen shook his head, not paying much attention. Chen Jingyun answered the call, and a respectful voice came through. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Charlie Anthony, the head of the Los Angeles branch of Bugatti International. I am currently responsible for the property management of the Wilshire Building. Congratulations on becoming the new owner of the Wilshire Building. If possible, I hope to serve you in the future. Bugatti International. Chen Jingyun said, please hold for a moment, and quickly searched for the company on Google. He was shocked by what he found. It turned out to be the largest property management company in the United States, and the only one authorized by the U.S. government to manage military and political industries. The Wilshire Building had been managed by Bugatti International since its completion in 2017. Now that the Wilshire Building had a new owner, a new contract needed to be drafted. I apologize, Mr. Anthony, I had a few things come up. Chen Jingyun said, I am very willing to continue collaborating with Bugatti International, as you have managed the Wilshire Building very well in the past. I hope it will continue to be so in the future. Of course, Mr. Chen. I wonder if I have the chance to visit you in person. Of course, but I just arrived in Los Angeles and haven't settled in yet. They'll notify you once I'm settled. Chen Jingyun said. All right, Mr. Chen. The two chatted briefly about property management details before quickly hanging up, planning to meet in a couple of days for a more in-depth discussion. Chen Jingyun returned to the sofa. Having completed the process, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Blue Shadow officially became his private property. Checking the time, the two returned to the Peninsula Hotel. He drove the LaFerrari while the Cullinan was arranged by Rolls-Royce to be transported to the hotel. He informed the butler to arrange an extra parking space. How about we skip drinking tonight and take a walk around our school? Chen Jingyun asked. Sure. This time, they didn't take the LaFerrari, but drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Blue Shadow. The Cullinan was 5 meters 7 long, had a very soft suspension, and felt like driving a yacht. The seats were comfortable, but the handling was definitely not as good as the Ferrari, and even the sound of the V12 engine was barely audible with the windows closed. While this Cullinan is indeed special, Zhang Zhen reclined the seat and stared at the starry sky ceiling. This starry ceiling looks much better than my dad's car. You should buy one too. You're joking, right? My dad would never give me that much money to buy a car. Zhang Zhen shook his head. At most he might give me $500,000 to buy a car. A week ago Chen Jingyun never imagined he could buy a car worth $130,000 without batting an eye. One could only say that the system was truly amazing. Driving to UCLA, he took Zhang Zhen around to explore. To be honest, a week was not enough for Chen Jingyun to fully familiarize himself with the school. Apart from the routes from his dorm to the parking lot and to the teaching building, he hardly visited other places. It was just right to wander around with Zhang Zhen to get familiar with the campus. UCLA is indeed one of the most beautiful universities in America. Studying here must feel like being in a TV drama. Zhang Zhen said enviously while looking forward to his own Columbia University even more. As they walked, they arrived at another basketball court. The campus had countless basketball courts, and the basketball atmosphere was extremely strong. Shall we have a onion match? Chen Jingyun grinned maliciously. Sure. Both were wearing casual shoes, but in high school they even played basketball in flip-flops, so they didn't care about that. At most it would just be a bit lower in intensity. They borrowed a basketball from the people on the opposite half-court as they were in the middle of a game and didn't need the other balls. Chen Jingyun held the ball, and that familiar feeling of control returned. Standing on the court, he instantly felt a sense of invincibility. Looking at Zhang Jun, Chen Jingyun flashed a mischievous smile, leaving Zhang Jun confused. Don't look at me like that, it's giving me goosebumps. Zhang Jun reached out for the ball and said. Chen Jingyun passed it to him. Kid, today, I'm going to end your basket. You think you can? Zhang Jun scoffed. As partners who had played together for 3 years, they both knew each other's skill levels. Chen Jingyun was slightly better, but the gap was not that significant, roughly 70-30. Want to end his basketball dream? You think you're Jordan? 5 minutes later. Damn, how are you so accurate? You just shoot. Wait dude, how did you suddenly jump so high? Did you come to America for a fun transformation? Did you just block that shot? Damn it, I'm done, screw this. Zhang Jun was completely thrown off guard. In those 5 minutes, Chen Jingyun had used all his strength, taking it much more seriously than against that player from the Bear team. Thus Zhang Jun scored 0 points, thoroughly dominated by Chen Jingyun in every angle. In the end, Chen Jingyun intentionally missed an open basket, and Zhang Jun, feeling a significant drop in morale, ended up missing the layup. Chen Jingyun sat next to Zhang Jun and patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged, shall we play another game? How about this, I'll just shoot and won't enter the 3-second zone. Chen Jingyun chuckled. No, how about this, I'll play by American Bull rules and only dribble 3 times. Zhang Jun replied, get lost. You bastard. The next morning, Chen Jingyun sent Zhang Jun to the airport. Brother, come visit me in New York when you have time, Zhang Jun said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll come when I get the chance. Chen Jingyun chuckled. Zhang Jun said, alright, I'm leaving. You don't need to send me, and just drop me off here. Chen Jingyun replied, I wasn't planning to send you inside anyway. Damn. Zhang Jun made an international gesture, and Chen Jingyun returned it double. After sending Zhang Jun off, Chen Jingyun returned to his Cullinan, and his phone rang. It was a video call from Lin Jiayao. Chen Jingyun answered the call, and Lin Jiao's delicate face appeared on the screen. While applying makeup in front of the phone camera, she asked, where are you? Are you in the car? Yes, I just dropped Zhang Jun off at the airport, and am heading back to school, Chen Jingyun replied. I made a reservation at Mellis Restaurant in Santa Monica. Shall we head over later? Lin Jiayao said softly. Sure, I'm on my way back to school. He'll be there in about half an hour. Chen Jingyun said, should I wait for you downstairs at your dorm? Okay. After hanging up, Chen Jingyun drove back to school. Lin Jiayao was a seasoned foodie, and most of the videos she shared with Chen Jingyun were about food, along with some fun couple videos. However, what pleased Chen Jingyun was that Lin Jiayao didn't browse Zaihongshu. Perhaps at her level, such content seemed terribly uninteresting to her. Upon returning to school, Chen Jingyun parked his car in front of the dormitory, and soon Lin Jiayao walked out of the dorm building dressed in a stunning sapphire blue dress, dignified and elegant, wearing a pair of high heels. Chen Jingyun lowered the car window and called out to Lin Jiayao, who was standing at the dorm entrance. Oi, beautiful, are you? Lin Jiayao rolled her eyes, opened the car door, and sat down. Then she expertly found the automatic door button located on the pillar and gently pressed it. So childish. Chen Jingyun didn't feel embarrassed. It was just a joke, baby. Lin Jiao's face flushed slightly. Their way of addressing each other had changed from names to baby. At first, Chen Jingyun found it a bit hard to say, but after getting used to it, he felt that such terms of endearment were very intimate. Is this your car too? Chen Jingyun nodded. What do you think? Isn't it elegant? By the way, your outfit today really matches this car. Lin Jiayao lowered her head and looked at her outfit, which was indeed a shiny blue that complemented the color of the Cullinan. What happened to being low-key? It's already quite low-key, Chen Jingyun replied. He pressed the accelerator and slowly drove out of the campus. UCLA is located in a prime spot right at the foot of Bel Air Mountain, adjacent to the Bel Air Country Club. If you head east, you reach Beverly Hills, and Rodeo Drive is right there. To the west is Santa Monica, only about 15 kilometers away, making it easy to reach some of the most famous spots in Los Angeles within half-an-hour drive. This is still considering a slower pace. Arriving at Santa Monica Beach, the sound of waves was incessant, and a glance at the roadside revealed various girls in bikinis swaying as they walked. Chen Jingyun inexplicably thought of the upcoming release of GTA 6, as the scenes in the promotional video were quite similar to the current setting. After parking in front of the restaurant, Lin Jiayao mentioned her reservation name, and the waiter led them inside. Chen Jingyun surveyed the decorations around him. This Michelin restaurant was distinct from other luxurious establishments, featuring a very homely atmosphere with warm-toned oak decor, and the open kitchen was designed like a typical Western family kitchen, completely different from the cold professional kitchens. Perhaps this was the design philosophy of the restaurant. Luxury should be accompanied by a sense of warmth, making guests feel. The waiter seated them in the central area of the restaurant. Chen Jingyun picked up a hot towel to wipe his hands and asked, what kind of cuisine does this restaurant serve? French cuisine, Lin Jiayao replied. Chen Jingyun asked, is it the kind like French-baked snails? To be honest, he was quite curious about what snails tasted like. No, just regular French cuisine. Americans are not really open to dishes like French-baked snails, Lin Jiayao explained. Lin Jiayao had already ordered a set menu and paid for it during the reservation, so Chen Jingyun just needed to enjoy the meal. However, he still glanced at the menu. It was about $1,100 per person, which wasn't too expensive. Chen Jingyun's attitude towards money had changed rapidly to the point that it surprised him. The chef came over to greet them, an elderly white man with gray hair and beard whose appearance surprisingly resembled Hannibal, making Chen Jingyun a bit unappetized. Once the chef's greeting ended, and he left, Chen Jingyun quietly said to Lin Jiayao, Baby, don't you think he looks a lot like... Though discussing someone's looks behind their back is quite impolite, as long as they don't catch you it's fine. Of course, even if they do catch you it doesn't matter. The chef doesn't understand Chinese at all. It's indeed somewhat like that. Chen Jingyun said, Tisk Hannibal is cooking for us, and we are definitely in... Huh. The two chatted for a while, and the first appetizer was brought to them by the waiter pushing a cart. Chen Jingyun's first impression was that it was exquisite, truly too exquisite. The waiter meticulously introduced the ingredients, cooking methods, and inspirations behind the dish, while Chen Jingyun's attention was solely on the food. After the waiter finished the introduction, Chen Jingyun took out his phone and snapped a picture. He then turned to Lin Jiayao and shook his phone. Do you want me to take a few photos for you to post on your moments? Lin Jiayao shook her head. Hey, I haven't seen you post on moments for a long time. I remember you used to post quite often. I used to post just to show you. Now that we're together, what's there to post on moments? Lin Jiayao expressed her feelings. Chen Jingyun was taken aback, his expression softening. But you still need to post on moments. Come on, let's take a couple photos to show off our love. We need to let others know you have a boyfriend now, especially those boys in your class. Anyone who can enter your major definitely isn't unattractive. That said, Chen Jingyun didn't actually feel any sense of crisis in his heart. Lin Jiayao chuckled, not dismissing his idea. After taking the photo, she said, no matter how handsome they are, they can't compare to you. You weren't just pursuing me for my looks, were you? Chen Jingyun asked suspiciously. After all, back in high school, apart from his looks, he didn't seem to have anything particularly impressive. Lin Jiayao candidly admitted, yes, I thought you were handsome. What's wrong with that? Please leave a good review and I'll mention the update rules. If the rating reaches 8, there will be 5 more updates. If it reaches 9, there will be 10 more. The highest score of my previous book was 9. 2. So please support me and we can definitely reach 9. If we can reach 9. 5. Never mind, that's just a dream. Anyway, I'm begging for good reviews, everyone. That's certainly true. Without exaggeration, Chen Jingyun's appearance was so striking it transcended national boundaries. On the campus forum, numerous female students had already posted comments requesting his contact information. The French cuisine here was quite exquisite. After all, this restaurant had long held a prestigious 2-star Michelin rating, unlike those fleeting establishments that secured a star for only 1 year before losing it the next. Though the flavors were exceptional, the portions were genuinely modest, smaller even than those served at the other 2 Michelin-starred restaurants he had visited. By the time he finished the dessert, Chen Jingyun realized he still felt unsatisfied. Are you full, eh? Chen Jingyun asked, nibbling on garlic bread. Lin Jiayao shook her head. She wasn't full either. She was a hearty eater, not someone with a delicate bird-like appetite. I think I spotted a hot dog cart on my way here. Shall we grab one? Chen Jingyun suggested. Sure. They stepped out of the restaurant and strolled along the coastal road, soon spotting the small food cart parked beside the beach, where the vendor was preparing classic American hot dogs for customers. Chen Jingyun approached the cart. 1 dead kosher, please. I'll take 2 hot dogs and add extra mustard to 1. After paying, Chen Jingyun noted how affordable such uncommercialized street fare was, and how more often than not it surpassed the taste of heavily commercialized food streets. Holding their hot dogs, they walked onto Santa Monica Beach beneath a gentle sun. Los Angeles was famed for its eternal spring, mildly warm in summer, never cold in winter. There are even surfers out there. Do you surf? Chen Jingyun asked. I recall seeing an old WeChat post from your high school days showing you riding the waves. Yes, a little, but I'm not particularly skilled. By the way, I've noticed you don't seem drawn to mainstream sports. Basketball and football carry injury risks, yet you don't play badminton or table tennis either, do you? Chen Jingyun asked curiously, so what sports did you pursue back home in China? Does scuba diving count? I truly enjoy it. Anything else? What about golf? My parents often took our whole family out to play, but honestly I'm not fond of it. Nothing else. Not really. Occasionally I go horseback riding and in winter skiing. That's actually quite fun. Chen Jingyun suddenly sensed a generational gap between them. His preferred sports were universally accessible, whereas Lin Jiayao's pursuits, though familiar to him, were all completely unfamiliar. Do the affluent gravitate towards such niche pastimes? He couldn't fathom their allure, yet resolved to try them himself. Chen Jingyun checked the time. It was still before 2 in the afternoon. Then he remembered Elizabeth had already arranged a personal assistant for him, and he wished to meet this new aide. He sent Elizabeth a quick message, then guided Lin Jiayao back to the car. Shall we not continue browsing a while longer? Where are we headed now? You'll find out soon enough, he teased with a knowing smile. Once while reading novels, he'd loathed protagonists who spoke in riddles, those insufferable enigma makers. Yet now, having assumed that very role himself, he discovered, to his quiet delight, that being enigmatic was rather exhilarating. Still, he had no intention of mimicking the cliched undercover genius trope. He preferred that people instantly recognize his wealth, and instinctively sense he was not to be trifled with. Driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, they arrived swiftly at Exchange Bar. This time there was none of the grand spectacle from before, only the regular security personnel stationed at the entrance, and Elizabeth waiting alone outside. Lin Jiayao furrowed her brow, not out of strong aversion, but simply because she disliked nightclubs and felt utterly out of place. Why are we here again? A daytime visit to a nightclub? Chen Jingyun unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out. You'll see once we're inside. Elizabeth stood by the roadside. Seeing Chen Jingyun emerge from the Rolls-Royce, she showed no surprise. Given her employer's vast fortune, what automobile could possibly elude his acquisition? Good afternoon, mister. Chen. Good afternoon, Chen Jingyun replied with a warm smile. This is my girlfriend. I brought her along for a look around. Good afternoon, madam. I'm Elizabeth Jones. Though uncertain of the situation, Lin Jiao responded graciously with a gentle smile, a composure and elegance rare for one so young. Hello, I'm Ms. Lin. Ms. Lin, let's go in. They rode the elevator directly to the 5th floor and entered Chen Jingyun's office. They settled onto the sofa while Elizabeth went to fetch the two secretaries. Seizing the moment when the office was empty, Lin Jiao leaned in. All right, spill it. What's going on? Who exactly is Elizabeth? She's the general manager of this bar, and as for me, naturally I'm its owner. Chen Jingyun stated it matter-of-factly. You own this bar? Yes, just took over recently. Consider it a bit of Hansen practice. In truth, this was one of only 2 enterprises he owned. Though admittedly compared to Los Angeles' tallest skyscraper, this bar paled in scale. Lin Jiao nodded thoughtfully. Clearly Chen Jingyun's family business operated predominantly overseas, not within China. Otherwise, having lived in Shanghai for so long, she surely would have heard something about the Chen family. Is this a venture your family set up for you during university, as practical training? Lin Jiao asked. Something like that, Chen Jingyun affirmed calmly, his expression unwavering. Showing hesitation was out of the question. His holdings were entirely genuine, with no trace of fabrication. As for their origin, that was a conversation best held with his system. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Jingyun rose, seated himself behind the executive desk, opened the hidden panel in the bookshelf, and gestured for Lin Jiao to step inside and wait. Once Lin Jiao disappeared behind the concealed door, Chen Jingyun closed it firmly and composed himself before calling out, "Enter." The door swung open and Elizabeth entered, accompanied by 2 strikingly young Caucasian women. The 2 women bore near identical features, undeniably twins, both radiating sweet, quintessentially American charm. Their smiles revealed matching dimples, and their contrasting business suits conveyed polished professionalism. Chen Jingyun studied Elizabeth intently for a moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. The 2 women chimed in unison, voices identical in timbre and cadence. Chen Jingyun gave a slight nod and accepted the resumes Elizabeth handed him, glancing through them casually. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Sophia Johnson, 22 years old, a dual-degree graduate of Stanford University in philosophy and linguistics. I am fluent in French, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, German, Greek, and Russian, 7 languages total, and I'm applying for the position of your personal secretary. Mr. Chen, I'm Caitlin Johnson, also 22, a Stanford law graduate specializing in California economic legislation. I hope to serve as your professional secretary. Both possessed outstanding academic credentials, truly erudite women. Sophia Johnson in particular spoke 8 languages, including English. Since Sophia spoke Chinese, Chen Jingyun switched to it. Are you twins? Which of you is the elder sister? And which? Sophia Johnson replied. Yes, sir. We are twins. I'm the elder sister. Caitlin is the younger. Her Mandarin was indeed excellent, carrying only the faintest accent, yet fluently and smoothly articulated, surpassing even many foreign professionals working in China. Having already undergone Elizabeth's interview, Chen Jingyun felt at ease, holding a relatively positive first impression of the 2 sisters. I have a task for you: gather information on properties for sale in Los Angeles, focusing solely on those priced above $100 million. Please compile the data and send it to my WeChat by tomorrow afternoon. Do you both have WeChat? No rush on the next one. Yes, boss. He waved his hand, allowing the 2 to leave. After they exited, Chen Jingyun opened the hidden door. Oh. Lin Jiao was startled by the sudden opening of the door. She had been leaning her ear against the hidden door, listening intently to the sounds outside, but she heard nothing. Chen Jingyun's office was soundproofed so well that she hadn't even heard the sound of him pushing the door open until it swung wide. What are you doing? Chen Jingyun asked. Lin Jiao's gaze drifted upwards. Oh, nothing much. Chen Jingyun pulled her into his embrace. Lying will get you a spanking, you know. Oh, I just wanted to hear what you were up to. I interviewed 2 secretaries. I have to go to school and can't come here every day, so I need a working secretary to help relay information for me, Chen Jingyun explained. All right then. Closing the hidden door, Chen Jingyun casually lay back on the bed and patted the space beside him. Why are you standing? Come lie down for a while and rest. Lin Jiao lay beside Chen Jingyun. While she could express her affection openly, when it came to more intimate actions, she became shy and her face flushed. In short, a braggart. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to tell you I'm heading back to school soon to visit the Sports Institute. Why are you going to the Sports Institute? Lin Jiao tilted her head, asking. The head coach of the Bear team invited me. He said joining the Bear team comes with credits. Can you really join the Bear team? Lin Jiao asked, knowing that the Bear team was a star team at UCLA, especially known for its exciting basketball games that many girls would specifically go to watch. I should be able to. He asked me to come today, but with my strength, I don't need to worry. Oh, I've got this credit in the bag, Chen Jingyun replied with a smile. In truth, Chen Jingyun wanted more than just credits. He also needed a scholarship. It wasn't that he lacked money, but he wanted to send funds back home and needed a reason for it. Full scholarships were quite appealing. Moreover, the full scholarship contract with the Bear team lasts for 4 years. Even if a player is injured during the season, the full scholarship will not be revoked. When the time comes, Chen Jingyun could tell his parents that he received a full scholarship and wouldn't have to pay tuition, which would certainly reassure them and relieve them of worries about his tuition and living expenses. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Jingyun drove back to school. After parking, Chen Jingyun asked, "Are you coming with me, or heading back to the dorm first?" Lin Jiayao blinked, her big eyes full of eagerness to go, but still asked, "Can I go with you?" Chen Jingyun nodded. It is well known that a teacher's tolerance is based on your academic performance, while a coach's tolerance is based on your level of. With Chen Jingyun's skill level, taking a girlfriend along to watch, what's wrong with that? Alright, I want to go then. Sure, let me go back to the dorm to change. These shoes aren't suitable for playing ball. Back in the dorm, Chen Jingyun found it completely empty. After changing into basketball shoes and jersey, he went downstairs to meet Lin Jiayao, and together they headed towards the Sports Institute. The NCAA has a huge influence in the United States. You might just become a national star, Lin Jiayao remarked. "I'm not interested. Oh, I only want to be your star," Chen Jingyun replied. Chen Jingyun said this without feeling embarrassed at all. Even the national heartthrob Wang Sikong could say cheesy lines like, "I miss your nights." Why couldn't he say something similar? Then he'll just be your only fan. Soon they arrived at the sports hall associated with the Sports Institute, which was exclusively for the Bear team. No other students were allowed to use it. Pushing open the door, the sounds of basketballs bouncing against the wooden floor filled the air. At that moment, a dozen players were already on the court warming up in their own way. As the two entered, someone glanced up at them before quickly looking down again. Chen Jingyun surveyed the gym, which had 4 full NBA-level basketball courts with the wooden floor shining cleanly, reflecting the lights from the ceiling. The ceiling was over 6 meters high, or as long as one didn't deliberately throw the ball upwards, there was no need to worry about the height for normal shots. Through the side glass, one could see the professional gym inside. Chen Jingyun scanned the area and spotted Ben Holland sitting at the sidelines. The old man was still in his classic attire, wearing a well-fitted ordinary suit with a meticulously tied tie. Ben Holland also noticed Chen Jingyun and hurriedly stood up, quickly walking over. After all, he had his eye on this capable player and certainly wouldn't neglect him. Not only did Ben Holland see Chen Jingyun, but Carl Smith also noticed him. Carl Smith wore a serious expression. He would never forget the feeling of helplessness he experienced when facing Chen Jingyun. The ease with which Chen Jingyun broke through felt as simple as crossing a road in the morning, leaving Carl Smith waking up in cold sweat every time he thought about it. This feeling of being completely outclassed was truly painful. It was akin to gaming with the same character where the opponent was 300 and you were 030. Carl Smith leaned towards a tall black player. This player wasn't particularly tall, at just 1.95 meters shorter than Carl Smith, but he was extremely muscular, lacking the refined lines of muscle, but exuding strength. "Boss, do you see that Asian guy at the door?" Carl Smith whispered. "I see him. What's up?" The muscular black man nodded and asked, "Do you know him? Who is he and what is he doing here?" Carl Smith leaned closer and said, "I know him. His skills are incredibly strong. He completely dominated me." Saying this, he felt neither defiant nor ashamed, but there was a hint of embarrassment. "Boss, given how he looks, he should be joining the Bear team." "Joining the Bear team? Him? An Asian?" Carl Smith's expression turned serious. "Boss, he really is strong. I think you can't beat him. Shin, you Chinese people are always so punctual, and you possess so many wonderful qualities," Ben Holland said warmly, his attitude towards Chen Jingyun being exceedingly amiable. "Mr. Holland, long time no see." Chen Jingyun smiled slightly. "This is my girlfriend here to watch with me." Ben Holland raised an eyebrow, half shaking hands with Lin Jiayao, and winked at Chen Jingyun. "As athletes, we must not Chen Jingyun. Lin Jiayao." After a brief conversation, Lin Jiayao went to sit on the sidelines while Holland led Chen Jingyun to the court. Ben Holland clapped his hands. "Kids, come gather around." In an instant, all the players put down their basketballs or stood up from the benches, quickly running over to form 2 lines. The lineup was not particularly neat, but the efficiency was high. The gathering was completed in just a few seconds, clearly showcasing Ben Holland's authority within the Brown Bears. Ben Holland cleared his throat and spoke in a commanding tone, utterly different from his gentle voice when addressing Chen Jingyun. "Standing beside me is our new member of the Brown Bears, Jingyun Chen. Let's give him a warm welcome." The court erupted with a light applause. "Come on, boss," Carl Smith said quietly. "Wait a moment, the coach will have him go onion, and then I'll step in." Captain Bill Wicks remarked, "If I interrupt now, it won't be pleasant for the coach, will it?" "All right," Carl Smith replied, not wanting to appear too obvious lest the boss come after him later. Ben Holland frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the attitude of the crowd. However, there was nothing to be done. Professional basketball places great importance on physical talent. Height and wingspan provide an advantage. At this moment, Chen Jingyun, despite not having played with the others, stood at 185 centimeters, with a wingspan that did not stand out, leading to a less than favorable first impression among the players. Ben Holland continued, "No more chit-chat. You will be spending a long time together, so let's stick to the traditions of the Brown Bears. Who wants to give it a try?" The initiation tradition of the Brown Bears is quite simple, a onion duel. While onion is not the only way to assess a player's skill, those who struggle in an onion situation are certainly not good players. Players like Rodman and Big Ben, who excel at defense, are exceptions to this rule. Carl Smith looked at his eager teammates, clearly viewing this onion as an event to dominate the newcomer, and could not help but feel a bit relieved. "You all go ahead, you better all step up. One by one, this way I won't feel lonely." "I'll go." "Mr. Holland, let me have a go. It's been a long time since I've had an onion on. I'm the captain, and let me take this. Chen Jingyun did not expect so many people wanting to challenge him. He looked at Holland and said, Mr. Holland, since everyone is so enthusiastic, how about we do a bullfight? Chen Jingyun's idea was simple: to go against each of them in turn to make them realize their gap in skill. He had heard that bullying of newcomers was quite severe in American teams, and if he did not assert himself directly, countless issues could await him in the future. Stuffing his locker with snacks could be considered a friendly prank, but he could not accept being made to carry bags, clean shoes, or fetch water. Hearing Chen Jingyun suggest a bullfight, the players became even more excited, eager to give the newcomer a taste of the brown. The only unhappy one was Carl Smith, as this meant he would also have to step onto the court. Will you go first? Ben Holland called out Bill Wick's name. He was a senior and also the captain of the Brown Bears. In the Brown Bears, he could be considered the strongest player, but on a national scale, he was not particularly outstanding. The Brown Bears felt like a fallen powerhouse. Though once glorious, they had long since lost their former splendor. They had not made it to the top 8 in a long time. This was why Ben Holland couldn't take his eyes off Chen Jingyun at first sight. He desperately needed a hero who could lead the Brown Bears out of the regional leagues and back into the public eye. Thus, even Bill Wicks as captain had almost no chance of entering the NBA, let alone being drafted. Bill Wicks stepped out of the lineup, and soon someone passed him the basketball. Rookie, you go on the offense first. Chen Jingyun raised an eyebrow. They really took him for a rookie. Chen Jingyun dribbled to the three-point line, casually bending down to dribble the ball. His body relaxed as he made simple movements. Rookie, is the captain, I welcome you on behalf of all the players of the Brown Bears, Bill Wicks added quietly when Chen Jingyun did not respond. Chen Jingyun nearly laughed. He said nothing but pointed to the right corner, then directly backed down against Bill Wicks, pushing towards the right corner. Although Bill Wicks appeared more robust in the eyes of the onlookers with each physical confrontation, he was inevitably Bill Wicks himself was most shocked. He felt as if he were being struck by a heavy hammer pummeling his chest repeatedly. Even with his hands guarding his chest and putting forth effort, he could not prevent his defensive line from collapsing. With 3 dribbles and 3 physical confrontations, Chen Jingyun advanced to the spot he had just pointed at. In the eyes of the spectators, Chen Jingyun's catch, turn, and fadeaway jump shot were executed seamlessly and elegantly, the basketball swishing through the net without any doubt. Not bad, Ben Holland said, surprised that Chen Jingyun not only possessed excellent jumping ability and speed, but also strength comparable to that of a power guard. He suspected that Chen Jingyun was the messenger sent by God to save him, though this divine messenger was a Chinese. Chen Jingyun smiled slightly at Bill Smith. Captain, thank you for your welcome. Bill Smith's eyes widened in surprise. Can trash talk be delivered like this? He was not the kind to shy away from a loss, and one bullfight could not prove anything, so he had no choice but to awkwardly leave the court. Be careful of his body, his strength is quite formidable, Bill Wicks warned. Next, the players of the Brown Bears took turns on the court, alternating between offense and defense. No one could score on offense, and no one could defend a single point. To intimidate these Brown Bears players, Chen Jingyun had no qualms about giving them a little taste of NBA-level shock. Dunks, blocks, and various displays of prowess followed one after another. Bill Wicks, the first to step onto the court, ironically became the only player treated gently by Chen Jingyun. The mindset of the players shifted repeatedly, from initially wanting to dominate the rookie to later treating it seriously, and then transforming into a challenge of who could score against Chen Jingyun or who could defend against him. As they looked at Chen Jingyun, their eyes clearly held a sense of respect. Chen Jingyun had not yet had enough. He enjoyed onion play. Just as he was waiting for the second round of bullfighting to begin, Ben Holland clapped his hands and said, "All right, all players, come gather around. Let us welcome our new teammate to the team." The applause grew enthusiastic this time. In the basketball court, strength was paramount, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Following that, Chen Jingyun joined the training sessions. Although the Brown Bear team had declined, the training facilities remained top-notch, and the assistant coach arranged scientifically sound training tasks. After the training, Chen Jingyun felt only ease. During the final 5v5 training, whichever team Chen Jingyun was on would certainly win. After training, Chen Jingyun was kept back by the coach. This is the contract for a full scholarship. If you can lead the Brown Bear team into the top 8, there will be additional bonuses, and the best player in the division and finals will also receive extra rewards. Ben Holland said, although he knew the young man before him was not interested in money. Thank you, Mr. Holland. Chen Jingyun took the contract, snapped a picture, and sent it to Caitlin Johnson. Taking this opportunity, Chen Jingyun said, Mr. Holland, my major courses are quite heavy, and I may not be able to attend every training session, so. He spoke very tactfully. I have never seen such outstanding talent in you. Whether it's passing, shooting, or physical fitness, you are absolutely perfect. Holland continued, I can assure you that with your current skills, as long as there are no accidents, the NCAA will be merely a stage for you to showcase your skills. However, I still hope you will attend the training, as that is how you can become a superstar like LeBron or Steven. Chen Jingyun shook his head. Becoming an NBA superstar has never been my goal. All right, I will try my best to accommodate your request. You may skip regular training, but you must attend tactical drills. Chen Jingyun nodded. Soon Caitlin sent a message confirming that the contract was fine. Chen Jingyun signed his name with flair, and under Ben Holland's hopeful gaze, he left the gym with Lin Jiao. You sweated a lot. Lin Jiayao took out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped Chen Jingyun's forehead, then wiped. When playing ball, who doesn't sweat? Chen Jingyun took the tissue from Lin Jiayao, feeling uncomfortable letting others wipe his sweat. I feel like those black players don't seem as impressive as you, Lin Jiayao said. Chen Jingyun raised an eyebrow and smugly replied, of course ordinary NBA players are no match for. As for the top NBA superstars, having never faced them, he was unsure how far his systematic skills could reach. After parting with Lin Jiayao, Chen Jingyun returned to his dormitory and took a shower. Lying on the bed, it was already past 9 in the evening. It was noon in China, so Chen Jingyun called his mother. The call connected quickly. Mom, what are you doing? Chen Jingyun opened with the usual script. I'm having lunch, and I'll take a nap soon. His mother responded. Chen Jingyun's tone was slightly excited. Mom, I have good news to share. He was not excited about the full scholarship money, rather he was thrilled that his parents would no longer have such great pressure. His mother cooperatively asked, what good news? Hurry and share it with Mom. Mom, do you know that UCLA has a basketball team? It's the Brown Bear team, very famous. The head coach of the Brown Bear team thinks I play well and invited me to join, even offering me a full scholarship. Chen Jingyun said, sounding like a child with a hint of pride in his words. Mom, I won't need to pay tuition anymore, and I've also found a part-time job. I can earn my living expenses myself, so you won't need to send me money anymore, and you can relax a bit. After Chen Jingyun finished speaking, he didn't hear the expected sound of surprise, but instead a long silence. Looking at his phone, he thought it might be a signal issue, but suddenly he heard soft sobbing. Chen Jingyun tentatively asked, Mom, are you crying? I'm not crying, I'm just happy. His mother's sobbing became louder. Son, you are truly a gift from heaven to me. Mom, I feel the same way. Remember to tell Dad not to work so late anymore. You both should relax a bit. Mom knows I won't talk to you for now. I'm going to tell your dad this good news right away. After hanging up, Chen Jingyun stretched. Although he hadn't started earning money for his parents yet, at least this news could relieve a significant amount of pressure from them. This made Chen Jingyun feel very good. Wang Qinghan walked into the room, wiping his wet long hair as he asked, what are you smiling about? Did you win 5 million in the... Chen Jingyun curled his lips. Do I need to win the lottery for 5 million? His words silenced Wang Qinghan, who picked up a hairdryer and went outside to dry his hair, increasingly thinking about making money as an internet celebrity. Meanwhile, Chen Jingyun was on the phone with Lin Jiayao. The next day, Chen Jingyun got up on time and went to class with Wang Qinghan. Although it didn't matter whether he attended class or not, since attendance wasn't taken, Chen Jingyun still showed up. Not only Chen Jingyun, but everyone from dorm 612 was present. Fatty Lao Chui, why are you two here for class? Aren't you going to the nightclub to have fun? Chen Jingyun teased. Chui Nen pouted, glaring at Lin Ku traitor. Lin Ku, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly and patted his large stomach. Chen Jingyun grew increasingly curious. What's wrong? Did you two have a falling out? Yingu, do you remember what happened at exchange 2 days ago? Chen Jingyun nodded. Of course he remembered. Chui Nan said with a look of despair. Fatty managed to get that cherry blossom girl, and when I called him to go to exchange yesterday, he didn't go because he was having omakase with the cherry blossom girl. Chen Jingyun's eyes widened. Huh? The other guys in the dorm turned to look, their curiosity ignited upon hearing the words cherry blossom girl. Wow, Fatty, you're really hiding your light under a bushel. Quickly tell us what happened. Lin Ku remained silent, just smiling awkwardly. Although Chui Nen was unhappy, he still sought Lin Ku's agreement. Seeing Lin Ku shyly nod, Chui Nen recounted what happened at the exchange, tactfully omitting that Chen Jingyun came to the rescue, only mentioning the conflict that occurred in the first half. That Japanese guy is really brainless. That cherry blossom girl is just his high school classmate, and they just happened to bump into each other at exchange that day, yet he insists she's his girlfriend. Chui Nen complained that's how it is. Fatty forgot his friends for the sake of beauty, utterly inhuman. Everyone looked at Fatty. Although Chen Jingyun already possessed a very appealing mansion, he still asked the Johnson sisters to gather information on luxury homes in Los Angeles. After class, returning to the dormitory, Chen Jingyun reclined in a chair watching as the two sisters organized the information. Los Angeles truly lives up to its reputation as an international metropolis, with the prices of many luxury homes being daunting dreams that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to entertain. There are actually more than a dozen mansions priced over $100 million. The vast majority are villas located in the exclusive communities of Beverly Hills and Bel Air, with only one flat situated on Bird Street. Among all this information, the property that most captivated Chen Jingyun was still the mansion he had stumbled upon online, valued at a staggering $177 million. Modern and intelligent. The other luxury homes priced over $100 million all seemed too outdated in their decor. After all, such mansions are generally affordable only to millionaires over the age of 45. Regardless of whether he had class in the afternoon, Chen Jingyun sent a message to Miss Johnson asking her to schedule a viewing of this property with the listing agent. Naturally, viewing such a house requires proof of assets. Chen Jingyun, having a stake in the largest nightclub on the West Coast along with owning the tallest building in Los Angeles, and having over $40 million in assets, easily met the requirements. Although he had class in the afternoon, Chen Jingyun chose to skip it. At the agreed time, he drove his Cullinan towards Bel Air, climbing the mountain road and reaching the destination in less than 20 minutes. This is a standalone villa, or rather a manor occupying an entire hill. The winding road outside could easily be described as a private road. The heavy courtyard gate slowly opened, and the name of the mansion was inscribed on the adjacent stone wall. Villa. As the gate opened, a massive courtyard that could accommodate 20 to 30 cars came into view, composed of neatly arranged rectangular stones interspersed with patches of grass, and ahead lay the main structure of the villa. Although he had watched videos online and reviewed the materials sent by the Johnson sisters, standing here in person brought a sense of awe that no phone could replicate. Sophia Johnson stood in the courtyard waiting for him alongside a man with short hair. The short-haired man was also Caucasian, dressed in a gray suit exuding an elite aura. His dense short hair was spiky, extending down to his face, blending seamlessly with his neatly trimmed beard. Upon seeing the Cullinan arrive, the two hurried forward. Sophia Johnson approached, opened the car door, and extended her hand to assist Chen Jingyun out. Chen Jingyun naturally did not require assistance. This was merely a ceremonial gesture. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Sophia greeted this as Mr. Williams, the agent for Villa Siena. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Brandon Williams. I heard you were interested in this property, so I rushed over from home." Williams. Although Mr. Chen appeared quite young, after reviewing the proof of assets, Williams dared not show any disdain and maintained a very respectful attitude. Chen Jingyun nodded gently. "I really like this property. Oh, I can even say it's my favorite among all the mansions in Los Angeles. In my eyes, even the one pales in comparison to this villa. You truly have an eye for quality." Villa Siena was personally designed by the legendary designer Adi Tavagarian. Construction began in 2018 and was only completed last year. The interior details have undergone multiple revisions and refinements incomparable to the one which relies solely on its size, Williams said proudly. "To be the agent for this villa has always felt unbelievable to me. It's absolutely insane," Brandon Williams added. Chen Jingyun nodded, his gaze drifting towards a vintage car in the courtyard. It looked considerably old, probably older than Chen Jingyun's parents, yet it was remarkably well maintained, its silver gray paint shimmering under the sunlight. "This is a classic Ford, manufactured 50 years ago. Even today, it remains extremely cool," Williams introduced. Chen Jingyun curiously asked, "Can it still run?" "Of course. It's not just a collectible art piece, it's also very practical," Williams replied. Chen Jingyun nodded, surprised that this vintage car could still be driven. "Mr. Chen, I can't wait to show you the interior of this mansion. Honestly, even 2 to 3 hours won't be enough for me to present it to you," Brandon Williams said. "Then let's get started," Chen Jingyun replied. The two walked through the courtyard and approached the front door. The electric gate, over 4 meters wide, would automatically open when a fingerprint or iris was recognized by the biometric device nearby. This villa is equipped with an abundance of electronic components. In the courtyard, there's an electric retractable movie screen, and beside the electric front door in the living room, there's a tea room with a similar electric door. The costs for maintaining all these features are astronomical. Even $500 million might not be sufficient to afford and maintain it. As the gate opened, the three officially entered the hall. Brandon Williams was very attentive to this property, familiar with every detail. "Look at this floor. The dark oak on the sides complements the main color scheme of the house, while the light birch planks in the center, 50 centimeters wide, extend from the entrance all the way to the opposite side, running through the entire house, resembling a natural red carpet." Audie believed this would give the owner a sense of ceremony upon returning home. As Chen Jingyun listened to Williams' introduction, he surveyed his surroundings. Is this what it means to live in a wealthy... An independent tea room, a 2-story library, a wash basin made from a single slab of marble, faucets that extend from the ceiling. The abundant sofa area is a cozy simulated bonfire, a fireplace, glittering handrails, and even a giant screen in the stairwell displaying high-definition images of a tropical rainforest. The countless art pieces left Chen Jingyun in awe. Sophia Johnson seemed equally amazed, her mouth not closing throughout the tour. After a full 2 hours, they finally completed the tour of the entire villa. The backyard pool is a full 50 meters long, identical in length to a professional sports arena. The basement features a professional spa and hot spring pool, and there's an underground garage that can accommodate 50 cars along with a private gym. The videos online were merely the tip of the iceberg, and after seeing it in person, Chen Jingyun felt even more eager to make this villa his own. Villa Siena covers 1.5 acres with a built area exceeding 3,500 square feet, 3,250 square meters, featuring 8 bedrooms and 24 bathrooms. Such dimensions are rare even in Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills, and even Long Beach. There are hardly any that are this large. Therefore, the price of $177 million is not expensive. Moreover, its location is the last in Bel Air, right next to the Bel Air Country Club, making it very convenient for entertaining distinguished guests or playing golf. Brandon Williams said. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but curl his lip. $177 million is not cheap. $177 million equates to 1.26 billion renminbi. If a person earns $1 million a year without eating or drinking, it would take 1,260 years to afford this house. A corrupt official who embezzles $100 million is already considered excessive, while this house requires 12 such officials. Speaking lightly of $177 million, in reality there are no more than 3,000 people in the world who can afford this amount. I remember there's a sister villa, right? Yes, Mr. Chen, that's also a work by designer Tavagarian. Although the design language is similar, it's more than half. Interestingly, I'm also the agent for that villa, and it has also been purchased by a young person from Huaxia. Chen Jingyun nodded slightly. Let's sign the contract. I can't wait to make it mine. A chime sounded. Property expense card successfully activated. Host Chen Jingyun. Age 18. Level LV. 5. Physical aptitude 9. 1. Mental acuity 9. 0. Appearance 9. 6. Skills mastery of business administration, accounting, and basketball. Assets exchange bar Wilshire Tower Villa Sienna Ferrari LaFerrari Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge Mercedes-Benz S63 AMG. Chen Jingyun gazed upon his opulent stat panel. Nearly 2 weeks after arriving in Los Angeles, he had already become a successful man of property, vehicles, and substantial savings. Seated alone in his study, William had departed. Numerous formalities still awaited his attention, while Sophia Johnson stood before the desk. "Sophia, there's a matter I'd like you to handle," said Chen Jingyun, lounging comfortably, with one leg crossed over the other. A tall-stemmed glass of fragrant Romanée-Conti rested on the table before him. This villa featured not only a dedicated cigar lounge, but also a professional wine cellar capable of housing over 10,000 bottles. Yes, 10,000. The Romanée-Conti was indeed exquisite, but Chen Jingyun could not yet discern its subtleties. He resolved to study oenology seriously, or perhaps earn a system reward granting mastery of wine appreciation. "Please instruct me," Sophia replied in fluent Mandarin. "I need a professional service team assembled," Chen Jingyun explained. "Living here alone is unnerving, and one person's presence cannot anchor so vast a residence. The team must number no fewer than 30, he continued. During interviews, scrutinize each candidate's resume and verify whether they have volunteered in community service. A top-tier domestic service team centers around a seasoned butler supported by nanny, chef, chauffeurs, and security personnel. The wealthiest households may also retain specialized therapists and stylists." That was precisely the caliber of team Chen Jingyun sought. He felt no concern about affording them. He received a guaranteed daily stipend of 100 from the system, and an imminent upgrade would further elevate his resources. "Yes, Mr. Chen." Within just 3 days, his exclusive service team was fully assembled. Everything was arranged to the highest standard. A 10-person security detail safeguarded the villa, a 15-member domestic staff maintained its immaculate interiors, and a 4-person culinary team included a master of authentic Chinese cuisine alongside specialists in Japanese, French, and American fine dining, capable collectively of preparing dishes from every corner of the globe. A professional stylist and therapist were also engaged, though the expenditure was equally extraordinary. The butler calculated the monthly outlay salaries for the entire staff, including himself, plus utilities and maintenance expenses totaled nearly 800, an astonishing sum. Fortunately, Chen Jingyun had successfully upgraded his system to level 6, raising his daily allowance to 300, more than sufficient to sustain this grandeur. This expense could not be spared. Even Beverly Hills, renowned for its safety, had witnessed home invasions. His villa perched atop its own secluded hill. Should intruders strike, no neighbor would be near enough to aid him. Each bodyguard was a veteran of elite special forces boasting years of field experience, mandatory monthly psychological evaluations, and unwavering professionalism and stability. To equip his chauffeur, Chen Jingyun even purchased a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom, an acquisition that itself triggered his system's upgrade to level 6. The cavernous garage now held only 3 vehicles, its emptiness echoing starkly. Filling it completely remained a formidable long-term endeavor. Stepping out of the car, Lin Jiayao stared in astonishment. "You bought a house?" Chen Jingyun nodded. "Impressive, isn't it? No wonder you've been absent from campus these past few days. You've been busy securing real estate," she murmured, nodding gently, her reply veering gracefully off topic. "From now on, don't stay in the dormitory. Let's live here together," he invited, proposing cohabitation. Lin Jiayao did not refuse. "All right. My roommate keeps very different hours. She sleeps early, and I worry about disturbing her. I'll pack up my things tomorrow and move in." A smile brightened Chen Jingyun's face. "Why wait until tomorrow? I'll dispatch staff to assist you immediately." "Wait, hold on. Why move at all? We haven't officially withdrawn from the dormitory, and will still need to return to campus occasionally. Perhaps we should simply purchase additional properties along Rodeo Drive." The level 6 upgrade reward remained a cash rebate card, but this time the system had grown shrewd, explicitly prohibiting purchases of real estate, yachts, aircraft, or motor vehicles. Yet this posed no obstacle for Chen Jingyun. If he couldn't buy planes or yachts, why not acquire luxury timepieces instead? As the adage goes, the impecunious play with cars, the affluent collect watches. Wristwatches rival even the most extravagant automobiles in price and prestige. Outside a bonfire, stairs, tea room, spa center, Chen Jingyun took Lin Jiayao on a tour of Villa Sienna, surveying the surroundings. Even Lin Jiayao, a child of a wealthy family, couldn't help but open her mouth in astonishment. This mansion surpassed her family's house in Tang Palace in every way. It wasn't that Lin Jiayao's parents couldn't afford it, rather the house in Tang Palace was older, and its decoration couldn't compare to this newly built mansion completed just a year ago. They say one should buy new rather than old, and that holds true. For Chen Jingyun, the only flaw of this mansion was the lack of a private esports room. Perhaps the designer hadn't anticipated such a young buyer. However, this was not a problem. Chen Jingyun had already asked Johnson to find a designer to create a dedicated esports room for him, but 3 days was too short a time, and they hadn't even produced a design draft. Unlike his first visit, the house was now filled with vitality. Passing maids respectfully greeted Mr. Chen and Ms. Lin before returning to their tasks. Chen Jingyun was quite fond of the title Mr. Chen, which made him seem cultured and refined. Tomorrow is Friday, I have no classes. Shall we go to the Bel Air Club together? Chen Jingyun said as the butler had already helped him join the Bel Air Country Club. Even though Chen Jingyun was an owner of Bel Air Mountain, he still had to pay a membership fee, which was $270 a year. Not much for him now. Lin Jiao shook her head. I have classes tomorrow. I can only accompany you on Saturday. She had been to the Bel Air Country Club with her father before, and still had some memories of it. The food there wasn't particularly good, but the golf course was quite nice. Alright then, let's finish our meal first, and then we can go shopping on Rodeo Drive. My wardrobe is still empty, Chen Jingyun said. The master bedroom had two huge wardrobes, one for the male owner, and one for the female owner, each larger than 120 square feet, much bigger than an average household. Although Chen Jingyun's stylist had started ordering various luxurious clothes of different styles from around the world, some of which had already arrived in Los Angeles, they still didn't fill even 1/5 of the wardrobe. Great. The two of them arrived at the dining room, where a long table capable of seating 14 had only Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiao sitting across from each other. The maid successively brought dishes to the table. To their surprise, it was Chinese stir-fry. Braised pork, crispy fried pork, spicy stir-fried intestines, longjing shrimp, steamed crucian carp, stir-fried cabbage, with vinegar, spicy beef, and chicken soup, with five-fingered peach. Looking at the 8 dishes and a soup on the table, which were visually and aromatically appealing, Lin Jiao couldn't help but swallow her saliva. To be honest, the two of them had been in Los Angeles for quite a while, had eaten at Michelin restaurants twice, and had tried street food, but they had yet to enjoy authentic Chinese cuisine. Even many Chinese restaurants in Chinatown had made certain adaptations to cater to American tastes. However, the Chinese chef Chen Jingyun had prepared the most authentic dishes without any modifications. The braised pork was bright in color with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, coated in a sauce resembling chestnut color with a hint of sweetness. The chicken soup with five-fingered peach was also incredibly fragrant, and its appearance was delightful. Did you even hire a chef from our country? Lin Jiao asked in surprise. In China, eating Western food felt ceremonial because there were few Western restaurants, but once abroad, when there were hardly any Chinese eateries, one realized the goodness of Chinese cuisine, especially when they couldn't even find a simple stir-fried dish. Chen Jingyun nodded. Yes, a chef specializing in Chinese cuisine. While saying this, he picked up a piece of braised pork which he had specially ordered today. The chef had initially suggested making shark fin soup and Buddha jumps over the wall, but Chen Jingyun had vetoed that. He had not eaten home-cooked food for so long that he just wanted something hearty. As for shark fin soup or Buddha jumps over the wall, they could be eaten anytime. Lin Jiao also picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, she couldn't help but squint her eyes, her expression filled with delight. It's so delicious, Lin Jiao said, feeling that this was the best braised pork she had ever tasted. Chen Jingyun picked up a glass beside him filled with mango juice. He loved drinking fruit juice, so his home was stocked 24 hours a day with various fruits he liked ready to be juiced. There was also a dedicated juice bar at home, which was not an afterthought by Chen Jingyun, but was designed by the architect from. Chen Jingyun took a sip. The glass still had half the juice left, but the maid standing by immediately brought out a chilled jug of mango juice from the ice bucket and refilled his glass. The maid's movements were nearly silent, each action exuding professionalism. From now on, I want need to eat in the cafeteria for breakfast and dinner. I can have meals at home. Chen Jingyun said, I can even come home for lunch since it only takes 20 minutes by car. Lin Jiao smiled, clearly looking forward to their future life. After a long-awaited Chinese meal, both of them were stuffed. They settled down on the sofa in the living room beside a glass fireplace that visually separated the space, adding a sense of privacy to the living room. Halfling on the sofa, which was fully customized specifically for this mansion, was very comfortable and incredibly soft. I'm so stuffed, little treasure, Chen Jingyun leisurely said, gazing up at the luxurious chandeliers on the ceiling. Everything felt so dreamy. I feel stuffed too. It feels like after 2 weeks in Los Angeles, not only have I not lost weight, I might have even gained a little. Many international students in fact find themselves gaining weight instead of losing it after coming to America. It's not that the food abroad is particularly delicious, rather people abroad tend to dawdle, especially with French cuisine, where preparation can take 2 hours or more. Many students with heavy academic loads find the cafeteria unappetizing, and fast food like McDonald's and various fried chicken joints become their daily meals. With such a diet, gaining weight is inevitable. Not at all, you're still as beautiful as ever. Chen Jingyun chuckled, and after lying on the sofa to digest for a while, he called the driver to take them to Rodeo Drive. It was a pure white Rolls-Royce Phantom, also a new car. Although it wasn't a custom version, it was still designed and selected by Rolls-Royce's designers, and the interior colors were exceptionally high-end. The driver was a burly white man. Although Chen Jingyun did not discriminate against black people, all the staff at his home, from the butler to the maid to the driver and bodyguard, were either white or Asian, with not a single black individual. Sitting in the back seat, although it was only a little past 6 o'clock, the sky had already darkened. The lights on the various peaks of Bel Air Mountain had turned on, and each villa sparkled like stars in the darkness. Before long, they arrived at Rodeo Drive. Familiar with the route, they walked into Hermes, where the sales staff who had attended to Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiao last time clearly remembered them and immediately approached to assist. PS Extra update, please leave a good review. Good evening, Mr. Chen and Ms. Lin, welcome to Hermes. Linda greeted them with joy in her eyes. Chen Jingyun nodded at her. I plan to buy a few pieces of clothing, bags, and such this time. All right, Mr. Chen, would you like me to recommend something for you? Linda asked. No need, I'll just have a look myself. Chen Jingyun no longer needed to check the prices when buying clothes or bags at Hermes. He simply sought items that appealed. He secretly communicated with the system in his heart, activating the cashback card. Last time he received over 40 million back. He wondered if the system could offer more this time. Setting a small goal first, he aimed to get back 100 million. The wall was adorned with an array of bags, from luxurious crocodile leather backpacks to elegant handbags and even cute pink kawaii backpacks. However, each one was quite expensive. The cheaper ones started at $50,000, while the pricier ones could reach over $1 million. As a VSC, Chen Jingyun, while still needing to make symbolic purchases, had the privilege to buy any bag. He picked up a sparkling crocodile leather Birkin handbag. What do you think of this bag? Lin Jiao shook her head. What an ugly bag, it's so flashy and tacky. Chen Jingyun handed it to the sales associate. It indeed isn't suitable to carry out, but it would make a nice decorative piece in the closet. Lin Jiao pondered for a moment. It did seem quite suitable. This crocodile leather handbag was priced at $270,000, which wasn't bad. He also selected several bags that caught his eye, including both men's and women's bags, with the expensive ones reaching $570,000, while the cheaper ones were just under $100,000. Chen Jingyun also bought himself a backpack, planning to use it for school or outings in the future. Compared to the bags, the clothes at Hermes were relatively affordable, even considered entry-level items for the brand costing only $20,000 to $30,000 for a piece. Compared to LV, Hermes clothing used better materials and was more comfortable to wear. However, it lacked the youthful vibe and trendiness of LV. Chen Jingyun took out his bank card. Together, they purchased nearly 20 sets of clothes, which still did not exceed the cost of 4 bags. Have them delivered to this address. Call my housekeeper. She will make the arrangements. Chen Jingyun left the address and then took out his bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $241,000, triggering a tenfold cashback, resulting in a cashback of $2,410,000, which has been credited to the host's bank card without any risk. Yes. With the upgrade of his system level, the system had become noticeably more generous. The $2,400,000 cashback didn't even make him blink. Glancing at the information on his phone, the balance in his account had already exceeded $60 million. It was certain he would surpass 100 million today. All right, Mr. Chen. Linda solemnly stored the note with Chen Jingyun's home address. Suddenly she thought of something and said, by the way, Mr. Chen, Paris Fashion Week is about to begin. I wonder if you are interested. Chen Jingyun shook his head. Forget it, I'm still in school. Skipping classes too much isn't good. Linda nodded in understanding, but she would still ensure that the invitation was delivered to Chen Jingyun. Brands like Hermes send invitations to their VC clients for Fashion Week every year, which not only allows them to attend the event, but also covers all travel and accommodation expenses. Chen Jingyun had no interest in Paris Fashion Week. Those supermodels were actually quite average, and many of the clothes showcased were bizarre and did not conform to mainstream aesthetics. If it were Victoria's Secret, he would go. Exiting Hermes, Linda would send someone to deliver the items directly to his home, so they didn't carry bags and strolled leisurely. By the way, the shoes I bought last time I was on Rodeo Drive are still in that store's warehouse. Let's go there now and have them delivered to my home. Chen Jingyun said. If it weren't for coming to Rodeo Drive, he would have almost forgotten he had bought so many sneakers. All right, let's go. The two arrived at the trendy boutique, found the sales associate at the front desk, verified their identities, located the payment record on his phone, left the address, and left. As for the sneakers, the store would arrange for them to be delivered to his home. Chen Jingyun also purchased several outfits from Chrome Hearts, which were standard items for Liuzi. Although somewhat common, they were undeniably stylish. Exiting the boutique, the two continued to stroll along Rodeo Drive, with Chen Jingyun's gaze searching for the Patek Philippe logo. To maximize the use of the cashback card, buying luxury goods was the best choice when real estate vehicles and yachts could not be purchased. And this place truly deserved to be the second largest shopping center in America, quickly leading them to the Patek Philippe boutique, next to which were Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and Richard Mille. It seemed that several top watch brands were purposely located together. Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiao entered Patek Philippe. There were few people inside. A well-dressed Caucasian man was idly sitting at the round display counter and only stood up when he saw them enter. Good evening, sir, madam. Welcome to Patek Philippe. I am the manager of the Rodeo Drive branch. May I ask if you have an appointment? Chen Jingyun shook his head. No appointment. The manager subtly scanned the two, and upon noticing the watch on Chen Jingyun's wrist and the sapphire necklace around Lin Jiao's neck, he instinctively changed his demeanor. No problem, sir. Setting appointments is just to inform us of the arrival of distinguished guests in advance, allowing us some preparation time. However, knowing your arrival now is clearly not too late. The two sat down in front of the display counter, and the manager said, let me introduce myself first. I am David Anthony, and I am very pleased to serve you. Would you like something to drink? We have just arrived. Cook's champagne and Lafite red wine. Chen Jingyun nodded. Cook's. Okay. Anthony said into the intercom, and soon a staff member arrived pushing a cart with 2 high-stemmed glasses and a bottle of champagne in an ice bucket. Cook's champagne is known as the Bentley of champagnes, extremely precious and luxurious, with a bottle costing over $1,000. For better vintages, the price can even exceed $50,000. Many first-class cabins of five-star airlines and various luxury brands prefer to serve Cook's champagne to their clients. Please enjoy. Chen Jingyun picked up the high-stemmed glass and took a sip. The sweet champagne was filled with various fruity aromas, instantly flooding his mouth with the delicate bubbles dancing like little fairies on his tongue. If Chen Jingyun were to rate it, he would call this drink the best he had ever tasted, even better than cola. Pretty good, Chen Jingyun said, trying to show off. As long as you like it, David Anthony said. I don't know much about Patek Philippe. Could you introduce it to me? Chen Jingyun asked. With pleasure, sir, Anthony replied, taking out several watch boxes from the display case and laying them out in front of Chen Jingyun and the others. Patek Philippe is mainly divided into 5 major series: complications, classics, Nautilus, and super complications, which are not ranked in any order, just differing in features. David Anthony pointed to the watches in front of him as he named each series. Different series also come in various materials, such as white gold, platinum, rose gold, etc., primarily depending on your personal preference. Chen Jingyun looked at the watches before him. The aesthetic appeal is entirely subjective, but in Chen Jingyun's view, Patek Philippe watches do not compare to Richard Mille, mainly because they do not fit Chen Jingyun's temperament, appearing too steady and mature. Chen Jingyun pointed to a white gold and platinum watch in the display case and asked, "What is this watch?" "This one is the two-tone gold Nautilus." As he spoke, he took the watch out of the display case. Chen Jingyun removed his Richard Mille from his wrist and casually placed it on the glass display case. "Can I try it on?" "Of course," Anthony replied, handing over the watch box. Chen Jingyun took the two-tone gold Nautilus out of the box and put it on his wrist. The gold is not the ostentatious kind, but rather a subtle light gold. He extended his wrist in front of Lin Jiayao and asked, "How does it look? Is it pretty?" Lin Jiayao nodded. "It's quite nice." "Hey, I think so too. Do you have any other materials that would suit a girl?" Chen Jingyun inquired. Anthony took another watch from the display case, also a Nautilus, but this time in rose gold. He pushed the watch box in front of Lin Jiayao and said, "This is the rose gold Nautilus, very suitable for young women." Chen Jingyun looked at Lin Jiayao. "Want to try it on?" Lin Jiayao did not refuse. She wasn't in the habit of wearing watches, her wrist adorned with a bracelet, but she never wore watch. However, she still put the watch on her wrist. Her fair and slender wrist paired beautifully with the rose gold Patek Philippe Nautilus, complementing her skin tone. "How does it look?" "It looks great. With such a wrist, anything would be beautiful," Chen Jingyun said with a smile, offering compliments freely. Chen Jingyun did not take off the watch, but took out his bank card. "Since you have it in stock, I shouldn't need to make a reservation, right?" "Of course," Anthony said, noticing that the young man in front of him was quite affluent. 2 ordinary versions of the Nautilus were not a big deal. There was no need for a reservation for that. Lin Jiayao also took out her bank card. "Charge mine." Chen Jingyun looked at her. Her gaze was very clear, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if hundreds of thousands of dollars were nothing to her. Chen Jingyun gently held her hand, thinking, "Don't disturb me while I get cash back, okay? No, wait, don't try to pay the bill, okay? Baby, why do we have to split the bill, eh? Moreover, since we got together, I haven't given you anything decent, so don't compete with me over this," Chen Jingyun said softly, as if coaxing a child. He felt that with his talent, he would be quite suitable for early childhood education. He could easily quiet a child. While talking, Chen Jingyun discreetly took the bank card from her hand and casually placed it into his pocket. "Small fry still trying to compete with me. Give me the card." "Why? Don't you trust me?" Chen Jingyun looked at the girl. Lin Jiayao shook her head. "It's not about distrust. I have my needs. Don't worry, I won't compete with you." "All right then." Chen Jingyun handed her bank card back. "Hurry up and swipe the card," Chen Jingyun urged David Anthony. "Sure." Anthony quickly swiped the card, and Chen Jingyun swiftly entered his password, then signed his name. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully spending $676,000, triggering a 9-fold cashback, earning $6,084,000 in cashback." Chen Jingyun frowned, wondering why Patek Philippe was so cheap. He looked at the bill. The two-tone gold Nautilus was even only $270,000 each, which could be considered a bargain. Chen Jingyun was displeased. "Don't you have any higher-end watches?" Chen Jingyun knew he looked a bit like a nouveau riche right now, but, well, it seemed he really was a suddenly rich nouveau riche without the refinement of a noble. But usually he wouldn't mind spending over $200,000 on a watch. After all, one must not forget their roots. This was a price he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. However, he was currently getting cash back, so he could only settle for less. High-end. David Anthony seemed a bit puzzled by Chen Jingyun's words. Wasn't the Nautilus already high-end enough? Well, indeed, there was a bit of a gap compared to the globally limited 3-piece Richard Mille on your wrist. "I'm sorry, sir, we really don't have many high-end watches in stock. As you can see, even the display models are limited. If you want something more high-end, you'll have to place a reservation, which may take some time." Chen Jingyun didn't mind waiting as long as he could pay in full today to get his cash back. Seeing that Chen Jingyun agreed to wait, Anthony took out an iPad. The more high-end watches they had, they truly did not have in stock, rather than intentionally teasing the customers. This is just the 6301P Perpetual Calendar Platinum, a brand new model released this year. This watch has a true perpetual calendar. It can accurately analyze leap years and set the calendar without needing to adjust it every 4 years. Anthony explained. Chen Jingyun was very curious about how it used gears and other mechanical structures to distinguish between leap years and non-leap years. However, he glanced at the price below. Very good, $2,300,000. Chen Jingyun was very satisfied with this price. Just one glance and I fell in love with it. Chen Jingyun said with a smile, I'm definitely willing to pay for it. Next one. Anthony listened to Chen Jingyun's words, unsure if he actually wanted this watch, so he could only start introducing the next one. This is the Nautilus 5811 in platinum with a starry sky entirely made of platinum and set with natural diamonds. As he looked at the watch, which sparkled even in just a photograph completely covered in diamonds, Chen Jingyun couldn't tell if they were selling diamonds or watches. However, seeing the price of $1,100,000, Chen Jingyun was very satisfied and interrupted. I like this one too. Please introduce the next one. Anthony also couldn't figure out whether Chen Jingyun wanted this one or not, but he still began explaining the next piece. This time David Anthony was introducing truly high-end watches, none priced below $1 million. Lin Jiayao was unsure how long Chen Jingyun would take to finish shopping. She told him she was going to the bathroom and went out. However, Lin Jiayao did not go to the bathroom, but turned and entered the Van Cleef Arpels across the street. Chen Jingyun had given her a watch she needed to reciprocate. Van Cleef Arpels would be a great choice. Chen Jingyun felt it was about time and waved his hand. I want to order everything you just introduced, and I can pay the full amount directly, not just a deposit. Off. David Anthony was completely stunned. Was he here to buy watches or to stock up? Watches of this high-end quality, which are not limited editions or have a relatively large number of limited versions, do not sell well in the second-hand market. Therefore, as long as the man in front of him wasn't a fool, he wasn't here to sell. So it must be for personal use or as a gift. Either way, it was enough to astonish him. All of this added up to an expenditure of over 10 million. Chen Jingyun didn't want to waste words and took out his bank card. Yes. After completing the signing contract and other procedures, Chen Jingyun finally swiped his card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully spending $17,610,000, triggering a tenfold cashback, receiving a cashback of $176 million. Before coming to Rodeo Drive, Chen Jingyun originally had just over $40 million in his bank card. After receiving over $20 million in cashback from Hermes, now he had $170 million in cashback. This brought his bank balance to over $200 million. Ding. The cashback card is closing early. Chen Jingyun was in a good mood this time. Although it still closed early and wasn't as amazing as the system had introduced, which could provide unlimited cashback, it was definitely the most practical reward. Thinking about it, if cashback could be unlimited with Chen Jingyun's spending mindset, he would probably become the richest man in the world in less than a day. However, this time the cashback limit was obviously much stronger than last time, which had only provided over $40 million. This time the total cashback had exceeded $200 million. It was a full five-fold increase. Chen Jingyun looked at the string of numbers displayed on his phone. The neatly arranged 9-digit figure made him immensely excited. Anthony thought that Chen Jingyun was so excited because he loved these watches so much. This is a gentleman who truly loves watches. I must invite him to all brand events in the future. I want to invite him to Geneva for a visit. Chen Jingyun bought a total of 9 watches, and with the 2 cheap ones he had previously bought, that made 11 watches. Each one arrived at a different time, and naturally he didn't have the time to pick them up himself, so he left the butler's contact information. After tucking the invoice into his pocket, Chen Jingyun downed the champagne in his cup and said bye. Outside, Patek Philippe Lin Jiayao was waiting. Did you finish in the restroom? Chen Jingyun casually asked. Lin Jiayao nodded with no signs of abnormality on her face. She had just bought 2 lucky clover bracelets made of natural pink diamonds at Van Cleef Arpels. The clover's frame was adorned with pearls, and the center was a translucent pink diamond. As the world's leading jewelry brand, a limited edition bracelet from 2024 costs $210,000, and the brand premium is even more exaggerated than Patek Philippe. The 2 went to LV, Chanel, Gucci, and other luxury brands. Although there was no cashback, it didn't affect Chen Jingyun. Without cashback, Chen Jingyun wasn't just picking the expensive items anymore, but rather choosing what he liked. It wasn't until they exhausted their shopping enthusiasm that they finally got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and returned to Villa Siena. Half reclining in the spacious airline seat of the Phantom, reflecting on his day's spending, which was even more than what an average person could earn in 10 lifetimes, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but hum, accidentally entering heaven, urging you to let go of the sand in his hands. He couldn't help but wonder why there was such a huge gap between people. Hearing Chen Jingyun humming a sad tune filled with despair, Lin Jiayao looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a bit emotional." "Really nothing. Really nothing." The Phantom quickly climbed the mountain road, and the gate slowly opened. The entire Villa Siena was never turned off, with lights on both inside and outside. In the center of the water feature in the yard, there was also a fire pit with flames roaring amidst the fountain, creating a dreamlike scene. Butler Eveline Bella was instructing the maids to bring the items Chen Jingyun bought to the cloakroom. Seeing Chen Jingyun return, she hurried over. "Mr. Chen, Eveline, can these clothes I bought fill the cloakroom?" Chen Jingyun recalled the clothes he had just purchased, estimating at least. Eveline Bella shook her head. "Not at all, it's only less than a quarter full." Chen Jingyun felt that this cloakroom was really too spacious. "But don't worry, Anna will help you replenish your cloakroom." Anna is Chen Jingyun's stylist, and there is a dedicated hair salon at home. If there is a need to attend any important events, Anna can assist in designing everything from hairstyles to outfits and accessories. Although Musk seems to appear casually every time, this casualness is specifically designed by someone for him. The master bedroom not only has 2 cloakrooms, but even the bathroom has 2. Chen Jingyun didn't know if the designer was out of their mind to design it this way. This is the master bathroom, and only the male and female owners can enter. Do they really need to bathe separately? Ridiculous. After they both finished showering, wearing comfortable silk bathrobes, Chen Jingyun lay back on the bed, crossed his legs, and waited for a while before Lin Jiayao came out. Lying together through the glass in the ceiling, although there weren't countless stars, a few stars shone particularly brightly in the night sky. Chen Jingyun suddenly thought of something and picked up the remote control by the bedside. Let me show you something super awesome. What is it? Lin Jiayao asked in cooperation. Chen Jingyun, with an air of mystery, said, just watch and you'll... He pressed the button on the remote, and with a slight whirring sound from the motor, the entire ceiling slowly lifted and opened towards both sides. This meant that the two could now gaze up at the starry sky without any obstruction. Lin Jiayao was genuinely amazed. This design was simply brilliant. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Lin Jiayao nodded. Indeed, it's impressive. Los Angeles is dry and has few insects. Villas, like Villa Siena, can only exist in Los Angeles. In other places, if one wanted to completely open the ceiling, there would definitely be insects taking the opportunity to enter. However, in Los Angeles, there is no such concern. There are few insects, and Bel Air has pest control every day. Additionally, it rarely rains in Los Angeles, so even if the ceiling is left open at midnight, it doesn't matter. The two lay in bed, gazing at the stars above, feeling exceptionally relaxed. This is the true luxury mansion with unique designs rather than just sheer size and extravagance. Lin Jiayao took out a bracelet from the pocket of her bathrobe and gently put it on Chen Jingyun's wrist. Chen Jingyun felt the unusual sensation on his wrist and turned to look. A lucky 4-leaf clover. It can bring you good luck, improve your health, and enhance your career. Lin Jiayao said softly, then showed her matching bracelet on her wrist. Couple's version, you can't take it off. Chen Jingyun looked at the sparkling pink diamond and knew this bracelet was quite expensive. Looking at Lin Jiayao's big eyes that sparkled even more than diamonds, he couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. After a while, they separated. Chen Jingyun felt a little heated and asked softly, is it okay? Lin Jiayao snapped out of her daze and lowered her head. Strictly speaking, they had only been together for less than 2 weeks. Lin Jiayao wasn't sure what to do. Perhaps this was a bit... Can you give me some time? Lin Jiayao asked softly. Chen Jingyun didn't pressure her, but the heat in his body was hard to suppress. Come on, he was just 18, in the prime of youth and sharing a bed. How could he not have some thoughts? I'm really feeling heated right now. Chen Jingyun took a deep breath and was about to say it was fine. Lin Jiayao reached out and poked him. Can I hold your hand? The next morning, Chen Jingyun was still asleep when the driver dropped Lin Jiayao off at school. By the time Chen Jingyun woke up, it was already past 10. At the foot of the bed lay the clothes chosen for him by stylist Miss Anna. Chen Jingyun first put on the watch that was on the bedside, then got dressed. This decadent lifestyle fascinated him immensely. It felt dreamlike as he got out of bed and surveyed the luxurious decor that was still somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chen Jingyun felt as if he were dreaming. After washing up, he went downstairs. The housekeeper brought out the pan-seared steak paired with cheesy mashed potatoes that Chen Jingyun had ordered the night before. Chen Jingyun's highest praise for the cheesy mashed potatoes was that they were better than those from KFC. And indeed, the chef at home, who specialized in American cuisine, had delivered. Although this breakfast was a bit greasy, it could be paired with mango juice and salad to alleviate the richness. Butler Bella came over to greet him. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Chen Jingyun nodded and smiled. Good morning, Euphylii. By the way, I plan to visit the Bel Air Country Club shortly. Is there anything I need to prepare? Perhaps you could bring a set of golf clubs. Chen Jingyun nodded. All right. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen. Butler Bella returned to her office and quickly came back, placing several platinum cards on the table. Each card was crafted from platinum, embroidered with golden threads, and beautifully designed with names, contact information, and titles laser-etched onto them. Chen Jingyun picked up one card and examined it. He realized he hadn't even thought about ordering business cards. Mr. Chen, if you're going to the Bel Air Country Club, it would be best to bring a few business cards. You might meet like-minded individuals. Chen Jingyun nodded. Indeed, Butler Bella was quite attentive. Without him mentioning it, she had already prepared the business cards for him. He placed a few cards into his wallet and smiled. That's thoughtful of you. I'm honored to help you. All right, you can carry on with your duties. By the way, I need the driver to take me. I'll drive myself. Understood, Mr. Chen. I hope you have a great time. After finishing breakfast, Chen Jingyun got into his Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car was his new favorite. Ever since he got it, he had even lost interest in his $4 million LaFerrari. Chen Jingyun's home was located on the hillside next to the Bel Air Country Club, and from his house, he could see the expansive greens. The vibrant greenery was quite pleasing. However, it was impossible to access the country club directly from his home. The entrance was in the opposite direction, requiring him to drive a small circle around the club, taking half an hour to arrive. Chen Jingyun's license plate information had long been registered in the country club system by Butler Bella. As the gate lifted automatically, he drove into the club under the watchful eyes of the young security guard at the entrance. On either side of the road were neatly trimmed trees. Driving along the straight path and rounding a huge hot spring, he arrived at the parking lot where several cars were already parked. Those who could come here were all wealthy individuals, but not all wealthy people drove luxury cars. In the parking lot, there were Tesla's Maybachs and even a very low-key Volkswagen electric car with a digital license plate reading 1. Chen Jingyun parked his car and walked into the lobby. The lobby was elegant, featuring classic European old-money architectural style, with an aura of sophistication that was disconnected from technology. The doorman at the lobby greeted him. "Good morning, sir." "Hello, it's my first time here. Could you show me around?" "Of course, sir, but we need to verify your membership card first," the doorman replied, secretly noting Chen Jingyun's youthful appearance. Next time he came, there would be no need to verify the membership card. He would just need to say a word. Chen Jingyun naturally didn't mind, and took out the club membership card that Yufili had already prepared for him from his wallet to verify. The receptionist verified it and didn't call the doorman over to introduce him. Instead, she used the intercom to call a professional server over. Moreover, this server had an Asian face. "Sir, thank you for your trust in Bel Air Country Club. Since you are our new member, may I introduce you to the club?" Chen Jingyun nodded and first asked, "Where are you from?" "I am of Chinese descent," replied the server. Chen Jingyun nodded. There were indeed many overseas Chinese easily found everywhere. "It's your first time here, so please tell me what fun places there are," Chen Jingyun said. "Sir, when the Bel Air Country Club was established, it primarily aimed to provide leisure services for residents of Bel Air, such as golf, horseback riding, baseball, swimming, and spa treatments. We have a complete golf course, a professional equestrian center and baseball field, an Olympic standard swimming facility, along with the most professional techniques available. Additionally, the club hosts a party once a month, inviting members to participate. Coincidentally, this month's party is scheduled." Listening to the server's introduction, Chen Jingyun gained a rough understanding of the Bel Air Country Club. Dining, golf, and horseback riding are indeed valuable services, but for these wealthy individuals, the monthly party is the main reason they pay the high membership fee to join the club. This is definitely a great opportunity to expand one's network. While Chen Jingyun didn't have much need to expand his connections, he was quite curious about the parties of the wealthy. "Can I attend today's party?" "Of course, sir. You are a senior member of our club, and all services are unconditionally open to you. The golf course and equestrian facilities do not require additional finishing touches. The club also offers a 24-hour free buffet complete with a cigar lounge and a wine bar where you can savor premium cigars and fine wines from around the world." Chen Jingyun was quite satisfied with this countryside club as it offered numerous entertainment options and had a strong social. Having never played golf before, Chen Jingyun was curious about how the game was played. He asked the waiter to fetch his golf bag from the car and headed towards the golf course. The lush green lawns were truly a feast for the eyes. It was not common to see someone like Chen Jingyun playing golf alone. Most people came in pairs or groups, perhaps with family or business partners. They would each take a shot, then stroll together to find their balls, chatting along the way about business and life, effortlessly strengthening their relationships. If someone were to wholly own, they would have to tip the entire area, which could cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Of course, for the wealthy who come here, such a tip is nothing if they manage to score a wholly own. Some professional golfers spend their entire careers without ever achieving a wholly own. Even the golf superstar Tiger Woods has only managed to score a wholly own 3 times in competition. Statistics show that for amateurs, the chance of scoring a wholly own is lower than winning the lottery. Soon the caddy brought Chen Jingyun's golf bag from the car. The equipment purchased by the butler was highly professional, but Chen Jingyun had never played golf and felt a bit embarrassed as he asked, "Do you have a golf instructor here?" "Yes, sir," the caddy replied. "Would you like me to help you get in touch with one?" However, the instructor charges a fee of $1,000 per hour. Worried that Chen Jingyun might find it expensive, the caddy added, "Every instructor is a professional player or has been one before, so you need not worry about their expertise." Chen Jingyun didn't mind the fee. He mainly wanted to experience golf. Having someone to guide him would enhance his experience. He nodded. "Of course, please contact one for me." "All right, sir." The caddy sent a message in the work group on his phone, and soon a young Caucasian woman approached. She appeared to be in her mid-20s with classic blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore tight shorts that accentuated her form and a black sports tank top complete with sneakers and a golf bag radiating a sporty vibe. "Hello, sir, I'm the golf assistant at the club. I'm pleased to provide you with service," the athletic girl said, bowing slightly. Chen Jingyun nodded slightly and extended his hand. "Hello." They shook hands, and the athletic girl asked, "Sir, are you a complete, or do you have some basic knowledge?" Chen Jingyun replied, "Complete beginner." "All right, sir, then let's start practicing from the very basics of teeing off. First, we have the golf club. Generally, the driver is the most forgiving. It has a longer shaft and a larger face suitable for tee shots or long-distance strikes." The instructor pulled a club from Chen Jingyun's bag and handed it to him. The driver is a specialized term in golf. Chen Jingyun held the club, feeling its weight, which was manageable and not overly heavy. "This set of clubs you have is among the best in the world and can be used for a long time," the instructor said with a hint of envy, recalling how she did not have such equipment when she first learned golf. "Is it really that good?" "I'm not very familiar. The butler helped me buy it," Chen Jingyun replied. Though his tone was quite neutral, it still carried a hint of showing off. After all, it was a private instructor costing $1,000 per hour, and the instructor quickly began her teaching to ensure Chen Jingyun felt his money was well spent. "Spread your feet about shoulder width apart. That's right, thumbs down, grip the club like this. Yes, just like that." The girl was skilled at providing emotional support while affirming Chen Jingyun's clumsy imitations. Then rotate your shoulders, bend your right arm. Yes, just like that, swing the club. The instructor was very professional, guiding Chen Jingyun through the details. Chen Jingyun did not find it particularly difficult. Golf is a sport for the elite. The barrier to entry lies not in skills, but in finances. In domestic practice ranges, a ball costs 1 yuan, which seems inexpensive, but entry requires a ticket, and equipment costs money, all forming barriers. Chen Jingyun attempted to swing for the first time. He felt good about it. With his basketball skills and top-notch body coordination, he was able to apply this ability to golf, allowing him to grasp the basics more quickly. Having learned the motion, Chen Jingyun swung at the air several times, trying to find the feeling of teeing off. The instructor placed a golf ball on the tee. Come on, you've learned the motion, and now you can try to hit a 500-yard tee shot. This was merely a humorous remark from the girl. You've just learned to run, and now you can outrun Usain Bolt, or you've just learned to throw a punch, and now you can defeat Mike Tyson. Ding, golf as a sport for the elite has a broad influence internationally. As a wealthy individual, how could the host not master this social skill? Task: score a tee shot of over 200 yards. Reward: mastery of golf. Chen Jingyun was taken aback, not expecting this to trigger a system task. Although Chen Jingyun did not see much use in mastering golf, at least it was a skill-based reward. While it might be slightly lackluster, it was better than nothing. Chen Jingyun spread his feet apart, standing before the tee, gripping the club a bit tightly. Relax, or don't grip the club too tightly. If you do, it will make your swing stiff or even deformed, so please loosen up a bit, the instructor reminded him. Okay, Chen Jingyun replied, then relaxed his grip a bit. That's it, turn your hips, rotate your shoulders, bend your arms. Yes, swing, just like that. Chen Jingyun followed the girl's instructions, swinging the club, and his top-tier hand-eye coordination allowed him to strike the golf ball perfectly without missing. With tremendous force and coordination, he transferred the power into the ball. Crack! With a crisp sound, the driver collided with the golf ball, sending it soaring into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing behind the trees. Good job! The instructor shouted excitedly, providing ample emotional support. I can't believe you're a beginner. That shot was at least 250 yards. It's only 200 yards from here to the trees. However, it seems you veered off. You should have aimed straight ahead, not to the right. That area isn't ours. Chen Jingyun chuckled, amused by his own skills. Now that you've told me I went off course, I won't bother to argue. Once I achieve mastery, what will you call me then? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and receiving the reward, mastery of golf. As the system's voice faded, Chen Jingyun did not feel any significant change in his strength this time. After gaining mastery of basketball last time, Chen Jingyun could clearly feel that both his upper body strength and lower body strength, as well as his core strength, had significantly increased. However, this time, there was no obvious sensation. Perhaps the strength gained from basketball mastery was already sufficient to support his golf mastery. Besides the physical changes, the most important aspect was the knowledge of golf. Golf is not just about swinging a club and hitting the ball. It requires consideration of the trajectory, landing point, which clubs to use, such as woods, irons, wedges, and putters, and how to recover when the golf ball accidentally lands in a sand trap. It is quite complicated, but more so about etiquette and rules, which are actually not that many. Overall, it is a noble social sport where etiquette outweighs the rules. Chen Jingyun glanced at the girl beside him, who was still cheering for him after he hit a 250-yard shot, and wanted to tell her, congratulations, you've been fired. Because I no longer need a coach. However, he held back. Even though he did not need a coach, Chen Jingyun still required a practice partner, as playing alone, even golf, could be somewhat dull. The female coach, Ai Lin Johnson, placed the ball back on the tee. Who exactly is this Johnson? His sons and daughters are everywhere in America. Your talent is truly impressive. If you practice diligently, you might become a professional player, Ai Lin Johnson remarked. Chen Jingyun smiled slightly. This was just the beginning. He casually took his stance, and this swing had a natural, graceful beauty to it. As he swung, the ball flew straight along the line of Chen Jingyun's sight, its speed so fast that it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to catch. Ai Lin Johnson's eyes widened, her mouth agape. WTF? She couldn't help but let out a curse, quickly covering her mouth, as swearing in front of a client was quite unrefined, especially while playing golf. That must have been a distance of 400 yards. Ai Lin Johnson exclaimed. Chen Jingyun raised an eyebrow. 450 yards. Are you serious? Ai Lin Johnson asked, feeling that her nearly 20 years of golfing experience were in vain. She had started playing golf at 8 years old, but had never achieved such a good tee shot. Sir, are you really a beginner? Chen Jingyun shrugged. Clearly I am not. Ai Lin Johnson breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this gentleman is not a beginner. Let's move on to the next hole, Chen Jingyun said. Golf has practice ranges and actual competition courses. They had only been learning at the practice range. There are more rules when it comes to playing on the course. For instance, 1 must wear a collared polo shirt, knee-length shorts or trousers, sports shoes tuck in the shirt, and refrain from speaking when someone else is swinging. In summary, etiquette is key. As for how well one plays, as long as it is adequate, that suffices. Alright, Mr. Chen, I haven't taught you much, and the price for being a practice partner is $500 per hour. Chen Jingyun glanced at her, thinking she was quite nice. They walked to the tee. The tee is essentially a long peg stuck into the ground on which the golf ball is placed for the initial shot. Professional players usually use a black tee, but since Chen Jingyun is not playing professionally, he opted for the gold tee. A complete game of golf consists of 18 holes, each with its own hazards. Completing all 18 holes means finishing the game, and the player with the fewest strokes wins. Generally, professional players aim for scores between 70 and 75. Beginners might score between 130 to 140. They choose to spend money rather than embarrass themselves. Looking at the empty fairway ahead, Chen Jingyun grasped the club swung, and with a thud the sound indicated it was a good shot. AI Lin Johnson immediately praised, "Good shot, sir, your skills are truly impressive." The emotional value was never lacking. Chen Jingyun watched the ball land on the ground directly entering the hazard area, stopping in a sand trap, and smiled, "Your turn." AI Lin Johnson stepped forward, "I definitely can't play as well as you, so please don't laugh at me." AI Lin Johnson's words were merely humble. She had practiced golf since childhood and had won many titles in women's tours. Although she had retired now, her skills remained. With a swing, those in the know could tell just how well she played. However, she used the red tee meant for amateurs. The two got into the golf cart with the caddy driving in front. Chen Jingyun asked, "Have there been instances where someone got hit by a swing?" "Of course there have been." AI Lin Johnson replied, "and it happens often. Some people don't see others in front of them while swinging and hit them directly, while some lower-skilled players hit their friends nearby. Such incidents occur frequently. That's why golf is known for its strong social attributes. Aside from swinging, most of the time is spent walking or riding. In over 4 hours, at least 3/4 of the time was spent looking for balls. During this time, the two were together, and if all went smoothly, they could finalize the details of their cooperation. Then, after finishing the game, they could go to the club spa for a shower and massage, and finally savor some red wine airlifted from France. What business deal couldn't be struck? Arriving near the drop zone, AI Lin Johnson shot first as her drop point was closer, but her swing landed her in the... She shrugged, justifying herself, "Everyone has off days." Chen Jingyun laughed heartily as they approached his ball. He switched to an iron club swung again, and was still as graceful, still as natural, and still terrifyingly strong. Golf emphasizes a balance of brisk walking and slow play. Finally, they arrived at the last hole of par 3. Chen Jingyun swung his club with great force, producing a resounding thud that exuded power. The ball soared high and far, not descending at all. Chen Jingyun shielded his eyes with his hand, watching the ball's trajectory. What could it be? An eagle? An eagle on a par 3. That would mean a wholly unknown. You must know that a wholly unknown could bankrupt an ordinary person, whether domestically or internationally. Once a wholly unknown is achieved, all the club staff and caddies will line up to receive red envelopes or tips. In the United States, there are even special wholly unknown insurance policies, and surprisingly many people buy them. The ball landed on the green and rolled into the hole. However, due to an obstruction, Chen Jingyun could not see this scene until the caddy raised his hand and signaled, and only then did they react. He really got a wholly unknown. "Wow, sir, you are amazing." "An eagle," exclaimed Eileen Johnson. Applause erupted from all around as caddies began clapping and cheering. The sound quickly spread from Chen Jingyun as the center to the entire club. In no time, the news of the wholly unknown swept through the entire club like a tornado. Not just the caddies and staff, but even some club members who were playing came over to join the excitement. Chen Jingyun shook his head with a smile as congratulatory voices filled the air, creating a joyful atmosphere that drew more people closer. Chen Jingyun waved to the caddy who had been following him, calling Bella. "Hey Ephraim, at the Bel Air Country Club. Bring me some cash and make it quick." Ephraim Bella, receiving the call, was somewhat puzzled. However, she immediately replied, "Mr. Chen, how much cash do you need?" "Let's say $500,000 and hurry up." After hanging up, the caddy presented a glass of champagne to celebrate Chen Jingyun's wholly unknown. He felt he should also buy a wholly unknown insurance, as given his current golfing skill, he might frequently achieve wholly unknowns. Wouldn't that mean he would be showering money all the time? Shortly after, Ephraim Bella walked over carrying a suitcase. Chen Jingyun stepped forward to take it, placing the suitcase on the glass table. Upon opening it, he found it filled with green Franklin bills, a scent of ink wafting up to his nose. "Is this 500,000 in cash?" Chen Jingyun asked. Bella nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chen." The 500,000 in cash bound together didn't look like much, seeming far less than Chen Jingyun had imagined, lacking visual impact. However, if such cash were to be scattered in the air, it would surely create quite a visual spectacle. The caddies and staff, Chen Jingyun took out a stack of cash, drawing 2 bills and handing them to the person in front of him. "Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on your wholly unknown." Chen Jingyun smiled and nodded. The staff member who received $200 walked away happily. The next staff member stepped forward, and Chen Jingyun again took out $200 bills to hand to him. This continued as staff members queued to collect their money, and the cash in the suitcase gradually decreased. It wasn't painful to give away, as it wasn't that much. But to say he felt no pain, Chen Jingyun still thought he was being a bit extravagant. With over 400 staff members plus a few club members who came over to bask in the joy, Chen Jingyun ended up giving out less than $100,000. Those who received money dispersed, leaving only the 2 caddies who had been with Chen Jingyun and Eileen Johnson standing by. Chen Jingyun took out 3 stacks of bills, giving 1 stack to each. According to the rules, the caddies would receive a bit more. In truth, if there was no money, a wholly unknown could also mean no reward. However, Chen Jingyun didn't lack this bit of money, and saw no need to become a joke at the club over it. At the very least, after spending this money, all the staff at the club would recognize him, making it more convenient for him to come here. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Eileen Johnson said happily, holding the stack of Franklins to her nose and taking a deep breath. This smell is just wonderful. After spending 4 hours playing and over an hour distributing money, Chen Jingyun was already sweating profusely. He asked Bella to take the remaining cash back while he headed to the spa at the club. Entering a room, he found a massage table embroidered with grapevines. Drawing back the curtains revealed a large bathroom with a bathtub that could accommodate 4 people standing majestically in the center. Chen Jingyun stripped off his clothes and lay in the bathtub, allowing the water to slowly rise to his chest. This kind of life is truly too decadent. Chen Jingyun was very fond of this lifestyle. If given a choice, he wished he could live like this for another 10,000. After a bath, he changed into a bathrobe, and a tall technician with black hair, fair skin, and blue eyes walked in to massage Chen Jingyun, relaxing his body tired from golfing. Although Chen Jingyun was not fatigued, this did not hinder his enjoyment of the massage. The essential oil applied to his body felt smooth and fragrant. Mr. Chen, you have a great physique. You must work out often. Chen Jingyun shook his head. I work out occasionally. How do you maintain such a good figure? Any tips? Chen Jingyun quoted a classic line from a popular sitcom, read more books, read more newspapers, eat less junk food. Unfortunately, it seemed this reference did not translate well abroad, as the technician nodded in understanding and earnestly replied, I noted that down, thank you. After 2 hours of massage, Chen Jingyun changed back into his clothes and exited the club. He needed to go home and change into another outfit. There was a party hosted by the club in the evening, and such parties usually had a dress code. Attendees typically donned formal attire or more elegant suits, while the ladies all wore long gowns. Chen Jingyun was currently dressed in casual sportswear, which was not suitable for the party. Driving his Cullinan back home, the gate opened slowly, and he parked the car right at the entrance. Call Anna to come to the second floor. I'm going to a party tonight. Chen Jingyun instructed Yifrei Bella. Yes, mister. Chen, please hold on. Chen Jingyun nodded and walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor. Although there was an elevator in the house, he felt it was meant for the elderly. Otherwise, given that there were 2 floors above ground and 2 below, taking the elevator would take longer than walking up the stairs. Returning to the master bedroom, Chen Jingyun entered the walk-in closet, where through the glass doors he saw the clothes neatly filling 2 wardrobes. Anna had arranged the wardrobe according to the type and color of clothes, making it so orderly that just a glance could remedy anyone's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. At this moment, Anna dressed Chen Jingyun in a white formal suit adorned with a diamond brooch at the chest, wearing white crocodile leather shoes, and sporting a Patek Philippe 6300 sapphire that had just been delivered a day before. The custom-made outfit perfectly highlighted his physique, and paired with his transcendent looks that crossed borders and races, he truly resembled a noble character stepping out of a cinematic world into reality. Although Chen Jingyun had yet to cultivate a so-called aristocratic aura, the confidence radiated from him at first glance was already overflowing. Chen Jingyun posed in front of the full-length mirror and snapped a couple of photos, which he then sent to Lin Jiayao. Chen Jingyun smugly asked, am I handsome, or what? Still in class, Lin Jiayao took out her phone, saw Chen Jingyun's photo, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing she could immediately return to Bel Air Mountain. It was indeed the first time she had seen Chen Jingyun wearing such formal attire. Previously, Chen Jingyun's style had always been casual, and seeing him in this outfit was nothing short of breathtaking. So handsome. So. JPG. Chen Jingyun, that expression of yours looks quite creepy. Lin Jiayao, so. JPG. Why? Retracted a message. Lin Jiayao. Quickly send it to me. After chatting for a while, Lin Jiayao finally asked, where are you going dressed so formally? There's a party at the Bel Air Country Club tonight. I plan to check it out and broaden my horizons. If you don't have class, you can join. I have class, I won't be done until 10. Alright then, next time there's a party, I'll take you. The club has parties every month. Sounds great. After tucking his phone into his pocket, Chen Jingyun admired himself in the mirror for a while longer. Not to mention, this formal attire was truly stylish. It was an entirely different feeling compared to casual wear. Clothes make the man, and formal attire is the best saddle for a person. After having dinner at home, Chen Jingyun didn't drive himself, but instead let the driver take him in a Phantom. Bel Air, as a representative of the new affluent mansions in Los Angeles, may not have the heritage of Beverly Hills, but it is spacious and sufficiently modern. In recent years, nearly all newly built top-tier mansions have been located in Bel Air. This includes the one that shocked the entire city of Angels, the one which is situated not far from Villa Siena. Riding in the Phantom, it wasn't long before they arrived again at the Bel Air Country Club. The club was noticeably livelier than during the day, and Chen Jingyun counted the cars outside the window. 3 Phantoms, 2 Cullinans, and that shorter one must be a ghost. Wait, is that a Bugatti? So cool. There were those who had drivers bringing them in cars, as well as those who drove their own sports cars to the party. Chen Jingyun gazed longingly at the Bugatti parked not far away. What a fine car, I want it. The driver parked the car at the entrance. The doorman stepped forward to open the car door, and Chen Jingyun got out, straightened his collar, and then walked inside. A waiter led Chen Jingyun into a hall where a long table was set up in the center, displaying hot and cold dishes from the front to the back, with an array of cakes and pastries at the far end. On the right side was a seating area with grand red leather sofas, while on the left were floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the windows, one could see the pool outside where a chef was grilling. Further away was the golf course. It was nighttime, and all the lights around the course were turned on with the glowing golf balls resembling stars embedded in the field. A waiter in a black vest approached Chen Jingyun holding a tray. Chen Jingyun casually picked up a champagne flute from the tray, the amber champagne, shimmering beautifully under the light, with fine bubbles rising from the bottom of the glass. The hall was already quite populated. As Chen Jingyun had expected, many attendees appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, right in the prime of their business careers. However, he was surprised to find a few guests who were around his age. Everyone was dressed very formally. There was no scenario where someone in ordinary clothes would mistakenly wander. Naturally, there was also no chance of someone inexplicably approaching him to mock him. Holding his champagne flute, Chen Jingyun gently swayed it as he walked into the hall. He didn't know anyone here. He wasn't sure what to do first. However, given the situation, it was best to start with some food. Chen Jingyun looked outside at the chef grilling, and even through the glass he could already smell the aroma of grilled meat, causing him to salivate unconsciously. Crossing the hall, Chen Jingyun pushed open the glass door to the outdoors. To his surprise, there were a few people swimming in the pool, and on the shore there were girls in bikinis. Chen Jingyun walked over to the barbecue grill and pointed to a large skewer of grilled meat. Is this done? Do you need help putting it on a plate? Chen Jingyun shook his head. No, just hand it to me directly. All right. The chef wrapped the end of the skewer with a napkin and handed 2 skewers of beef to Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun blew on them and then took a bite. Calling it barbecue would be an understatement, as it was significantly different from the small skewers typically found. Each skewer was large and long, even bigger than the redwood skewers of New Ginger. The juices burst in his mouth, filling his nostrils with a rich, meaty aroma. Indeed, beef in Los Angeles was not expensive, as California had vast ranches and farms keeping prices low. Additionally, since this was the Bel Air Country Club, the selected meat was top-notch, and even with such a simple cooking method as grilling, it was already incredibly delicious. This grill wasn't the kind of small barbecue grill used at home, but a professional grill connected to an exhaust pipe, taking up a considerable amount of space. Chen Jingyun stood by the grill enjoying a piece of meat, while sipping champagne. One word, so refreshing. Chef, get me a skewer too. At this moment, a man who appeared slightly older than Chen Jingyun, calling him a man would be inaccurate, he was more of a young man. The young man was also of East Asian descent, dressed in a brown suit that appeared somewhat outdated. However, he didn't seem old. With shiny black hair and bright, spirited eyes, scoring at least an 85 in looks, he was somewhat handsome. Though East Asians generally resemble one another, with a closer look, differences could still be discerned. Chen Jingyun was about 80% sure that this young man was from Huaxia. Before Chen Jingyun could speak, the man handed him a business card and said in Huaxia language, "Hello, my name is Chen Lisan, but you can also call me Jack Chen." Chen Jingyun was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively accepted the business card. This was the first time he had ever received a business card from someone. Then he quickly regained his composure, took out a business card from his inner coat pocket, and handed it to the young man. "Hello, I'm Chen Jingyun. Oh, a fellow countryman." Chen Jingyun glanced at the words on the business card. Jack Chan. Supercar second-hand car trading market. Position sales department manager. Chen Jingyun looked at the name of this second-hand car trading market and felt a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he remembered that the LaFerrari he bought on Rodeo Drive seemed to have been purchased from this very dealership. However, he was a bit puzzled. How could a sales department manager of a second-hand car dealership gain entry to the Bel Air Country Club? Was the status? Seemingly sensing Chen Jingyun's confusion, Jack said, "This second-hand car dealership is run by my dad. I'm just interning here recently and holding a position." Chen Jingyun suddenly understood. "I bought a car from your place, a nearly brand new LaFerrari." Chen Jingyun said, "Oh, what a coincidence." Jack's eyes lit up. "You must really be a car enthusiast, right? If you ever want to buy a new car or sell a second-hand one, you can contact me. Even for the latest limited edition models, I can help you find a way to get one. Of course, it's not just limited to second-hand cars. If there are some limited models you can't get a spot for, you can come to me, and I'll just take a small fee for running errands." Jack didn't mention any prices because he knew that the people attending this party wouldn't care too much about the value of the cars. They were more focused on the cars themselves. Chen Jingyun's eyes lit up. His garage was quite large, and now that he was in Los Angeles, he only had 4 cars that belonged to him: 2 Rolls Royces, a LaFerrari, and a vintage car. This was of course far from enough for him. Chen Jingyun extended his hand and shook Jack's firmly. "Nice to meet you. I feel we will have many opportunities for collaboration." "Me too." The two raised their glasses and toasted, the champagne flutes clinking in the air. Ding! The sound of the collision was clear and pleasant, echoing in the air for a moment. "By the way, I've attended this party many times before. How come I've never seen you?" Jack asked. "This is my first time." Chen Jingyun replied succinctly. "Oh, would you like me to introduce you to others? Many people from Huaxia come to this party. Being in a foreign land, we should stick together." Chen Jingyun nodded in agreement. He also planned to meet more people. Although he might not forge deep friendships making acquaintance, reality doesn't always present a scene of fellow countrymen meeting with tears in their eyes, but when it comes to potential backstabbing, Chen Jingyun wasn't completely unprepared. "Then it'll be a trouble." "Hey, don't mention it, it's not a trouble at all," Jack said with a smile, displaying a rather generous demeanor. "It's the least I could do, and after all, I rely on you all to support my car sales." Jack led Chen Jingyun to the indoor sofa area, where several Huaxia people who appeared to be in their 20s, but were all under 30, were chatting, forming a small group. 3 men and 1 woman. Chen Jingyun noticed that the wealthier the family, the higher the average attractiveness of the children. During his high school years, none of the rich second-generation kids were unattractive. At this moment, none of the 5 here looked odd. All had well-proportioned appearances. Hey everyone, hold on a moment. Let me introduce a new friend to you, Jack said. The group stopped talking and looked at Jack and Chen Jingyun. One person looked at Chen Jingyun with a noticeably bright gaze. Hey buddy, did you holy known at the golf course this noon? The others looked at Chen Jingyun with curiosity. Chen Jingyun nodded and admitted generously, that was me. Chen Lisan looked curiously, not understanding what was happening. The other few also turned to look at the boy who spoke. Let me tell you, this friend of ours had a holy known at noon today, and everyone at the club lined up to collect money. I also received $200. The person said. It wasn't about the money, it was more about hoping to ride on some luck. He had bought holy known insurance for 5 years, but had never made a holy known. He had fantasized many times lying in bed about hitting a holy known with everyone at the club cheering around him while he scattered money on the table. It's a pity he didn't have that kind of skill. A holy known isn't something you can achieve just by luck. You need real ability. Is it that impressive? The gazes of the several people towards Chen Jingyun held a hint of approval. It's just luck. Chen Jingyun smiled. Humility is not a virtue. The young man stood up and extended his hand toward Chen Jingyun. Xiaobing. The others also stood up and greeted Chen Jingyun one by one. Zhang Wenwu, Nanfang, Morong Shui. Xiaobing was the boy who won Chen Jingyun the prize at golf earlier. He looked slender but was quite fit, exuding a robust aura with dark skin likely tanned from playing golf. Zhang Wenwu was of average height, not handsome, with a square face. He had taken off his formal jacket, wearing only a black shirt, gold-rimmed glasses with his hair slicked back, as if he were a leader checking on the situation. Nanfang looked scholarly, speaking softly with a gentle demeanor comparable to Wang Chenghan, but without Wang Chenghan. Murong Shui was the only girl among them, clad in an exquisite silver gown adorned with scattered sequins shimmering under the light. She wore a diamond-encrusted lady's watch on her wrist, contrasting sharply with Lin Jiao's style, who rarely wore such flashy clothes or accessories. Though beautiful, she exuded an air of a nouveau riche. Chen Jingyun distributed his business cards to the group, with Chen Lisan being the youngest among them. The others had clearly graduated from university and entered society. Chen Jingyun, what a nice name. Brother, are you still in school? Zhao Bing asked, having changed his address from friend to brother after exchanging business cards. Chen Jingyun nodded. Yes, I'm studying at UCLA. Oh, Zhao Bing responded, showing discretion and not pressing further. Since it's our first meeting, let's raise a glass to celebrate getting to know a new friend. Chen Lisan said. By the way, I heard from Zhao Ge that you must be good at golf. With your skill, you're still searching for the ball on the 15th hole, while others are already on the final green. Zhao Bing said disdainfully, clearly close to Chen Lisan, and able to joke freely. Why not play with me? I studied golf management in college, and play quite well. Quite well as in having bought wholly known insurance for several years without ever using it. As soon as Chen Lisan's words left his mouth, the others burst into laughter, and Chen Jingyun also wore an amused expression. The air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. P.S. Just one chapter, another one will be updated in the afternoon. The party was proceeding quite smoothly, starkly different from Chen Jingyun's expectations. The anticipated ballroom dancing segment was notably absent, perhaps due to the frequent occurrence of such parties. Most attendees were already acquainted, making newcomers like Chen Jingyun quite rare. Do you know those white people? Chen Jingyun inquired. You should ask Jack, he knows the most people. Zhao Bing remarked. He has contact information for everyone at this party, and knows them all. It's all for selling cars, Chen Lisan said, wiping his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The gathering did not last too late. By 11 o'clock, guests began to leave one after another. Chen Jingyun also stood up, said his goodbyes to several people, and got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom to return to Villa Siena. Upon arriving home, Lin Jiao was already back waiting for him in the living room. As soon as the electric gate slowly opened, Chen Jingyun walked in wearing a white formal suit. Lin Jiao jumped up from the sofa, hurriedly walking over to Chen Jingyun. Tilting her head, her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, "You look so handsome in that outfit. Can I just weld it to my body?" Chen Jingyun chuckled. "You're indeed superficial, just enamored by my looks. I really misjudged you before. I was also enamored by your looks before. I didn't misjudge you. Alright. After a playful scuffle, they returned to the master bedroom. After finishing their showers, Lin Jiao lay in Chen Jingyun's embrace, tracing circles on his chest muscles with her fingers, tickling him. "Darling, shall we go out to play tomorrow?" Lin Jiao proposed. "Where to?" Chen Jingyun asked in confusion. How about we explore around Los Angeles?" "Where to?" Chen Jingyun inquired again. "I saw a farm near Los Angeles that is open to the public. It looks quite fun," Lin Jiao replied. Although California has little rain throughout the year, its agriculture is exceptionally developed with many large farms. Decades ago, many cowboys who couldn't make a living in Texas migrated to California to cultivate farms. Nowadays, American farmers are no longer as they once were, with no need for wild cowboys armed with guns to protect their land. Farms are equipped with radar systems. Anyone who enters the farm without being marked will trigger an alarm. The farms are no longer filled with bloodshed. Now it's more about having money. Currently, the largest farm owner in America is none other than the former world's richest man, Bill Gates. However, while there are farms to the north of Los Angeles, they are not particularly close. When you say nearby, how many kilometers are you talking about? Just 200 kilometers, Lin Jiao replied. Not only can you ride horses at that farm, but there's also a shooting range where you can try shooting. Don't you want to give it a shot? Then we must try it. Upon hearing about the shooting range, Chen Jingyun instantly became interested. Although his current home could barely be called a manor, building a private shooting range was simply not allowed in Bel Air. Send the location to Yafuli and have her make a reservation, Chen Jingyun said. Okay. Lin Jiayao, pleased with the agreement, gave Chen Jingyun a deep kiss before sending the farm information to Bella. Having a housekeeper made everything very convenient. There was no need to handle everything personally, especially the various trivial matters of daily life. After sending the message, Lin Jiayao placed her phone on the bedside. Chen Jingyun looked at her and asked, so can we do it like last time? The next morning, Lin Jiayao woke up early, staring intently at the still sleeping Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun, still in a dream, instinctively sensed her gaze and felt warm breath on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned to see Lin Jiayao staring directly at him. What are you doing? Chen Jingyun turned over to face Lin Jiayao. Why are you up so early? It's not early, it's only 9:30, let me sleep a bit more. Chen Jingyun turned his head again, returning to his sleeping position. Don't disturb my sleep. Lin Jiayao suddenly leaned close to Chen Jingyun's ear. Hurry up and get up. Ooh, I promised you tonight. With my foot. Chen Jingyun immediately sprang from the bed. Is that for real? Lin Jiayao shyly nodded, her cheeks flushed like ripe peaches. Chen Jingyun cleared his throat, got up from bed, and stretched. I was already awake. Young people should sleep less. Entering the bathroom, Chen Jingyun quickly finished his grooming and changed into the clothes prepared by Anna. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. He was indeed getting more handsome. Looking at the system's beauty score, it had reached an astonishing 97 points. Perhaps it's the change in temperament that makes my looks appear even better. Chen Jingyun felt increasingly conceited and confident. After Lin Jiayao finished grooming, the two went downstairs to have breakfast. While eating, Chen Jingyun reviewed the information and successful reservations sent by Bella, the housekeeper. Apparently this farm was not just an ordinary farm. The owner had transformed his estate into a luxurious resort. It featured not only horse riding, shooting ranges, and golf courses, but also natural hot springs, swimming pools, gyms, and tennis courts. Each room was independent and over 200 square meters, with a nightly price exceeding $8,000, a sum definitely beyond the reach of the average middle class. To put it in perspective, the Peninsula Hotel's top suite, the Peninsula Suite, costs only $12,000 during this. Sipping on a seafood porridge made with lobster and king crab paired with salted duck eggs sent from Huaxiao was surprisingly delightful. Unfortunately, Lin Jiayao didn't eat salted duck eggs and didn't know how delicious the Gaoyu salted duck eggs were. After breakfast, Bella, the housekeeper, had already packed Chen Jingyun's suitcase. Although initially meant to be driven by a chauffeur, Chen Jingyun decided to drive himself. 200 kilometers isn't far at all, and driving wouldn't be too tiring. Besides, a self-driving trip with just himself and Lin Jiayao felt much more enjoyable. As for personal safety, going on a carefree weekend road trip with your beloved seems like a delightful experience, but during the trip, don't worry about your safety. Mission: please drive safely for 200 kilometers. Reward: safety buff. Considering no wear and fuel consumption, the Cullinan is quite suitable for long journeys, offering not only comfortable seating, but also remarkably smooth power. The two quickly set off, carrying only a suitcase, 2 bottles of water, and a can of Red Bull traveling light. Apart from Los Angeles, there were hardly any cars in sight on the highway. With a population of just under 400 million, America has vast lands, making it truly a place where people are sparse. Along the way, the two enjoyed music and hummed tunes, feeling quite at ease. As they approached their destination, a voice echoed in Chen Jingyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden task. Reward: safety buff. Safety buff: even if you fall from 10,000 meters, a magical haystack will appear beneath you. Even if targeted by a nuclear missile, the launch silo will malfunction on its own. Your safety is determined by the system. Note: this buff can be shared with direct relatives and one partner. Would you like to share? As Chen Jingyun drove, he noticed there were no cars ahead and diverted 20% of his attention to check the system's reward. The more he read, the more astonished Chen Jingyun became. This was simply a divine skill. There's a saying that the wealthier a person is, the more they fear death, especially the top-tier rich who value their personal safety immensely, often spending tens of millions or even billions each year to hire security forces for protection. The most representative figure in this regard is Zuckerberg, who employs thousands of veterans to protect Facebook's headquarters, and his mansion has been equipped with a nuclear-proof underground shelter, directly bringing movie scenarios into reality. Some wealthy individuals even invest in security companies solely for their own protection. To Chen Jingyun, however, these security forces seem child's play. They couldn't compare to the sense of security provided by the system, especially since this safety buff could also be used by his parents and partner. Looking at the button labeled, "Would you like to share?" Chen Jingyun decisively chose to share. 3 names appeared next to the safety buff, representing his parents, and Lin Jiayao, indicating that he had successfully completed. This put him in an even better mood. In no time, they arrived at the estate. Surrounded by hills and pastures, there were not only horse stables, but also dedicated farms raising cattle and sheep, with vibrant green fields full of life. Chen Jingyun opened the car door, and the air was incredibly fresh, much better than that in downtown Los Angeles. Perhaps due to the absence of a heat island effect and fewer car emissions, as soon as he opened the door, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, feeling quite refreshing. A three-story villa stood at the southwest corner of the estate, resembling a gigantic wooden house from the outside, with a small hill behind it. This estate away from the city feels really comfortable, Chen Jingyun said with a smile as he approached the trunk to retrieve the suitcase, then pressed a button, and the electric trunk with panoramic seats slowly closed. Indeed, Lin Jiao nodded gently. It feels so nice. We can come to the countryside farm often in the future. After saying this, Lin Jiao looked at Chen Jingyun strangely. You're not thinking of buying an estate, are you? Chen Jingyun's eyes lit up. He hadn't actually considered this idea before. But now that Lin Jiao mentioned it, it wasn't out of the question. If there was a suitable one, he really could buy one. Land away from the city is quite inexpensive. Even in the richest regions of Texas, one can buy a large estate covering 6,000 to 7,000 acres for $100 million, complete with a mansion that rivals those in Beverly Hills. Should he buy a yacht or an estate? Forget it, that's not something he should think about now. Anyway, whether it's a yacht or an estate, he will eventually have one. The current task is to relax thoroughly at the farm. Upon entering the villa, the staff verified their identities and called the room butler, who led them to their room. The room layout was quite simple, consisting of a living room, a bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a study, but it was very spacious, spanning 200 square meters. The second and third floors are guest rooms. The first floor is the dining room and gym, and the basement has a music bar and KTV. Everything except for drinks is free, included in the room rate, including daily meals, the room butler explained. Golf equipment can be rented, and the horse stables and shooting range are quite far. You can either drive or have staff take you there in a golf cart, which is of course free. As the butler was introducing the estate's amenities, most of which were free, when he finished and left, the two went to the balcony, where they could enjoy the scenery of the estate and the surrounding forests. Below there was an outdoor swimming pool, where several white children were chasing and playing. How did you find out about this place being so remote? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but ask. Such a secluded luxury resort typically caters to early wealthy families bringing their children to enjoy life. Wealthy international students rarely know about such places. Even if they do, they wouldn't particularly like this kind of entertainment. My mom told me about it. She came here before and said it was quite fun, Lin Jiao replied. I see. Chen Jingyun nodded, then eagerly urged Lin Jiao to move along. Let's go play at the shooting range. As a man, Chen Jingyun naturally had an interest in firearms. Now that he had the opportunity, he couldn't miss it. I know. The two went downstairs and saw a free golf cart outside, so they hopped on. Sir, madam, where would you like to go? The driver asked. To the shooting range, Chen Jingyun replied. All right, sir. Though the golf cart looked small, it was quite expensive, costing more than many family cars. Some communities don't allow regular vehicles and require using these golf carts to transport guests. The driver drove the golf cart with the two towards the shooting range. As the golf cart sped along with no doors, a gentle breeze swept through softly and coolly, brushing against their faces, tousling the girls' bangs and Chen Jingyun's hair. Wow, look over there, 2 sheep are butting heads. Lin Jiao exclaimed excitedly. For her as a young lady, it was her first time in such countryside. It was also her first time seeing endless grasslands, so many cattle and sheep, and visiting a farm. Everything seemed new. Chen Jingyun wasn't surprised, saying, wait until you visit my hometown. You can see 2 sheep butting heads, and even 2 chickens fighting. After riding the golf cart, they soon reached the shooting range. This was an outdoor shooting range with tables set up on the grass, displaying various firearms. Not far away there were targets at a considerable distance. The 10-ring target paper appeared much smaller than it did on a phone screen, only about the size of 4 coins. The firearms were not tied down on the tables. There were safety officers present, but no instructors. Chen Jingyun felt his blood boiling. It was a yearning for firearms and the instinct for violence. Chen Jingyun took out 2 $20 tips from his pocket and handed them to the driver before taking Lin Jiao towards the shooting range. In the afternoon, classes have been full every day recently, and the update time is not fixed. Please don't wait for me. The safety officer briefly explained the basic knowledge and precautions, then put a pair of noise-canceling ear muffs on Chen Jingyun. The gun costs nothing, but the bullets do. However, this small amount of money is nothing for those who can afford to be here. Chen Jingyun picked up a handgun. Although he was very excited now, he was not a military enthusiast. Apart from classic firearms like the AK-47 M4 and Type 95, he did not know much about others. However, the safety officer clearly knew a lot. Seeing Chen Jingyun looking over, he began to introduce. This is the most classic modern handgun, the Colt M1911. Its automatic mechanism is simple, magazine replacement is convenient, and the safety device is reliable. Truly a perfect handgun using 45 caliber ammunition. The recoil might be a bit strong. The safety officer made a friendly gesture and continued. Chen Jingyun felt the cool metal touch. The handgun felt heavy in his hand. He inserted the magazine, switched off the safety, chambered around, then gripped the gun with both hands, aiming at the target ahead, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, smoke curled from the muzzle, and Chen Jingyun felt a tremendous force transmit through his arm as the gun jumped upward. Damn! Chen Jingyun shouted in excitement, feeling his body secreting hormones making his blood boil. Unfortunately, you missed the target. The safety officer's words were like a bucket of cold water, cooling his enthusiasm. The target paper was indeed very small, especially at a distance of 20 meters. Even with his good eyesight, it was hard to aim. Seems a bit challenging, Chen Jingyun shrugged. The safety officer said nothing, picked up a handgun from the table, skillfully changed the magazine, and chambered a round, all in one smooth motion. Then, holding the gun with one hand, a series of gunshots rang out. Chen Jingyun saw a hole appear in the target paper perfectly in the center of the tin ring. As the gunfire continued, no other bullet holes appeared on the target paper. The original hole in the tin ring was gradually enlarging. Chen Jingyun stared wide-eyed. Every shot hit the tin ring, and almost in the same bullet hole. Awesome, Chen Jingyun exclaimed. Although the safety officer didn't understand what Chen Jingyun was saying, he could tell from the tone that it was undoubtedly a compliment or an expression of surprise. Come on, you can do it too, the safety officer said with a smile, unloading the magazine and putting the gun back in place. Chen Jingyun took out his wallet, not even counting, and pulled out about 10 green Franklin bills, placing them on the table. Teach me. Oh, you are really hard to refuse. The safety officer grinned, his smile even wider than before. Look here, there's a notch right. This is used to assist. The white safety officer brought the gun in front of Chen Jingyun, ensuring the muzzle was not pointed at him, but rather towards the other side of the shooting range. First step, hold the gun at shoulder level, ensure that your line of sight, the notch, and the front sight form a straight line. This is crucial. Next, the force should come from the wrist, not the arm. The wrist must press against the handgun. When firing, as the recoil occurs, use the wrist to stabilize it, ensuring the handgun quickly returns to the straight line position. I see your physique. You must exercise often, so your wrist should be strong. Go ahead and give it a try. Chen Jingyun picked up the gun again. Although the explanation was not very detailed, at least he covered the basic skills. Following his technique, he tried again. When the gun fired, the recoil transmitted to his wrist, and Chen Jingyun immediately exerted force to stabilize it, forcing the gun back to its original position. This was not too difficult for Chen Jingyun, given that he possessed 2 athletic skills. His wrist was not lacking in strength, and he could even easily counteract the recoil. Chen Jingyun gradually found his rhythm, rapidly firing one shot after another, quickly emptying the magazine. The American draw was terrifying. Congratulations, 4 bullets hit the target, a significant improvement. The safety officer said, the first time shooting is always like this. Just practice a few more times. Sharpshooters are trained with bullets. As long as you shoot a few dozen boxes of bullets, hitting the tin ring will be a breeze. Chen Jingyun nodded and took another magazine. Lin Jiayao also picked up a handgun. She had previously shot guns abroad with her parents, not only handguns, but also rifles. However, they were all relatively ordinary firearms, and the shooting range certainly wouldn't have large-caliber sniper rifles. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously in the shooting range, resembling firecrackers. Eventually, the handgun could no longer satisfy Chen Jingyun, and he directly took an AR-15 rifle. This rifle could be called America's civilian rifle, consistently ranking first in sales among American semi-automatic rifles, and is highly sought after, so the shooting range naturally had it. However, the AR-15 itself is not expensive. The costly parts are the various accessories. An entry-level AR-15 can be obtained for under $700, but a fully outfitted AR-16 can cost upwards of $10,000. The recoil hit his shoulder, and soon he felt bruised, but since it was a small-caliber rifle, it was still manageable. This gun must leave marks on the body, right? Chen Jingyun thought to himself. The two played in the shooting range for over 2 hours before Chen Jingyun felt satisfied. Why are there so few people at this fun shooting range? Chen Jingyun suddenly thought that they had been here for over 2 hours, yet the entire shooting range only had the two of them, and the safety officer. No other customers came to experience the joy of firearms. Lin Jiayao turned to look at the empty shooting range and said, maybe these people have guns at home, so they don't like to come to. That's true. In some wealthy people's estates, there are not only shooting ranges, but also dedicated hunting grounds where they ride horses or drive rugged off-road vehicles carrying guns to hunt in their own estates. For the ultra-wealthy, raising large animals in their estates is not a difficult task. Moreover, with a complete security system, they need not worry about large animals wandering into their villas and causing harm. Taking a day off tomorrow, feeling a bit feverish. Some large farms host many wild animals living within them, as the aggressive carnivores have long been eradicated. This has led to a proliferation of large herbivores, which in turn affects the crops on the estate, prompting the residents to hold regular hunting events. The two did not take the golf cart back, but decided to stroll around the estate. They would need to use Google Maps to find their way back. However, after walking briskly for over 30 minutes, they returned to the wooden villa. The restaurant is a 24-hour buffet, featuring a self-service counter where food and drinks can be taken freely, as well as a menu for dishes that need to be freshly prepared. The menu is also part of the buffet, allowing unlimited access without any extra charge. The two found a window-side table to sit at. Chen Jingyun perused the menu, while Lin Jiayao went to check out the self-service counter for delicious items. As Chen Jingyun looked at the dishes on the menu, he noticed some items he had never seen before. Is that venison? There's also rabbit meat, but it's not spicy rabbit head, it's a whole roasted rabbit. Almost every dish had a note indicating that the ingredients came from the farm and were freshly killed that day. The wines also had notes on their vintage and origin, and the entire menu was wrapped in thick black cardstock, giving it a premium feel. Chen Jingyun ordered a roasted rabbit, a venison steak, a filet steak, 2 servings of foie gras, and a shrimp fried rice, then closed the menu and went to find Lin Jiayao at the self-service counter. There are shao mai and soup dumplings here, and these shrimp dumplings look good too. Should we get some? Lin Jiayao asked, surprised to find Cantonese dim sum here. Let's get some, but just a little. We don't want to have too much to eat later, Chen Jingyun replied. Okay. After collecting their food from the self-service counter and returning to their table, Chen Jingyun looked out at the grassy area outside the window where a few sheep were leisurely grazing. He could feel the relaxed atmosphere of the farm. Soon the waiter brought the meals they ordered. Lin Jiayao used a knife and fork to cut the venison with the sharp knife, slicing it perfectly. She then lifted a piece, dipped it in some sauce, and brought it to Chen Jingyun's mouth, saying, "Try this." Chen Jingyun intended to take the fork from Lin Jiayao, but she twisted her hand, not letting him take it. Unable to do anything else, he opened his mouth for her to feed him directly. "How is it? Delicious?" Lin Jiayao asked curiously. Even she had never tasted venison before, only having sneaked a small sip of venison blood wine. Chen Jingyun chewed, thoughtfully nodding continuously. It's quite tasty, very tender, not at all tough or gamey, feels similar to Wagyu beef. If it's good, then eat more. I've heard that venison is a great tonic, Lin Jiayao said, adding several pieces of venison to Chen Jingyun's plate, smiling cheerfully. Do I really need to replenish? Chen Jingyun raised an eyebrow, retorting. Lin Jiayao recalled how sore her arms had felt the previous night at home and couldn't help but shiver. The rabbit meat was also delicious, brushed with a layer of honey, making it sweet and fragrant. After finishing their meal, the two strolled around the wooden villa for a while before heading back to their room on the second floor. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Jiayao sent him the photos taken at the shooting range. In the photo, the boy was holding an AR-15, aiming seriously with the muscles in his arms clearly visible. It wasn't the bulky kind of fitness muscle, but rather the aesthetically pleasing lines of natural fitness. Nice shot, Chen Jingyun complimented sincerely. I even edited it a bit, did you notice? Lin Jiayao said. Huh, what did you edit? Chen Jingyun examined the photo closely, unable to tell. I darkened your skin just a little. He extended his arm, realizing it indeed looked a bit darker. It looks tougher and more vibrant like this, Lin Jiayao remarked. This slight difference is hardly noticeable unless someone besides who has the time to scrutinize others' social media posts anyway. Chen Jingyun replied. Do you believe it? There are definitely people who pay special attention to your posts. Every time you post, they might even save it and watch it repeatedly, zooming in. Lin Jiayao's words sent a chill down Chen Jingyun's spine. Isn't that a bit creepy? Do you believe it? There are definitely girls like that. Chen Jingyun was skeptical since he wasn't a celebrity. However, thinking about his own looks, which could rival those of celebrities, he found himself believing Lin Jiayao's words to some extent. Chen Jingyun hooked his arm around Lin Jiayao's shoulders and said, come on, let's take a couple's photo for social media spreading. Lin Jiayao leaned into him for the photo. After taking the picture, they showed their matching couple watches and bracelets. Adding a scenic photo, Chen Jingyun created a 9-grid layout and posted it on social media. Only classmates and friends could see it. He had already blocked his family. Though he would eventually tell his parents, at least wasn't now. Soon many likes and comments poured in. Wang Qinghan Yungu, are you still going back to the dorm? Lu Xiaoyu 99 Wow finally succumbed to Jiayao's charm. Zhang Zhen going out to have fun with him. There were blessings from acquaintances in the comments, as well as playful banter from close friends like Zhang Zhen. Chen Jingyun casually replied before scrolling through social media. Supercar. A nearly new Bugatti Chiron with 2,000 kilometers, W16 quad-turbo engine, 1,500 horsepower bare carbon version, sapphire blue paint, $6.9 million. Contact me if interested. Chen Jingyun looked at the post from Chun Lisan, whom he met at the country club yesterday. His social media was filled with various second-hand luxury car sales information, from Maybach, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, to Ferrari, Bugatti, and Koenigsegg. Most of them were high-end luxury cars, not family vehicles. Chen Jingyun looked at the Bugatti Chiron in the photo, feeling a twinge of desire. That car is truly stunning. He really wanted it. Chen Jingyun sent a message to Chun Lisan, Jack, I really like that Bugatti you posted. When can I take it for? Before long, Chen Lisan replied, anytime, Yunzong. Are you free today? I'm on Rodeo Drive right now. I don't have time today. Oh, I'm out with my girlfriend, not in Los Angeles. I'll come find you on Monday, so don't sell that car to anyone. Don't worry, Yunzong, I'll hold it for you. Chen Lisan promptly assured. Chen Jingyun was in a good mood, knowing his garage was about to gain another top-tier sports car. Previously, when he heard the national husband Wang Sikong talk, he thought he was just showing off. Now, reflecting on his life these past 2 weeks, he realized that Wang was merely speaking the truth without exaggeration. The time spent buying a car is truly longer than shopping for groceries. In the afternoon, what he initially thought was just a mild cold turned out to be a fever, along with the cold plus vomiting and diarrhea. He went to the hospital, but the doctor refused to give him N4. I'm really curious, why won't they give me N4? As evening fell, the lights in the estate flickered to life. Not just the lights, but also flames. Not far from the wooden villa, a bonfire was lit, accompanied by the faint sounds of American country music, as many people danced around the fire. Chen Jingyun looked through the window at the bonfire party outside and felt a bit tempted to join, saying, shall we go join the fun? Lin Jiayao nodded. The two changed into casual clothes, made their way downstairs, and stepped out of the wooden villa. The music became clearer and brighter. The country tunes were filled with a leisurely vibe, unconsciously bringing a sense of relaxation to the people. Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao arrived by the bonfire, where a circle of people had gathered. Some were dancing while others sat and clapped along to the rhythm, occasionally cheering, playing their part as enthusiastic supporters. They found an empty spot to sit down. At that moment, a rather large Caucasian uncle was gyrating his waist. Despite his rotund figure, he moved with surprising fluidity, creating a delightful contrast that elicited cheers from the onlookers. The uncle held hands with another woman gracefully dancing the social dance. This kind of dance was something Chen Jingyun had only seen on television. In upscale ballrooms or parties, the male lead would invite the female lead saying, "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" But this wasn't an upscale venue, it was merely a country estate. The dancers weren't handsome leads or beautiful ladies, but rather an unassuming uncle. Chen Jingyun poked Lin Jiayao. "Can you dance this?" Lin Jiayao glanced at him and nodded. "I've learned a bit. This dance is quite simple to pick up." The bonfire party wasn't just about dancing. There was also free beer and barbecue provided by the estate owner. To be fair, while the prices were a bit steep, it was truly worth it. Chen Jingyun stood up to grab 2 bottles of beer, popped them open, and returned to Lin Jiao's side, handing her one Bud Light. "It's not too strong." "Thank you." Holding the ice-cold beer in her hand instantly enhanced the relaxed feeling of the weekend. Chen Jingyun hadn't drunk much American beer before. He just knew from the label that this beer had a lower alcohol content. After taking a sip, he found it icy cool, sweet, and sour, surprisingly reminiscent of a soft drink, much more enjoyable than the typical bitter beer, yet still carried a hint of malt aroma. Not bad at all. Chen Jingyun enjoyed this beer that tasted more like a soft drink. The cooler had various beers to choose from, and Chen Jingyun got up again to check, bringing back 2 bottles of Tsingtao draft beer and 2 bottles of Corona, setting them on the grass, planning to drink them later. "Why did you bring so many?" "Just a few bottles of beer. Is that too much?" Chen Jingyun replied with a smile. "It's fine. If you don't want to drink, I'll have them myself." "All right then." Neither of them got up to dance nor engaged with the other guests. Occasionally clinking glasses and taking sips of beer, they stared at the distorted air caused by the bonfire's heat and watched others dance, soaking in the atmosphere of the bonfire party, which was enough. As for being the center of attention at the party, neither of them thought about it. Sipping his beer, Chen Jingyun was genuinely surprised to find Tsingtao beer in America. Moreover, seeing the beverages in the hands of those around them, he noticed that a surprisingly large number of people were holding Tsingtao beer, while those with Budweiser were relatively few. Soon after finishing 3 bottles of beer, Chen Jingyun looked over at Lin Jiayao, who also had 3 empty bottles by her side. "Shall we head back to the room?" Chen Jingyun suggested. "Sure." Lin Jiayao stood up, swaying a couple of steps before steadying herself. Chen Jingyun asked curiously, 3 bottles of beer shouldn't be enough to do that, right?" Lin Jiayao shook her head no. "All right then." The two returned to their room, and after showering, Lin Jiayao meticulously washed her feet again. Back in bed, she fulfilled her promise. The next day, after getting up and finishing breakfast, the two went to the horse ranch for a while. Chen Jingyun wasn't very good at riding, but fortunately a coach was leading the horse, and it wasn't going too fast. Lin Jiayao, on the other hand, was quite skilled riding her horse around the ranch, making the black horse trot along the arena. Chen Jingyun tightened his grip on the reins, fearing he might fall off. Even with the safety measures in place, he was still anxious. The sudden shift in balance could send a jolt to his heart. After riding, the two went to the shooting range. Today, Chen Jingyun noticeably felt his shooting skills had improved significantly since yesterday. Holding the gun no longer felt awkward. Moreover, Chen Jingyun was even able to score 10 rings. "Am I really a shooting prodigy?" He couldn't help but ask. "No doubt about it, you are the safety officer," replied with a smile. Chen Jingyun nodded, realizing it was true. They spent time at the shooting range until 3 in the afternoon before returning to the wooden villa, packing their bags in preparation to head back to Los Angeles. Today was already Sunday. Tomorrow was Monday and school would start again. Chen Jingyun had skipped 2 days of classes and hadn't returned to his dorm for 5 or 6 days, planning to stay in the dorm for 1 day today. So instead of going back to Bel Air, they headed towards UCLA. Leaving the estate, Lin Jiayao glanced back at the leisurely estate and said, "Can we come here often in the future? I feel like it's so much fun here, and I haven't even fed the sheep yet. Sure, we can come anytime on weekends." Chen Jingyun, but to be honest, besides the shooting range, he wasn't too interested in the other activities, including horseback riding and golf. "By the way, in just over a month it will be Christmas. Are you going back home then, or shall we go out to play together?" Chen Jingyun, "Isn't Christmas still a long way off? You're already thinking about it." Lin Jiayao pondered for a moment and said, "How about we go skiing in France?" "Skiing in France? Yes, we can go skiing in Chamonix, but sounds like fun, and the Christmas atmosphere there is particularly strong." Chen Jingyun had never heard of Chamonix and planned to ask butler Bella to look it up once they returned to the dorm. The two chatted along the way, making the long journey less tedious. After parting with Lin Jiayao, Chen Jingyun returned to his loyal UCLA. Wang Qinghan heard the noise and turned around, seeing Chen Jingyun standing at the door. After rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he exaggeratedly said, "Wow, Brother Yun, why did you suddenly come back to the dorm today? I haven't seen you for several days." Chen Jingyun put away his strange gaze and said, "I've been staying outside these past few days, and I might often do so in the future." Wang Qinghan had a knowing expression and wasn't too surprised. After all, it was normal for a rich guy to rent a place off campus. However, he could never imagine that Chen Jingyun wasn't renting, but buying. $177 million, paid in full. But Chen Jingyun didn't mention this. He feared it would blow Wang Qinghan's mind. "By the way, Brother Yun, can you take a look at my transformation video? I've been learning editing these past few days." Wang Qinghan handed over his phone. Chen Jingyun took a glance. The video was quite cliché, featuring Wang Qinghan in casual, wear transforming into women's clothing in sync with the BGM, complete with some filters. Chen Jingyun looked at Wang Qinghan with a strange expression. You dressing as a girl is one thing, but with the little bell and white stockings, what are you trying to do? Are you really not afraid of the other people in the dorm going wild? Chen Jingyun was reluctant to admit that after Wang Qinghan's makeup he could be considered a campus beauty among girls, and his voice was quite clear. If he learned to modulate his voice. Chen Jingyun returned the phone to Wang Qinghan, having to concede that Wang Qinghan had talent. He might truly make a living off the internet. It's well edited, Chen Jingyun said. Hey, then I'll upload it to Douyin. Wang Qinghan replied, and not only Douyin, he posted it on TikTok, Instagram, and X as well. His strategy was to cast a wide net. Who knows, it might become popular on some platform. In truth, Wang Qinghan wasn't aiming to become a big internet celebrity, he just wanted to earn some pocket money. At least he didn't want to be unable to pay for his share when going out with his roommates. He had a great talent for learning. After following tutorials online and spending a few days learning editing in his spare time, he managed to produce commendable work. Hearing the noise, Lin Ku and Shui Nin walked out of their rooms. Upon seeing Chen Jingyun, both were slightly surprised. Learning that Chen Jingyun would rarely return to the dorm in the future, they didn't say much. In fact, the two had already planned whether to rent an apartment off campus, as the school dorms were ultimately too small, and they couldn't fit many clothes. Brother Yin, where are you living now? Lin Fatty and I discussed it, and plan to rent an apartment outside sometime soon. Chen Jingyun replied me. I'm living in Bel Air, quite close to the school. Renting there would cost at least several thousand. Shui Nin inquired. Bel Air isn't all luxury homes like Villa Sienna. There are also villas priced at $5 to $6 million. However, these smaller villas are generally not in gated communities, though still in Bel Air, they can only be considered lower end. Chen Jingyun shrugged, not giving a specific number. But if you want to live outside, you'll need to buy a car first, right? Are you planning to take the bus or subway? Mentioning buying a car made Lin K's face redden. He had a driver's license from his home country, but international students need to take a simple test to drive in the U.S. This test wasn't difficult, it was just a matter of trying, and like in his home country, the driving test wasn't meant to be a challenge. Yet Lin Ku surprisingly didn't pass this simple test. Moreover, the subway in Los Angeles is almost non-existent. Not only are there few riders, but the planning is also poor. Even such an important university as UCLA doesn't have a subway station right outside the campus. One has to walk a long way to get to the subway station. Compared to the subway in New York, the Los Angeles subway, while somewhat extensive, isn't very practical. Few people ride it, and it doesn't go to many places. Let's wait a bit. Once I pass my driving test, we can move out together, Lin Ku said. After chatting for a while, it was almost time for dinner, so they called Han Jian and the others and headed to Haidaleo together. This time it wasn't Chen Jingyun treating, it was Shui Nan who picked up the bill. After dinner, Chen Jingyun was the first to finish showering upon returning to the dorm. After a few days lying on this small bed of 1 meter and 20, Chen Jingyun found himself somewhat dissatisfied with. Compared to the large bed at home, the dorm bed was too small, but fortunately the mattress and bedding were bought from Hermes at that time, making it relatively comfortable. Lying on the bed, he inquired with the Bella butler about the situation in Courchevel. Mr. Chen, Courchevel is located in France and is the best ski resort in the world. It only opens in December each year and requires a long advance reservation. Are you planning to go to Courchevel this year? Chen Jingyun replied, I plan to go with my girlfriend during Christmas. Can I book now? The Bella butler Yufei immediately replied, based on past experiences, it seems a bit too late to book now, but don't worry, I'll first check with the bank to see if there are any connections left and if there are any private rooms available. Chen Jingyun responded affirmatively and searched online for so-called Courchevel 1850. The information online was scarce, but even the few pieces of information highlighted Courchevel's luxury. Courchevel doesn't have ordinary hotels. All are ultra five-star hotels like the White Horse Manor under LV, and world-class luxury hotels like Aman are also established there. The cheapest hotel costs $6,000 a night. Accommodation is merely the most basic aspect among the many luxury experiences. In Courchevel, not only are there boutique stores for luxury brands like Hermes, LV, Balenciaga, and Chanel, but even watch brands like Rolex and Patek Philippe have shops there, and there are even direct stores for Ferrari and Rolls-Royce. To cater to the wealthy visitors from afar, Courchevel, though just a small town in a valley, has its own airport. Wealthy people come to ski not in a Rolls-Royce or a Maybach, but in a Gulfstream, a Bombardier, or a Dassault flying direct. The more Chen Jingyun looked, the more astonished he became, and the more he wanted to go. If it weren't still closed now, he would have flown over to see the legendary Courchevel. Yufei Bella quickly replied to Chen Jingyun, Mr. Chen, the Aman suite at the Aman Hotel is still available, but the price is a bit expensive at $1,600 a night. Though the name differs, generally speaking, rooms named after hotels are the highest grade equivalent to a presidential suite. The price of $1,600. Even though Chen Jingyun was wealthy, he couldn't help but shudder. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who could imagine such astronomical prices? Although Chen Jingyun was astonished by the exorbitant hotel prices, he readily agreed. Book it for a week straight. All right, Mr. Chen. A week amounted to an astounding $12 million, but fortunately Chen Jingyun had brought a cashback card and made a trip to Rodeo Drive, where he had over $200 million in his bank account, so money was not an issue. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayao was on the phone, while Wang Qinghan, on the bed next to her, had already uploaded his suggestive video to major domestic and international websites. Compared to the domestic scene, foreign audiences were evidently more accepting of such content. In addition to labels like good looks for I, OI, and TS, he included a UCLA emoji to maximize traffic. Seeing that the video had just passed review and was already receiving likes, Wang Chenhan was ecstatic. Each like seemed to tug at his heartstrings. Soon the first comment appeared. So hot. Wang Chenhan glanced at the profile of the person who commented, a typical white redneck uncle, slightly overweight, balding, and sporting a dense beard. Seeing this, Wang Chenhan was taken aback, goosebumps forming all over him. He swallowed his fear and replied. Chen Jingyun lay on the bed with nothing to do and started scrolling through TikTok. The first video that popped up was Wang Chenhan's suggestive clip. Chen Jingyun had already watched Wang Chenhan's edited video earlier in the day, so he wasn't particularly surprised. After watching, he gave it a like. Noticing Wang Chenhan excitedly writhing beside him, Chen Jingyun decided to lend a hand. He planned to directly buy him $100 worth of promotion. After all, they were roommates and got along quite well. Wang Chenhan was the one who had always cleaned their room in Unit 6121, so helping him out was the least he could do. To Chen Jingyun, this wasn't a big deal. But for Wang Chenhan, it might be a life-changing moment. Chen Jingyun thought this as he quickly completed the payment. The next day, what the hell? Chen Jingyun opened his eyes and looked at Wang Chenhan, who was on the next bed, as if he had been startled, jumping up from his bed. Feeling his gaze, Wang Chenhan looked over at Chen Jingyun, and upon seeing him squinting, he smiled sheepishly. Sorry, Yungu, I was too excited just now and couldn't control myself. I'm really sorry. Chen Jingyun glanced at the time. It was already past 9, and in 10 minutes the alarm would ring. It wasn't that big of a deal for another 10 minutes of sleep, so Chen Jingyun waved his hand. What are you doing so early in the... Wang Chenhan saw that Chen Jingyun wasn't angry and leaned over, handing him his phone. Look, I think I'm going viral. Why, just checked, and I've already got 11000 likes. And there are so many followers. This is just my first video, and I've already gained over 4000 fans. And look, it's still increasing. Chen Jingyun's praise felt somewhat perfunctory. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up and strive to become $1 million influencer soon. Wang Chenhan was unaware of the underlying reasons, but Chen Jingyun knew. This was all thanks to the promotion he bought for $100. Of course, Chen Jingyun couldn't afford to promote every video, at most just this one to give him a boost in his starting phase, to make him more enthusiastic. As for what happened next, it would depend on his own fate. After washing up, he grabbed his textbooks and laptop and headed to class. Although it was already the third week, aside from a few people in his dorm, Chen Jingyun really didn't know anyone else in the class. However, many classmates knew Chen Jingyun. After all, his outfit made of luxury brands clearly displayed his wealth, and the time he drove a Ferrari had been captured in photos, making him quite popular on the school forum, even revealing his major. Naturally, some classmates had seen this. Envy and jealousy were needless to mention, and no one dared to provoke him. Chen Jingyun rarely focused on the class. Although accounting and actuarial science were almost different disciplines, mastering both greatly enhanced Chen Jingyun's mental acuity, making it easier for him to understand the lectures. When class ended, Chen Jingyun stretched. This was the first time he had seriously listened in class since graduating high school. The feeling was entirely different. Without pressure, attending class seemed much more bearable. Yungu, are you going to the cafeteria? Chuanan approached and asked. Chen Jingyun glanced at him and shook his head. I'm not going, you guys go ahead. I have something to do this afternoon. All right. Chuanan nodded and turned to Lin Ku. Fatty, are you going? I'm not going either. I have a date with my girlfriend to go to Hollywood. Lin Ku scratched his head awkwardly as he said this. Chuanan was taken aback. The cherry blossom girl really was quite good-looking, and according to Lin Ku, she was also a cosplayer who wore cosplay outfits. Fortunately, Wang Chenhan could accompany him to the cafeteria. Yes, Wang Chenhan could also wear cosplay outfits. Chen Jingyun went to the parking lot alone. The actuarial major was indeed not easy, but fortunately Chen Jingyun knew how to lighten his load and skipped some classes. He drove to Beverly Hills and parked right in front of Supercar on Rodeo Drive. Chen Lisin was already waiting for him at the door. He had not expected that a young man he had proactively befriended at the country club would come to him for a car rental just a day later. Chen Jingyun got out of the car, and Chen Lisin immediately welcomed him with a smile. President Yun, nice car. The Cullinan Blue Shadow is rarely seen in Los Angeles, and your car looks quite new. I just bought it a few days ago at the Los Angeles Auto Show, Chen Jingyun replied with a smile. Really handsome. Chen Lisin smiled, and then changed the subject. But driving a Bugatti is definitely a different experience. Come, let me show you the Bugatti Chiron. Sure. Chen Jingyun smiled. Chen Lisin parked the Bugatti in a dedicated showroom, needing to cross the large exhibition hall in front. Chen Jingyun continued to survey the cars around the showroom. Honestly, it was even more diverse than the auto show. Hey, what's that car? Chen Jingyun pointed to a very old Rolls-Royce and asked. It's a 1991 Rolls-Royce Silver Spur. It's not worth much. If you buy that Bugatti later, it'll make it a gift for you as a bonus. A 1991 car? That's older than I am. But this car isn't worth anything. Doesn't it have any collectible value? This car was produced in large quantities back in the day, so its collectible value is quite average. Some models in poor condition can be acquired for just tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Lisin said, however, this particular one is in relatively good condition with only 12,000 kilometers on the clock, and it's still roadworthy, priced at just over $100,000. You could display it in your yard as a decorative piece, which would be quite nice. Chen Jingyun agreed. It could be placed alongside his old. The two of them entered the adjacent exhibition hall, and Chen Jingyun immediately spotted the Bugatti Chiron in the. Unlike the sharp lines of other sports cars, the Bugatti boasts smooth curves that are incredibly impactful. Its black exterior isn't just paint, but the color of carbon fiber accented with jewel blue paint, creating an even stronger visual impact. This is the most classic color scheme for the Bugatti Chiron. Chen Jingyun approached and opened the car door. Yin, why don't you sit in and experience it to see if it meets your taste? Chen Jingyun smiled and got in. The interior of the Bugatti is extremely minimalist, especially the central console, which lacks a screen or complicated physical buttons. Only 4 prominent control knobs for adjusting the air conditioning and other functions. Chen Jingyun started the engine. Vroom, the roar was akin to a raging beast, even more ferocious than a Ferrari LaFerrari. If the sound of the Ferrari LaFerrari resembles that of a wild leopard, then the Bugatti's roar is like that of a tiger, exuding a more aggressive sense of power. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but smile. This car is just too fierce, he exclaimed. Of course it's fierce, if our family only accepts good cars, and we don't take in anything less. Chen Jingyun replied with a grin. Chen Jingyun fiddled with the controls for a while, drawing on his experience with the LaFerrari, and immediately recognized the functions of the buttons on the Bugatti's steering wheel. Stepping out of the car, Chen Jingyun said with a smile, let's go sign the contract. The price of $6.9 million is neither high nor low. There is a bit of room for negotiation, but since Chen Jingyun has already offered a Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith as a gift, Chen Jingyun felt it would be inappropriate to ask for a further discount. After signing the contract, he immediately paid the $6.9 million. Chen Jingyun felt quite pleased after signing. Please help me with the registration and deliver it to my home. No problem, young master, Chen Jingyun said, grinning from ear to ear. Ever since he started interning at his family's company, his father had been giving him less and less pocket money, and he had to rely on his sales commissions. That's why he started posting car sales in his social media circle. He never used to do that, as he felt it was somewhat embarrassing. However, after his father cut off his allowance, he prioritized selling cars over any notions of pride. If I sell a Chiron, won't my dad see me in a new light? He might even give me an extra 100,000 in pocket money if he's happy. Chen Jingyun laughed heartily. After buying the car, Chen Jingyun didn't want to return to school, so he drove the Cullinan back. Upon arriving home, Chen Jingyun went to his study. The study was very spacious, spanning 2 levels with bookshelves filled with various books. On the first floor of the study there was a desk, while the second floor had a sofa area for reading. The office area on the first floor was connected to a tea room, making for a very reasonable layout. Chen Jingyun reclined in the executive chair, while Bella stood in front of the desk. Mr. Chen, Charlie Anthony from Benz International wants to visit you and inquired about your availability. Chen Jingyun immediately remembered who Charlie Anthony was. When he had just acquired the Wilshire Tower, Charlie Anthony had arranged to meet him. However, he had been busy with house purchases over the past few days, and later went on vacation to a country estate, with Lin Jiao delaying the meeting. How about tonight? Chen Jingyun asked. Well, it's entirely up to you, Bella, the butler replied. Okay, Chen Jingyun nodded. Let's have him meet at the Bel Air Country Club tonight. He didn't intend to invite him to his home, since he was merely the head of a property management division. He could only host him because he wanted good management of his properties to ensure he received higher rents. All right, Mr. Chen will make a reservation with the club and inform Charlie Anthony. By the way, Mr. Chen, would you like to play golf or reserve a wine room? Bella asked. Chen Jingyun thought for a moment and decided to play a round of golf since he was going to the Bel Air Country Club. He was worried about looking inexperienced with wine tasting. It's not something one can master in a short time. Let's play golf. Of course, Mr. Chen. Bella exited the study and pressed a button on the wall screen, causing the automatic door to slowly close. Chen Jingyun opened his computer and began reviewing last week's financial report sent by Sophia Johnson. Fortunately, he was well versed in accounting, otherwise he wouldn't understand it at all. After finishing, Chen Jingyun sent a sticker to Sophia Johnson to indicate he had read it. Nightclubs are really money-making machines. It's just pure profit, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but exclaim. He then sent a message to Caitlin Johnson asking her to join him in meeting Charlie Anthony. After all, they needed to resign the contract, and with Caitlin Johnson, who was proficient in legal matters, he could feel more. With nothing else to do at home, Chen Jingyun chose to hit the gym. Even though he had 2 skills related to sports, his physical fitness wouldn't decline even if he lay in bed all day. However, working out was not just about health and improving physical fitness, it was also an attitude towards life. As he pushed the dumbbells up repeatedly, he always felt a rush of satisfaction. Moreover, the home gym was incredibly comprehensive, even more equipped than the gyms outside. Being alone in the gym made it even more enjoyable than working out in public. He started with a light jog at 6.5 speed for 20 minutes as a warm-up, breaking a light sweat. After getting off the treadmill, he used a resistance band to stretch. Let's work on the chest, Chen Jingyun thought to himself. Lying on the bench press, he warmed up with 60 kilograms. Although a basketball player isn't a weightlifter, NBA players possess considerable strength. Players like Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James, known for their strength, can lift 160 kilograms per set. Hiss. Who hiss? Who, as he breathed, Chen Jingyun did 12 reps. This weight felt relatively easy for him. After finishing, Chen Jingyun sat up, and the maid presented a tray with neatly stacked towels. He took a towel to wipe his face, which wasn't too sweaty, and placed it back on the tray after use. Then he added 30 kilograms to the bar. 90 kilograms still felt easy for him. Ding detected that the host is working out, triggering hidden task. For young tycoons, a healthy body is the capital for striving and enjoying life. Task: maintain working out for reward private jet Gulfstream G700. Chen Jingyun's expression was peculiar. The rewards for hidden tasks had a certain foresight, almost all being things. Is this a private jet arranged in advance because the system detected that I was going to France, allowing me to cross half the globe in a private plane? Chen Jingyun was curious. However, this seemed too early, didn't it? Regardless, he couldn't miss out on this reward. Chen Jingyun continued his workouts, starting with bench presses, focusing on chest and back exercises. By the end, he included leg training, with some leg presses concluding his workout. He then finished with some cardio, his workout time exceeding 90 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: a Gulfstream G700 private jet. Gulfstream G700, currently the world's top private jet, launched by Gulfstream in 2023, with only 3 produced globally. One is Gulfstream's display model, another is with the world's richest man Musk, and the one in your hands is the third, set to arrive in Los Angeles in 2 days, managed by United Private Jet Management. System, you really let me win big. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but exclaim. After his workout, Chen Jingyun turned and walked into the adjacent spa, lying on the massage table, while the therapist used the most professional techniques to massage him, relaxing his body. While Chen Jingyun was getting a massage, he suddenly received a phone call. The therapist quickly wiped his hands with an alcohol swab and handed him the phone. To his surprise, it was Zhang Jun, who had already gone to New York. To be honest, not being in the same school had made the two of them feel quite distant. They hadn't chatted on WeChat since their last meeting, and only commented on each other's moments occasionally. But their feelings hadn't waned in the slightest. Chen Jingyun answered the call. "Yinxiao, what are you up to?" Zhang Jun asked in a very unstandard Cantonese. "Just finished working out, relaxing." Chen Jingyun replied. Zhang Jun, still cheeky, said, "You still work out?" Chen Jingyun. Zhang Jun chuckled and asked Yinxiao, "Do you want to go to Las Vegas this weekend?" Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a well-known vacation city and world-famous gambling city in America, where many tourists come to see the so-called gambling city. However, a great reputation doesn't necessarily mean great strength. In fact, Macau had long since replaced Las Vegas as the world's #1 gambling city. What for? Just to gamble. Chen Jingyun instinctively felt a bit of aversion to the gambling city, yet was still very— Come on, who wouldn't want to be a gambling god like Fa Go? No, it's just to travel and experience it a bit. Zhang Jun said, "As for gambling, if we win, that's great. If we lose, let's set a safety line, and if we lose that much, we can just pull out." Chen Jingyun thought for a moment and agreed. He understood why the system arranged for a private jet. Although Las Vegas was very close to Los Angeles, only about 400 to 500 kilometers in a straight line, driving wasn't very convenient. "All right, let's go then," Chen Jingyun said. "What made you suddenly think of going to Las Vegas for a trip, eh?" Zhang Jun smiled awkwardly. "Lu Xiaoyu said she's going to Las Vegas this week." Chen Jingyun fell silent. From what he knew, Zhang Jun wasn't much of a traveler. He wasn't the type to sit on a plane for 5 or 6 hours just to travel. New York is located in the southeastern part of America, while Las Vegas is in the western part. Traveling from New York to Los Angeles is essentially crossing the entire United States. So this guy is chasing love. You and Lu Xiaoyu have been together for so long without getting together, I think you should just— Chen Jingyun couldn't help but say. He wasn't very aware of the specifics between the two. However, 3 years had passed since high school, and even now that college had started for a while, they still weren't together. It seemed rather hopeless. "What are you talking about? This is just a little frost," Zhang Jun said, a bit agitated. Chen Jingyun frowned. "You don't think this is a test from her, do you? Otherwise?" Zhang Jun asked back as if it were obvious. Chen Jingyun. This kid was hopeless. Chen Jingyun stopped saying more and just agreed. Lin Jiayao and Lu Xiaoyu had a decent relationship. Chen Jingyun planned to ask Lin Jiayao later about what Lu Xiaoyu really thought. Zhang Jun was his good brother after all. While he couldn't interfere too much, he still needed to understand the situation so his brother wouldn't get hurt by matters of the heart. Of course, he definitely wasn't inquiring just to be a bystander. After chatting a bit more, Chen Jingyun hung up the phone. At home, he could speak Mandarin freely without worrying about being overheard by the servants. Because aside from the chef, all the others were locals who couldn't speak Mandarin. This was also something Chen Jingyun specific. Soon after finishing his massage, Chen Jingyun took a shower. When he came out, he saw through the floor-to-ceiling window that 2 trucks were unloading in the courtyard. To be fair, Chen Jingyun's yard was really large. 2 trucks parked, there didn't seem crowded at all. Butler Bella quickly completed the receiving process. The 2 trucks were delivering cars. One was a Bugatti Chiron and the other was a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Chen Lisan's speed is quite impressive. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but think. After quickly changing clothes, he went downstairs and the trucks had already left. "Mr. Chen," Eve Bella greeted him. Chen Jingyun nodded slightly. "The people from the U.S. United Private Jet Company just contacted me saying your private jet will land in Los Angeles at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. There will be a welcoming ceremony. Do you want to attend?" Bella asked. Of course Chen Jingyun wanted to attend. This was a private jet. There are many wealthy people in this world, and for ordinary people, owning a Mercedes-Benz or BMW is already considered wealthy. Don't be fooled by online disdain for the BMW 3 Series or the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, or even those who think the Mercedes-Benz S-Class is junk. In fact, being able to drive a Mercedes or BMW on your own is already quite successful. However, for them private jets still seemed unattainable. It wasn't just because of the high price of private jets, but also due to the exorbitant maintenance costs. The necessary expenses include hangar rental, flight route application fees, insurance, maintenance, and the commissions for the combined. These costs are such that only the wealthiest of the wealthy can afford them. When Chen Jingyun arrived, Caitlin Johnson and Charlie Anthony were already there. Caitlin Johnson was dressed in a black suit, looking quite dignified, and her eyes sparkled with excitement when she saw Chen Jingyun stepping out of a Bugatti Chiron. The boss has mentioned a new car again. Caitlin Johnson quickly approached Mr. Chen. Chen Jingyun nodded, tossing the car key to the doorman who had followed him, and then he noticed a white man in a gray suit following Caitlin. Realizing this must be Charlie Anthony, Caitlin Johnson spoke. Mr. Anthony, this is my boss, the owner of the Wilshire building, Mr. Chen. Charlie Anthony quickly extended his hand with a somewhat humble demeanor. Mr. Chen, I have been looking forward to meeting you. I have been eager every day, hoping for an opportunity to visit you soon. He then looked around awkwardly and said, I didn't expect you to be the one to host me now. Chen Jingyun smiled and shook his hand. Mr. Anthony, I have also been looking forward to meeting you, especially since I need your help managing my properties. Not only that, but I may have other properties in the future that will also require your management. I am honored and very much looking forward to helping you more. The two exchanged pleasantries and walked towards the club. Chen Jingyun had left his golf bag here last time, and upon arrival a caddy came to carry his bag, while another caddy attended to Anthony. The reason Chen Jingyun chose this place was partly due to his growing interest in golf. With all his strength, he struck the ball, watching it fly out rapidly, which brought him a sense of release. Additionally, he felt that discussing business while playing golf better suited his identity. He wanted to try a negotiation style akin to that of the British nobility. Charlie Anthony, being a senior executive of America's top property company, naturally played golf and was quite good at it. However, facing Chen Jingyun, who could compete for a world championship, he truly felt inadequate. Mr. Chen, your golfing skills are the best I have ever seen. Charlie Anthony sincerely praised. Perhaps you could participate in the Los Angeles Championship Tour. Chen Jingyun laughed. I prefer not to snatch others' opportunities. He then shifted the topic. How is the rental situation for the Wilshire building, the tallest building in Los Angeles? Charlie Anthony knew this was getting to the main point. The rental for the Wilshire building is the highest in Los Angeles, even exceeding that of office buildings on Fifth Avenue in New York. After deducting necessary brokerage fees, the price ranges from $220 to $240 per square foot per year, which is generally $30 to $40 higher than Fifth Avenue rents. Chen Jingyun quickly began calculating in his mind. The Wilshire building had a total of 73 floors with a leasable area of 4.5 million square feet. Taking the lowest figure of 220, the annual rent could nearly approach $1 billion. Chen Jingyun secretly clicked his tongue. Oh, real estate truly was a pillar industry. Chen Jingyun suddenly realized he could also be considered a landlord. Leave 2 floors empty for me, rent out the rest, Chen Jingyun said with a smile, glancing at Caitlin Johnson, who immediately took out the prepared contract from her bag. The cooperation went smoothly, and after finishing a round of golf, Chen Jingyun returned home. When he got home, Lin Jiayao had just returned as well. Having a driver was convenient, so Chen Jingyun didn't need to pick her up. Baby. Lin Jiayao jumped out of the car and immediately clung to him. Lin Jiayao was light, weighing less than 100 pounds, and Chen Jingyun could easily lift her, even holding her up with one arm, displaying his boyfriend's strength. What's wrong? Chen Jingyun asked. This was the first time Lin Jiayao had clung to him like this. Lin Jiayao wore a smile, her big eyes filled with affection. Rubbing her face against his, she coyly said, I'm hungry. Then let's eat quickly. I asked the chef to make yakitori. Oh, I've been wanting to eat it for a long time, Chen Jingyun said with a smile, carrying Lin Jiayao through the automatically opening door and walking through the long corridor to the living room. The chef soon brought up the delicious yakitori on a tray. Yakitori is essentially grilled chicken skewers, but Chen Jingyun wasn't quite sure how it differed from barbecue. However, there was a special skewer in the yakitori, which was the grilled lamb. It was very tasty. The two didn't go to the dining room, but instead sat in the living room, watching a Marvel movie while enjoying the barbecue. Since Avengers Endgame, it feels like Marvel hasn't released any good movies, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but say. They were currently watching Avengers Endgame. Without Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and Black Panther, Marvel has lost a lot of fun, Lin Jiayao agreed, showing familiarity with these superheroes. Although she was a girl, she enjoyed Marvel movies. Or rather, because Chen Jingyun liked them, she was willing to understand, and that's right. After finishing the skewers, the movie still wasn't over. How about we continue watching in the downstairs cinema? Chen Jingyun suggested. Sure. Although they had seen Avengers Endgame many times, neither of them felt tired of it. They quickly moved to the base. The private cinema at home was even more professional than a regular theater outside. It had a large silver screen, a tiered seating layout, and the sound system was more professional, providing a greater immersive experience. Each seat was an extremely comfortable large sofa, and at the entrance of the cinema various drinks and snacks were available. The movie continued, just reaching the time-traveling scene. Taking advantage of the poor visibility in the cinema, Lin Jiayao kicked off her slippers and placed her legs on Chen Jingyun's lap, leaning against the armrest of the sofa. Chen Jingyun glanced at her, but unfortunately the cinema was pitch black, making it impossible to see her expression. He pretended to casually place his hand on Lin Jiayao's thigh, which felt smooth. Although it was a private cinema at home, there were still cameras. Chen Jingyun grabbed a neatly folded light blanket from the armrest and covered Lin Jiao's legs, his hand also concealed beneath the blanket. He felt like he was losing interest in the movie. Stealing a glance at Lin Jiao, seeing her unresponsive, Chen Jingyun's movements became bolder. "Don't move, it tickles," Lin Jiao giggled, pulling her legs back. Chen Jingyun directly yanked her legs back, promising, "Okay, I won't move, you don't move either." Though he verbally agreed, his hands continued to roam freely. In the blink of an eye, it was Wednesday. On Tuesday afternoon, Chen Jingyun returned to school not to attend classes, but to train with the Brown Bears team. Chen Jingyun could skip regular specialized training as it offered him no improvement, and his condition didn't require maintenance thanks to the system's skill mastery, ensuring his baseline. However, he still had to attend team training unless he could single-handedly defeat all 5 opponents. Well, he actually could. Nonetheless, Chen Jingyun went as he genuinely loved playing basketball. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to give some lessons to his teammates in the Brown Bears who were still a bit unconvinced, challenging them one by one. Chen Jingyun felt this could become a staple of the Brown Bears' Tuesday training sessions. Coach Ben Holland grew increasingly satisfied with Chen Jingyun and wished to increase his scholarship amount, but his authority only allowed for a full scholarship. Any higher would require NCAA performance to justify. After breakfast, Chen Jingyun glanced at his watch, realizing it was just past 9:20. He was currently wearing a Patek Philippe 5271P Platinum and Ruby watch. The ruby was exceptionally vibrant and quite ostentatious. "Mr. Chen, are we ready to depart?" Bella stepped forward and asked. Chen Jingyun wiped his mouth with a napkin and nodded. "Yes, we are." "All right." Yifil nodded before turning. The driver parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the entrance, and a servant opened the rear door. The sense of ceremony was just right. The lives of the wealthy are always filled with a sense of ritual, not out of intentionality, but having silently woven into their lives. Chen Jingyun settled into the car, buckled his seatbelt, crossed his legs, and finally said, "Let's go." "Understood, Mr. Chen." The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove down the hill towards Los Angeles International Airport. Soon they arrived at Los Angeles Airport, but the car did not stop at the commercial terminal. Instead, it exited the overpass and came to the side of the private jet terminal. This terminal was not large compared to the massive commercial terminal. It seemed quite small, yet every car parked outside was a luxury vehicle. To be fair, there are indeed many wealthy individuals in Los Angeles. Even entering the private jet terminal required standing in line, as several luxury cars queued up to drop off passengers waiting for the bosses in the back seat to exit before slowly leaving. Shortly after, the unassuming Phantom stopped in front of the private jet terminal, and someone approached to help open the car door as Chen Jingyun stepped out. While riding in the Phantom, he almost never had to open the door himself. "Sir, do you have any luggage to collect?" Chen Jingyun shook his head. "I'm not here to take a flight. I'm here to pick up a plane." "Oh." The person was taken aback, but soon recalled that during the morning meeting the leader had seemingly mentioned a new distinguished guest was to hold a delivery ceremony today. "Are you Mr. Chen?" Chen Jingyun nodded. "Please follow me," the person said, leading Chen Jingyun into the private jet terminal. Chen Jingyun surveyed his surroundings. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed with the decor here. Although not shabby, it didn't quite match the grand title of private jet terminal. The simple decor had a somewhat cold industrial vibe with a few murals on the walls, but no excess artistic ornaments. There was a small indoor water feature in the center, but it lacked grandeur. However, it was not crowded. Although there had been a queue for dropping off passengers, there was no line to speak of after entering the terminal. After passing through security, they almost directly boarded the shuttle to the plane. The entire process from entering the terminal to boarding wouldn't exceed 10 minutes. The person led Chen Jingyun to a room, which was significantly more luxurious than the outside, with polished wooden floors, several leather sofas arranged in a circle, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, a few Mercedes S-Class and Ford buses were parked outside, along with countless private jets in the distance. Every private jet appeared small and comparable in size to commercial airliners, even if they were just narrow-body planes. "Sir, please wait a moment. The staff from United Airlines will be here shortly," the person said apologetically. Chen Jingyun waved his hand, indicating his indifference, then took out a $100 bill from his wallet as a tip and gestured for him to leave. Soon a woman entered. Her skin tone was not white, leaning towards a mix of wheat and coffee colors, with a high nose bridge and large eyes resembling someone of Indian descent. "Mr. Chen, hello, I am the manager of United Airlines Los Angeles branch. It's a pleasure to meet you," the woman said, smiling as she extended her hand. Chen Jingyun was too lazy for the usual pleasantries and simply shook her hand, asking, "When can I see my plane?" "You can see it now, Mr. Chen. The delivery ceremony is ready for you," the woman replied, gesturing for him to follow her. Exiting the lounge and passing through security, they arrived at the airside of the terminal. Even if not flying, one still had to pass through security to access the airside. Moreover, even private jets are required to go through security. If purchasing a private jet exempted one from security checks, then Gulfstream and Bombardier's largest clientele would not be in the U.S. or Europe, but in Mexico. However, security for private jets is still somewhat lax. Even lighters, which are strictly prohibited on commercial flights, can be brought on board. After clearing security, they boarded a Mercedes S-Class. This was the shuttle from United Airlines. Naturally, they wouldn't let wealthy individuals who could fly private jets take the crowded buses. The woman spoke briefly with the driver, and then the Mercedes S-Class slowly pulled away. Chen Jingyun looked out at the tarmac. Los Angeles had a staggering number of private jets with one parked every 10 meters. However, not every private jet was a Gulfstream G650 or a Bombardier 7500. The vast majority were medium-range jets flying only within the U.S. and lacking the capability to cross the Pacific. In contrast, Chen Jingyun's G700 has a range of 800 nautical miles, allowing it to fly from virtually any point on Earth to another. It could easily fly directly from Los Angeles to Huai. Watching a private jet take off, Chen Jingyun knew that from now on he could also board his own jet and travel from Los Angeles to anywhere in the world. The Mercedes-Benz S slowly drove into a hangar. The hangar was immense, with a black and white painted Gulfstream G700 parked sideways in the center, its design exuding sophistication, adorned with cloud-like patterns on the tail that resonated with the character cloud in Chen Jingyun's name. Generally speaking, even private jets tend to lack personal elements from their owners, as it would hinder their resale value in the future. However, Chen Jingyun had the system supporting him, which meant he didn't need to worry about this issue. The system's optional configurations and color schemes were all tailored to his deepest preferences. The Mercedes-Benz S came to a steady stop in front of the red carpet, where someone came over to help open the car door. Chen Jingyun stepped out, placing his foot firmly on the red carpet. On either side of the carpet, many staff members lined up to welcome him. Chen Jingyun initially felt that United Airlines had shown him some disrespect, as the manager, who appeared to be Indian, had actually made him wait in the lounge. However, it seemed that this was the true focus of the delivery ceremony. All the staff members wore cheerful smiles, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. After all, this was a significant event, although the nature differed, it was quite similar to handing over a house or a car, both of which were joyous occasions. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on becoming the second owner of a Gulfstream G700 in the world. Suddenly, loud applause erupted, echoing in the vast airport. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but smile. The first owner of a Gulfstream G700 was none other than the world's richest man, Old Ma, while he was the second destined to become the future world's richest Old Chen. Chen Jingyun smiled and acknowledged the people on either side. Mr. Chen, please, the Indian female manager gestured invitingly. Stepping onto the red carpet, Chen Jingyun began to walk forward. To be honest, Chen Jingyun had very few opportunities to walk on a red carpet throughout his life, and at this moment, he felt it was a different kind of feeling. He was getting closer to his private jet. Private jets were classified as small aircraft which didn't come with separate boarding stairs, but instead used the jet's own boarding steps. At the bottom of the boarding stairs stood a white female flight attendant dressed in a black and white uniform, wearing nude stockings and light makeup, elegant yet understated. Her hair was neatly pinned back with a black hairpin, and she wore a smile. Although everyone knew it was a fake smile, the professionally trained expression felt warm and easily made one feel at ease. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Welcome aboard, the flight attendant said. Chen Jingyun nodded, stepping onto the boarding stairs and quickly reaching the cabin door, slightly bowing his head as he entered the aircraft. The interior of the private jet was still somewhat different from what Chen Jingyun had imagined. The height inside was nearly 2 meters. For his height of 183 centimeters, the headroom felt spacious yet a bit cramped. If those NBA players who are over 2 meters tall were to board a private jet, wouldn't they have to bend down? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but think. As he crossed the cabin door, 2 flight attendants were there to greet him. This private jet was equipped with a total of 3 flight attendants and 2 pilots. Of course, if Chen Jingyun was not satisfied, he could have additional flight attendants, but it was entirely unnecessary since this aircraft had a maximum capacity of only 9 passengers and 3 flight attendants were more than enough. In fact, when the Gulfstream G700 was designed, its maximum capacity was 19 passengers, but Chen Jingyun didn't need that many seats, so the system rewarded him with a customized version, removing some unnecessary seats and increasing the space allocated for each seat. This meant that the per capita space was larger and the overall experience was more comfortable. After greeting him, one of the 2 flight attendants, who was clearly the leader of the 3-member team, or the chief attendant, had a bow tie that was a different color from the other 2. She walked ahead, leading Chen Jingyun further inside. Passing through a corridor, which was not useless as it served as the flight attendant's catering and service area, with various dishes, wine glasses, and onboard equipment, like microwaves and refrigerators stored in cabinets on both sides. Upon officially entering the cabin, Chen Jingyun curiously looked around, unable to resist his astonishment. This was truly a toy that only the world's top billionaires could possess. The seats were arranged symmetrically on either side, each featuring an aviation seat in ivory white, with some areas made of leather, while others were wool, exceptionally spacious, and each seat appeared more comfortable than those in Eastern Airlines' first-class cabin, even boasting a higher aesthetic appeal. The floor was not hard, but covered with wool carpets, which felt soft even through shoes. Chen Jingyun sat down on a seat, crossed his legs, and said, "Indeed, it's very comfortable. It lives up to the reputation of a $900 million private jet. This is also the most luxurious business jet I've ever seen, but has indeed upgraded significantly compared to the G650ER, the Indian manager agreed. Looking through the oval window, Chen Jingyun gazed outside, not at blue skies and white clouds, but at the scene of the hangar. Below the window was an electronic button, and as he swiped it, the window started changing color before his eyes. Typically, to close the window, one would use a blackout shade, and more advanced planes would utilize electric shades. However, this one used electronic windows directly. With a simple swipe, the windows turned gray, blocking all view of the outside and preventing any sunlight from entering. How high-tech. He looked at the small vase beside him with a single white flower inserted. He reached out to touch it and realized, hey, it was a real flower. Chen Jingyun initially thought this was a flower prepared by United Airlines for the delivery ceremony, but it turned out not to be. It was arranged by the flight attendants. To become a flight attendant on a private jet, the requirements are much stricter than those for regular flight attendants. In addition to appearance and experience, private jet flight attendants also need skills in tea art, flower arrangement, wine, tasting, nutritional pairing, and must know at least 3 languages, as well as some geography and an understanding of the customs and habits of various places. Although they are ultimately just high-end service staff, the clientele they serve is different, so the service requirements cannot be general. Chen Jingyun pressed the button beside him, and the seat smoothly reclined to a lying position. Then he pressed another button, and the seat returned to its original state. Not bad, Chen Jingyun said. As the owner, he didn't need to use any flowery praise. Expressing his attitude was he stood up and walked toward the back. Further back was a dining area that could accommodate 4 people dining face to face. Behind that was an entertainment and relaxation area. This area featured a sofa arranged horizontally capable of seating 3 people, just enough for a family of 3 to sit together and watch television. Yes, opposite the sofa was a TV larger than 70 inches. While this size might not be considered too large outside, it was quite impressive on an aircraft. On a plane, this size was already quite extravagant. And that wasn't even the most extravagant part. The most astonishing feature was that this aircraft had a bed. As the electric door slowly opened, it revealed a bedroom. To the right, there was even a small double bed. Although it couldn't compare to the size of a bed at home, it was significantly larger than a dormitory bed, neatly made with 4 pillows arranged on either side. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but think of a saying. One day, 1,000 miles. No, from Los Angeles to Huai, it was not just 1,000 miles. I love this bed, Chen Jingyun exclaimed. Seeing the expressions of the flight attendants and the Indian female manager looking at him, he quickly explained, this allows me to get ample rest while traveling. There was a bathroom at the back of the bedroom, and not just any bathroom, but one with a separate shower area. To think that one could actually take a shower on a plane. Chen Jingyun felt he had underestimated the charm of money. With enough funds, not only could there be a double bed to sleep in on a plane, with enough money you could even transport a shower room to 10,000 meters in the sky. The sink was also adorned with various decorations with the placement of small flowers, making it look very pleasing. After completing the aircraft handover ceremony, Chen Jingyun planned to head home, reminding United Airlines to apply for a flight to Las Vegas on Friday afternoon before leaving. At the adjacent civil aviation airport, a few birds could still be seen, but not a single bird was in sight at the private jet. Wondering what the airport was thinking, Chen Jingyun returned home and called for butler Bella. I need to go to Las Vegas on Friday and should be back on Sunday night. Please hurry and finish decorating the esports room in the meantime. All right, Mr. Chen. The renovation company has already been selected. It is the largest renovation firm in Los Angeles and can start anytime, Bella said. Chen Jingyun nodded, signaling her to leave. Once Bella was gone, Chen Jingyun half reclined on the sofa scrolling through Douyin and suddenly saw news about the NBA. Unknowingly, the NBA season had already started. Although he enjoyed playing basketball, he didn't frequently watch games and had only a few favorite players. Moreover, under the leadership of the joke director, the NBA had become rife with betting and reduced competition, with referees interfering in games leading to declining viewership. However, this did not deter many basketball enthusiasts who, after arriving in America, would think about catching an NBA game. Chen Jingyun was no exception. Coincidentally, today was the NBA's opening game, and even more fortuitously, it was being held in Los Angeles. To top it off, it was the Warriors versus Lakers, 2 of the most popular teams competing tonight. Chen Jingyun felt excited and opened the ticket purchasing app, hoping to buy a ticket, only to find that they were all sold out. However, as a wealthy individual, getting an NBA ticket was not a complicated task. Chen Jingyun called Bella back. Mr. Chen, do you have any instructions? Bella showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Her job was to manage everything in the villa while providing service to Chen Jingyun. I plan to watch the NBA game tonight, but it seems all the tickets are sold out. Please check if there are other channels to buy tickets. By the way, see if there are any season tickets for the Lakers home games. Ideally, I want a season ticket that allows me to watch the entire season. Okay, Mr. Chen. I will make sure you won't miss the game tonight, Bella replied. Chen Jingyun nodded. Bella quickly returned with a response. Bella had booked an entire box for the whole season. Whenever the Lakers had a game, Chen Jingyun could go and watch. Of course, if the team did not make it to the playoffs, a small portion of the money could be refunded. Chen Jingyun was very satisfied with Bella's efficiency and just asked her to send the electronic voucher to him, then inquired, how many people can this box accommodate? No more than 20 people. Bella thought for a moment and replied. Chen Jingyun nodded, considering that number sufficient. He sent a message to Lin Jiayao asking if she was free to watch the NBA game together tonight. Sorry, little treasure. I have class. Lin Jiayao quickly replied. Chen Jingyun was helpless, not understanding what was so good about the film major. Moreover, this major not only involved theoretical knowledge, but also required practical work in the first year, always forcing students to perform on stage, making it impossible to skip class. In contrast, Chen Jingyun's major didn't have such troubles. The old professor lectured with his head down for an hour and a half, without lifting his gaze, allowing students to skip class at will. Alright then. Chen Jingyun was not disappointed. With Lin Jiayao unable to go, he had to invite his roommates. After all, his social circle in Los Angeles was not large, and although he was gradually getting to know people like Chun Li-sin, those he was close enough to hang out with seemed to be just the 5 people in his dorm. Chen Jingyun took a screenshot and sent it to the dorm group. 7 p.m. Lakers vs. Warriors. I'm treating. Respond with a 1 if you're going. Not long after, the 2 from room 6123 eagerly replied. Hanjian, 111111111. Hanjian, bro Yun good, take me with you. Wang Tianlin, 11111 Yun go, I'm going too. Damn, Donich is going to dominate Butler. I want to see that. Okay, let's meet at the Staples Center then. Chen Jingyun replied. Soon the other 3 in the dorm also responded, indicating they planned to join in on the fun. After chatting with his roommates in the group, for a while Chen Jingyun shut his phone and stretched. Looking at the released poster, on the left were Curry, Butler, and Green, while on the right were Donich, James, Rivers, and Ayton. Chen Jingyun felt that he hadn't watched a game in far too long. Isn't Butler a player for the Heat? When did he become a Warrior? As for Donich, the noise when he joined the Lakers was too loud. Marketing accounts were all over discussing it. Even if he didn't closely follow the NBA, he would occasionally glance at it, and still know Donich had joined the Lakers. Recalling the Lakers' team history, this team seemed to be favored by the heavens, never lacking in superstars throughout, from the ancient logo man to Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, and then to LeBron James, and this team seemed to possess a magical charm, never short of superstars. Whenever they faced decline, a new superstar would emerge. Even if they couldn't foster one themselves, a superstar would come to them. If only this team were mine, Chen Jingyun thought to himself. Looking at the system that required half a level of experience to upgrade, Chen Jingyun couldn't help but mutter, "System, step it up. Ooh, I want the Lakers as my next reward." Silently praying to the system in his heart. Glancing at the dorm group, everyone was cheering and expressing their gratitude. Chen Jingyun understood that it was unlikely to be as close with these roommates as Zhang Jin, sharing everything and joking. After all, as one grows older, there are more concerns, especially in college, which resembles a small society. While not everything aligns with interests, there is already contemplation about them. The others clearly showed him great respect, almost revering him as their leader, contrasting sharply with their attitude towards Wang Qinghan. Although they did not deliberately exclude Wang Qinghan or bully him, they were indifferent to what he said. They did not say it directly, but their behavior was not subtle. Anyone slightly sensitive would notice the attitude difference. This was also why Wang Qinghan wanted to make some money online. In the evening, Chen Jingyun drove his Bugatti Chiron towards the Staples Center, and traffic had already begun to build up. On the road, there were many Lakers fans wearing the team's yellow jerseys, some of whom were holding support signs and shouting. Although NBA viewership had declined, its influence remained. Especially the Lakers' status in Los Angeles was akin to that of the city's logo, wielding significant power. As Chen Jingyun drove, his Bugatti Chiron slowly crawled towards the Staples Center. Damn, the ticket prices are so high, yet there are still so many people coming to watch the game. Los Angeles people really have money, he couldn't help but think. Despite being the Lakers' home ground, there were indeed quite a few Warriors fans, some of whom supported the Warriors while in Los Angeles, and many others traveled from across the U.S. to support the visiting Warriors. The Warriors' influence is not much weaker than that of the Lakers. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Jingyun finally crawled into the parking lot. Even though he was driving a Bugatti Chiron, not many people would yield the way for him. At most, those following him kept a distance. Chen Jingyun parked the car, checked his watch, and found that there was still plenty of time before the game started. Arriving at the designated meeting spot, several roommates were already there. After Chen Jingyun mentioned it in the group, Han Jian and Wang Tianlin began to prepare, having already dragged the other 3 out of the dormitory early to head to the Staples Center. However, without Chen Jingyun's real-time electronic ticket, the group could not enter and could only wait outside. Fortunately, there were many shops outside the Staples Center featuring Lakers and NBA elements, so the group strolled around and didn't feel bored. Han Jian even bought a Luka Doncic jersey, contributing a small amount to the Lakers' operation. Seeing Chen Jingyun, everyone was excited. "Hello, brother Yun." They bowed in unison as if they had coordinated it. Chen Jingyun did not dodge, but raised his hand. "You guys are quite understanding. I appoint you as the Grand Internal Steward, and you are the Second Internal Steward, and you are." Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, he rapidly appointed them to 5 positions. Little did they know they still wanted to mess with him. Sure enough, the 5 looked up, all with a blank stare. After the playful exchange, Wang Qinghan quietly asked, "Brother Yun, why aren't you staying in the dorm anymore?" "I'm so lonely by myself. Oh, I feel a bit like one of those empty nesters." Before the semester began, Wang Qinghan had wondered what he would do if his roommates weren't nice, whether he should switch dorms, and if he should resist if they bullied him. Although Chen Jingyun didn't often chat with him in the dorm, either playing games or scrolling through Douyin, most of the time, he was on the phone with Lin Jiayao. However, suddenly having no roommates made Wang Qinghan feel somewhat lonely. Chen Jingyun patted his shoulder and smiled. "There's nothing I can do. The dorm bed is too small, and I can't get used to it." "Alright, but brother Yun, what do you usually do when you're not in class?" Chen Jingyun thought for a moment and replied, "Not much, just playing golf, checking financial reports, thinking about how to earn more money experience points." The other roommates felt he was showing off, but still gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Given Chen Jingyun's current display of financial power, they couldn't compare. Shuainen didn't think Chen Jingyun was showing off, he believed Brother Yun really had the strength and leaned in to say, "Brother Yun, after we graduate, let me follow you around." Chen Jingyun chuckled. Who knows how much wealth he would have accumulated by the time he graduated 4 years later. The group chatted happily as they passed through security checks in the VIP passage and entered the Staples Center, which resembled a large shopping mall filled with various shops selling clothing and merchandise, as well as snack and bubble tea shops. Chen Jingyun glanced at an ice cream shop, and the mango ice cream in the promotional images looked quite tempting. Before he could speak, Cui Nan chimed in, "Brothers, do you want ice cream? They'll treat you." "Sure," Lin Ku said, already picking up a plate with some fries and chicken nuggets, scooping up some honey sauce and ketchup on them. To be honest, it was not cheap. On average, an ice cream cost over $30. If converted to RMB, that would be over 200 yuan. An ice cream costing over 200 yuan tasted decent, slightly more refined than a McDonald's sundae, but nothing particularly special after that. However, one thing about desserts in America is that they are particularly sweet. Even Coca-Cola is sweeter than the ones in China. No wonder there are so many diabetes patients in America. Holding the ice cream, they followed the directional signs up the escalator directly to the 3rd floor, which was a passage specifically for VIP boxes, so there weren't many people. Soon they arrived on the 3rd floor. As soon as they got to the 3rd floor, the flooring material was different. If the floor below looked like a shopping mall, the upper level resembled a luxurious hotel. A girl dressed in a Lakers jersey with a white skirt and a Lakers logo sticker on her face stood at the top of the stairs. Seeing them come up, she greeted them enthusiastically. "Good evening, everyone. May I ask which box number you are in?" "Number 19, Chen Jingyun replied. "All right, sir." The girl swayed her hips and led the group to box 19. As soon as the box door opened, the group could not help but look around curiously. If he were alone, Chen Jingyun would also curiously look around, but since he was with his roommates, he felt embarrassed. After all, Chen was also a person of dignity. He couldn't act as if he had never seen the world. In the center of the box was a long table approximately at chest height, surrounded by several fixed high stools arranged symmetrically. To the right of the long table was a semicircular sofa area with a coffee table adorned with a vase and fruits, while to the right of the long table was an island counter laden with various foods. The main dishes included pasta, pizza, and fried rice. The variety of snacks was even greater, featuring fries, popcorn, chicken nuggets, and more. There was even a beverage machine that dispensed Coke juice, and so on. However, this was just a light snack. A premium VIP box season ticket cost a whopping $600,000. How could it only allow wealthy fans to eat these? On the island counter was a menu, and anything could be ordered, including French foie gras, prime steak, grilled fish, caviar, and so on, nearly akin to a high-end restaurant outside. But this was not the main area. The viewing area in front was the focal point of the box. The sofa seats were much more comfortable than regular seats, also arranged in a tiered fashion, but with only 3 tiers, offering an excellent view right in the center of the court. "Wow, this box is a bit luxurious," Cui Nan remarked. "And there's food too." "Indeed," Lin Ka said, making himself comfortable and already taking some fries and popcorn chicken along with some honey and ketchup. "Brother Yin, I see your name hanging on the door outside. Did you buy a season ticket, or is it just for this game?" Han Jin asked. "Season ticket," Chen Jingyun replied, pouring himself a cup of iced cola. "How much is a season ticket? If it's not too expensive, I want to buy one too, so I can come watch games often." "I don't know." Chen Jingyun shook his head, not mentioning that it was bought by the housekeeper as he had not participated. However, he glanced at the bill Bella sent him, seeing the price of $600,000, and couldn't help but blink. Damn, the Lakers are robbing people. No wonder the Bus family has hardly any other business. They can frequently reinforce the team and afford LeBron James' exorbitant salary while also paying the luxury tax. So that's how expensive the tickets are. The group wandered around the box for a bit before settling into the sofa area, chatting while waiting for the players to take the stage to start the game. As the energetic music began to play, the players had yet to take the court, but the cheerleaders made their entrance dressed in vibrant yellow skirts that mirrored the Los Angeles Lakers colors, exuding vitality. A few of them settled into the viewing area of the private box. The sofa was spacious and far more comfortable than the small chairs below. Unfortunately, the VIP box was not in the front row. While the view was good, it was still a bit distant, making it impossible to watch the cheerleaders dance up close. Those with poor eyesight could only rely on the large screen. "These cheerleaders are all really beautiful, and they have great figures. That black girl is not bad either," said Cui Nan. "If I could find a girlfriend like that, haha." Cui Nan's slightly lewd laughter elicited chuckles from everyone. "If you find a girlfriend like that, you'll have a heavy burden to bear," Han Jin interjected. Cui Nan was puzzled, asking, "What burden?" "A green hat," Han Jin replied. Seeing the puzzled look on Cui Nan's face, Han Jin realized he wasn't very familiar with the NBA. So he explained, "These cheerleaders often have flings with the players. Not only that, some retired cheerleaders promote their past affiliation with the Lakers to boost their value. You have no idea. When Magic Johnson was diagnosed with AIDS, the entire Lakers team was terrified and rushed to get tested, including all the players, cheerleaders, and even executives and coaches." "Wow, that's quite scandalous," Cui Nan exclaimed in disbelief. "Everyone went to get tested, so that means they wouldn't be fooling around together, would they? Who knows, maybe they all party together, that kind of party," Han Jian said with a smile. "Do you still want to date a cheerleader?" "Forget about it," Cui Nan replied. "Let me check out the cheerleaders from our school instead." Chen Jingyun patted him on the shoulder, his expression questioning why he had to specifically pursue cheerleaders. "The cheerleaders from the Brown Bears are similar. Those girls are quite wild." They all laughed heartily as they already knew that Chen Jingyun had joined the Brown Bears, but the NCAA season had yet to start, so they hadn't seen him play yet. However, Han Jian and Wang Tianlin had been praising Chen Jingyun's basketball skills in the dormitory to an exaggerated extent, nearly claiming that he would use college as a springboard to join the NBA and compete in the Olympics. Once the cheerleaders finished their dance, the lights in the venue brightened again. The home team's DJ began to introduce the various stars attending the NBA game. Former Dallas Mavericks superstar Dirk Nowitzki, a female star from the land of cherry blossoms, and even Vanessa Kobe's wife alongside his daughter Natalia. Han Jian pointed at the two on the big screen and said, "This is the most sought-after socialite in Los Angeles right now. Whoever wins her over would practically leap across social classes. This woman is worth at least $500 million now. Whoever gets with her will be slaughtered by people online, right?" Wang Tianlin rolled his eyes. "Why worry about everything? Does it matter if someone is dating?" As they joked and laughed, the players began to take the court one by one. The fans erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chen Jingyun and the others joined in immersing themselves in the atmosphere of the arena. As Curry entered the court, the arena reached its first climax. Applause, screams, and shouts echoed continuously. Curry waved to the crowd with a smile on his face. The Lakers showed great respect for Curry, even during an away game. The introduction lasted nearly 30 seconds. Next came the Lakers' introduction. When Doncic was introduced, the arena erupted into a second climax, with even more intense cheers surging like a tide towards the court. Watching the game online, one could hardly feel such an atmosphere. It was fervent and frenzied. "Wow, Doncic!" Han Jian patted Wang Tianlin's arm beside him and shouted loudly, "Wow, Doncic is amazing. Doncic will win. Let's take the season opener." Wang Tianlin swatted his hand away, shouting back, "Warriors are awesome. Go Curry, take down the Lakers." The two paused their cheers and stared fiercely at each other. Their brotherly bond, made of plastic, could flip in an instant. Chen Jingyun liked both teams, but if he had to choose, he preferred Curry. After all, Kai's playing style was much more aesthetically pleasing than Doncic's. Watching Curry shoot was even a form of... On the other hand, Doncic clearly possessed superior individual skills at this moment. Though his technical moves often appeared quirky, he could still score, placing him among the top tier in the league for personal scoring ability. The only unfortunate thing was that the Warriors were without Klay, and on the Lakers side, LeBron was also not playing. The competition soon began while Chen Jingyun was busy ordering food by scanning the QR code on the armrest. The private room was not entirely secluded. The backresting area was private, but the front viewing area was not, separated only by a layer of glass. Seeing the person next door holding a tray on their knees slowly cutting a steak with a knife and fork, Chen Jingyun felt. He ordered 2 servings of red wine foie gras, filet mignon, a Singapore satay, a lemon shrimp, and a mango juice before placing the order. After all, it was free, so why not enjoy it? Soon the server brought Chen Jingyun's food and also set down a small table to help him place his meal. The others looked over, their expressions puzzled. "Wait, we're eating pasta and fried rice, and you're having foie gras and steak." Chen Jingyun pointed to the QR code on the armrest, saying, "Scan this to order, it's free." The others suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Nice, nice." Chen Jingyun imitated the person next to him, placing the plate on his lap and cutting the steak with a knife and fork. While eating, he enjoyed the increasingly heated match. In this game, Doncic was even more eccentric, unleashing his full offensive power with all sorts of bizarre shot angles, yet he managed to score. Having successfully lost weight, Doncic was not only handsomer, but also faster, while his strength remained largely intact, maintaining his competitiveness and even becoming stronger. It seemed that at this moment, Doncic truly embodied the essence of an MVP player. The Los Angeles fans also showcased their enthusiasm, cheering passionately for the game. The overwhelming cheers echoed throughout the venue, never ceasing, with each score accompanied by a roar of applause. Wang Jian and his companion were particularly invested, so much so that they lost their voices by the end of the match. Both sides of the fans were extremely satisfied with this match. The Warriors ultimately won, showcasing their competitiveness, with Curry proving he was still capable, complemented by Butler's vitality. This was a team assured of playoff contention. Although the Lakers lost, Doncic scored 43 points, giving Lakers fans endless possibilities to ponder. As everyone left, they could still hear fans discussing the match and the future of their team. Doncic's weight loss really worked. He scored 43 points in the first game. I feel that when LeBron returns, if they can mesh well, then they might just be able to shout those 5 words. Han Jian remarked. "Hold on, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's be skeptical first," Chui Nan said. "Hot teams always cool down, you know." As they stepped outside, the crowd of departing fans pushed against one another. Chen Jingyun looked at his roommates and asked, "How are you guys getting back?" "Us? We'll take a taxi. There are so many cabs lined up over there." Chen Jingyun nodded. "All right, then you guys go ahead. I won't be returning to the dorm with you." "Okay, but Yingu, you have to come back to see us often," Wang Chenghan said. Chen Jingyun smiled and nodded, bidding farewell to everyone before turning to head to the parking lot. After driving his Bugatti for almost an hour, he finally returned to Bel Air. Upon arriving home, Lin Jiao stood up from the sofa and jogged over to greet him. "Did you have fun?" "It was quite enjoyable. I'll take you to see an NBA game in the future. The atmosphere is amazing and the fans are wild, cheering loudly." Chen Jingyun replied with a smile. Not staying long in the living room, the two went straight to the bedroom. After taking a shower, they lay on the bed, as Chen Jingyun planned to attend classes the next day. By the way, baby Zhang Zhun invited me to Las Vegas, and Lu Xiaoyu will also be there. What do you think, should we go together? Chen Jingyun said. Xiaoyu told me she would go to Las Vegas, and asked if I wanted to join, but I hadn't mentioned it to you yet. However, she didn't tell me Zhang Zhun was going to, Lin Jiao said. So how about it, are you going or not? Chen Jingyun asked. I'm going. Lin Jiao nodded, and then said, but you better not get carried away, we don't have much money, and we can't afford to borrow from loan sharks. But you're different, just don't lose your bar. Don't worry, I'm just playing around, I won't lose anything, Chen Jingyun chuckled. Ding detected that the host is about to go to Las Vegas reward skill master of gambling. Chen Jingyun was taken aback. System, your rewards are becoming more and more arbitrary. You give rewards at the slightest provocation. But I like it. Before he could react further, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. This knowledge included not only card tricks, but also genuine gambling skills encompassing a vast array of information, including psychology, microexpression analysis calculations, and more. There was also a bonus for perfect recall. Chen Jingyun felt he struck gold. He thought he could set a small goal, first aiming to earn 100 million. Shanghai. Chen's mother was tidying up the house, cleaning. Before Chen Jingyun entered high school, the family had a housekeeper. However, after he started high school, the expenses became too high, so they stopped hiring a housekeeper, leaving the housekeeping duties to his mother. Suddenly her phone received a message. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Chen's mother picked up her phone to find a message from the bank. She read it softly. Your bank card ending in 7963 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Where did this come from? She suddenly felt a bit anxious. After all, who would receive a sudden income of 100,000 yuan without reason? It was enough to make anyone uneasy. Before she could call the bank for clarification, her phone rang. Picking it up, she was surprised to see it was her son. Chen's mother answered the phone. Hello mom, did you receive it? Chen Jingyun, receive what? Chen's mother was taken aback, then immediately understood that 100,000 was sent by you. Her son's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes mom, my scholarship has come through. The coach said I played well, and when I achieve results there will be more scholarships. Hey mom, the coach also said that if we win the NCAA championship there's a chance to visit the White House, where the president will meet us personally. Mom didn't care about visiting the White House or meeting the president, she was more concerned about whether her son had any money left. Son, do you have any money on you? You don't need to send money home, your dad, and I can still make money. I still have plenty of money, more than enough to spend, Chen Jingyun replied. After chatting for a while longer, he hung up the phone. It was the first time Chen Jingyun attempted to send money to his parents, and his mother was very accepting of it. Chen Jingyun planned to transfer 100,000 RMB to his parents every month in the future, allowing them time to adjust. As for the reason, Chen Jingyun had already thought it through. Stocks and cryptocurrencies are both avenues that can create wealth myths. Although this reason might be shocking and hard to accept, Chen Jingyun was indeed that wealthy, and no matter how hard it was to accept, it had to be accepted. Surely it couldn't be from robbing a bank, right? No, robbing a bank wouldn't yield so much. That wouldn't be profitable at all. Chen Jingyun sat on the sofa on the main balcony. In front of him was a fire pit, the flames dancing without being hot, as it was merely a simulated visual effect. He put his phone back in his pocket and returned to the bedroom. What were you out doing? Lin Jiao asked, lying on the bed in her smooth silk Dior nightgown. Nothing much, just making a phone call. Chen Jingyun replied with a smile. Who to? My mom, Chen Jingyun said. On Friday morning after class, Chen Jingyun followed the student group and queued down the stairs. Arriving at the parking lot, Lin Jiao was already waiting for him in the car. Chen Jingyun directly took the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, feeling extremely excited. He could hardly wait to experience his private jet, even if the flight only lasted an hour and a half. His anticipation remained high. Driving the Cullinan, he quickly left the school and turned onto the highway heading to the airport. At the fork in the road, Chen Jingyun chose the route he took last time, leading to the private jet terminal. Lin Jiao asked in confusion, where are you going? Isn't the airport entrance that way? This is also an airport entrance. Chen Jingyun replied with a smile, then parked in front of the inconspicuous private jet terminal. There were no road signs on the way, but now it was clearly labeled in English on the private jet terminal, showcasing the identity of this unremarkable building. Are we taking a private jet? Lin Jiao asked in disbelief. Yes, Chen Jingyun replied nonchalantly, giving a slight nod. You are becoming more extravagant, Lin Jiao couldn't help but remark. In her imagination, it would be best to live in a small apartment of over 200 square meters with Chen Jingyun, have 1 or 2 cars, a stable job, and go out to play together on weekends. She didn't need a large villa, no supercars, and certainly not a private jet. What she always envisioned was a warm little home. There was no need to fantasize about a 1,000 square meter villa or supercars. His family already owned those. As for the private jet, his father had one, but it belonged to the company. Yes, the company was under her father's name. Yet Chen Jingyun had no desire for a warm little home. He had lived in a small place before acquiring the system. Why would he continue to live in a small house with the system? He wanted to live in the most luxurious villa in Los Angeles, drive the most dazzling cars, and fly on the latest private jets. Is this extravagant? Chen Jingyun shrugged, feeling no guilt. I think it's fine, plus there are no first-class seats on domestic short-haul flights, and I'm afraid you might not be used to business class. Lin Jiao pressed closely against Chen Jingyun, squeezing into a shape that made it evident she was soft. Do you see me as a pampered young lady? Of course not, Chen Jingyun chuckled. But you are my young lady, and I want to give you the best of everything. Alright, I'll let you off this time. The two entered the private jet terminal. Chen Jingyun had been here before, so he was somewhat familiar with the place. They quickly passed through security, and without needing to go to the lounge, boarded a Mercedes-Benz shuttle heading towards their Gulfstream G700. At that moment, their Gulfstream G700 was no longer in the hangar, but parked at a distant tarmac. It took nearly 5 minutes for the Mercedes-Benz to reach their plane. I must say the cloud patterns were stunning, adding an extra touch of elegance to the already impressive Gulfstream G. Lin Jiao looked at the Gulfstream G700 logo at the tail and the patterns on the fuselage, suddenly doubting if this was really Chen Jingyun's plane. Initially, she thought Chen Jingyun had rented a plane, but upon seeing the logo at the tail, she dismissed that idea. The Gulfstream G700 had just begun deliveries. How could he possibly rent one? There was no place to rent one, even if one wanted to. The white cloud livery further confirmed this point. However, Lin Jiao did not delve deeper. She simply held Chen Jingyun's hand, and welcomed by the cabin crew, walked into the plane. Upon entering the cabin, Lin Jiao realized this was indeed Chen Jingyun's private jet. There were too few seats. If this was a private jet for company use, it wouldn't only have this few seats. Chen Jingyun directly sat down in the airline seat, while Lin Jiao took a seat across the aisle. Unfortunately, there were only 2 seats per row, making it impossible to sit close together. A beautiful white flight attendant crouched next to Chen Jingyun and offered a warm towel. Chen Jingyun surely wasn't used to this kind of service before. Once the flight attendant crouched down, she could only look up at Chen Jingyun, who might have found this squatting service uncomfortable, but now Chen Jingyun had long been accustomed to it. He took the warm towel, gently wiped his hands, and casually placed the towel back on the tray. Mr. Chen, the flight duration today is approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes with an expected arrival in Las Vegas at 3:08 p.m. The local temperature is 21 degrees, and the weather is cloudy. The flight attendant briefly introduced the details while another attendant was providing Lin Jiao with the same information. Chen Jingyun nodded, indicating he understood. The flight attendant then asked Mr. Chen, we have cooked champagne and Petrus Bordeaux red wine on the plane. Oh, which one would you? Cooked champagne, please, Chen Jingyun replied with a smile. Certainly, sir. The flight attendant stood up and quickly returned with a bottle of cooked champagne, its black bottle exuding a sense of quality, and the shield-like logo looked very appealing. The flight attendant poured the champagne with remarkable professionalism, her thumb securing the top of the bottle, while her 4 fingers supported the bottom. Then she slowly poured the drink into the champagne glass. Watching her technique, Chen Jingyun worried she might spill the champagne. Fortunately, it was an unnecessary concern. Although the posture appeared unstable, the flight attendant poured the champagne very steadily. Chen Jingyun took the champagne glass, inhaled the cool, refreshing aroma, and then took a sip. The cooked champagne was truly delightful. Chen Jingyun genuinely enjoyed this champagne, or else he wouldn't have specifically requested United Airlines to prepare it for the flight. As for the ace of spades from the nightclub, compared to Cook, it was like mouthwash with a faint aroma, sour entry, and an indistinct aftertaste, seemingly lacking any advantage against Cook. Sipping the champagne, the plane had already entered the runway and began to accelerate, taking off smoothly. The noise was minimal, much quieter than the A380A, and the takeoff was very stable. If it weren't for Chen Jingyun continuously looking out the window at the scenery, he might not have even felt the vibrations of takeoff. A short flight lasting over an hour offers only snacks, lacking a proper meal. The airline inquired before takeoff whether Chen Jingyun needed anything, but considering the short flight time, there was hardly any time left to eat after accounting for takeoff and landing, so he declined the offer. Looking out at the yellow expanse, just a hint of yellow sand. Las Vegas, known as the desert gambling city, is built in the heart of the desert. Sitting in the plane looking down, the boundary between the city and the desert is as if drawn by a ruler, distinctly clear. The plane gently landed on the airport runway, gradually slowing down amidst the noise of the engines. This captain flies really smoothly. There was hardly any sensation during takeoff and landing, Chen Jingyun remarked. Indeed, it's very stable, came the nod of agreement. Do you think it's because this is a private plane that it feels stable, or simply because the captain is skilled? It should be due to the captain's skill. I've never felt this stable on other business jets, Lin Jiao replied. I should inform United Airlines to have this captain fly my flights from now on. Chen Jingyun laughed, knowing he had that little bit of power. Stepping off the plane, a Ford shuttle was waiting below the airport shuttle in Las Vegas. Riding the shuttle towards the terminal, Lin Jiao asked, which hotel did you book? Do they provide pickup service? After all, it's not easy to find a taxi at the business jet terminal. The Venetian, and of course they have pickup service, Chen Jingyun said. As soon as they exited the terminal, they spotted a white man in a suit holding an iPad which read the Venetian Hotel. This was the representative sent to pick them up. Chen Jingyun approached, confirmed his identity, and the man promptly led them to a nearby Maybach S680. Once inside the car, Chen Jingyun casually picked up a glass bottle of mineral water from the center armrest and took a sip. Las Vegas is a bit hot, even hotter than California. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but say. Just stepping out of the terminal for a moment, he was already in the car, yet his phone was fogged up with moisture. Desert cities are bound to be hotter, Lin Jiao replied. Although Los Angeles is also considered a desert city, it's by the sea, while Las Vegas has no ocean. Did you ask when Lu Xiaoyu will arrive? Chen Jingyun nodded. I did. She's flying from Singapore to New York, then from New York to Las Vegas, landing at 5 in the afternoon. We should rest at the hotel for a while, they should arrive shortly after, Lin Jiao said. Transiting in New York. She wouldn't be traveling with Zhang Zhan, would she? Chen Jingyun asked in surprise. Lin Jiao nodded, and they exchanged glances, both seeing the knowing smile in each other's eyes. However, Chen Jingyun wasn't as confident that they would end up together. After all this time, he felt Zhang Zhan had lost his chance. Surveying the Gobi Desert on both sides of the highway, they soon entered the city. The sky in Las Vegas was blue but seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray, giving it a strange feeling. During their journey, Chen Jingyun caught a distant glimpse of Las Vegas landmark, the Giant Sphere. The Maybach stopped in front of the Venetian, and the doorman came over to open the car door, assisting with 2 LV suitcases from the trunk. Stepping out of the car, Chen Jingyun stretched. This hotel is really nice. The landscaping outside the hotel was immaculate, with neatly trimmed trees surrounding a grand musical fountain. Strings of small lights hung from the trees, which would look even more beautiful when illuminated at night, combined with the fountain's lights. There was even an artificial river with a few small boats where a boatman rowed, taking tourists under the arched bridge. After taking a photo, the two followed the doorman into the hotel. The opulent decor was filled with an elegant aura, the ceiling adorned with exquisite murals from 17th and 18th century Venice, depicting naked children, blue skies, white clouds, and semi-nude adults bordered with golden edges. If you go through here, you'll reach the casino, the doorman pointed down a hallway, unabashedly stating. Chen Jingyun peered down the corridor, which seemed endless. He nodded, saying, "Thank you, I see it." It didn't take long to complete the check-in process. The Venetian was surprisingly affordable. Chen Jingyun had reserved a 380 square meter presidential suite, but it only cost a bit over $7,000. Although it was a bit off-season for tourism, this price was extremely cheap. What he didn't know was that as long as you gambled enough in the casino and spent a significant amount, even such rooms could be off. Arriving at the presidential suite on the top floor, the room's steward took them on a tour. Despite its vast area of over 300 square meters, it contained only one bedroom, with the rest being various functional rooms. There was a study, a conference room, a dining room, and a small private cinema, but what surprised Chen Jingyun the most was the presence of many other hotels' presidential suites don't have a SBA room. Chen Jingyun sat on the sofa, glancing at the time. Already past 4 o'clock. In just over an hour, Zhang Zhan and Lu Xiaoyu would arrive in Las Vegas. Chen Jingyun coughed lightly. Shall we check out the casino now? Lin Jiao asked, puzzled. Chen Jingyun nodded. Let's take a look. They'll arrive soon for dinner. Otherwise, we won't have much time for anything else besides shopping. All right, let's go. The two made their way downstairs, asking a passerby where to exchange chips. Chen Jingyun took out his bank card and said, $1 million, please. This was Chen Jingyun's first visit to the Venetian. When he booked the room, a member account was created for him in the Venetian. For first-time guests booking a presidential suite, the system marks it to alert staff to pay extra attention to such. At that moment, Chen Jingyun directly exchanged for $1 million in chips. $1 million is no small sum. Even at the Venetian, not many people come to exchange over $1 million in chips in a single day. Moreover, to exchange $1 million on the first try is quite rare. After the cashier processed his card, the white lady placed the chips on a tray, then called over a staff member, handing the tray to him, and turned to Chen Jingyun with a polite smile. My colleague will help you carry these chips. Chen Jingyun nodded, gazing at the tray filled with chips of various colors, the smallest being $1,000. He took one and placed it on the counter. Here's your tip. Leaving the counter, the two officially stepped into the casino. The Venetian, resplendent with gold, was a dazzling place of entertainment. The most eye-catching were the gambling machines, flashing red and blue lights. Any person with a bit of common sense would know these machines could adjust the odds, making it impossible for even a gambling master to win here. These machines rely entirely on programming, not on skill or psychological tricks. Yet many people were playing these gambling machines. There were even more outrageous machines. Cyber horse racing. A gambling machine larger than 8 square meters, covered with a glass dome, featuring a miniature racetrack and several electronic racehorses where one could bet on which horse would win. Playing this is just giving money to the casino, isn't it? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but comment. Yet a white man sat in front of the machine, intensely focused on the electronic horses, pumping his fist in encouragement for the horse he had bet on. Come on, it's electronic. What's the use of cheering? Who knows? Lin Jiao shrugged, noticing that Chen Jingyun had only exchanged 1 million chips, feeling relieved. Although it was still a lot, even if they lost it all, it wouldn't impact their quality of life. There are a lot of people playing blackjack here. Chen Jingyun surveyed the surroundings. Although he was a master of gambling, blackjack, being a fully transparent game, had little use. Although the different tables were all playing blackjack, the minimum bets varied. The most common was a table with a minimum bet of $100, meaning one had to wager at least that much for a single round. Next to it was a table with a minimum bet of $50, but for some reason it was not open. The highest minimum bet in the hall was $1,000. Of course there were higher stakes, but those were not in the hall, they were in the VIP room. Just then a gambler left one table, and Chen Jingyun immediately took his place. Lin Jiao eagerly stood behind Chen Jingyun. The dealer was a young woman of Asian descent, wearing a black mask that concealed all but her beautifully expressive eyes. She glanced at the waiter behind Chen Jingyun, who was holding a tray, and offered Chen Jingyun a polite smile. At the table there were only Chen Jingyun and 2 other white men. Chen Jingyun did not greet them. He simply sat down and waited for the dealer to deal the cards. The dealer took out a new deck of cards and began to deal. Chen Jingyun felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. If several $1,000s represented his monthly salary, he would certainly feel pressure. But that was not the case. Even $1 million was not much to him now, so he felt very relaxed. Chen Jingyun placed $1,000 in chips on the table, then looked at the two cards in front of him. Two kings of different. In blackjack, a king represents 10 points, meaning Chen Jingyun currently had a total of 20 points. Without splitting the cards, his chances of winning were very high. The dealer looked at Chen Jingyun with her deeply expressive eyes and asked if he wanted to split the cards. Chen Jingyun, with a smile, the dealer split the two kings. Splitting cards allowed a player to divide two cards of the same value, somewhat akin to controlling two separate bets, thereby increasing potential winnings, but also the risk of greater losses. Chen Jingyun added another $1,000 in chips for the split cards, and the dealer began to deal the second card. One was an ace, and the other was also an ace. Yes. Lin Jiayao pumped her fist. Blackjack. It was already a winning hand. Chen Jingyun did not use his gambling skills. He did not even touch the cards. Moreover, surrounded by high-definition cameras, he dared not touch the cards. Only in games like Texas Hold'em could psychological and probability strategies be utilized effectively, or in non-monitored games could his sleight of hand come into play. Using sleight of hand here would certainly lead to serious consequences, if not worse. However, even though Chen Jingyun did not cheat, he still drew two kings and two aces. It was simply good luck. The most important thing in gambling is luck, and who could compare their luck to that of a system owner like him? If he wasn't lucky enough, could he have bound the system? Chen Jingyun extended his hand and high-fived Lin Jiayao. Oh yeah. Winning always brings happiness. The other two players were also dealt cards. Both of their hands were not good. They received low cards and could only draw more, but drawing could lead to busting, which meant an automatic loss. Perhaps seeing how good Chen Jingyun's hand was, the two misinterpreted and thought they were also lucky, so they both chose. As expected, both bust. There was no need to even look at the dealer's cards. The dealer then started dealing for herself. One card was a 7, and the other was a 9, totaling 16 points. She needed to draw another card. When the third king was flipped up, the dealer busted. The dealer showed no change in expression, gestured to collect the cards, and then handed Chen Jingyun his winnings. Although Chen Jingyun won 2 bets after splitting, the dealer did not lose since the other two players busted. Although blackjack seems fair after calculating the probabilities, the dealer has a 53 chance of winning, while the players have a 47 chance. This is true for almost all casino games. The dealer has a slightly higher probability of winning. So there is no need to worry about winning money and not being able to leave the casino, nor about the casino cheating. Winning at gambling relies on probability and house advantage, not on cheating. When you win money, someone else is inevitably losing it. Of course, don't fantasize about being incredibly lucky and winning a fortune in one go. Since the casino has set a maximum bet limit per hand, it is impossible to win several hundred million from the dealer in a. As for those who win tens of millions, if they want to leave the casino, might even send someone to protect them, using a Maybach or Rolls-Royce to take them to the airport, buying them a first-class ticket, and giving them a VIP card. Then after they get home, the casino often invites them back to Las Vegas, providing free transportation, luxury hotels, and meals at Michelin-starred restaurants. As long as they return, they will always go back to the casino to keep playing. And no matter how much they have won before, in the end they will always lose it back. Luck may favor them once, but the odds remain unchanged. The more one plays, the more certain they are to lose. With that, Chen Jingyun played several rounds, and was quite lucky, continuously winning, but only winning small amounts. Even when he raised his bets, it was only $2,000 per round. There was no thrill aside from the brief happiness of winning. He felt nothing else. The waiter brought Chen Jingyun a cup of coffee, which he declined, saying, "Mango juice, please." The dealer continued to deal, and Chen Jingyun kept winning. Eventually, feeling bored after winning over $20,000, he stood up and said, "I can't touch the cards. This isn't interesting. Let's find a Texas Hold'em table." "You're so lucky today," Lin Jiayao remarked, "but don't play too much. If you lose later, you can't add more chips." Chen Jingyun smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. The two found a Texas Hold'em table. When they saw someone leave, Chen Jingyun sat down. The other players at the table, seeing Chen Jingyun's youthful face and the waiter behind him with a tray piled high with chips, all revealed greedy expressions. Chen Jingyun casually followed along for 3 rounds, indifferent to whether his hand was strong or not, while observing the expressions of the others at the table. For instance, the two uncles on the right particularly enjoyed playing, and even with weak hands they refused to fold. In contrast, the aunt on the left clearly was a novice. If she didn't have a good hand, she would certainly fold, but when she did get a good hand, she would stick to it, evidently lacking experience. By mastering the habits of those at the table combined with subtle expression analysis, the few people at the table seemed almost transparent in Chen Jingyun's eyes. With his quick calculation abilities, although he couldn't achieve a perfect winning streak, his chances of winning increased significantly. Gambling is all about probability. Playing Texas Hold'em was faster for winnings. By 6:30, Chen Jingyun had turned his $1 million into $120,000. Exchanging his chips back into cash, Chen Jingyun and his companion left the casino. Zhang Zhen and Lu Xiaoyu had arrived. The two were waiting in the lobby, scrolling through Douyin. Shortly after, a Tesla pulled up in front of the Venetian, and Zhang Zhen got out of the car, running to the trunk to grab a suitcase. Seemingly wanting to show off, he shooed away the doorman who was approaching and personally helped Lu Xiaoyu carry her suitcase. Chen Jingyun occasionally looked up at the outside and caught sight of this scene, unable to suppress a smile. Let's go, those two have arrived. Okay. Lin Jiayao adjusted her clothes and stood up. Before the two could exit the lobby, Zhang Jun and his companion had already walked in. Lu Xiaoyu followed behind, saying, just give me my suitcase, I can carry it myself. Zhang Jun refused. No worries, I'll carry it for you. Lu Xiaoyu replied, I'm not running, oh really? Zhang Jun said, I'm afraid. Chen Jingyun couldn't hear their conversation, but watching the two flirt a bit, he thought they might have made some progress. Xiaoyu. Lin Jiayao saw Lu Xiaoyu and immediately put on a cheerful expression, hastily walking a few steps forward. Yao Yao. Lu Xiaoyu's face also lit up with joy as she no longer cared about her suitcase, and excitedly took a few steps forward to gently embrace Lin Jiayao. It's been so long, Yao Yao. I missed you so much. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with a smile. I missed you too. Zhang Jun and Chen Jingyun stood to the side watching the two girls, so excited, utterly confused. It had only been around a month since they last saw each other. Was it really necessary to be this way? Was it really that exciting? Zhang Jun felt a twinge of jealousy. He hadn't even hugged his own Xiaoyu yet. You should keep an eye on your girlfriend. What do you mean? Chen Jingyun asked, puzzled. Look at how tightly she's hugging Lu Xiaoyu, Zhang Jun pointed out. Is that right? Chen Jingyun was speechless. Come on bro, are you really jealous of your girl being so close? It's not that I'm jealous, it's just that I haven't hugged her yet. Chen Jingyun chuckled. Are you envious? Zhang Jun fumed. Am I envious? Zhang Jun didn't know how to respond, so he dropped the topic. Let's hurry up and check in. After that we need to eat. That flight didn't serve any meals, and I'm starving. Domestic flights in America are notoriously bad, and even business class is no exception, receiving a flood of poor reviews. As a luxury hotel, checking in doesn't require going to the counter. Instead, a staff member comes directly to the sofa area to assist. After Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Jiayao hugged, they looked at Chen Jingyun, suddenly feeling a bit unacquainted. Although he still had that handsome face, his looks were still extraordinarily high, but his aura was completely different from when they were in the country. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Back in the country, the boy before them had almost no special aura, relying solely on his looks. He wasn't particularly outstanding in class and had never worn any luxury items. But now the boy before them exuded a confident aura that was hard to ignore, dressed in a well-fitted LV casual suit that clearly screamed bespoke, and the sapphire watch on his wrist was striking, sparkling alongside the surrounding diamonds under the light. He seemed like a nobleman who had stepped out of an oil painting. Chen Jingyun smiled. Class monitor, long time no see. Lu Xiaoyu came back to her senses. Long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. As long as you can recognize me, that's good, Zhang Jun chimed in from the side. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The camaraderie among the few hadn't deteriorated in a short time. Since Zhang Jun and Lu Xiaoyu weren't together, they naturally couldn't share a room. However, under Zhang Jun's deliberate insistence, the hotel arranged their rooms right next to each other. This certainly involved a bit of a tip. After the two had settled their luggage, they set off for the restaurant. Lin Jiayao had booked a Michelin 3-star teppanyaki, the pinnacle of teppanyaki worldwide, costing $2,988 per person. The restaurant was not far from the hotel, so Chen Jingyun didn't call for a car from the hotel, but took bus number 11 instead. Lin Jiayao and Lu Xiaoyu linked arms, walking ahead, while the two boys followed behind. While you guys weren't here, I played a few rounds at the casino. Guess how much I made? Chen Jingyun asked with a smile. Zhang Jun, eager to guess, began. 50,000. Chen Jingyun shook his head. 100,000. Chen Jingyun raised one finger, shaking it, then said slightly boastfully, No, 200,000. Pretty impressive, right? Just wait and see, you'll win 200,000 right in front of you. Can't you just keep quiet? Losing 200,000 in one night is already a lot. Some novels write so ridiculously with wins or losses in the tens or hundreds of billions overnight, which is utterly impossible in reality. Since the establishment of Las Vegas, the record for daily losses is only $2.4 billion. After boasting, Chen Jingyun changed the subject. What's going on between you and Lu Xiaoyu? If you both like each other, you should get together already. Are you still going to drag it out like a romance novel and wait for some special event to get together? Talking about feelings makes Zhang Jun feel uneasy. I subtly expressed that I wanted to be with her, but she changed. How did you express it subtly? Zhang Jun said, somewhat aggrieved. I just sent her a few videos from romantic influencers on Douyin. She didn't engage with them. Chen Jingyun rubbed his chin, unsure where the problem lay. Although Zhang Jun's looks weren't as high as Chen Jingyun's, he was still definitely above average, and when walking down the street, as long as he wasn't with Chen Jingyun, he had chances of being approached for contact information by girls. Plus his family background was quite good, yet he still hadn't been able to win over Lu Xiaoyu. Chen Jingyun suspected that the class monitor might be the type of person who is my slow-burning online romance girlfriend. Hey, show me those couple videos you sent her. Chen Jingyun said. Zhang Jun didn't hesitate, took out his phone, opened Douyin, and handed it to Chen Jingyun. As soon as the video opened, Chen Jingyun had a bad premonition. In the video, the boy said, Are your feet considered jade feet? The girl replied, yes. The boy then asked, Then step on my hamburger, I want to eat a jade pre-made dish. Chen Jingyun burst into laughter. You call this a couple video? Jade-made dish. This is so funny. Ha ha. Zhang Jun, stunned, replied, Isn't that humor? Isn't this very humorous? Chen Jingyun said, helplessly patting Zhang Jun on the shoulder. It's indeed humorous. You're funny too, but you haven't even gotten together yet to be sending this sort of video. After saying that, Chen Jingyun quickened his pace, fearing he might catch Zhang Zhen's humor. After walking for a while, they arrived at an office building, and that Michelin 3-star teppanyaki was located inside this building. Upon reaching the 11th floor, as soon as the door opened, a staff member was there to greet them at the elevator leading them in. The restaurant's lighting is soft with a predominantly black decor. The straight tube pendant lights create an atmospheric vibe. For people are seated around the table while the chef is preparing teppanyaki on-site, serving it directly onto their plates for immediate enjoyment. The meal was quite satisfactory, featuring superb quality Wagyu beef among the best, even within the A5 grade. The Australian lobster was plump, tender, and springy, while the sea urchin sashimi was exceptionally fresh. By the end of the meal, everyone was very content. However, the price was incredibly high, nearly 30% more than similar restaurants in Los Angeles. But considering it's a casino and a tourist city, one can understand. The meal was freshly prepared, and by the time they finished, it was already 9 o'clock. Where shall we go now? Chen Jingyun asked. How about we check in at the Big Dome? The Big Dome is beautiful at night, Lu Xiaoyu said. Chen Jingyun looked at Lin Jiayao, saw her nod, and agreed. As for Zhang Zhen, he wouldn't contradict Lu Xiaoyu. Chen Jingyun opted not to have the hotel send a car, but instead booked a business vehicle directly through his phone, which was more convenient than calling the hotel. From a high vantage point, Las Vegas at night sparkles like a collection of diamonds embedded in the dull desert. The surroundings were pitch black, and the city's neon lights flickered with the Big Dome shining as the largest and This is a landmark building in Las Vegas, entirely covered in LED screens that sometimes display cute emojis and at other times showcase videos of mountains and rainforests. Because of this landmark, following the introduction of sea view rooms, river view rooms, mountain view rooms, and lake view rooms, the hotel industry has now launched dome view rooms. The business vehicle stopped by the roadside, and the four of them got out, the dome's glow illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. At this moment, the Big Dome appeared as a hazy yellow mass. Standing close, they could barely make out an emoji, catching a glimpse of the emoji's eye corner. To see its full form, one could only do so from above or from a hotel room directly facing it. Lu Xiaoyu scratched her head and looked at Lin Jiayao. Which angle should we take the photo from? Lin Jiayao wasn't particularly fond of taking photos, nor was she skilled at it. Faced with the challenging angle of the Big Dome, she felt somewhat at a loss. In fact, the best photo-taking angle was in Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao's room. Their presidential suite was of course a dome view room, complete with a balcony directly facing the Big Dome, perfect for capturing its entire visage for photos. The four of them took a tourist photo together and then walked closer to the Big Dome. People usually only focus on the exterior of the dome, but inside there is also a technology exhibition hall. Chen Jingyun had done his research and knew about this. By now it was almost closing time, and there weren't many people, so there was no need to queue. After getting tickets, they could enter directly. Upon entering, they were greeted by a robot which awkwardly waved its hand and said greetings like hello and welcome. Zhang Zhen leaned over and pointed. This robot doesn't look intelligent at all, it seems kind of clueless. Before Chen Jingyun could respond, the robot spoke up. Please refrain from using uncivilized language. Whoa. The four were naturally speaking Mandarin, yet the robot surprisingly understood. Please refrain from using uncivilized language. The robot repeated itself. Chen Jingyun curiously leaned closer. Hey, it can understand Mandarin and even speak it. Quite intelligent, isn't it? Yes, are you talking to me? The silver-white robot waved its hand, its mechanical voice imbued with a touch of humanity. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I'm talking to you. Great, I'm happy to chat with you. Lin Jiayao took out her phone and recorded a video of Chen Jingyun chatting with the robot, feeling that he seemed quite childish. If you want to chat, you could just talk to Siri, she's quite intelligent too. After chatting for a while, Chen Jingyun discovered that the robot wasn't actually that intelligent. If he said something too complex, it would either refuse to answer or change the subject. Chen Jingyun, my bowling ball got stuck in a pineapple. Robot pineapples are delicious, I like to eat them too. Chen Jingyun. After playing for a while, the group continued further inside, and before they could explore, a staff member approached them. Sir, ma'am, would you like to watch a naked eye VR movie? Today is the last screening, you can still make it to the audiovisual hall now. Chen Jingyun took out a $20 bill from his pocket, handed it to her, and smiled. Thank you, I understand. Looking at the other three, he asked, shall we go watch it? Sure, let's go. The four arrived at the audiovisual hall, and the movie had already started playing. Unlike a regular cinema, this one had screens not directly in front, but divided into 3 sections located at the upper right, upper left, and center of the audiovisual room, with slight angles between each screen. Seeing that there were empty seats in the middle, the four of them walked over and sat down. The sofa arrangement complemented the screens, slightly reclining backward, offering a comfortable viewing angle. The movie had a space theme, and combined with the naked eye VR effect, it was truly impressive, providing a vivid, three-dimensional visual experience. Especially when Earth was displayed accompanied by a forward camera angle, it gave the sensation of Earth crashing toward them. For those with a fear of large objects, even a glance could evoke discomfort. As Chen Jingyun enjoyed the film, he suddenly recalled something, took out his phone, and snapped a photo to send to Butler Bella. Is the cost of this naked eye VR cinema high? Can it be installed at home? After watching the shocking movie, Butler Bella also provided a response. Although it can be installed at home, such films are specially made, and ordinary movies do not have this effect. One can only watch those few films specifically tailored for this silver screen. then it would be of no use. By the way, while Chen Jingyun is away, the esports room has already begun renovations. A bedroom was directly removed to create a separate esports room. The construction team worked quickly after arriving. Now not only have they cleared the bed and cabinets from the original room, but they have even laid wiring and started installing ambient lighting. Even at night, a construction team continued to work. Two teams took turns renovating for 2 days and nights, ensuring the esports room would be ready before Chen Jingyun returned. Chen Jingyun has seen the design plans for the esports room, which is mainly divided into 2 areas. One is the sofa area, with a double lazy sofa paired with a PS5 next to it, is an embedded refrigerator and snack cabinet, while the other side features a double esports desk, where Lin Jiayao can sweetly duo queue with Chen Jingyun. Lin Jiayao's esports talent is definitely at a pro level. Every time Chen Jingyun plays games with Lin Jiayao, it is fun and relaxed, completely unlike those couples online, where the boy often gets frustrated by his girlfriend. The 4 of them took advantage of the last closing time to stroll around the exhibition hall, and after exiting the Grand Egg, they took a walk down the streets of Las Vegas. As a tourist city, Las Vegas has relatively good security, and it's not late at night, so there's no need to worry about being robbed by someone suddenly appearing. Lin Jiayao and Lu Xiaoyu walked ahead, while Chen Jingyun and Zhang Zhan followed closely behind. Fun fact: PC is legal in Nevada. Zhang Zhan said quietly. Chen Jingyun glanced at him. What's up? Are you thinking about that? Zhang Zhan shook his head. If he really wanted to find a girl with his wealthy background, it wouldn't be hard to find a materialistic girl. Seeing him shake his head, Chen Jingyun added, hot fact: except for Las Vegas, PC is legal in Nevada, only Las Vegas is illegal. Is that so? I really didn't know. Zhang Zhan said, slightly disappointed. The 4 of them strolled for a while before taking a taxi back to the Venetian hotel, not returning to their rooms, but heading to the casino instead. In the casino, not only are there free pizzas and hamburgers, but also free beer and coffee. As long as you enter the Venetian casino, you can come and eat. Coffee keeps people energized, while beer stimulates the nerves and blurs the senses. Moreover, the casino is equipped with the most advanced large blowers, continuously supplying fresh oxygen. These facilities can make one feel exhilarated. Even after gambling for 10 hours straight, one wouldn't feel tired. Additionally, the absence of clocks in the casino makes it easy to lose track of time. However, this is only relevant for hardcore gamblers. For Chen Jingyun and his friends who are just here to experience and have some fun, it doesn't have much impact. They ate and drank as they pleased. Chen Jingyun held a hamburger in one hand and a cola in the other, having only eaten to about 80 full at that Michelin restaurant. After finishing his meal, he wiped his hands and approached the counter to exchange for chips. This time, Chen Jingyun exchanged $2 million in chips, giving Lin Jiayao $1 million. Lin Jiayao looked at the chips before shaking her head. She wouldn't play these gambling games at all. I don't want if you can play by. Take it. Chen Jingyun said. Since you're here, you should at least experience it. If you don't know how to play anything else, just try this. Lin Jiayao thought for a moment and nodded to accept. Looking at Chen Jingyun exchanging $2 million in chips, Zhang Zhan was not surprised. Someone who could take out over $100,000 to buy a car could easily take out $2 million for gambling. Zhang Zhan hadn't exchanged for chips, yet when Lu Xiaoyu next to him directly exchanged for $50,000 in chips. Her family background is also very good, even better than Zhang Zhan's. Being around these rich second-generation individuals can make one feel like money is no object. After all, clothes worth tens of thousands, cars costing hundreds of thousands, watches priced in the millions, and even yachts costing tens of millions. For those top-tier rich kids, this seems trivial. However, Zhang Zhan could only be considered a relatively ordinary rich second generation. Asking him to take out $50,000 to gamble was still a stretch. He originally only wanted to play with $5,000, as losing or winning wouldn't affect him. But now seeing Lu Xiaoyu exchange for $50,000 in chips made him feel a bit embarrassed to only exchange for $5,000. If he were just with Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao, how much he exchanged wouldn't matter. However, with the girl he likes right in front of him, he was afraid of losing face. Zhang Zhan really wanted to exchange for $50,000 in chips, but having just bought a car, he simply couldn't produce that much money. Chen Jingyun, possessing microexpression analysis, observed Zhang Zhan's demeanor and combined with his understanding of him, almost guessed his thoughts. Chen Jingyun walked over, put his arm around Zhang Zhan's shoulder, and directly stuffed one of his other bank cards into Zhang. The gambling god's skillful hand speed ensured that no one saw this scene. He gave Zhang Zhan his second bank card, which contained less than $1 million. Zhang Zhan looked at Chen Jingyun, his eyes initially filled with confusion. He touched his pocket. The card's texture flowed through his fingers, followed by gratitude. Good brother. For life. After Zhang Zhan exchanged his money, he thought to use these chips to maintain appearances. As for betting, he would only use $5,000 to place his bets, planning to exchange the rest of the chips back to cash when leaving the casino and return it to Chen Jingyun. Once everyone had exchanged for chips, a server followed Chen Jingyun. Let me show you a super fun project. Chen Jingyun pulled Zhang Zhan to the electronic horse racing machine. There happened to be 4 horses on the machine. As long as you put in chips, the machine would start running. Let's each bet on a horse and see who can win. How about that? Chen Jingyun felt he had discovered how to play this machine. If more people played together, it could be really fun. Moreover, the odds of this machine and the betting amounts for each horse are fixed. If one person bets on all 4 horses simultaneously, they are bound to lose. So no matter how one plays in the casino, they won't lose money. Alright. Zhang Zhan had never seen such a bizarre gambling machine and was a bit curious. The four of them placed their chips in the 4-coin slots, and then the machine started running. Zhang Zhan's bet on horse number 3 surged ahead, taking an absolute lead right from the start. Yes! Zhang Zhan shouted as if he could already see victory and $200 waving at him. Chen Jingyun shook his head. He knew Zhang Zhan was destined to lose. According to the rules of this machine, the horse that starts in the lead will definitely be overtaken later. Chen Jingyun's horse number 1 was in the middle. He was not in a hurry since they had to run 3 laps, and they hadn't even finished the first lap yet. Besides, even if he lost, it would only be $100. Just small change. The four of them eagerly surrounded the machine, all watching their electronic racehorses. Even if they won, it would only be $100, but among friends, winning brings joy regardless of how much money is involved. By the second lap, Chen Jingyun's horse number 1 began to gain speed, while Lin Jiayao and Lu Xiaoyu's horses also started to push forward. In contrast, Zhang Zhan's horse number 3 was clearly being sabotaged, running slower and being overtaken by the other 3 horses. What the heck, this is too ridiculous! Zhang Zhan shouted, giving the electronic horse behind the glass the middle finger. Chen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. Are you still saying yes? I refuse. I'll come back later. In the end, Lin Jiao's horse number 2 won the first race, earning $100. Let's go again, Zhang Zhan said. Sure. The other 3 replied nonchalantly, continuing to place bets. This time, all 4 of them switched to different horses. Chen Jingyun bet on horse number 3, while Zhang Zhan bet on horse number 2. As soon as the second round of electronic horse racing began, Zhang Zhan's horse number 2 surged ahead again, leaving the other 3 horses far behind, seemingly no different from the last round. Zhang Zhan's expression darkened. It was over. It seemed he really was being sabotaged. A few people played at the casino until 4 in the morning before returning to their rooms. With the skill of a gambling deity, Chen Jingyun managed to multiply his chips, leaving with $460,000, and even received a black card from the butler along with several vouchers for presidential suites. Zhang Zhan under control, although he lost a little over $30,000, and as soon as he returned to his room, he reimbursed Chen Jingyun $50,000. The most unfortunate was Lu Xiaoyu, who not only lost all $50,000, but also added chips twice, ending up losing over $1 million in one night. Zhang Zhan advised her not to add more, but she shot him a glare. Back in the room, Chen Jingyun was in a good mood and enjoyed the view of the egg scenery with Lin Jiayao on the balcony before intending to go to bed, but was suddenly awakened by the ringing phone. He picked it up and saw it was Zhang Zhan calling. Who is it? Lin Jiayao asked. Zhang Zhan. Just a moment ago we parted, and he's already calling you. Doesn't he? Lin Jiayao said, feeling speechless. Chen Jingyun looked at her and couldn't help but think about the time when Lin Jiayao linked arms with Lu Xiaoyu to make Zhang Zhan jealous. Could Lin Jiayao also be jealous because Zhang Zhan was calling him? What kind of problem is this? I don't know either, Chen Jingyun said helplessly before answering the call. What's up, brother? It's already past 4. Why aren't you sleeping? After a moment of silence, Zhang Zhan asked, is Lin Jiayao? Chen Jingyun affirmed with a sound. Could you come to my room? I have something to discuss with you, Zhang Zhan said. Sure, I'll come over now. Zhang Zhan had booked an executive suite on the top floor. Chen Jingyun didn't change his clothes and went over in his bathrobe, reaching Zhang Zhan's room within a short distance down the corridor. After pressing the doorbell, Zhang Zhan quickly opened the door. Chen Jingyun walked over and sat on the sofa, unable to help but ask, what's the matter so late at night? Zhang Zhan sat across from him, rubbed his hair, and spoke in a somewhat dejected tone. Do you think Lu Xiaoyu has a gambling addiction? Even when we advised her not to add chips, she still did. She didn't specifically come to Las Vegas just to gamble, did she? Chen Jingyun recalled Lu Xiaoyu's appearance at the casino, clearly showing signs of being overwhelmed by her losses. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them had to leave, she might have continued gambling until dawn. In fact, Lu Xiaoyu didn't have a gambling addiction. At first, she just wanted to have some fun. However, after losing the first $50,000 completely, she became a bit unbalanced, thinking of winning it back, which only led to more losses. This highlights a small trick of the casino. Many games require a bet between $1,500 to $3,000. This amount is quite significant. $1,500 is nearly equivalent to the salary of most Americans for half a month. If someone loses $1,500 at once, an ordinary person would definitely feel the pinch. And once there's that feeling of pain, they'll start thinking about how to recover their losses. Once that thought arises, the casino can empty your pockets. Why not have bets of $50 or $100? Because such small amounts of money, if lost, wouldn't evoke thoughts of recovery. Lu Xiaoyu was in this state. $50,000 was already over a month's allowance for her, and she was thinking about how to win it back. Chen Jingyun naturally understood this mindset and advised, it's not that she has an addiction, as she probably just lost a bit too much and wants to recover. Just give her some advice. A true gambling addict wouldn't leave the casino with them. They would gamble until they had completely run out of money. Zhang Zhan said, somewhat aggrieved. I advised her not to add chips, yet she glared at me. Chen Jingyun laughed at his little expression. Alright, you can try advising her again, as she probably doesn't have an addiction. After speaking, Chen Jingyun stood up, patted his shoulder, and returned to his own room. Zhang Zhan, still sitting on the sofa in a daze, stared for a long time before picking up his phone and saw a message from Lu Xiaoyu. Sorry. I was a bit upset earlier. I didn't mean to be rude to you. The next day, Chen Jingyun slept until 2. Looking at the time, he had slept for 9 hours, which was barely enough. He nudged Lin Jiayao beside him. Little treasure, it's time. Lin Jiayao turned over facing Chen Jingyun, but her eyes remained shut. No, I want to sleep a bit more. Chen Jingyun smiled, reached out, and pinched her nose, forming a cute little pig nose, little lazy pig. I'm not. Lin Jiayao flipped over again, now facing away from Chen Jingyun. Chen Jingyun had no choice but to get up himself, wash up, and change into a casual outfit from Balenciaga. The black t-shirt featured several tall, slender Western figures, instantly transporting Chen Jingyun back 20 years. Back then, when he had no money, he envied his classmates wearing Balenciaga. Now that he wore it himself, it only felt ordinary. After freshening up, Chen Jingyun gently pulled Lin Jiayao from the bed. She blinked sleepily, and without hesitation, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Lin Jiayao instantly woke up, yet offered no resistance. After all far more intimate moments had already passed between them, a simple kiss now felt perfectly natural. Or rather, she had grown desensitized. Only after a long, lingering moment did Chen Jingyun finally release her. Satisfied to see her fully alert, he smiled. Hurry and get ready. We're going shopping later, aren't we? She nodded obediently and rose. While she washed up, Chen Jingyun called Zhang Zhen, urging him to get up as well. After all, they were on vacation, lying in bed all day simply wouldn't do. The call connected quickly, met with a voice thick with drowsiness. What time is it? You're calling me now? It's already past 2. Time to rise. Chen Jingyun replied. Judging by when everyone had retired last night, around 5 o'clock, 8 or 9 hours of rest by mid-afternoon was more than sufficient. A fatigue played no part in their sluggishness. Fine then, let's meet in the restaurant. Breakfast here at the hotel. Too lazy to go out. Zhang Zhen agreed, followed by the muffled rustle of sheets being tossed aside. All right, go wake Lu Xiaoyu yourself. Chen Jingyun hung up thinking the same. The Venetian hotel housed over a dozen high-end restaurants. Even rotating through 3 meals a day would take weeks to exhaust them all. When Lin Jiayao emerged from the bathroom, fresh, radiant, and dressed in a delicate white dress, she radiated the pure, tender charm of first love. Chen Jingyun stood, and after an unspoken intimate interlude, the two stepped out of their room and made their way to the third-floor restaurant. It's all your fault. I'm all wrinkled now, Lin Jiayao pouted. Wrinkles so easily. What brand makes such flimsy dresses? I'll file a complaint. Chen Jingyun teased, smoothing imaginary creases from her skirt. Where? Let me fix it for you. They arrived at the restaurant, requested a private dining room, and ordered a French tasting menu. A seamless, elegant experience. To Chen Jingyun, Michelin's greatest virtue lay precisely in its curated tasting menus, effortlessly curing his chronic indecision. Left to browse the full menu himself, he'd impulsively order everything that caught his eye, only to end up with far more than they could possibly finish. Tasting menus came in tiers of price. Simple enough, choose the most expensive one. As they waited, Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao pulled out their phones, eager for a quick match of Honor of Kings. They hadn't played the game in years. Not since high school, when they'd only booted up during idol group outings, never otherwise. Yet childhood nostalgia lingered. Whenever a video about Honor of Kings surfaced online, the urge to play just one more round would quietly resurface. Lately, both had reinstalled the game and been utterly stunned by the latest exclusive skin, Unrivaled. Chen Jingyun stared dumbfounded. Had the times truly changed so much? The ranked match began swiftly. At their low rank, victory felt effortless, even with players AFK. They swept through 2 matches before Zhang Zhen and Lu Xiaoyu finally arrived. As the waiter opened the private room door, the two walked in, hand in hand. Chen Jingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He forgot even to confirm the match. Zhang Zhen wore a light blue casual suit and impeccably polished brown suede loafers. Yet his smirk was unmistakably triumphant. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyu stood poised and unself-conscious, her fingers laced firmly with his. Lin Jiayao too was taken aback. Though she'd long believed the two belonged together, and often chatted with Chen Jingyun about why they hadn't yet, even fantasizing aloud about their eventual union, she'd never imagined it would happen this soon. Zhang Zhen reveled in Chen Jingyun's stunned silence, grinning openly. A challenge so brazen it nearly made Chen Jingyun clench his fists. What's this supposed to mean? Chen Jingyun asked. Zhang Zhen lifted their joined hands high. What does it look like? We're together, can't you see? Congratulations, congratulations, Chen Jingyun replied flatly. So all that waiting wasn't a test for him, it was for me. Am I the fool now? Envy, jealousy. You're just envious of my excellence, Zhang Zhen scoffed, settling across the table, still refusing to let go of Lu Xiaoyu's hand, even while seated. Who needs to envy you? Chen Jingyun sneered, tapping his own cheek. Xiao Bao, showtime. Lin Jiayao leaned forward obediently and kissed his cheek. Then with quiet defiance, Chen Jingyun turned his gaze toward Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen opened his mouth, tempted to mimic the gesture, but they'd only just begun dating. Holding hands already felt like a miracle. A kiss, even on the cheek, seemed impossibly bold. To pursue love is to risk humility. To love deeply is to court vulnerability. This earnest young man had only just won over the girl he adored, and dared not press further, terrified that any misstep might shatter the fragile bond he'd fought so hard to forge. Zhang Zhen glanced sideways, straight into Lu Xiaoyu's steady gaze, then hastily looked away. But before he could speak, she leaned in and kissed him softly on the cheek. Chen Jingyun, Lin Jiayao, Zhang Zhen. He stared at Lu Xiaoyu, only to meet her open A brief warm silence settled over the private room, broken only by the waiter's timely entrance asking if they were ready to begin service. Dining within the Venetian carried none of the delays common elsewhere. Service was swift and precise. Many guests were gamblers, so the hotel prioritized efficiency, minimizing downtime to maximize time spent. Yet speed did not compromise quality. Their amuse-bouche was a decadent creamed shrimp dish, elegantly plated, generously portioned 5 plump succulent prawns per serving. Such generosity was rare in Michelin-starred establishments. No wonder it hadn't earned a star. The portions were simply too generous. Once seated, the four fell into easy conversation. Zhang Jun couldn't resist recounting how it had happened, glancing at Lu Xiaoyu for permission before launching into the tale. It began when Lu Xiaoyu returned to her room that evening, reflecting on how heated and impulsive she'd felt at the casino, and how unfairly she treated him. So she sought him out to apologize. Zhang Jun, ever the devoted admirer, immediately brushed it off as nothing. As they talked, she confessed she couldn't sleep, so they descended for a quiet stroll around the hotel grounds. It was late, so they didn't wander far, yet the Venetian's vast expanse made even a short walk feel like a gentle. As they walked and talked, hours slipped away unnoticed, until the eastern sky blushed faintly with the first light. Feeling the moment was ripe, Zhang Jun confessed his feelings, completely forgetting the earlier scolding she'd given him. Lu Xiaoyu was no heartless flirt, nor had she ever intended to string him along. Nor was she, as Chen Jingyun had speculated, testing his resolve. Rather, she'd grown weary of ambiguity. So she invited him for that walk, not to wait for him to act, but to give him the chance to finally do so. And in the end, he hadn't disappointed her. And so quite naturally they became a couple. The story was ordinary, yet Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiayao exchanged knowing, delighted grins, savoring every detail like connoisseurs of romance. What a delicious slice of gossip this was. Las Vegas boasts world-class shopping centers that rival Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles and Fifth Avenue in New York when it comes to luxury brands. Here lies the largest LV store in the United States, spanning 3 floors even within the shopping center itself. Almost every luxury brand one can think of is available here. In addition to the Hermes, LV, Balenciaga, Gucci that Chen Jingyun is fond of, there are also Tom Ford, the luxurious woven bag BV, and the popular Tory Burch in America. After all, being a casino, many wealthy individuals enjoy coming here to play and then directly spend their winnings. Moreover, there are ordinary people who occasionally hit the jackpot, winning over $1 million, and are then led or choose. In Las Vegas, one wins and spends with a desire to take some back home. As a high-level VIC for many brands, Chen Jingyun is personally attended by the store manager in any flagship store after providing his membership number. LV and Hermes are particularly accommodating, directly taking Chen Jingyun to a private room where models change into clothes he desires, showcasing the effects on the spot. This is also because Chen Jingyun has spent the most in these 2 brands. He bought 2 pairs of glasses and several bottles of perfume at Tom Ford, customized 3 sets of casual suits at LV, purchased several bags at Hermes, and acquired a new model of Richard Mille. The spending power displayed by Chen Jingyun left Lu Xiaoyu astonished, while Lin Jiayao had completely grown accustomed. Zhang Jun was already aware, given that he was the owner of both LaFerrari and Cullinan. Such spending power was not surprising. With 2 to 3 bags in each hand, Chen Jingyun felt quite the shopper. His enthusiasm for shopping today was palpable, despite having spent over $3 million. He had yet to tire of it. The money won at the casino had already been fully spent, even exceeding the amount won. However, Chen Jingyun didn't mind. Luxury, it's just too luxurious. Zhang Jun couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Jingyun patted Zhang Jun's shoulder, saying, "You'll get used to it." Zhang Jun was not the type to begrudge his brother's success. Seeing Chen Jingyun thriving made him very happy. Zhang Jun also bought perfume at Tom Ford. He was a perfume aficionado, not only enjoying buying fragrances, but also collecting them. His dormitory cabinet was neatly arranged with dozens of bottles of perfume, which he would never finish even if he used them until they expired. The 4 of them shopped until evening, returning home filled with excitement. Ding, congratulations, host successfully upgraded the system. Current level LV 72910 daily reward $0. This shopping trip marked the highest expenditure for Chen Jingyun without using a cashback card, granting him a massive amount of experience points that directly upgraded the system to level 7. Chen Jingyun merely glanced at the daily reward of $500,000, earning $150 million a year in the face of the billion-dollar rent at Wilshire Boulevard. It seemed somewhat inadequate. What he truly anticipated was the upgrade reward. Based on past experience, each upgrade represented a significant enhancement to his worth, with every upgrade reward being better than the last. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Jingyun eagerly summoned the system. He murmured silently, "Claim upgrade reward." Ding, congratulations, host successfully claimed reward. Los Angeles Lakers. Due to the Lakers' long-term lease of the Staples Center, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Staples Center has been acquired and placed under the host's name. Staring at the system's reward, Chen Jingyun was momentarily dumbfounded. This truly was wishful thinking. Just a few days ago, he had been hoping the system would reward him with the Lakers, and unexpectedly it had come to fruition today. This is the lifeblood of the Bus family. They have no other enterprises. How did the system persuade the Bus family to sell the Lakers? He was utterly baffled. Chen Jingyun knew the system had capabilities, but he never expected it to be this powerful. It was almost as if the impossible had become possible. However, since he couldn't figure it out, Chen Jingyun decided not to dwell on it. Who cares? Is there anything impossible? If the Mavericks could crudely trade away an MVP player like Doncic who has both present and future and immense popularity, what else is impossible? Chen Jingyun searched for the current market value of the Lakers. According to the official announcement from the NBA, it was valued at $7 billion while the highest was the New York Knicks valued at $9 billion. A glance at this announcement is enough to get a rough idea. In Chen Jingyun's view, the Lakers currently possess two superstars, the former King LeBron James and one of the future Kings Doncic, along with Rivers, who just had a career night. With this lineup and the immense influence in Los Angeles, selling for over $100 billion is completely reasonable. What Chen Jingyun was unaware of was that without the system's intervention, not long from now the Lakers would indeed be sold by Jeannie Buss for an astronomical price of $100 billion, selling 85% of the shares. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. An elderly white man with a kindly face and graying hair sits in his study, a lit cigar resting beside him, the smoke curling upward without a single puff taken. What did you say? That BTCH Jeannie sold the Lakers to someone else. Mark Walter rarely let go of his image, cursing in disbelief. As a mogul in the financial industry, he ventured into sports back in 2012. Although many people are not too familiar with him in terms of influence in the sports industry, he is in no way inferior to old Buss. He owns the Los Angeles Dodgers, WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks, and even a team in F1, making him a genuine sports industry tycoon. But now he felt like he had been played. He had already begun discussions with the Buss family to acquire the Los Angeles Lakers, and the price had been agreed upon, or it was just a matter of the final step to seal the deal. Yet just as he was about to finalize it, his assistant unexpectedly informed him that the Los Angeles Lakers had already been sold. Mark Walter quickly composed himself. The elderly man, who had already surpassed his 70s, still had a deep mind. Who is it? Who acquired the Lakers? Is there still room for negotiation? I can accept 85% shares for within $120 billion, or $75 billion for 51% shares. In Las Vegas, Chen Jingyun was unaware that the system had been intercepted from a financial mogul's grasp of the Lakers. However, even if he had known, it wouldn't have concerned him. Any objections? Take it up with my system. Chen Jingyun was in a good mood, suddenly recalling that he was still a player. Once the NCAA commenced and he showcased his skills, according to public opinion, the best path for him would inevitably be to participate in the 2026 NBA draft and enter the NBA. Does the Lakers owner participate in the NBA draft? That's quite interesting. How is this different from Ma Huadeng applying for a position as a game designer? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Jiayao, holding a bunch of green grapes, naturally pushed one into Chen Jingyun's mouth. What's up? Why are you laughing so happily? Chewing on the grape, its sweet juice bursting in his mouth, Chen Jingyun replied, It's nothing, just making more money. Lin Jiayao's eyes sparkled with admiration. The boys of her age were either focused on their studies or indulging in the pleasures of life, while she at 18 had already taken over a business. In the evening, the four of them strolled along the Las Vegas Strip, even stopping at a Chinese restaurant before returning to the hotel. The next day, it was time for them to part ways. The two groups weren't headed in the same direction. Zhang Jun and Lu Xiaoyu were going to New York together, after which Lu Xiaoyu would fly to Singapore from there. As for why they weren't flying from Los Angeles to Singapore, it was simply because Lu Xiaoyu wanted to spend a few more hours. They were to take a commercial flight to the commercial terminal, while Chen Jingyun and his companion headed to the private jet terminal. The four parted ways in front of the hotel lobby, taking different cars to the airport. Brother, when are you coming to New York to hang out? They'll take you to see a Broadway show. It's quite interesting, Zhang Jun said, not showing any reluctance in his demeanor. Sure, Chen Jingyun smiled. Bye. After bidding farewell, they watched as Zhang Jun and his companion got into their car and headed for the airport. Chen Jingyun and his companion also got into their car. They smoothly returned to Los Angeles, picked up their Cullinan from the parking lot, and quickly made their way back to Bel Air. Back home, Chen Jingyun felt utterly relaxed. Living at home was undoubtedly different from staying in a hotel. Your esports room has been set up, Mr. Chen. The butler Bella reported. Oh. Chen Jingyun's eyes lit up as he pulled Lin Jiayao towards the esports room. This is truly fantastic. Chen Jingyun spoke in English, having spent a long time in an English-speaking environment. Even though he often used Mandarin, it still made his speech a mix of both. Sometimes English slipped out effortlessly. This was something he couldn't restrain, and many international students experienced similar after effects. We can do OQ sweetly now. Chen Jingyun switched back to Mandarin. Shall we play a game now? Lin Jiayao asked. Sure, let's get on. They didn't play Dota, but opted for CS. Recently, Chen Jingyun had bought a large number of accessories, including butterfly knives, claw knives, bayonets, and so on, purchasing nearly 40 pieces along with a dragon sniper, a howler, Miami gloves, etc. However, just in the past few days, an announcement from CS caused a major market upheaval, leading to a comprehensive price drop for various gloves and knife skins. This wouldn't affect casual players and might even be welcomed by them. After all, a butterfly knife or claw knife used to cost 8,000 to 9,000, even over 10,000. Yet in just one day, that price dropped to 2,000 or 3,000. This allowed many ordinary players who previously couldn't afford knife skins to finally consider buying one for fun. For those who speculated this could potentially lead them to bankruptcy, Many of those speculators were university students, some even took loans to trade accessories. The collapse of the accessory market left them unable to repay their loans. Chen Jingyun had already heard news of speculator students jumping off buildings. However, this had no impact on him. He could afford to buy in the millions, even if the price dropped to hundreds of thousands, it was still pocket change. Nevertheless, this marked the first time Chen Jingyun lost money since acquiring the system, and it was a significant loss. However, this did not affect Chen Jingyun's mood for playing CS. After logging in, the two began their ranked journey using a European and American matchmaking platform. They had just played 3 matches when there was a knock at the door. Chen Jingyun called, "Come in." The butler Bella entered. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for interrupting your leisure time. It's fine, the match hasn't started yet. If there's something to discuss, you can say it now," Chen Jingyun said. "Mark Walter wants to meet with you," Bella said. Chen Jingyun instinctively furrowed his brow, mentally going through the names of people he knew, but he couldn't find any Mark Walter. "Who is this?" Chen Jingyun asked, puzzled. "He is the CEO of TWG Global. He is quite fond of the sports industry, having invested in the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Los Angeles Sparks. I heard he is currently negotiating the acquisition of the Los Angeles Lakers with the Bus family. I think he wants to discuss the Lakers with you." Eveline Bella was the person who understood Chen Jingyun's worth the best, and the more she understood, the more astonished she became. Both the Exchange Bar and the Wilshire Building were stable cash cows, yet they were both under the ownership of her boss. Now there was even the Los Angeles Lakers added to the mix. To safeguard the host's basic rights, the host is now rewarded with 5 loyalty cards. Loyalty card: upon using a loyalty card on a target individual, that person will guarantee absolute loyalty to the host, and the target must maintain a superior subordinate relationship with the host. Chen Jingyun was initially pondering the matter of Mark Walter, but the system suddenly provided him with 5 loyalty cards. Loyalty cards. This was definitely a valuable item. If he used it on Musk and the individual in the White House, wouldn't he directly become the supreme overlord of America? However, after seeing the final explanation, Chen Jingyun felt somewhat disappointed. The plan to become the supreme overlord of America was abruptly dashed. Nevertheless, this loyalty card was still incredibly powerful, ensuring that the people around him wouldn't do anything detrimental. Without a second thought, Chen Jingyun directly used a loyalty card on Eveline Bella before him. As his butler and the person who understood his assets best, Chen Jingyun felt it was necessary. Ding! Loyalty card successfully used. Target Eveline Bella. The next moment, a look of confusion appeared on Eveline Bella's face, which was quickly replaced by clarity. When she looked at Chen Jingyun again, her demeanor was no longer one of respect, but rather contained only 2 words: loyalty. Chen Jingyun was very satisfied with the look in Eveline Bella's eyes. "Since Mr. Walter wishes to meet, then invite him to Bel Air," Chen Jingyun stated. Although he didn't know this, Mark Walter, Chen Jingyun was aware of TWG Global, a renowned asset management company managing over $300 billion in assets, very famous in Los Angeles. "All right, Mr. Chen." Eveline Bella stepped out of the esports room to arrange the meeting with Mark Walter. On the other side, not far from Bel Air in Beverly Hills at a villa covering over 10,000 square feet, Mark Walter listened to his young assistant's report. "Boss, Mr. Chen invited you to visit Bel Air tomorrow evening." Mark Walter nodded. He was very interested in acquiring the Los Angeles Lakers. This was not merely a hobby, but also related to his plans. However, if he truly couldn't acquire the Lakers, there was nothing he could do. Though unwilling, having lived over 70 years, he had faced many regrets. After all, those who could amass enough capital to purchase the Lakers were not individuals he could easily manipulate. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished his high-end cigar and waved to the young assistant. The young male assistant hesitated for a moment before slowly stepping forward. "Sir, don't say anything, hurry up." "Yes, sir." Chen Jingyun and Lin Jiao had been playing games until dusk. At this age, Chen Jingyun was particularly fond of gaming, but after 4 intense hours of ranked matches, he felt utterly exhausted. "Mr. Chen, just a reminder, Mark Walter will arrive in 90 minutes. You still have time to take a shower and change your clothes." Bella walked into the esports room and said. Chen Jingyun nodded. After all, he was a big shot controlling $300 billion, and he should at least show the basic respect, ensuring he didn't meet him looking disheveled. Chen Jingyun returned to his upstairs bedroom to take a shower. Anna had prepared an outfit outside, and after showering, he changed directly into it. A rather formal gray suit. All his suits were custom-made by top brands as per Anna's specifications, with meticulous attention to collar width, cuff settings, pocket square size, and even the length of the sleeve buttons. After changing clothes, Lin Jiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. So handsome. She had developed feelings for Chen Jingyun because of his looks, but later this affection gradually transformed into part of her daily routine, becoming a habitual liking. Chen Jingyun looked at himself in the full-length mirror and knew he was handsome. "Woman, wipe your drool," Chen Jingyun said. Lin Jiao instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth, but felt no moisture. She immediately realized that she had been teased by Chen Jingyun. She shot a glare at Chen Jingyun, but the expression lacked any real threat, instead appearing somewhat cute. "You tricked me again." "Hey, why say again?" Chen Jingyun asked in confusion. "Well, I don't know." When the appointed time arrived, Chen Jingyun went downstairs, exited his room, and stood in the courtyard waiting for Mark Walter. Mark Walter was also punctual. As soon as the time was up, the courtyard gate slowly opened, and an old model Maybach 62S drove in. A male assistant got out from the front passenger seat, approached the back seat, and opened the door. Chen Jingyun took a couple of steps forward, and noticing the thickness of the car door realized it was a bulletproof version of the Maybach 62S. The heavy door could withstand a barrage from an AR-15 without penetrating, let alone harming the person inside. However, he had his own safety buffs and didn't need a bulletproof version. Nuclear bombs would be useless, let alone bullets. As the door opened, a white-haired elder slowly stepped out of the car, standing upright. The old man appeared very elegant, exuding no domineering aura. His hair was completely white, not a single black strand, adding a touch of approachability to his demeanor. He wore a smile, and his suit was equally well-tailored, clearly made from top-notch fabric, indicating it was custom-made. Chen Jingyun stepped forward a couple of paces. Mr. Walter, welcome to my home. He was currently meeting the wealthiest person he had ever encountered. Although he had met many wealthy individuals at the recent gathering at the Bel Air Club, he never had the chance to get acquainted as he was pulled into their small circle by Chen Lisan. Everyone in that small circle were second-generation heirs. Without having taken over their family business, their net worth was actually, they might not even be able to pull out $5 million from their pockets. The elderly man before him, however, undoubtedly possessed genuine wealth in the billions. In fact, he could probably gather over $100 billion in cash in a short amount of time. While Chen Jingyun assessed Mark Walter, Walter was also sizing up the young man before him. This young man was excessively young, yet Walter had never heard of him before. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, quickly establishing himself in Los Angeles. He had specifically checked into the young man's identity, which seemed to be the new owner of the Wilshire building, and he had also acquired a bar from the Compton Blood Gang. This was just what could be found on the surface. The more Walter thought about it, the more alarmed he became, as someone like this was not someone he could deal with. He surely had a more formidable background. As for the identity of a person of Asian descent, Walter could only say that it was difficult for someone of Asian descent to reach this level, but once they did, their ethnicity became irrelevant. Hello, Mr. Chen. Walter smiled, extending his hand. You are even younger than I imagined. Really, Chen Jingyun quite liked being addressed as Mr. Chen and couldn't help but smile more broadly. He'll take that as a compliment from a senior. After shaking hands with the elder, Chen Jingyun pointed to the door behind him. Let's go inside and talk. The two walked through the door, and in the corridor the elder kept glancing at Chen Jingyun with his peripheral vision. As for the mansion priced at $177 million, it was nothing remarkable to him. They did not sit in the living room, but moved to a smaller family area behind the living room, which felt more intimate. Please have a seat, Mr. Walter, Chen Jingyun said with a smile. Butler Bella approached with a cigar box in hand, the box crafted entirely from top-quality Wong Wali, one of the most precious woods in the world. Mr. Chen, I heard you enjoy cigars, so I specifically brought out my collection, Butler Bella said. Chen Jingyun didn't smoke, nor did he smoke cigars, but he had the finest cigars at home. Oh, the Danish king. I like it. Looking around the lounge, there were many Marvel character figurines, including a life-sized Iron Man statue and a rocket perched on War Machine's shoulder, as well as a posed Loki. It didn't seem crowded after all. This was a mansion spanning over 30,000 square feet, where space was anything but scarce. Designers often say that the space in a mansion is meant to be wasted. Mr. Chen, do you really like Marvel? Mark Walter asked, a glimmer of delight evident in his eyes. Chen Jingyun nodded. I love it very much, but only the Marvel of the past. The current Marvel movies bore me. If Stan knew there was such an extraordinary fan like you, he would be very pleased. Mark Walter nodded, his eyes showing a hint of nostalgia as he continued. Stan is like my older brother. I still have many of his manuscripts at home. Stan Lee's manuscripts. That's incredibly valuable. However, Chen Jingyun was more interested in various superhero figurines rather than Stan Lee's manuscripts. After the assistant finished cutting and lighting Mark Walter's cigar, they left together with Butler Bella, leaving only Chen Jingyun and Mark Walter behind, with no one able to hear their conversation. Big shots usually prefer to meet in private places. Where could be more private than at home? The topic of Marvel helped to bring the two of them closer together and made them more familiar. However, once the pleasantries were over, they got straight to the point. First, congratulations on becoming the owner of the Lakers. Mark Walter raised his glass of red wine. Thank you. Chen Jingyun smiled, knowing that the old man was here for the Lakers. However, Chen Jingyun was genuinely reluctant to sell. After all, this was the Lakers. Of course, if the old man offered enough, that wouldn't be out of the question. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen, I truly admire the Lakers. As you know, I have numerous investments in the sports field. I began contacting the Bus family 5 years ago, but at that time Jeannie Bus was very firm and refused to budge, which is why it has dragged on until now. Mark Walter's voice was rich with emotion, filled with regret and hope. His exaggerated body language and expressions added a significant tension. I also really like the Lakers, Chen Jingyun said with a smile. I believe my admiration for the Lakers is no less than that of Mr. Walter. Rest assured the Lakers will shine under my care and will definitely not disappoint Mr. Walter's affection. Chen Jingyun's words directly countered Walter's attempt to play the emotional card. Mark Walter sighed inwardly. Although this young man was still quite young and spoke with a certain naivety, he was certainly not a typical spoiled rich kid without skills. At the very least, he was a capable second-generation rich kid. I also believe in Mr. Chen's love for the Lakers, Mark Walter said. Since the emotional card didn't work, let's talk about a trade-off. I prepared a lot before coming to visit you, Mark Walter stated earnestly. I wonder if you would be willing to hear my proposal. Of course, Mr. Walter. Chen Jingyun nodded, inviting him to speak, as he naturally couldn't let a guest in his home go. However, talking was one thing, but whether he accepted was another. The first option is that I will offer $1 billion in cash to acquire 85% of the Lakers shares. Walter left some room for negotiation, his bottom line being $120 billion. The offer of $1 billion for 85% of the Lakers shares was also what he had previously agreed upon with the Bus family, just with a different trading partner now. Chen Jingyun felt a momentary breathlessness, almost losing his composure. Luckily, he managed to maintain his composure and controlled his other reactions immediately. $1 billion. That was definitely a staggering amount. It could directly buy 2 or 3 gated communities in Beverly Hills, making him the largest landowner in Beverly Hills. With that amount, he could buy over 100 G700 jets worth $90 million each and make them into airborne trains, or even purchase 50 super yachts worth $200 million each to form a fleet. This kind of money could even support an armed group in a small African country, potentially toppling the local government. This was undoubtedly an exaggerated sum. Moreover, this was cash. Although his net worth had already surpassed $100 billion, just one Wilshire Tower was worth far more than $100 billion. But that was real estate, not cash. Chen Jingyun even doubted whether his yard could hold this amount of cash if it were withdrawn from the bank. However, he quickly rejected the proposal. 85% was too much. He instinctively did not want to accept it. Sorry, Mr. Walter, you can't make me lose money, Chen Jingyun said. While he was unsure of how much the system had spent to acquire the Lakers, it was definitely an astronomical. Walter sighed inwardly and chose to make a direct offer. In front of the Lakers, he ultimately acted impulsively, $120 billion for 85% of the shares, adding 20 aircraft to the airborne train and 10 more ships to the fleet. No, Mr. Walter, I cannot accept 85% of the shares, Chen Jingyun said. Then how about 51% of the shares for $75 billion? Walter asked, as he needed at least 51% for absolute control. Chen Jingyun sighed and shook his head. $75 billion was indeed a lot, but he was not lacking in cash. $200 million in cash was completely enough for his expenses. After all, he didn't need to invest himself. The system would directly reward him with assets. Moreover, investments do not count as expenses and thus do not add experience points. If investments could add experience points, he would have already invested that $200 million in the stock market, brushed up experience points, and then sold the stocks. Then buy again and sell again. He could simply spiral upwards. Mr. Chen, if you are unsatisfied with the price, we can still continue to talk. Walter said, you can also share your thoughts. I can sell a maximum of 33% of the shares, Chen Jingyun said. If an individual holds 34%, they have 1 vote of veto power. 33% does not. This meant that with 67% ownership, he would have absolute control over the Lakers, dictating everything. It could even be said to be a complete autocracy. Mark Walter shook his head with a bitter smile. This is too little, Mr. Chen. Chen Jingyun also felt helpless. Oh, was this what doing business was like? Each side held firm, making it difficult to reach an agreement. This is not little, Mr. Walter, Chen Jingyun said. If you really can't accept it, perhaps you could try discussing a deal for the Clippers with Ballmer. Mark Walter smiled even more bitterly. Let's talk about the 33% shares of the Lakers instead. There are simply too many wealthy individuals in Los Angeles. Even someone like Walter, managing over $300 billion in assets, cannot act with impunity. The owner of the Clippers, Ballmer, is a super-rich individual worth over $150 billion. Ballmer truly loves the NBA, and with plenty of money, he would never sell any shares of the Clippers. In fact, he recently invested over $2 billion to build a new arena. Unless an offer significantly above market price could persuade Ballmer. But that is simply not worth it. Why are there so many wealthy people in Los Angeles? Walter despises these rich people. Chen Jingyun could only feel that the media's valuation was truly outrageous. They valued the Lakers at merely $7 billion, yet now they were asking for $120 billion to acquire 85% of the shares. They almost undervalued the Lakers by half. If it were a 33% stake, perhaps we could explore other trading options, Mark Walter said. I wonder if you would be willing to become a shareholder in my Los Angeles Dodgers. Mark Walter. The Los Angeles Dodgers are a powerhouse in the MLB with a valuation of $60 billion, though not as high as the Lakers, it still holds significant value. One could only say that in the realm of sports, valuations are all calculated in billions. Oh, Chen Jingyun gestured for Walter to continue. I am willing to exchange 49% of the Dodgers for 33% of the Lakers, and I will compensate you with cash for the difference. How about that? Chen Jingyun contemplated this proposition. Currently, I own 100% of the Lakers and 67% of the shares, which actually makes little difference, though any decision can be passed unconditionally. However, owning 49% of the Dodgers would allow me to expand into the baseball domain, which is undoubtedly good news for me. Moreover, the most important thing is that building a good relationship with Walter is definitely advantageous for me. Not to mention, he has been in the sports field for so many years. Having such an experienced partner can only be beneficial for me. Chen Jingyun had to admit that Mark Walter's sincerity was quite substantial. Owning 49% would grant him a veto power, making it very difficult for Walter to be ousted from the Dodgers in the future. However, Chen Jingyun could easily remove him from the Lakers. I think I have no reason to refuse, Chen Jingyun said. The glasses clinked in the air, and both of them laughed in unison. From that moment on, Mark Walter would become a genuine sports tycoon in Los Angeles with his sports empire encompassing the NBA, MLB football, WNBA, F1 racing. Although Chen Jingyun was not involved in so many fields, just having absolute control over the Lakers was enough to make anyone take notice. After a round of discussions and finalizing some details, they would wait for the professionals to calculate the specifics and draft a contract. By their next meeting, they might very well be partners. And it would be a close holding, a very close one. After seeing Mark Walter off, Chen Jingyun returned to the second floor. Did you finish talking? Lin Jiayao asked gently. Chen Jingyun nodded, removed his suit jacket, and casually hung it on the rack. By the way, does your family have any businesses in the United States? Chen Jingyun inquired. I remember when I was in elementary school, my dad built some shopping centers in the U.S., but later it seems they were all sold off. Lin Jiayao said, now aside from collaborating with some companies, there isn't much investment on the mainland. I see. Chen Jingyun nodded lightly. The two chatted and inadvertently rolled onto the bed. But just as they were about to get to home plate, Lin Jiayao suddenly blocked him. Not yet. Huh, not yet. Chen Jingyun felt as if he was about to explode. I'm really fired up right now. Then when will it be okay? After a while, alright. Lin Jiayao said, I'm not ready yet. Chen Jingyun didn't force it. Alright, but you have to give me a specific time, right? Lin Jiayao thought for a moment. How about on Christmas Day? Chen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh. Are you planning to present yourself as a Christmas gift for me? Of course not. Besides, I was originally yours. Lin Jiayao closed her eyes and pouted. Her meaning was very clear. Don't talk, kiss me. Chen Jingyun did not disappoint her and leaned in to kiss her. After using his hands and feet, Chen Jingyun achieved his third milestone. With his mouth. Only the last step to home plate remained, and the first part of the main quest would be completed. Lin Jiayao felt like her mouth was about to cramp. After brushing her teeth, she returned to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Lying beside her, Chen Jingyun reflected on the deal with Walter. He and Walter had already discussed matters. Walter would appear in front of the media, replacing Jeannie Buss as the new public owner of the Lakers. Meanwhile, Chen Jingyun would remain out of the media spotlight, secretly holding the true power over the Lakers. This was beneficial for Walter. He wanted the Lakers' influence, which would significantly enhance his personal influence, and even give him the opportunity to gain a large number of votes to compete for a congressional seat, or even the mayor of Los Angeles. After all, the Lakers have countless fans, and as long as there are calls from Lakers players, his chances of being elected would greatly increase. This was precisely what he desired. Meanwhile, Chen Jingyun preferred not to be in the limelight. He was still just a college student. At least he did not want to appear publicly as the owner of the Lakers, although he still had to continue studying. If his identity were made public, he felt he wouldn't need to attend school anymore. Despite often skipping classes, Chen Jingyun still enjoyed college life. Once the equity transaction is complete, I will be the chairman of the Lakers while Walter is a director. Does this count as a superior subordinate relationship? The mere thought of this made Chen Jingyun feel as if his horizons had broadened. If this truly succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to his influence. A billionaire, the CEO of WTG Global managing $300 billion in assets, would become his loyal subordinate. Chen Jingyun was already looking forward to the day of signing the contract. This seemed to be the correct way to utilize the another Monday, another fresh start. Next to appear is the owner of Exchange, the proprietor of the Wilshire Building, the sole holder of 100 shares in the Lakers, the possessor of the Staples Center, the youngest billionaire at the age of 18, the esteemed owner of a Rolls-Royce, a Ferrari, and a Bugatti, Chen Jingyun. Exiting the Staples Center, Chen Jingyun was in good spirits. He had officially taken over the Lakers and had already met with the senior management of the team, led by General Manager Rob Pelinka. However, he had not yet revealed this to the public. After all, the Lakers were not publicly listed yet. Chen Jingyun planned to wait until he sold shares to Walter before inviting the media to create a buzz. With the Lakers' support, Walter's other businesses would also see an increase in value, and Chen Jingyun would obtain shares in the Dodgers. A win-win situation. As for the current general manager Pelinka, Chen Jingyun had not fired him, but intended to let Walter decide after they officially signed the contract. Walter was a big shot in the sports industry, surely more knowledgeable than him. Plus, if he successfully utilized the loyalty card, he wouldn't have to worry about Walter doing anything detrimental to his interests. Driving back to UCLA in his Bugatti, Chen Jingyun had not forgotten that he was still a college student. Just in time for his afternoon class, he headed straight to his classroom. Upon entering the class, all eyes turned to him. Chen Jingyun paused, puzzled by the strange looks directed at him, but still walked towards the back row. As he walked, some people's gazes followed him, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. He settled between Wang Qinghan and Cui Nan in the back row, a spot reserved specifically for him. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Chen Jingyun placed his LV backpack on the ground and couldn't help but ask. Brother Yin, don't you check the school forum at all? Wang Qinghan asked. Chen Jingyun shook his head. You don't know? Someone specifically posted a thread counting how many cars you've driven to school. Wang Qinghan continued. Then someone calculated the prices totaling up to $12 million, and the thread became popular again. Chen Jingyun felt a bit helpless. He didn't intend to be so ostentatious. This is still manageable, but when the insane starts, his popularity at school would surely skyrocket, and he might even get approached for photos while walking down the street. The NCAA is extremely popular in the United States. Even the NBA games have to give way to the NCAA finals, and March Madness is a nationwide celebration. It can be said that every young person who shines during March Madness will leap to become a hot new star in America. Of course, most of these stars are just fleeting. As March Madness ends, the hype quickly dissipates unless one can continue to prove their worth in the NBA for that hype to become enduring. However, this is quite difficult. Most NCAA stars, once they enter the NBA, do not live up to expectations. There are rarely players like Duncan who peak right after debuting. If NCAA stars are like brilliant shooting stars, then the NBA is a sky full of twinkling stars. Since my abilities don't allow me to be low-key, I might as well be extravagant to the fullest, Chen Jingyun thought to himself. However, this ostentation would only be limited to his time at school. His identity as the owner of the Lakers and the Wilshire real estate mogul should remain undisclosed. During an economics math class, Chen Jingyun felt drowsy, so he put on his headphones and started playing a game. After class, he went to the cafeteria with his roommates to eat, effortlessly switching between the persona of a billionaire and a student. Chen Jingyun rarely returned to the dormitory now, while Wang Qinghan hung out with Cui Nan and Lin Ku. Wang Tianlin and Han Jian, the two compatriots from Taiwan, felt somewhat excluded. It wasn't that Cui Nan and Lin Ku didn't want to hang out with them, but the two only liked playing basketball, while the other three were a skinny monkey, a chubby one, and a TS, who clearly weren't sports enthusiasts, often skipping games at night to casually grab dinner before heading to play basketball. The cafeteria had a lot of delicious options. Chen Jingyun ordered 3 giant cheese sausages pizzas and a steak, while Wang Qinghan and the others each ordered their favorites, finding a seat to enjoy their time after school. There's just over a month until Christmas. What are your plans? Lin Ku started a conversation. Are you going back home? The Christmas break is equivalent to a winter vacation from December 12th to January 12th, a full month. Compared to the winter vacation back home, it's not that long, but definitely not short. Yes, I'll go home as soon as the break starts. I'm actually a bit homesick already, Cui Nan said somewhat shyly. It's my first time being so far from home alone, and my parents miss me. Chen Jingyun was surprised to find this big guy had such a soft side. I'm not going home. His senior introduced me to an internship, and I plan to gain some experience first, Wang Qinghan said. After the three finished speaking, they looked at Chen Jingyun. I should spend Christmas abroad before heading back home, Chen Jingyun responded. I'll first take my girlfriend to France then. France. It should be quite cold there by then, Lin Ku remarked. The group chatted, and after eating they headed back to the Lin Ku and Cui Nan planned to move out, but they kept talking about it without actually completing the plan. With the holiday approaching, moving out now wouldn't be cost-effective, as they'd have to pay an extra month's rent. It was better to wait until January after returning. Back at the dormitory, Chen Jingyun threw himself onto the bed. Lin Jiao had also returned to the dorm. Since Chen Jingyun wasn't going back to Bel Air, she naturally didn't either, and stayed in the dorm. Chen Jingyun made a WeChat call, and Lin Jiao quickly answered almost immediately. Little treasure, let's get on. Get on what? Lin Jiao asked. They had played so many games recently that she no longer understood the code. The king, I must get to the king rank this time. To his embarrassment, despite playing the king for so long, Chen Jingyun had never reached the king rank. His highest historical rank was still Diamond 2. However, he felt that this time he could reach the king rank, especially with Lin Jiao, a gaming expert, playing alongside him. Chen Jingyun suspected Lin Jiao also had a system, but that was for the main game. If Lin Jiao had a panel, the skills column would definitely have game mastery. The two quickly achieved consecutive victories, soon reaching Diamond I, surpassing Chen Jingyun's previous highest rank. After becoming wealthy, Chen Jingyun still loved playing games. Sometimes upon seeing comments online claiming that rich people don't play games, he found it ridiculous. Rich people don't play games. Who do they think the noble systems are for? Certainly some gaming enthusiasts will scrimp and save to recharge for games, but that's only a minority. Those who reach max noble levels are mostly genuine wealthy individuals. Games like Dream of the Red Chamber, Rise of Nations, and various secondary games are even more affordable only for the wealthy. If rich people don't play games, then those million-dollar items in games are meant for ordinary folks. That's simply impossible. Although he had just returned to playing King's Glory, Chen Jingyun still spent a lot of money clearing out all the skins in the shop and almost fully obtaining the Glory collection. However, the daily limit on draws was quite annoying. Moreover, some limited skins couldn't be bought, which was even more frustrating. Little treasure, hurry and help me catch him, Chen Jingyun shouted. Coming, darling. Lin Jiao, the female jungler, rushed over, instantly melting the opposing marksman and helping Chen Jingyun gain an advantage on the development path. Little treasure, amazing, Chen Jingyun exclaimed excitedly. Playing games with Lin Jiao was truly enjoyable. They played until past 11, and Chen Jingyun reached the king rank with 20 stars, feeling quite pleased. Let's play again tomorrow. I'm so tired. Chen Jingyun decided to log off. Okay. By the way, little treasure, I might have something to do tomorrow night, and won't have time to pick you up. You should ask Yifree to arrange a driver to pick you up, Chen Jingyun said. Lin Jiao now had an American driver's license, but she didn't like driving and usually rode in Chen Jingyun's car or had a driver come in a Phantom to pick her up. Okay, beep beep. The next day, Chen Jingyun and Mark Walter officially signed the contract in the presence of a top lawyer from Los Angeles. Mark Walter contributed 49% of the Dodgers shares along with $1 billion in cash, acquiring 33% of the Lakers shares, thus becoming the second largest shareholder of the Lakers. After the lawyer left the room, the two stood up, shook hands, and everything was understood without words. From now on, I will be the chairman of the Lakers, and Mr. Walter will be our director, Chen Jingyun said with a smile. Mark Walter felt a bit displeased. What is he doing trying to establish authority over me? I just became a shareholder of the Lakers, and he's trying to assert dominance in front of me. Nevertheless, Walter nodded with a smile. Seeing his acknowledgement, Chen Jingyun immediately activated the system. Use the loyalty card, target individual Mark Walter. Ding, loyalty card used successfully. The emotionless mechanical voice of the system rang out, and Chen Jingyun felt a surge of joy inside. It really works. Mark Walter was taken aback, and when he looked at Chen Jingyun again, his eyes were filled with two words: loyalty. He bowed slightly, his face filled with respect and loyalty. Mr. Chen Jingyun responded. A loyalty card has turned the Los Angeles big shot into a compliant subordinate. Chen Jingyun sat back on the sofa saying, there's no need to be so formal, Mr. Walter. No, you are the chairman, my superior, and I need to show you respect. Chen Jingyun was a bit unaccustomed to this, especially since Walter's manner of speaking had changed dramatically. He was puzzled. The last time he used the loyalty card on Bella, it didn't have such a powerful effect. Could it be that Mark Walter's transformation difficulty was too high, causing the system to exert too much force? But it doesn't matter as long as Mark Walter's loyalty to Chen Jingyun remains unchanged. He decided to drop the pretense. Let's go, Mr. Walter. We'll head to the Lakers now, and you'll manage them. Use your identity for promotion as well. Yes, Mr. Chen. The two returned to the Staples Center, which had become Chen Jingyun's property. However, the Lakers still rented the Staples Center for their games. After all, the Lakers only had a few games per week, and with the long off-season, they couldn't leave the place empty the rest of the time. This venue not only hosted NBA games, but also concerts and other sports events, making it very busy. The Lakers' general manager Pelinka was waiting at the entrance with a group of executives. Seeing Chen Jingyun approach, Mr. Chen. As the general manager of the Lakers, he had never been so obsequious, even when facing Jeannie Buck. After all, he had earned his position as general manager based on merit. But now that the owner had changed, he was uncertain of the new owner's character and whether he would be seen as someone to establish dominance over. New officials often make a strong impression, and this applies abroad as well. To keep his position, he had no choice but to act this way. After all, the position of Lakers general manager is quite rare, especially after serving for 8 years. He was truly reluctant to leave. Moreover, he would find it hard to get such a good job again. Chen Jingyun nodded. He couldn't even be bothered to use the loyalty card on a general manager, simply saying he was hired. This is Mr. Walter, Chen Jingyun introduced. Hello, Mr. Walter, Pelinka greeted. Mark Walter was only loyal to Chen Jingyun and was not the same with others. In front of the media, he wore a smile and appeared benevolent, but he maintained a stern demeanor towards his subordinates, preserving his authority. He simply nodded as a form of greeting. Chen Jingyun glanced at the crowd behind Pelinka, most of whom were middle-aged white men around 45 dressed in black suits and looking quite respectable. However, having a crowd blocking the entrance made him feel as though he were amidst a gang. Don't just stand around here, go back to your offices. Is your work that easy? Only those with director-level positions or higher should stay, the rest can disperse. The crowd looked around uncertainly, but after a brief exchange with Chen Jingyun, they all returned to their offices, leaving behind only a small number of true executives. This group included the team's head coach, J.J. Redick. All right, let's head to the conference room, Chen Jingyun said. Yes, Mr. Chen, please this way. The group went to the conference room, where Chen Jingyun unreservedly took the main seat, while Walter sat in the first seat to his left. The others took their seats according to their respective ranks, with J.J. Redick and Pelinka sitting at the front. Chen Jingyun glanced at Mark Walter and said, Mr. Walter, please go ahead. Mark Walter smiled at Chen Jingyun first, then stood up. As he turned to face the others, his expression immediately shifted. Good morning, everyone. I believe many of you know me, and you surely know about the Dodgers and the Sparks. Yes, they all belong, but now I have another identity. Here I am, only this one identity, a shareholder of the Lakers. An assistant distributed the already copied share transfer agreements. The executives felt that this truly was a tumultuous time. With the Bus family exiting the Lakers and Jeannie Buss being ousted, they had hoped to curry favor with the new owner, only to discover that a new shareholder had arrived just a day later.